Sign in for 100 days and you will be invincible when you are born. Chapter 1. I traveled through time. There is a system, but I just want to lie down. Daxia mainland. At the junction where the Tianqi Kingdom, Longyuan Kingdom, and the Xianyuan dynasty met, there lay a small border town known as Sanbian City. It was not a prosperous place, yet it possessed a long and storied history. On the western side of the city, within a residential district pressed up against the ancient city wall, Henry Chu stepped out of his courtyard after finishing his meal. A notice was clutched in his hand, while before his eyes hung a translucent light curtain, visible to him alone. Sign-in system activation progress, 99%. Please wait patiently. Is it finally about to activate? Anticipation flickered in Henry Chu's gaze. In his previous life, he had been nothing more than a white-collar worker grinding away under the infamous 996 schedule. One night of overtime ended in sudden death. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself reborn in a vast, boundless world. This world was said to contain 9 great states. On the Shenzhou continent, where Henry Chu now resided, 5 major powers stood in delicate balance: the Apocalypse Kingdom, Longyuan Kingdom, Xianyuan Dynasty, Qian Dynasty, and the Lingxiao Empire. Scattered between them were countless minor nations. Even more astonishing were the legends brought to life: sword cultivators who soared through the heavens, Taoist sects wielding boundless mystical arts, Buddhist monks with peerless physical cultivation, and countless other paths such as formation masters and alchemists. The knowledge had both shocked and thrilled Henry Chu. Yet in the end, he chose only one thing: a peaceful life. After suffering enough from 996 blessings, he wanted nothing more than to lie flat and take it easy. The so-called sign-in system had appeared only a few days earlier. It required no effort, no grinding, merely lying down increased its activation progress. Perfect. At present, only 1% remained, but based on past experience, it would still take several hours. Calming himself, Henry Chu pasted the notice onto the wall. It read: House for rent. Price, 10 spirit stones per month. Below it, in smaller characters: Conditions: no bad habits. Clean and tidy tenants preferred. Those skilled in cooking may apply for an interview. Henry Chu glanced at the notice, then back at his spacious courtyard. Probably not many people will be willing to rent it. He muttered softly before returning indoors to put things away. After that, he headed out to buy groceries. Brother Xian, you're here. An ant selling vegetables immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. Brother Xian, look at these greens. I picked them fresh this morning. Another vendor chimed in without missing a beat. Brother Xian, didn't I tell you last time? My daughter is 16 this year, very pretty. You see. Before the old woman could finish, several other aunties joined in, eagerly recommending their daughters or nieces. As Henry Chu walked through the street, the vegetable vendors' eyes lit up the moment they saw him. One after another, they pulled him into idle chatter, all while subtly, or not so subtly, trying to arrange a marriage. Other single young men could only look on with envy, powerless to intervene. After all, Henry Chu had once belonged to one of Sanbian City's prominent families. Though his household had declined, his foundation remained solid. Coupled with his handsome features and gentle demeanor, he was the very image of a high-quality bachelor. Henry Chu responded to their enthusiasm with polite refusals. Unfortunately, his manners only made him more appealing in their eyes: mature, steady, and reliable. Out of the way. Out of the way. Tiangang sect business, clear the road. A sudden shout cut through the noise. Henry Chu looked up to see a group of cultivators in Tiangang sect uniforms striding down the street. Civilians hastily retreated, and the scene descended briefly into chaos. Henry Chu frowned. Tiangang sect was a minor sect in the area. Though far from comparable to the great sects that commanded the heavens, it was still not something ordinary folk dared provoke. That said, Sanbian City wasn't lawless. Government officials were stationed here, and if things escalated, they would intervene. With that in mind, Henry Chu decided to keep his distance. Just as he withdrew his gaze and moved on, he noticed a slender arm quietly slipping into his vegetable basket. Following the movement, he discovered a grimy little girl standing beside him. She wasn't very tall, barely reaching his chest. By rough estimation, she stood around 1.6 meters tall. Sensing his stare, the girl squinted her eyes into crescent shapes and flashed him a grin. Grabbing a handful of vegetables, she turned and bolted. After a few steps, she suddenly stopped. Something felt off. Turning around, she saw Henry Chu still standing there, showing no sign of pursuit. She froze, then walked back, confusion written all over her face. "Hey! I stole your stuff, why didn't you react?" Henry Chu lifted the basket calmly. "If you buy too much, you won't finish it. If you're short, you can always take some more." The girl stared at him, bewildered, and muttered under her breath. "Is there something wrong with this guy's head?" Henry Chu snapped back immediately. "I'm standing right here. Watch your mouth." With a snort, the girl tossed the stolen vegetables back into the basket. How boring. Looking at the mess she'd made, Henry Chu rolled his eyes helplessly. Then he studied her more closely, a thoughtful glint appearing in his eyes. Noticing his gaze, the girl narrowed her eyes and clenched her dirty fists. "What are you staring at? Don't think I won't beat you just because you're good-looking." Henry Chu smiled faintly. "I see you're stealing food. I'm about to cook, how about I treat you to a meal?" "Huh?" The girl froze. Her bright, expressive eyes filled with suspicion as she stared at him. "You're not planning to poison me, are you?" Henry Chu replied irritably. "What nonsense are you thinking? Poison costs money. The spirit stones for a bottle of poison could buy me several meals." The girl tilted her head, thinking it over. That actually made sense. In medicine shops, highly toxic substances were often even more expensive than healing pills. Because of the price, people who wanted to end their lives rarely chose poison, instead opting for methods that cost nothing, like jumping into a river or hanging themselves. Chapter 2. I just want to find someone to taste the food, what bad intentions could there be? However, the current situation makes the little girl feel very strange. He didn't understand why Henry Chu not only didn't make things difficult for him, but also invited him to dinner. No matter how you think about it, this doesn't make sense. However, before the little girl had time to think about it, Henry Chu spoke. "Are you going or not? If not, I'll leave." The little girl put her hands on her hips and said with her head held high, "I'm afraid of you." So, under Chu Xuan's leadership, the little girl followed him home. Along the way, Chu Xuan's eyes wandered on both sides of the street from time to time. In his previous life, Chu Xuan was used to cities with tall buildings, but the more upscale the place, the more it lacked something, the breath of life. In other words, this small town has its own unique prosperity and human touch. So, walking on the street at this moment, watching those naked children being chased by their parents with rattan sticks, watching the husband being pulled by the ear by his wife for looking at a passing woman for a second longer, Chu Xuan felt an inexplicable sense of peace of mind and comfort. However, Chu Xuan was immersed in this kind of market atmosphere and was in a good mood. The little girl following behind him observed Chu Xuan with curiosity and doubt along the way, and her expression became more and more strange. In the eyes of the little girl, Chu Xuan now looked around like a fool, and smirked himself from time to time. In response to this, the little girl couldn't help but sigh and mutter. "It is more handsome than my brother, but unfortunately a fool." Soon after, under the leadership of Chu Xuan, the little girl came to Chu Xuan's yard. However, when they got closer, the little girl noticed the rental information posted on the wall and her eyes widened instantly. Every month, Shirlingshire, do you really want to be crazy? Who would rent a house like this? Around this three-sided city, Shirlingshire can almost buy a small house, and it is permanent. With the spirit stone, who wants to come here to rent a room? The little girl's words made Chu Xuan shrug slightly, and he said calmly. "I just made it when I was free. It doesn't matter if no one lives here. I don't need these spirit stones anyway." Little girl. Faced with Henry Chu's indifferent look, she curled her lips in disdain and muttered in a low voice. "Damn rich fellow." As the door was unlocked, the two walked into the house, and the little girl's eyes quickly swept around. The layout here is unique. It is a courtyard surrounded by houses on four sides, tightly wrapping the central yard. "Your house style is really unique, but it's a bit shabby." The little girl retracted her gaze and commented. Henry Chu replied with a smile. After all, it's for people to live in, so why make it so big and complicated? It's better to be simple and comfortable. Chu Xuan's courtyard is a medium-sized courtyard structure. There are 5 main rooms on the north side, the 3 in the middle are the main rooms, and there is an ear room on each side. There are 3 side rooms on each side of the east and west, and a corridor in front to shelter from wind and rain. In addition, the courtyard is divided into 2 parts, front and back, by a wall, connected by an arch. The front yard is relatively shallow, with only a few houses used as gatehouses. The backyard is the residential area, with exquisite architectural design, square bricks on the ground, and blue stone steps. Chu Xuan transformed the yard into this style because he didn't want the house to be large but appear empty and desolate. Please sit in the yard for a while. I'll go prepare the meal. After speaking, Chu Xuan walked towards the kitchen with the vegetable basket. Seeing that Henry Chu really left like this without any restrictions on herself, the little girl curled her lips again. About a quarter of an hour later, with Chu Xuan's frantic operation, 2 bowls of white rice and several dishes were finally completed. In the yard, the little girl's gaze rested on the dishes on the stone table. She gradually fell silent, and her eyes became a little confused. After a while, the little girl picked up a pair of chopsticks and gently touched the rice in the bowl, only to find that the rice grains were as hard as stone. The touch of the chopsticks made the corners of his mouth twitch. Then, he raised his head, met Chu Xuan's expectant eyes, and asked hesitantly, "This meal?" Henry Chu smiled awkwardly. "I started cooking it before I left the house. Maybe I put less water in it." The little girl looked away and pointed at the plate of black food on the left that was still steaming, puzzled. "What is this?" "Stir-fried vegetables." Chu Xuan answered. The little girl pointed to the black stuff in the middle again. "What about this?" "Stir-fried pork intestines." Chu Xuan explained. When the little girl was about to ask about the last plate, Chu Xuan took the lead. "This is fried eggs with chives." Hearing this, the little girl was full of confusion. "How can you tell what these 3 plates of black stuff are?" Henry Chu said seriously. "Because I cooked it myself." The little girl's mouth twitched, and she suddenly felt that what Henry Chu said made sense, and she couldn't find any reason to refute it. Then, Chu Xuan said with anticipation, "Come, try it. This is the first time I cook for others. I used to eat by myself." Looking at Chu Xuan's enthusiastic expression and then at the dishes on the table, the little girl suddenly understood why Chu Xuan invited her to dinner. It turned out that he wanted to use her as a food taster. "Can I refuse?" the little girl asked tentatively. Chu Xuan hurriedly stopped him. "No. I was too busy to make it before, so I might be a little rusty. Why don't you give it a try? Anyway, these are all ingredients. Seeing how hungry you are, they must taste better than tree bark." Under Henry Chu's enthusiastic invitation, the little girl reluctantly agreed. With a bitter face, he carefully picked up a piece of spinach that looked like it had rolled in charcoal ash with chopsticks, put it into his mouth with trembling hands, chewed it gently, and then his eyes widened and the chopsticks fell to the ground. A hand covered his throat. Feeling the various complex tastes that suddenly burst out in her mouth, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, the little girl immediately understood why Henry Chu didn't go to the pharmacy to buy poison. Because these dishes are even more poisonous than poison, and their power is enough to make people spend their entire lives trying to eliminate the psychological trauma. After a long time, the little girl recovered a little, looked at the food on the table with fear in her eyes, and couldn't help but speak. "Is this really a dish? Poison tastes better than this." Facing the little girl's expression as if she had been poisoned, Chu Xuan also showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. In his previous life, Chu Xuan had dreamed of becoming a chef, but because he was busy with the 996 work schedule, he never realized it. And in this new life, he decided to give it a try. It's just that Chu Xuan himself couldn't even swallow the dishes he made 2 days ago. Therefore, Chu Xuan wanted to find someone to taste the dishes he cooked and give positive feedback to strengthen his confidence in moving forward on this culinary path. And the little girl in front of me has even resorted to stealing vegetables for a living. In Chu Xuan's opinion, such a person would definitely not be picky about food. Clearly, she is the ideal person to inspire herself. Chapter 3 Confused Yilinger, 10 Spiritual Stones, I Sold Myself. However, now even a little girl like this can't stand the food she makes. This made Henry Chu feel very frustrated. Forget it, forget it. After expressing her sincere disgust and contempt for the dishes made by Chu Xuan, the little girl stood up. Wait here, I'll show you something real to eat. After saying that, the little girl walked towards the kitchen angrily under Henry Chu's gaze. As she walked, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her very, very slender arms. About a quarter of an hour later, a fragrance wafted from the kitchen. And it was passed to Chu Xuan. Smelling the rich aroma of food, Chu Xuan's expression became surprised. After 2 incense sticks of time, when I saw the soft and glutinous rice in front of me, and the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table, which were delicious in color, aroma, and taste, Henry Chu picked up the chopsticks and started to taste. Seeing Chu Xuan's actions, the little girl sitting opposite raised her head proudly. Did you see that? This is the food that people eat. What you had before can't be considered food at all, it's simply poison. However, Chu Xuan seemed to turn a deaf ear to the little girl's words. He picked up the food and put it into his mouth with chopsticks one by one. In his previous life, Chu Xuan had tasted many delicious dishes. But even the dishes from the previous life seemed inferior to what this little girl made. This is so unscientific. After all, there were so many seasonings available in the previous life. Although the basic ingredients are now available. But the taste shouldn't be any better than the previous life. Why is the food made by this little girl so delicious? Seeing Chu Xuan eating so quickly, the little girl opposite him didn't care about being proud. He quickly picked up his chopsticks and joined the rush for food. After all the dishes in front of him were cleared away, Chu Xuan touched his stomach with satisfaction. Then he took a deep look at the little girl opposite him who was also obviously a little overfull. After thinking for a few seconds, Chu Xuan suddenly started to clean the dishes on the table. Then he went into his room without saying a word. When he appeared again, Chu Xuan had paper, ink, brush and inkstone in his hands. Give me your hand. After sitting down, Chu Xuan spoke. After the little girl stretched out her hands blankly, Chu Xuan took the opportunity to grab her hands. It's quite soft, not rough at all. What are you going to do? Seeing Henry Chu suddenly grab her hand, the little girl instinctively dodged, trying to pull her hand back and clench it into a fist. Don't move. After saying this casually, Chu Xuan picked up the little girl's hand again, dipped it in the box of moist cinnabar. Then the little girl used her hand to press a mark on the lower right corner of 2 blank pieces of rice paper. What on earth do you want to do? Faced with Henry Chu's behavior, the little girl was full of confusion. In response, Henry Chu smiled softly and said, You'll know after you see it. After saying that, Chu Xuan began to grind the ink. After a dozen breaths, Chu Xuan began to write on the blank rice paper. By the way, I still don't know your name. The little girl answered. Yi Linger. Yes, Yi Linger. Henry Chu continued writing on the paper. A moment later, dozens of small characters appeared on the originally white rice paper. After finishing writing, Chu Xuan also pressed his fingerprints on the 2 pieces of paper. Afterwards, he handed one of them to Yi Linger. It's written, 1 copy for each person. As he spoke, Henry Chu gently touched Yi Linger's head. From now on, it's up to you. Yi Linger. Facing Henry Chu's words, Yi Linger looked confused. Then, Yi Linger slowly stretched out her hand and gently picked up the rice paper in front of her. There were already densely written words on the paper. Contract. I, Yi Linger, am willing to become the chef of Chu Xuan's residence. In return, Chu Xuan will provide Yi Linger with accommodation and pay her 10 spirit stones every month. If making midnight snacks is considered overtime, an additional ling share will be paid each time as overtime pay. In addition, if you need to take a leave, you must notify us 1 day in advance, and if you decide to resign, you must notify us 3 months in advance. Anyone who violates any of the above provisions must pay the employer 1 million spirit stones as compensation for mental damages. When Yi Linger saw this, she couldn't help but open her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. Countless question marks instantly appeared in her mind, and she didn't understand why this seemingly ordinary contract contained such outrageous clauses. Yi Linger felt dizzy as she glanced at the handprints she and Chu Xuan had pressed. At this moment, she seemed to understand why Chu Xuan asked her to press the handprint. For just 10 spirit stones, I sold myself out like this. She stared at the contract in her hand, falling into deep confusion and bewilderment. After a while, when her eyes fell on the huge amount of liquidated damages, she was so shocked that she was speechless. Are you crazy? The penalty for breach of contract is 1 million spirit stones. Yi Linger said in disbelief. A month's salary is only 10 spirit stones, while the penalty for breach of contract is an astronomical figure of 1 million spirit stones. The gap between the two is simply unimaginable. To this, Chu Xuan responded with a smile. Liquidated damages are not important. As long as you are willing to stay, there will be no problem with liquidated damages. As he spoke, he folded the contract carefully and put it cautiously in his arms. Chu Xuan couldn't help but think that good-looking boys really don't have bad luck. Originally, he just went out to buy groceries, but unexpectedly met a top chef. His future diet was settled, which made Chu Xuan like Yi Linger more and more. Even Yi Linger's face, which looked slightly dirty before, became radiant in his eyes. Facing Chu Xuan's satisfied smile, Yi Linger was almost angry to the point of laughing. He wants me to be his personal chef forever just with a piece of paper. What a wild idea. Looking across the Shenzhou continent, with her status, who is worthy of having Yi Linger as her personal chef? Even the kings and emperors of the surrounding countries, and even her senior brother, do not have such qualifications. Thinking of this, Yi Linger sneered and was about to tear the contract in her hand into pieces. However, before she could make a move, Henry Chu suddenly stood up and interrupted her action. Okay, choose a room for yourself. The beds and daily necessities are all ready. If there is anything missing, I will go buy it with you later. I'm going to wash the dishes now. You don't have to be too grateful to me. Just make more delicious dishes in the future. After saying that, Chu Xuan turned and walked towards the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves as he walked. Yi Linger was slightly startled when she saw Chu Xuan's skillful movements. Do you wash the dishes yourself? She asked out loud in confusion. Chu Xuan didn't look back, but just said lightly. Since you are going to live here in the future, we are a family. Although we are in an employment relationship, according to the contract, you are only responsible for cooking. As for housework like washing dishes, I will naturally take care of it. Hearing this, Yi Linger curled her lips slightly and temporarily put aside the idea of tearing up the contract. She began to think that after escaping from the sect, she really had Northwest better place to go, so perhaps she could stay here temporarily. Chapter 4 System Activation, Generous First Signing Rewards. Let you take advantage of me and see how long you can last. Yi Linger muttered to herself, then folded the contract and put it in her arms, then stood up to choose her own room. In the afternoon, Chu Xuan took Yi Linger to buy many necessities and returned home. Then he returned to the yard alone to enjoy his leisure time. Beside him was a cup of fragrant tea. He was lying on a specially made rocking chair, enjoying the warm sunshine of early spring. He was bathed in tranquility and comfort. As the rocking chair swayed gently, Chu Xuan felt his whole body relax, as if all his fatigue was melted away by the warm sunshine. This is what life is all about. Just as he was immersed in a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness, with his body and mind empty, he suddenly felt the light in front of his eyes dim, and then Yi Linger's surprised voice rang out. What is your chair made of? Henry Chu opened his eyes lazily, saw Yi Linger standing in front of him, and answered. This is a custom-made rocking chair. Yi Linger looked at the rocking chair under Chu Xuan curiously and asked. Is it really comfortable to sit on? Of course, there are a few spare ones in the third room. You can go get one and try it yourself. Chu Xuan pointed behind him and said. After hearing this, Yi Linger immediately ran to the room that Chu Xuan mentioned out of curiosity, moved out a similar rocking chair, and placed it opposite Chu Xuan. There was only a small table between the two of them, on which was placed the tea brewed by Chu Xuan. After placing the chair, Yi Linger seemed a little hesitant, but finally couldn't resist the temptation in her heart and lay down imitating Henry Chu. Then, the moment Yi Linger lay down, the remaining chairs began to shake gently. At first, Yi Linger was a little uncomfortable with this novel experience. But soon, as her body gradually got used to the shaking rhythm, she completely relaxed and even began to find the feeling quite interesting. Soon after, under the warm sunshine, Yi Linger, who was originally full of energy, gradually became as lazy as Chu Xuan, completely immersed in this leisurely state, lying on the gently swaying rocking chair, basking in the sun. I didn't even have the strength to move. Laziness quietly took over her body and mind, causing her eyes to narrow into slits like those of a lazy kitten. Along with this pleasant feeling, a heartfelt exclamation of admiration naturally came out of her mouth. It's really comfortable. Then, the two rocking chairs rocked back and forth, creaking, as if playing a melodious tune. At this moment, Yi Linger's originally restless heart also calmed down. This was the first time she realized that sunbathing could be so comfortable. While enjoying the tranquility, Yi Linger suddenly felt thirsty. Without thinking, she reached out to pick up the teacup on the table next to her and drank all the tea in it in one breath. Then she closed her eyes again and immersed herself in the tranquility. In this rare leisure, I continue to enjoy the rocking feeling brought by the rocking chair. When Chu Xuan picked up his teacup and found it empty, he couldn't help but open his eyes, looked at Yi Linger with a little dissatisfaction, and said, "You drank it but didn't know to add some water." Hearing this, Yi Linger slowly opened her eyes and responded to Henry Chu with a lazy look. It was not until then that she realized that she had just shared a cup with Chu Xuan. In the past, such a thing would have made her so embarrassed that she would not know what to do. However, at this moment, in the lazy atmosphere created by the warm sun and the rocking chair, Yi Linger just responded softly with "oh," then closed her eyes again, continuing to enjoy this rare tranquility and comfort. Laziness is sometimes a kind of happiness. Tip: the sign-in system has been successfully activated. Just as Chu Xuan was about to fall asleep, a voice quietly sounded in his mind. Hearing this voice, Chu Xuan reluctantly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of doubt. Is it finally activated? Chu Xuan opened the system panel, and new information appeared on it. Host: Chu Xuan. Comprehension: 94, extremely talented. Talent: 55, average. Realm: none. Kung Fu: none. Secret technique: none. Practice 100 arts: none. Chu Xuan's eyes quickly scanned the information on the panel and shook his head helplessly. Over the past few years, Chu Xuan had learned some basic knowledge about cultivators by listening to books in tea houses and communicating with people from sects such as the Tiangang sect in Sanbian City. For example, the talents and understanding of monks are usually divided into 6 levels: ordinary, average, 1 in 100, rare, extremely gifted, and rare in the world. When the major sects recruit disciples, their main basis is the candidate's talent and understanding. Of course, spirit stones are also an important consideration. If one wants to join a large sect, one must possess at least 1 in 100 talent and comprehension. Otherwise, for each level missing, one must pay an additional 1,000 spirit stones as compensation. Those who have reached the rare level can directly become inner disciples. Those with extraordinary talent can directly become true disciples and study under the elders of the sect. In comparison, the threshold for medium-sized sects is lower. Those with talent and comprehension at the level of 1 in 100 can have the opportunity to become inner disciples, and those at the level of rare talent and comprehension can be candidates for true disciples. As for Chu Xuan himself, his comprehension has reached the level of extraordinary talent, which means that he has extraordinary talent in intelligence. However, his talent was extremely low, not even enough to join some small sects. Despite this, Chu Xuan didn't care about it. He had no intention of entering the world of monks. In his opinion, as long as the mind is smart enough, it doesn't matter if the physical fitness is a little worse. After all, intelligence is far more important than physical strength. Prompt: the system has been activated. Does the host choose the current location as the sign-in location? Note: once selected, this location will become the only sign-in location and cannot be changed in the future. If you leave the sign-in location, you will not be able to complete the sign-in and receive rewards on that day. Well, here it is. Henry Chu responded weakly in his heart, continuing to enjoy the warm sunshine and the quiet time brought by the rocking chair. After all, this is his home. Chu Xuan doesn't want to struggle for life like he did in the past, so he decides to focus his life here. The next moment, the system prompt sounded. Tip: the sign-in location has been successfully bound. Do you want to sign in immediately? Tip: when you sign in for the first time, the reward content will be improved. After that, it will only be improved when the cumulative number of sign-ins reaches a certain value. Henry Chu slightly adjusted the angle at which he lay, and responded lazily in his heart. Sign it. Then, several system prompt sounds rang out in succession. Tip: sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Tip: congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of dragon blood tea. Hint: congratulations to the host for obtaining the soul devouring and essence gathering technique, 9th level intermediate technique. Hint: congratulations to the host for obtaining the realm upgrade card, 3rd level peak. Tip: congratulations to the host for obtaining the Grandmaster level Cultivation 100 Arts card *1. The reward has been automatically deposited into the system space, please check it. Chapter 5: You can become stronger just by lying down. Who would work hard? These reminder sounds swept away Chu Xuan's original sleepiness. He uttered a light exclamation and sat up from his chair involuntarily. After checking the rewards in the system space, Chu Xuan was even more surprised. Such a generous reward. According to him, the martial arts of Shenzhou continent are divided into 9 levels from low to high, and each level is further divided into 3 levels, high, medium and low. The 9th level martial arts is a heaven-defying martial arts technique that only top-level forces possess. And Chu Xuan obtained a 9th level intermediate skill when he signed in for the first time. In addition to the soul swallowing and essence absorption technique, dragon blood tea is not only a precious drink, but also has the effect of cleansing the marrow, strengthening the meridians, and enhancing talent and understanding. A box of dragon's blood tea is enough to raise a person's talent to a higher level. The realm level card was equally astonishing. It could enable anyone to instantly reach the peak of the 3rd rank, even if Chu Xuan's talent was not outstanding. In addition, practicing the Grandmaster level 100 arts card allows him to master a special skill. Each of these rewards is extremely valuable. Faced with such a generous reward, Chu Xuan felt unprecedented satisfaction. He realized that with this system, he no longer had to worry about external threats. In this dangerous world, as long as he keeps staying home and signing in, his strength will continue to increase and his safety issues will be solved. It's perfect. Thinking of this, Henry Chu lay down again, feeling the sunshine even warmer and more comfortable. It was not until more than an hour later, when the sun was no longer so warm, that he stopped lying down. At this time, Yi Linger also woke up from her rest, stretched lazily, and looked refreshed. Henry Chu noticed her movements and asked in confusion. Didn't you buy a lot of new clothes before? Why are you still wearing this old outfit? Do you think this outfit is cool? Yi Linger looked at him in confusion. What does cool mean? Chu Xuan explained. It means it's very popular. Yi Linger frowned and answered. Who thinks it's cool to wear such tattered clothes? Then she raised her eyebrows and asked back. I just don't want to change clothes right away, what's wrong? Chu Xuan shook his head to show his understanding. No, I just think it's weird. Yi Linger rolled her eyes at him. You don't understand girls' psychology at all. Buying doesn't mean you have to wear it. Hearing this, Chu Xuan was speechless. It seems that no matter where in the world, women's love for shopping is not much different. Although Yi Linger looked a little dirty, she did not have any unpleasant smell. On the contrary, I don't know if it's because of her body odor or for some other reason, but she exudes a faint fragrance that smells very nice. Moreover, Chu Xuan didn't care what Yi Linger wore, as long as she was happy. So he shrugged his shoulders, lazily stood up to stretch his body, and picked up the tea set on the table to wash it. Seeing that Chu Xuan did not continue to pester her because of her dirty appearance, Yi Linger tilted her head slightly. This guy is really different. She muttered softly, and then said to Chu Xuan. Hey! I want to go out and stretch my legs. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Xuan responded immediately. I'll buy some food and cook. The spirit stones are in the box on the 3rd shelf of my room. You can take them yourself. TSK. Do you really think I'm a servant? Hearing Henry Chu's words, Yi Linger couldn't help but rolled her eyes again. She snorted contemptuously and was about to ignore Henry Chu and go out for a walk. However, Chu Xuan's next words made her change her mind. If you don't want to cook, I'll cook noodles for you tonight. This sentence instantly reminded Yi Linger of the hellish experience that the previous meal had brought her. Her body trembled slightly, and then she walked into Chu Xuan's room decisively, took the spirit stone and went out. After going out and looking at the spirit stone in her hand, Yi Linger felt the hardship of life for the first time. After Chu Xuan washed the tea set and placed it on the wooden rack next to him to dry, he picked up the kettle and began to take care of the newly planted plants in the yard. Although Chu Xuan planned to lie down, it didn't mean that he couldn't pursue the quality of life. Why not grow some flowers and plants to improve your quality of life? Just as Chu Xuan was enjoying the fun brought by gardening, a white figure suddenly appeared in the sky outside the city and slowly descended. When the woman landed on the ground, her clothes fluttered in the wind, as if she was walking in the air. She raised her head, and her beautiful face looked even more charming in the afterglow of the setting sun. As the woman stood firmly, dozens of women immediately gathered around her, and the fluctuations of their spiritual energy were clearly perceptible. When they approached the woman, they all half knelt on the ground. Grand Master of the Valley. If there were people familiar with the martial arts world here, they would definitely be able to recognize the identities of these women from their clothes. They are disciples of Baihua Valley, one of the top sects in Tianqi country. The identity of this beautiful woman is self-evident as she has been honored with such a respectful title by these disciples of Baihua Valley. She is the famous master of Baihua Valley in Tianqi country, Yun Mingyao, a big shot who is on both the beauty list and the peak list. Yun Mingyao raised her head slightly and asked with her red lips slightly opened. Did you find out? There seemed to be a kind of innate majesty in her voice, and even a simple question made people feel that it was impossible to disobey. Hearing Yun Mingyao's question, the nearest 100 Flowers Valley disciple answered quickly. Reporting to the Great Valley Master, Elder Lan and the others have dispersed to search, but have not yet found any trace of Shui Wuxin and the others. Yun Mingyao snorted coldly. Pass on my order. Keep searching. Don't let any of the people from the Blood River sect go. I don't want to hear their names again in the future. Yes. The disciple responded quickly, and then a group of Baihua Valley disciples quickly left to carry out the order. After everyone left, Yun Mingyao's eyes inadvertently swept to a house not far away. After a moment's thought, she took light steps and walked towards the courtyard where Chu Xuan lived. As soon as she approached, her attention was immediately attracted by the rental information posted on the wall. Although the words are short, the strokes are thin and powerful, making them look concise and graceful. A hint of admiration flashed in Yun Mingyao's eyes, and she couldn't help but praise. Good word. Then her eyes rested on the words, house for rent, and after a brief pause, she stepped into the open door. After only a few steps, she saw Chu Xuan, who was watering the plants in the yard with an iron kettle and arranging the flower pots. Her eyes gently rested on Chu Xuan's handsome face, which was also somewhat gentle and casual, and Yun Mingyao's beautiful eyes were instantly lit up. Everyone has a love for beauty. This statement applies not only to ordinary people, but also to powerful people in sects, and Yun Mingyao is one of the best among them. Chapter 6 Breaking through to the third rank in one day, shocking Yun Mingyao. It can be seen from the fact that all the disciples of Baihua Valley are beauties that Yun Mingyao's pursuit of beauty has almost reached the extreme. Now, in such a remote little place, Sanbian City, she suddenly met someone as good-looking as Chu Xuan, and she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Just as Yun Mingyao stopped and stared, Chu Xuan, who was busy among the flowers and plants in the yard, finally noticed the uninvited guest. When his eyes slowly raised and met the figure at the gate of the courtyard, a light flashed in Chu Xuan's eyes. This girl is so beautiful. At this moment, Yun Mingyao, when her eyes met Chu Xuan's, was also attracted by the other's eyes that were clearly black and white and as clear as water. Different from those innocent eyes that have never seen the world, Chu Xuan's eyes contain a kind of indifference and gentleness, without any complicated or special emotions. This unique temperament made Yun Mingyao, who always disliked being looked at directly, develop an inexplicable liking for Chu Xuan's gaze. Of course, Henry Chu's extraordinary appearance was undoubtedly one of the important reasons why she could accept this kind of direct gaze. Putting down the work in his hands, Chu Xuan clapped his hands lightly, stood up and asked, "Miss, are you here looking for a house to live in?" When he first saw this woman, Chu Xuan almost immediately determined that she was not a resident of Sanbian City. The reason was very simple. As long as the beauty was slightly famous, the older neighbors who were keen on matchmaking would introduce her to them. If such an extremely beautiful woman came from Sanbian town, she would have become the topic of conversation among people after dinner, and the neighbors would naturally not let her go. Obviously, this woman was neither a local nor known to Chu Xuan. The most reasonable explanation for her appearance in his yard was that she saw the rental advertisement posted on the door. Yun Mingyao nodded slightly, responding to Chu Xuan's question. Seeing this, Henry Chu scratched his head and continued. Did you see the rent written outside the door? 10 spirit stones need to be paid every month. Yun Mingyao flicked her sleeves lightly, and as she moved, a ray of spiritual light carrying a top-grade spiritual stone fell silently onto the stone table in the courtyard. So you are still a member of the sect? Henry Chu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this scene, feeling a little troubled. After thinking for a while, he spoke again. Actually, my rent is a bit high. 10 spirit stones are enough for you to stay in the inn in the city for 2 months. Maybe you should consider that. After hearing Chu Xuan's words, Yun Mingyao raised her eyebrows slightly and asked. You don't want to rent it out? Henry Chu nodded frankly. I do have some concerns. Facing Yun Mingyao's questioning, Chu Xuan did not hide his thoughts and spoke frankly. Young lady, not only is your appearance outstanding, but you are also from a sect. Judging from your temperament and attire, you are definitely not an ordinary person. Generally speaking, beautiful women often bring trouble. But for a person like you, there is either no trouble, or once you are involved, it will be an unimaginable big deal. I don't like disputes, so I'm worried that you might not be suitable to live with me. His words were logically rigorous and clearly expressed, fully demonstrating his attitude of not wanting to cause trouble. However, Chu Xuan's sincere refusal not only did not cause Yun Mingyao's dissatisfaction, but instead made her feel a little relieved. The reason for Chu Xuan's refusal included his high recognition of her beauty, which would make any woman feel happy. Then, Yun Mingyao said in a relaxed tone. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you won't get into any trouble. Although his tone was calm, his words revealed an unquestionable firmness, even a hint of arrogance. After hearing this, Chu Xuan hesitated for a moment and raised his concerns. If I don't agree, will you force me to stay? Facing Chu Xuan's slightly helpless expression, Yun Mingyao's mood became particularly good for some reason. She asked back with a playful smile on her face. What do you think? The current situation is that facing the encirclement and suppression from Baihua Valley, Shueha clan is completely unable to resist. But even though the Blood River clan's combat power was limited, their ability to escape was outstanding. In order to better hunt down the target, Yun Mingyao decided to find a temporary place to stay first, while waiting for the latest news from the disciples of Baihua Valley. She had initially entered Chu Xuan's house out of curiosity. Now, after facing Chu Xuan's clear refusal, Yun Mingyao instead developed an interest in challenging him. There was a subtle hint of teasing in her eyes, which made Chu Xuan fall silent for a moment. After a few seconds, Chu Xuan seemed to give up resistance and pointed to the empty rooms on both sides. No one has ever lived in these 2 houses, and the sheets and quilts inside are all brand new. The mattress on the left is plain white, and the one on the right is elegant blue. You can choose one according to your preference. Yun Mingyao's eyes wandered between the rooms on both sides, and finally she chose the room with white bedding. Chu Xuan could only accept the reality with a wry smile. Forget it. At least she's so pretty. I'll just consider it as adding some scenery to myself. After comforting himself, Chu Xuan returned to the yard and continued to take care of the flowers and plants. After finishing it, he returned to his room, closed the door, sat on the bed, and focused his attention on the system. Receive the spirit devouring and essence absorption technique. Chu Xuan muttered in his heart. Almost instantly, a large amount of information flooded into his mind like a tide, and every detail was clearly imprinted in the depths of his soul. Immediately afterwards, Chu Xuan activated the realm-level card again. As the effect of the card takes effect, an indescribable mysterious feeling arises. Immediately afterwards, a special aura spontaneously generated in Chu Xuan's body, and quickly began to circulate along the cultivation path of soul-devouring and yuan-gathering art, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, this breath transformed into the unique spiritual energy of monks, warm and harmonious. The moment this spiritual energy was conceived in Chu Xuan's body, more pure spiritual power emerged and flowed along the same path, constantly strengthening the power of the spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy continued to increase, the meridians and bottlenecks in Chu Xuan's body were opened one by one, and the whole process was extremely smooth. In the cultivator's practice system, the first level is to forge the body, the second level is to refine the qi, and the third level is to condense the qi si. Once the qi si is formed, it marks the entry into the early stage of the third level. The main task of the third level is to open up the spiritual meridians throughout the body. There are countless spiritual veins in the human body, and the goal in the early stage of the third level is to open up the 8 spiritual veins. When all 8 spiritual veins are opened up and touch the 2 bridges of heaven and earth, one will enter the middle stage of the third grade. After penetrating the 2 bridges of heaven and earth, one needs to open up the hidden veins throughout the body to achieve the connection of the whole body. During this process, any mistake may cause damage to the meridians and lead to lifelong regrets. As a result, many monks stopped on the road to the third level. However, for Chu Xuan, everything seemed to be going unusually smoothly. Chapter 7 Yun Mingyao Who Doubts Life, Am I Really a Genius? As his spiritual energy continued to grow stronger, the spiritual veins in his body were opened one after another, as fast as a rocket taking off. In just a few dozen breaths, all the visible and hidden meridians were connected. At the same time, the spiritual energy is also growing. After a complete circulation, the new spiritual energy finally stabilized and merged into Chu Xuan's originally empty sea of qi. Has this reached the peak of the third level? Feeling the gentle and powerful force in his qi sea, Chu Xuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He felt that the process was too fast. Just as Chu Xuan was immersed in the shock of his own rapid improvement in strength, on the other side of the courtyard, Yun Mingyao, who had just moved in, was feeling even more turbulent. As early as when she first entered the courtyard, Yun Mingyao had secretly probed Chu Xuan's strength. At that time, she only felt that apart from his outstanding appearance, he was a complete ordinary person. However, the strong spiritual energy fluctuations coming from Chu Xuan's room just now were clearly the breath of a breakthrough to the third level. The key point is that this aura is still rising. In just a dozen breaths, his realm has leaped to the peak of the third level. You know, even for Yun Mingyao, it took her a full 6 months from the beginning of her cultivation to condense her spiritual energy and advance to the peak of the third rank. This has made Yun Mingyao the fastest practicing disciple in the history of Baihua Valley. Looking at the entire Tianqi kingdom, there are only a handful of people who can match Yun Mingyao's cultivation speed. However, now, someone had achieved the same result right under her nose in just a dozen breaths. If Yun Mingyao had not experienced all of this personally, no one would believe that someone could reach such a level. After a moment, Yun Mingyao came back to her senses from her shock. She looked deeply in the direction of Chu Xuan's room, her beautiful eyes slightly frowned, as if she was thinking about something. On the other side, Chu Xuan was like a child who had obtained a new toy. He excitedly tried to manipulate the constantly surging spiritual energy in his body, trying again and again. During this process, he was surprised to find that his control over spiritual energy could almost be described as doing whatever he wants. After playing for about half a quarter of an hour, when Chu Xuan gradually lost interest in the novelty, he began to turn his attention to other rewards. System, use the 100 arts card to practice. Chu Xuan muttered to himself. The next moment, the system's response sounded in Chu Xuan's mind. Hint, the Grandmaster level 100 arts card has been successfully activated. Congratulations to the host for becoming a Grandmaster level Spiritual Tea Master. Spiritual Tea Master. Hearing this result, Chu Xuan raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. However, immediately afterwards, a large amount of information quickly flooded into his mind. This information covered professional knowledge in various aspects such as tea frying and tea making. The huge amount of information made Chu Xuan feel a little swollen in the head, but his brain was like a greedy sponge, quickly absorbing the new knowledge. Even so, it was not until nearly half a quarter of an hour had passed that Chu Xuan finally digested all the information and breathed a long sigh of relief. When he opened his eyes, there was a flash of surprise in them. Is it so complicated? Chu Xuan sighed inwardly. According to the system settings, the ability to cultivate 100 arts is divided into 4 levels: entry level, skilled, proficient and grandmaster. The grandmaster level means reaching the pinnacle in a certain field. For example, Chu Xuan's current status as a grandmaster tea master not only includes tea frying techniques, but also involves a large amount of tea identification, medical and pharmaceutical principles, the complexity of which is unimaginable. For an average person, it may take a lifetime to fully master this knowledge. Among them, what attracted Chu Xuan's attention the most were the thousands of tea recipes that emerged in his mind. In addition to the common spiritual tea and medicinal tea, it also includes some special recipes that can be used to treat diseases, assist monks in their practice, and even improve their understanding and foundation. These prescriptions cover everything from treating kidney deficiency to helping monks practice, improve their understanding and foundation. This is undoubtedly a huge temptation for Chu Xuan, who likes to stay at home. However, the special teas that can improve understanding and foundation require extremely precious materials, and the production process is extremely complicated. As Chu Xuan is currently just a small landlord, he cannot consider it for the time being. However, some teas that help with cultivation or enhance talent do not require particularly rare materials and are not difficult to make, which greatly increases Chu Xuan's interest. Originally, Chu Xuan had hoped that this 100 arts card could unlock master-level medical skills, formations, or planting skills, but now it seems that the master-level spiritual tea master seems to be more in line with his needs. Imagine that when the spiritual tea is brewed, Chu Xuan can lie on a chair leisurely every afternoon, enjoying the sunshine and spiritual tea, and then let Yi Linger prepare some delicious dishes. This can not only relax the body and mind, but also subtly improve strength. How leisurely is it? Thinking of this, Henry Chu couldn't help but chuckle, with a satisfied smile on his face. These days are really getting more and more exciting. After saying that, he walked out of the room and glanced at Yun Mingyao's door. The door was still closed. Chu Xuan shrugged, picked up a carving knife and a few pieces of wood, and began to make something that he used to pass the time in his previous life. When Henry Chu had been busy for nearly an hour and some chess piece-like objects appeared beside him, a figure walked into the yard slowly. Chu Xuan slowly raised his head and looked towards the door. When he saw Yi Linger standing at the door, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The Yi Linger in front of him had long hair draped over her shoulders, was dressed in white, and had a jade ornament on her head. She looked particularly fresh and refined. There was no more dirt on her face, her skin was fair and delicate, and even though she was only 15 or 16 years old, she already possessed a stunning beauty. The basket of vegetables in her hands adds a touch of girl-next-door friendliness to her. Compared with the previous day, except for a little less charm, it is almost like two different people. Facing Chu Xuan's surprised look, Yi Linger smiled triumphantly. Walking up to Chu Xuan, he asked, "Did you go outside to take a shower and change clothes?" Yi Linger nodded, confirming Chu Xuan's guess. However, Chu Xuan continued, "You can boil water in the kitchen, and there is no shortage of bathtubs. The clothes you bought are also at home. Why do you want to take a bath outside?" Hearing this, Yi Linger's expression froze instantly, and she was obviously surprised by Chu Xuan's focus. In her opinion, her beauty should be noticed first. She said with her hands on her hips, "What do you care? I am happy to take a shower and change clothes outside." Chu Xuan shrugged and responded easily, "As long as you are happy." Yi Linger bit her lower lip, secretly annoyed. It's so infuriating. Chapter 8 Lying down is contagious, it's so comfortable to be relaxed. However, when Henry Chu mentioned that there was a new tenant in the house, Yi Linger's curiosity was immediately aroused. She stopped and asked in surprise, "Is there anyone renting a house? Where is the person?" Chu Xuan pointed to the room where Yun Mingyao lived. Yi Linger looked in the direction Chu Xuan instructed and said in confusion, 10 spirit stones a month to rent a room, and there are still people willing to rent it. Do they really have a lot of spirit stones but nowhere to spend them?" Henry Chu said helplessly. "I feel the same way. If I had known this, I should have set the rent higher, such as 1,000 spirit stones a month." Yi Linger asked doubtfully, "If you don't want to rent it out, why do you put up a rental notice?" Henry Chu rolled his eyes helplessly and explained, "It was a bit boring living alone before, but I didn't expect that someone would rent the house so soon after I found you." He then added, "And this tenant doesn't seem to be easy to deal with." Yi Linger leaned closer to ask, "Difficult to deal with? What's her name?" Chu Xuan spread his hands. "I haven't asked yet, but she is very beautiful and looks a lot like you." He described again. "She has an outstanding temperament and a cool feeling. She gives people the impression of being aloof and arrogant. It feels like she can easily deal with the two of us by herself." Yi Linger snorted coldly, obviously not completely believing Chu Xuan's words. Chu Xuan did not explain much because he was very confident in his judgment. He thought that the tenant had an extraordinary temperament, and that kind of arrogance and self-confidence could only be cultivated by being in a leadership position for a long time. Chu Xuan waved his hand. Go prepare dinner. I'll teach you something new later. When Yi Linger heard that there was something new to learn, she immediately became excited and went into the kitchen carrying a basket of vegetables. Soon, the tempting smell of food wafted from the kitchen. As night falls, candles are lit in the courtyard, creating a warm and peaceful atmosphere. Chu Xuan felt a sense of relaxation and comfort he had never felt before. When Yi Linger walked out of the kitchen again, the whole yard was illuminated by warm candlelight. Candles were placed in various shapes on the ground, and Yi Linger, who came out with the dishes, looked puzzled. This is? She asked. Chu Xuan, who was sitting on a stone bench waiting for dinner, supported his chin and answered. The night was too dark, I just felt uncomfortable, so I lit a candle. What made him most uneasy in ancient times was the lack of lights at night. Once it gets dark, everything around is pitch black and you might fall if you're not careful. Therefore, Chu Xuan would prepare many candles for lighting every day. Fortunately, he can arrange the candles according to his personal preferences to add a bit of interest. When Yi Linger was bringing out the dishes from the kitchen, Chu Xuan stood up and walked towards Yun Mingyao's residence and knocked on the door softly. Girl, dinner is ready, you can come out and eat. As soon as he finished speaking, the door slowly opened. As soon as he saw Yun Mingyao, Chu Xuan immediately caught a faint scent of musk in the air. He didn't know whether the scent came from her body odor or the scented lotion she usually used for bathing. Regardless, the smell is pleasant. Yun Mingyao's gaze shifted from Chu Xuan to the neatly arranged candles in the yard. She smelled the aroma of food wafting in the air, and after a moment of silence, she nodded slightly. Then, she followed Chu Xuan into the courtyard. Seeing Chu Xuan sitting next to her, Yun Mingyao's eyes flickered slightly, as if she was lost in some memories. For her, it has been a long time since she last had dinner with someone, and she can't remember exactly when it was. At this time, Yi Linger walked out of the kitchen carrying the last dish of soup and immediately noticed Yun Mingyao sitting next to Chu Xuan. Looking at this woman in a white robe and with an outstanding appearance, Yi Linger couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Previously, when she heard Chu Xuan mention that the new tenant was a beauty, she didn't take it seriously, but now that she saw it with her own eyes, Yi Linger had to admit that Yun Mingyao was indeed very beautiful. While Yi Linger was looking at Yun Mingyao also cast a scrutinizing gaze at her, obviously surprised by Yi Linger's beauty. After introducing the two to each other, Chu Xuan said, "This is Yi Linger, my family's chef, and this, girl, what's your name?" Yun Mingyao thought for a moment and answered casually without saying her real name. Yao Mingyun. Yao Mingyun. Yi Linger said to Yun Mingyao with a smile. Sister, what a nice name. Yun Mingyao responded indifferently. Well, your name is good too. However, from her cold and casual tone, it was hard to tell that this was a compliment. Seeing the other party was so indifferent, Yi Linger immediately gave up the idea of continuing the conversation. After a brief introduction, Chu Xuan invited the two ladies to start eating. As Chu Xuan took the lead in picking up his chopsticks, Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao also picked up their chopsticks. When the food entered her mouth, Yun Mingyao's eating speed increased significantly. As the saying goes, the more people there are, the better the food tastes. Under the warm candlelight, the three of them did not let the fact that they were strangers affect their appetite. Especially Chu Xuan, he ate a little more than usual, even 2 more bowls of rice. After the meal, Chu Xuan leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. While stroking his swollen belly and savoring the delicious taste left in his mouth, he felt that such a simple life was really comfortable. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Sometimes, the environment can indeed influence a person's behavior. Just like Yi Linger now, she actually imitated Chu Xuan, leaning back in the chair, stroking her abdomen with her hands, a satisfied smile on her face, completely disregarding the modesty that a woman should have. Yun Mingyao, who was standing aside, looked at the two of them, and for some reason, she felt inexplicably more relaxed. After a short rest, Chu Xuan looked at Yun Mingyao, pondered for a moment, and then sighed softly. Originally, he wanted Yun Mingyao to help put the dishes into the kitchen, but considering that this was her first day staying there, their relationship was not yet familiar enough for him to make such a request. It would be somewhat rude to ask the other party to do these things rashly. Therefore, as the landlord, Chu Xuan had to get up again and take the dishes back to the kitchen to wash them. After washing and drying his hands, he took out the chess box and chessboard from the room and placed them on the table. Seeing these things, Yi Linger said to Henry Chu with a slightly disgusted expression. "The new thing you're talking about is Go." Chu Xuan said as he slowly opened the lid of the chess box. "Of course not. Playing a game of Go is time-consuming, boring, and requires a lot of energy. Who would play that? Then what are you doing with this thing?" Yi Linger asked curiously, pointing at the chess box on the table. Hearing this, Chu Xuan chuckled and replied, "Today I will teach you how to play Go Bang." Yi Linger looked at Henry Chu with a puzzled look and asked in confusion. "Go Bang? Is there such a game? Why haven't I heard of it before?" Not only Yi Linger was surprised, but even Yun Mingyao, who was standing beside her, seemed quite interested. Chapter 9. Isn't it normal for a scholar to know a lot? Chu Xuan took out some chess pieces from the chess box and arranged them, explaining. "It's actually very simple. You see, the way to place the pieces is just like normal Go, but as long as you can place 5 pieces in a row, you win, and it can be in any direction." After Chu Xuan demonstrated on the chessboard, Yi Linger showed a disdainful expression. "All the kids can play it." Henry Chu rolled his eyes helplessly and asked back. "So are you still playing?" Although Yi Linger seemed a little reluctant, she finally sat opposite Chu Xuan. About a quarter of an hour later, when Yi Linger saw that Chu Xuan's black pieces on the chessboard had been connected into 5, her eyes suddenly became empty. "I lost just like that." Facing Yi Linger's shocked expression, Henry Chu snorted complacently. "Ha! Your skills are so poor, and you were so dismissive just now." After hearing what Chu Xuan said, Yi Linger felt a surge of anger in her heart. From childhood to adulthood, when has she ever suffered a loss in wisdom? Chu Xuan supported his head and said jokingly, "Forget it, you are too weak, it's no fun to play chess with you. No, we must play another round." Looking at Yi Linger's unwilling look, Chu Xuan sighed and said, "You can do it again, but you have to raise the stakes." "What kind of bet?" Yi Linger asked. Henry Chu pointed in the direction of the kitchen and said, "If you lose, in addition to cooking, you will also be responsible for washing the dishes." Yi Linger raised her eyebrows and asked, "What if I win?" Chu Xuan's eyes swept over Yi Linger, then he sneered and said, "Wait until you can beat me once." After all, Chu Xuan had played the game of Go Bang for more than 10 years in his previous life. In a short period of time, Yi Linger wanted to defeat him. It's even more unrealistic than asking Chu Xuan to prepare a full banquet. "Humph, I don't believe I can't beat you in such a simple game of Go." Under such a challenge, Yi Linger lost to the veteran Chu Xuan for 10 consecutive games. As a result, Yi Linger successfully won herself a 10-day dishwashing task. Throwing the chess pieces casually into the chess box, Chu Xuan raised his head slightly, looked at the ceiling and let out a long sigh. "Someone once told me that being invincible would make one lonely. I didn't believe it before, but now I firmly believe it. It turns out that being invincible really makes people feel lonely." Chu Xuan's words made Yi Linger on the opposite side suddenly feel that something was wrong. Yun Mingyao, who was standing aside, looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. Looking at Yi Linger's conflicted expression, Chu Xuan smiled triumphantly. Then, his gaze turned to Yun Mingyao, who had been observing from the side. After thinking for a while, Chu Xuan asked, Miss Yao, do you want to wash the dishes too?" "No, Miss Yao, are you willing to play a few games?" Facing Chu Xuan's question, Yun Mingyao's gaze gently moved to him. After a moment, Yun Mingyao raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Chu Xuan with a hint of interest. "You want me to join you in washing the dishes?" Henry Chu said with a smile on his face and anticipation in his eyes. "No, I just want to have some fun and kill some time." If someone made such a request to Yun Mingyao under normal circumstances, she would definitely teach the other person a lesson without hesitation. However, looking at Chu Xuan, who had a relaxed attitude and a warm smile, plus Yi Linger's face next to him, gnashing her teeth with anger, Yun Mingyao smiled softly and nodded in agreement. "Good. Then, Just a moment later, following Yi Linger, Yun Mingyao also received an extra 10 days of dishwashing tasks because of her 10 consecutive failures. Chu Xuan counted on his fingers and nodded with satisfaction. This way I don't have to wash dishes for the rest of the month. I'm so glad. However, when he felt 2 pairs of dark eyes staring at him, Henry Chu immediately restrained his smile, stood up, gently stroked Yi Linger's head and said, "Don't be angry. Considering that you will have to wash dishes every day from now on, I will teach you to sing." Hearing Henry Chu's words, Yi Linger held her chin with both hands, looking dissatisfied. Not interested. At the same time, her eyes were still fixed on the chessboard, her face full of confusion. Why does he always win? This game isn't difficult. Facing Yi Linger's reluctance, Chu Xuan said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will teach you different songs." After saying that, Chu Xuan stood up and walked towards his room. When he appeared again, he had a guqin about 3 feet 6.5 inches long in his arms and a small rattle in his hand. Looking at the guqin placed on the stone table, Yi Linger looked at Chu Xuan with confusion on her face. Her curiosity was not only due to the existence of the guqin in front of her, but also because she was surprised by Chu Xuan's versatility. "How come you have everything here?" Yi Linger said with a hint of doubt, with a hint of curiosity and inquiry in her eyes. Chu Xuan answered casually while carefully wiping the body of the piano with a piece of soft silk. "The 6 arts of a gentleman. As a scholar, everyone will read some of these." After the guqin was wiped clean, Chu Xuan turned his gaze to Yun Mingyao and asked, "Can you play it?" There was a hint of expectation in his words, as if he hoped Yun Mingyao could join this impromptu music party. Yun Mingyao's eyes fell on the guqin on the table. After thinking for a moment, she nodded slightly in affirmation. This action made a smile flash in Chu Xuan's eyes, and he immediately proposed. "That's great. You play the piano, I'll play the drums, and Linger will sing. But before that, let me demonstrate it first, so you can listen." After saying that, Chu Xuan cleared his throat and slid his hands gently over the strings. As the sound of the piano rang out, his voice flowed out like running water, and he sang Xiao Yao Tan. "The years are seldom silent, the autumn wind is tired of wandering." Chu Xuan's voice is both free and gentle, and his life experience of 2 lifetimes gives his voice a hermit-like detachment. With the background of piano music, this unique charm was more prominent, which not only attracted the attention of Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao, but also made them unconsciously immersed in this wonderful melody. On a night like this, with the bright moon hanging high in the sky and the stars shining brightly, and the breeze blowing on your face, the whole scene seems like a moving painting. And Chu Xuan, the man playing the piano and singing, has become the most eye-catching focus in the painting. When the song ended, Chu Xuan looked at the 2 women and asked with a smug smile, "Does it sound good?" Yi Linger responded with a confused look on her face. "Why is your music style so special?" It was very different from anything I had heard before, and seemed too direct. To this, Chu Xuan replied indifferently, "As long as it sounds good, why bother with so many details?" Chapter 10. Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao, who refused to admit defeat, must defeat Chu Xuan. Then, Yun Mingyao asked curiously, "What's the name of this song?" "Xiao Yao Tan." Henry Chu answered succinctly. Hearing the song title, Yun Mingyao fell into a brief contemplation. Although the lyrics are straightforward, the connotation is indeed intriguing. She commented. Henry Chu agreed with a smile. "That's right. Come, I'll teach you how to play and sing now." Both Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao were extremely smart women. In addition, they themselves were quite knowledgeable about music. Therefore, under Chu Xuan's guidance, they quickly grasped the essence of Xiao Yao Tan. Not long after, the melodious and pleasant piano music sounded again. This time, along with the piano music came Yi Linger's energetic and free singing. Her voice is just like her, lively and uninhibited, giving the song a carefree and happy feel. Chu Xuan tapped the rattle gently on the side, which complemented Yun Mingyao's piano music. I don't know if it was the first time they heard such a style of music, or because of the charm of the music itself, but Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao were deeply immersed in this musical feast. Finally, after 3 consecutive performances, this night gathering came to an end. After Chu Xuan finished washing up, he waved goodbye and returned to his own room. Yi Linger also returned to the room, but her thoughts were still on what she had just experienced. After Yun Mingyao returned to her room, she stared at the flickering candlelight, her heart filled with ripples. She has been practicing since she was young and managing the affairs of the valley. When has she ever had such a relaxing and joyful moment? Recalling Chu Xuan's peaceful and natural attitude, Yun Mingyao's mouth curled up slightly, and she secretly admired him in her heart. This person is indeed different. Just as she was immersed in her own thoughts, a slight noise caught her attention. She quickly came to the window and saw Yi Linger quietly coming out of the room and then climbing over the wall. About a quarter of an hour later, Yi Linger returned holding a chessboard, muttering to herself. I don't believe I would lose to you in such an easy game. Watching Yi Linger closing the door, Yun Mingyao couldn't help but think of the 10-day dishwashing task she had added because of the gambling. After a moment, she flashed and came out of the yard. As she waved her sleeves, 2 disciples from Baihua Valley immediately appeared, kneeling on one knee and waiting for orders. Great Valley Master. Facing the disciples of Baihua Valley, Yun Mingyao once again displayed her superior and untouchable majesty. Her words were brief but full of unquestionable power. Go find me a chessboard. Yes. When the disciples left quickly, Yun Mingyao recalled Chu Xuan's smug look after winning the competition during the day, and couldn't help but snort. You actually let me wash the dishes. I want to see how long you can be so proud. The next morning came in a flash. When Yi Linger went out, she unexpectedly found that the door of Chu Xuan's room was open, and there was no sign of him inside or outside the room. This scene made Yi Linger feel slightly suspicious. What was this guy doing out there so early in the morning? Yi Linger had just finished washing up when she heard a burst of noise outside. Following closely was Chu Xuan directing people to move some items into the empty rooms in the courtyard. Such noise even prompted Yun Mingyao to open the door and walk out. Seeing Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao standing in the yard, these 2 beauties who looked like fairies, the porters were stunned for a moment. Until they came to their senses, they looked at Chu Xuan with eyes full of difficulty. Disguised envy. Sometimes, the gap between people is revealed inadvertently. When the crowd dispersed, Yi Linger also walked into the room. Looking at the items piled on the ground, she couldn't help but ask. What did you buy so many things so early in the morning? Chu Xuan answered while sorting his things. I have nothing to do, so I plan to make some tea. Yi Linger looked at Henry Chu in surprise. You also know how to stir-fry tea? Henry Chu answered without even looking up. I know a little bit. Looking around, Yi Linger pointed at the medicinal herbs placed on the ground and asked. Then what about these medicinal herbs? Do you need herbs for making tea? To this, Chu Xuan responded unhappily. I'm weak, so I bought this to replenish my body. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Linger immediately pursed her lips. Looking at Chu Xuan squatting on the ground with his back to her, busying himself, Yi Linger suddenly had the urge to kick him. Breakfast is outside. You and Miss Yao can take care of it. Yi Linger glanced outside the door and saw that breakfast was already prepared on the stone table. In response, she snorted and went outside to enjoy the meal with Yun Mingyao. When Yi Linger returned leisurely after buying vegetables, Chu Xuan still hadn't shown up. However, unlike before, the entire yard was filled with a faint scent of tea. After returning to the courtyard, Yi Linger's curiosity was completely aroused, and she asked Yun Mingyao. What kind of tea is this guy cooking? Why is it so fragrant? Yun Mingyao shook her head, with some confusion in her eyes. Yun Mingyao was no stranger to tea. Even the precious spiritual tea purchased from Baihua Valley had a fragrance somewhat different from the unique aroma now, which made people want to find out more. Although she was full of curiosity, Yi Linger, who knew almost nothing about tea, could only stand at the door. Seeing that Chu Xuan was busy, she did not go in to disturb him. About an hour later. When all the tea was properly stored, Chu Xuan wiped the sweat off his face, his heart filled with a sense of achievement. Walking out of the room and bathing in the sunshine in the yard, Chu Xuan felt more relaxed. After finishing all the delicious dishes Yi Linger had carefully prepared, Chu Xuan touched his stomach, savoring the lingering fragrance in his mouth, and his satisfaction with Yi Linger was beyond words. He sighed softly. Now I finally understand why some people say that if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. I'm used to your cooking. If I can't eat it one day, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat or drink. Hearing such praise, Yi Linger snorted with pride. Of course. How many people in the world can rival my cooking skills? Yun Mingyao didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Yi Linger's cooking skills are indeed good. In comparison, the chefs in Baihua Valley cannot even compare to her. Gently rubbing his bulging belly, Chu Xuan said in a calm tone. So, here comes the question, which one of you should be responsible for washing the dishes today? As soon as these words came out, Yi Linger's face suddenly became stiff, and the smug look on her face disappeared without a trace in an instant. After a moment's silence, Yi Linger began to clean up the dishes with a look of reluctance on her face. Yun Mingyao thought for a moment and then followed into the kitchen. Chapter 11. Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao were shocked. This tea can actually improve one's aptitude. Seeing Yun Mingyao also walk into the kitchen, Yi Linger asked puzzledly. What are you doing here? Yun Mingyao answered nonchalantly. Let's take a shower together. Hearing this, Yi Linger was stunned for a moment, but then she understood what Yun Mingyao meant. She said with a gleam in her eyes. Yes. We did lose to that guy yesterday and have to wash dishes for 10 days, but there's no rule that only one person can do it, right? If 2 people take a bath together, isn't that okay? Seeing that Yi Linger quickly understood her intention, Yun Mingyao's eyes also showed a smile. You react pretty quickly. Yi Linger responded with a smile. That also requires Sister Yao to have thought of this first. Chu Xuan did not know about the tacit cooperation between the 2 women in the kitchen. When the 2 women entered the kitchen, Chu Xuan suddenly had an idea. Then, a white jade box appeared in his hand. Carefully observing the jade box in his hand, Chu Xuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, once again marveling at the generosity of the system. In his opinion, this jade box was obviously made of top-grade spiritual jade. The value of this box alone was more than 1,000 spiritual stones, enough for an ordinary family to live a rich life for the rest of their lives. And this is just a container for tea leaves. After opening the jade box, a rich fragrance immediately filled the air. The fragrance made Chu Xuan feel clear-headed, as if all his troubles had disappeared. He carefully took out a small amount of tea from the box and put it into the teapot, then walked to the center of the courtyard and picked up the kettle that had been prepared long ago from the stove. As the boiling water slowly poured into the teapot, the fresh aroma became stronger and you could almost smell the freshness in the air. When Chu Xuan had just finished making tea, Yun Mingyao and Yi Linger happened to walk out of the kitchen. As soon as Yi Linger walked out of the kitchen door, she sniffed the air and her eyes were immediately attracted to Chu Xuan in the yard. What's this? She asked. Henry Chu raised the teapot in his hand and answered. Tea. What kind of tea? Yi Linger asked curiously. Dragon blood tea. Chu Xuan answered casually, then returned to the stone table with the teapot. Seeing this, Yi Linger hurriedly followed. Chu Xuan waved to Yun Mingyao, then picked up the teapot and poured the tea evenly into 3 cups. Under the warm candlelight around, you can see the tea taking on an amber-red color, with steam rising up with a refreshing aroma that makes people feel refreshed. Yi Linger moved closer to the tea table, took a deep breath, and suddenly felt her mind unusually clear. Not only her, even Yun Mingyao who was standing beside her felt a shock in her heart. Just now, Yun Mingyao not only felt that her thinking became clearer, but also found that her spiritual energy was flowing more smoothly than usual. She was secretly surprised. This tea is not simple. Noticing this change, Yun Mingyao looked at the tea on the table with a more solemn look in her eyes. Come, try it. After Chu Xuan filled 3 cups with tea, he invited the 2 to taste it. He picked up a cup first, blew on it gently, and then took a sip. The tea melts in your mouth, and the fresh fragrance and light sweetness interweave in your mouth, leaving you with a wonderful experience that is endlessly memorable. The tea slides down the throat, leaving behind a lingering aftertaste of Longjing tea. Ah! Chu Xuan sighed with satisfaction, his face filled with an expression of enjoyment. Seeing Chu Xuan enjoying himself, Yi Linger could no longer suppress her curiosity and picked up the teacup in front of her. After taking a sip, her eyes suddenly lit up. The fragrant and sweet taste instantly filled her mouth, making her make the same sound as Henry Chu. Ah! However, this is just the beginning. Yi Linger quickly realized that after the tea entered her body, it turned into a cool force that slowly flowed through her body. Part of the force slowly travels through the body, while the other part flows directly into the brain, making the entire head feel cool and comfortable. At the same time, Yun Mingyao also raised the teacup and put it into her mouth. As soon as the sweet taste of the tea spread in her mouth, she keenly noticed something unusual. In an instant, even the usually calm Yun Mingyao could not hide her inner shock, and her eyes were fixed on the cup of tea as clear as amber. Her heart felt like it had experienced a huge storm and could not calm down for a long time. This tea can actually enhance understanding and talent, she thought to herself. In the martial arts world, elixirs that can improve understanding and talent are all rare treasures, and mortals may not even see one in their entire lives. Even in a top sect like Baihua Valley, these spiritual medicines are extremely rare. And in such a remote town, the tea that Chu Xuan casually took out actually had such magical effects. How could Yun Mingyao not be shocked and surprised? As a result, when Yun Mingyao turned her gaze to Chu Xuan, she couldn't help but reveal a bit of surprise and curiosity in her eyes. On the side, Chu Xuan slowly sipped the tea in his hand, and then a system prompt sounded in his ears. Hint: congratulations to the host for increasing his talent by 1. Is it just that your talent has improved? Facing the information from the system, Chu Xuan did not show too much surprise. After all, his natural capital was relatively low, but his comprehension had reached the top level. Although dragon blood tea is a mild elixir, considering Chu Xuan's level of understanding, it is obviously unrealistic to expect significant effects after drinking it for the first time. According to his estimation, after drinking it for several days in a row, his comprehension might be slightly improved. After smacking his lips lightly and placing the teacup back on the table, Chu Xuan stood up and moved the rocking chair into the courtyard. Then, he placed the tea set next to the rocking chair and, just like he had done yesterday, he lay down leisurely in the rocking chair and enjoyed the sun bath. Seeing Chu Xuan's actions, Yi Linger, who had been stunned before, quickly came to her senses. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly followed Henry Chu's example and brought out a rocking chair. When passing by Yun Mingyao, he did not forget to remind her. There are extra chairs in the room. If you are interested, Sister Yao, you can use them yourself. After placing the chair, Yi Linger poured a cup of tea and drank it all, then lay down on the rocking chair. Ah! The moment her body touched the chair, Yi Linger couldn't help but let out a sigh from the depths of her soul. Then, her body seemed to be bound by some magical power and she could not move. Seeing this, Yun Mingyao's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. After thinking for a while, she also imitated Yi Linger, moved a chair and placed it on the other side of Henry Chu. Feeling the movement beside him, Chu Xuan opened his eyes lazily, glanced at Yun Mingyao, then closed his eyes again and continued to enjoy the tranquility. Looking at Chu Xuan's leisurely appearance, Yun Mingyao raised her eyebrows slightly. After pondering for a moment, she decided to follow the other two and lay down on the rocking chair. In just a few seconds, as the rocking chair swayed gently, the warm sunlight spread all over my body. With the faint floral scent in the air and the lingering tea aroma in her mouth, Yun Mingyao uttered a slight exclamation of praise. Chapter 12: The Value of Jade Spring Dew, The Shock of the Two Women. At that moment, her body and mind were completely relaxed, and she finally understood why Henry Chu and Yi Linger had such comfortable expressions. The sun shines gently and the breeze blows softly. The three of them rocked slowly in the rocking chairs in the sunshine, occasionally sipping a sip of fragrant tea. The laziness in their bones seemed to be awakened by the sunshine, making them not even want to spend the energy to raise their hands. The entire courtyard was silent except for the creaking sound caused by the friction between the rocking chair and the ground. Although the sound is not pleasant, it makes people feel happy for some reason. That's all. About 2 hours passed. It was not until the sunlight gradually became softer and the temperature dropped slightly that Chu Xuan slowly opened his eyes. I yawned and sat up to get rid of the laziness in my body. After taking another sip of tea, Chu Xuan sighed. What a fulfilling afternoon. On the side, Yi Linger, who sat up because of Chu Xuan's action, said with a hint of sarcasm. Your understanding of fulfillment seems to be a little distorted, right? Can this be considered fulfilling? In response, Chu Xuan smiled faintly. Why not? Being able to steal half a day of leisure in a busy life is itself a rare happiness. Whether it's fun, busy or relaxing, every day is a part of life. Sometimes, comfort is what life is all about. Do you think everyone can spend an afternoon as leisurely as we do? Yi Linger asked in confusion. Why not? Isn't it just a chance to be lazy for an afternoon? Henry Chu shook his head. It's not as easy as you think to take a break for half a day. Ordinary people struggle to survive, officials need to handle government affairs, and monks also continue to practice and struggle for various reasons. For most people, life is like a boat on the waves, forced to drift with the current. Even for those who have certain conditions, the temptation of fame, fortune, and status is enough to prevent them from truly relaxing. Many times, when you gain something, you will inevitably lose something else. Just like we are doing now, basking in the sun after a meal without any worries may seem simple, but it is actually precious. After listening to Henry Chu's words, Yi Linger fell into deep thought. Since escaping from the sect, Yi Linger has experienced a lot of suffering and disputes, and witnessed too many people fighting for fame and fortune. However, she felt very fresh when she met someone like Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan's attitude towards life is simple and pure. What he pursues is the quality of life and inner comfort, which is something Yi Linger has never seen before. The journey of life is often accompanied by various fetters, making it difficult for people to truly relax. Especially in the world of monks, this sense of tension is even more obvious. Some people even remain alert when they sleep, for fear of being ambushed by their enemies. At this moment, Yun Mingyao opened her eyes and looked at Chu Xuan's absent-minded face, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Recalling what Chu Xuan had just said, Yun Mingyao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. She looked at the setting sun in the sky, slowly closed her eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up again. Can you take a half day off? It really is a special feeling. She muttered to herself. As night fell, the dinner that Yi Linger had carefully prepared was already on the table. Just as they were about to enjoy it, Chu Xuan stopped them and turned to walk towards the tea shed where the tea was stored. A moment later, he returned with a tea box in his hand. After Chu Xuan sat down, Yi Linger asked curiously, "What's this?" Chu Xuan chuckled and reached out to gently touch Yi Linger's forehead. "Your head isn't dizzy from the heat, is it?" Yi Linger slapped his hand away in dissatisfaction. "You're the one who fainted." Henry Chu shrugged in response. "What else could I take out of the tea shed except tea?" Yi Linger looked at him with a strange look. "You just started making tea in the morning, can you drink it in the evening?" Henry Chu said easily. "I use a special tea-making method. Although the taste and effect may be slightly inferior, it is absolutely safe. The remaining parts will have to wait for half a month before they can be opened. Normally, after tea is made, it tends to have some heat and needs to be left for at least half a month. But who wants to wait that long?" Therefore, Chu Xuan deliberately adopted two methods when making it in the morning. One is to carry out secondary processing on the purchased ready-made tea and then continue to make it. Although this method cannot fully release the efficacy of the medicinal materials, it can at least produce tea with a decent taste. Nevertheless, for Chu Xuan, a slight loss of cost is not important. With spiritual stones, you can do whatever you want. Then, Chu Xuan took out a few teacups and opened the pottery pot in his hand. The aroma of tea filled the air, and the two women's eyes lit up. The tea poured into the cup presents a unique and refreshing color, crystal clear like amber, far better than the turbid teas on the market, but different from dragon blood tea. Yi Linger picked up a cup, sniffed it carefully, and then took a sip. As the tea slid into her mouth, its unique aroma and subtle tea fragrance quickly spread. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Linger's eyes, and she drank it all in one gulp. "It's delicious," Henry Chu replied with a smile. "I made it myself, how can it not taste good?" Yun Mingyao at the side also tasted it and commented. "This tea is really good. Does it have a name?" "Yes, it's called Jade Spring Dew," Chu Xuan replied. Yun Mingyao nodded in agreement. "The tea is good, the name is even better." Chu Xuan seemed particularly comfortable as he sipped tea and enjoyed delicious food. However, as the tea continued to flow into their bodies, Yun Mingyao and Yi Linger gradually felt unusual changes. The air currents in their bodies began to become active, and the spiritual energy in their qi seemed to be attracted by some force and gathered rapidly. In just a moment, Yun Mingyao felt that her spiritual energy had increased. Yi Linger's situation was even more significant. The bottleneck that she was close to breaking through completely collapsed at this moment. Her spiritual energy increased rapidly, from the peak of the 4th level to the early stage of the 5th level. Realizing the changes in their bodies, the two women were shocked. Yi Linger looked at the teacup in her hand, then looked at Chu Xuan, her heart full of doubts. This tea can actually improve your cultivation. Seeing that both women were in shock, Henry Chu replied while grabbing the food and rolling his eyes. Why do you think I bought those herbs during the day? Although Chu Xuan is usually lazy, he is not stupid. Although strength may not be used, it is definitely indispensable. In this world full of struggles, how can we protect our safety and quality of life without strong power? This is also why Chu Xuan chose to make teas that can enhance strength. After learning Chu Xuan's answer, Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao both took a breath. Yun Mingyao asked in confusion. Don't you know the value of this tea? The afternoon dragon's blood tea is precious but too rare. Without enough luck, you can't get it at all. But this tea is different. This tea was made by Henry Chu himself. In other words, as long as Chu Xuan is willing, this tea can be supplied in unlimited quantities. Its value is immeasurable. If other forces learn that Chu Xuan has this ability, even those top ancestors will take Chu Xuan away at all costs and imprisonment, forcing him to keep making tea. Chapter 13 Breaking through the fourth level, being invincible is so lonely. I know. That's why I only give it to you. Henry Chu said lightly. Hearing this, Yun Mingyao looked at Chu Xuan with interest. Are you so confident that we won't do anything bad to you? Henry Chu smiled and said. We live in the same compound now, and being overly defensive will only make people tired. Chu Xuan has his own judgment. A person's character and desires are often reflected in his words and actions. The pride that Yun Mingyao exudes shows that she is not someone who would do despicable things. Although Yi Linger looks lively, she is actually very proud. If Chu Xuan was not sure that these two women were not greedy for money, he would not have shared the dragon blood tea and jade spring dew so easily. Even if the worst happens, the secret recipes for making these teas are not precious things to Chu Xuan, they are all external possessions. Although Yun Mingyao was surprised by Chu Xuan's inexplicable trust, a smile also appeared in her eyes. After staring at Chu Xuan deeply for a few seconds, she took a sip of tea and then picked up the chopsticks. However, when Yun Mingyao accidentally placed her chopsticks on the plate, she felt a hard touch. With doubt, Yun Mingyao slowly lowered her head to check, only to see that the dishes on the table were at least half less than before. At this time, Yi Linger also noticed the abnormality on the table. She stared at Chu Xuan's chopsticks waving up and down, and couldn't help but be stunned. You've already eaten so much at noon, why are you still fighting for food? Yi Linger questioned. Henry Chu responded vaguely while chewing. Frying tea is a strenuous job, and I'm really a little hungry. Seeing this, Yi Linger didn't think any more and hurriedly picked up the chopsticks to join in the fight for food with Chu Xuan. After all, these dishes were carefully prepared by her, and she would have to wash the dishes herself later, so how could she let Henry Chu enjoy them alone? Looking at the two people competing for food in front of her, Yun Mingyao smiled slightly and the chopsticks in her hand quietly accelerated. An inexplicable atmosphere of joy and relaxation permeated the surroundings, softening Yun Mingyao's usually cold and arrogant eyes, although she herself did not notice it. After having enough tea and a full meal, Chu Xuan sat back in his original position, sipping the tea while gently stroking his round belly, a sense of satisfaction filling his whole body. Although it is best to eat until you are 70% full, it would be irresponsible to yourself if you don't eat until you are fully full in front of delicious food. Chu Xuan suddenly understood why those gourmets were so keen on delicious food. Being able to enjoy delicious food until one is full is a great enjoyment. About half an incense stick of time passed, as Chu Xuan took out the new tea. Yun Mingyao and Yi Linger also finished washing the dishes. Given their experience the night before, they were no longer surprised by the sight of candles all over the yard. Walking directly in front of Henry Chu, the two women quickly snatched the tea he had just poured and drank it all. Perhaps because she had shared the same cup of tea with Chu Xuan yesterday, Yi Linger had no scruples about taking his teacup again today. After all, there are only the first and countless divisions of many things. After putting the empty cup back, Yi Linger looked up and said, "Come on, play go bang." Yun Mingyao on the side heard this, a light flashed in her eyes, and she also looked at Chu Xuan. Facing the expectations of the two women, Chu Xuan scratched his head and proposed. "Can you wait a little longer? I just ate too much." Yi Linger retorted with her eyes wide open. You deserve it for eating so much. After that, Yi Linger went straight into Henry Chu's room and found the chessboard in the study area on the left. Facing the chessboard in front of him and the two women sitting opposite him, Chu Xuan shrugged and said, "All right." Yi Linger witnessed Chu Xuan's nonchalant attitude and laughed inwardly. About quarter of an hour later, Yi Linger successfully extended the deadline for washing dishes by 10 days. She was originally full of confidence, but now she began to doubt her abilities. Taking a sip of the spiritual tea, Chu Xuan felt the spiritual energy in his body gradually increasing, and turned to ask Yun Mingyao, "You want to try it too?" On the other side, Yun Mingyao, who watched 10 games and summarized the lessons from Yi Linger's failure, answered confidently, "Certainly." However, not long after, Yun Mingyao also joined Yi Linger and took on the task of washing clothes for Chu Xuan for 10 days. Looking at the two slightly depressed women, Chu Xuan's face was filled with a satisfied smile. Invincible is really, really lonely. Listening to Chu Xuan's strange chant, not only Yi Linger, but even the usually calm Yun Mingyao couldn't help but twitch their eyelids, as if they were shocked by this. Some other thoughts came to Zhang's handsome face. Through his strength, he successfully made the two women give up the idea of challenging him again that night. Chu Xuan waved his hand, and although Yi Linger was reluctant, she still handed the guqin to him. During the next half hour, Chu Xuan, Yun Mingyao, and Yi Linger continued to drink tea. Fortunately, the amount of tea Chu Xuan made during the day was sufficient to meet the needs of the three people. Although these teas have a light taste, they contain the power of elixir after all. After the three of them sang a few songs with Chu Xuan, the effect of the drug started to rise. Normally, for Yun Mingyao and Yi Linger, the medicinal power can be easily dissipated by running their spiritual energy. However, the tea made by Chu Xuan is not only helpful for cultivation but also of extraordinary value. Even the leader of a large sect with a noble status like Yun Mingyao is unwilling to waste it easily, for fear of destroying the precious medicinal effects of the tea. As for Yi Linger, she didn't dare to try it easily. Therefore, the two women inevitably felt a little hot, especially Yun Mingyao, whose face was usually as white as mutton-fat jade, whose cheeks were now slightly flushed. In Chu Xuan's eyes, the scenery before him seemed to have become even more enchanting. He noticed this subtle change and his gaze involuntarily lingered for a few moments. In the quiet of the night, the moonlight seems to become softer and more alluring. Just as Chu Xuan was immersed in this unique atmosphere, a stream of energy stimulated by the medicinal tea in his body began to flow through his body, gradually merging with his spiritual energy. This power not only enhanced his spiritual energy, but also inadvertently broke an important bottleneck on his path of cultivation. With the breakthrough of this bottleneck, the speed of the spiritual energy circulation in Chu Xuan's body suddenly increased by nearly 10 times, and he felt so refreshed that it was as if his entire body was completely opened up. He raised his eyebrows slightly, secretly surprised. "Have you reached the 4th level so quickly?" On the path of cultivation for a cultivator, every step is crucial, from the initial body building and qi refining to the formation of the qi si. When the qi si is formed, it is the sign of entering the early stage of the 3rd level. In the 3rd level, when all the spiritual veins in the body are open, the two bridges of heaven and earth are connected, and the body seems to be natural and without any obstacles, it is the 4th level. Logo. Generally speaking, even for a cultivator with extraordinary talent, it would take at least 10 years to break through from the peak of the 3rd level to the 4th level. However, Chu Xuan's situation was quite different. Just yesterday, he reached the peak of the 3rd level with the help of the system. And tonight, just by drinking a little spiritual tea, he naturally achieved a leap in realm. Chapter 14, I just started practicing yesterday. Whoever believes this is a fool. During the entire process, Chu Xuan did not even actively circulate his spiritual energy for cultivation. Chu Xuan couldn't help but sigh a few times at the fact that he could achieve a realm breakthrough so easily, with a relaxed smile on his face. Yi Linger, who was standing by, noticed the fluctuation of spiritual energy in Chu Xuan's body, turned around and asked in surprise, "You are also a monk?" Obviously, Yi Linger was very surprised by Chu Xuan's sudden talent for cultivation. In response, Chu Xuan responded lightly, "I just started learning it yesterday." Hearing this, Yi Linger showed a look of doubt on her face. "Do you think I'm a fool? I just learned it yesterday, and today I have become a 4th grade expert." Do you think cultivation is just eating and drinking? Henry Chu shook his head helplessly. That being said, believe it or not, you girl are really hard to please. Yi Linger's attitude towards Chu Xuan was full of disdain, but she didn't realize that Yun Mingyao, who was sitting opposite her, had a slightly changed expression, and her heart was like a turbulent sea, unable to calm down for a long time. Because just yesterday, when Chu Xuan started practicing, Yi Linger went out shopping, but Yun Mingyao, who had already moved into this courtyard, felt everything clearly. She was sure that Chu Xuan had only come into contact with the technique yesterday. However, within just a dozen breaths, he quickly ascended from a mortal with no cultivation to the peak of the 3rd level. And now, only 1 day had passed, and his realm had made another qualitative leap, directly entering the 4th level. Even Yun Mingyao was shocked by such a growth rate. She tried hard to adjust her mentality and tried to restore her expression to normal. But when her eyes fell on Chu Xuan again, there was an indescribable light in her eyes. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, in Yun Mingyao's eyes, Chu Xuan was like a mystery wrapped in layers of fog, deep and unpredictable, exuding a calmness and mystery that did not match his age. All this greatly aroused Yun Mingyao's curiosity, making her develop such a strong interest in a man for the first time. As the last cup of spiritual tea on the table disappeared, Chu Xuan announced that tonight's nightlife was officially over. After washing up and returning to the room, he did not lie down to rest immediately, but lit a candle and practiced calligraphy in the room. Even after traveling to this world, Chu Xuan still retained some good habits from his previous life. It was almost midnight when a prompt from the system suddenly appeared in front of Chu Xuan. Tip: it is detected that you have not completed today's sign-in task. Do you want to accumulate this sign-in to tomorrow? Chu Xuan was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that he was half asleep and half awake in the afternoon sun and forgot to complete his daily sign-in. System, can the sign-in function be used cumulatively? He asked in his heart. Almost at the same moment, another system message appeared. Sign-ins can be accumulated. The more times you sign in, the richer the rewards you will get. Can be accumulated for up to 1 year. I see, this is a good mechanism. However, after some thought, Chu Xuan decided to try signing in today first to see the rewards for daily sign-in before making any plans. If the sign-in reward is attractive enough, there is no need to rush to stack the sign-ins. After all, good steel should be used on the blade, and everything should be done within one's ability. Hint: sign-in successful, congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw the lottery immediately? Lottery. I thought they would give out rewards directly. Facing the system's prompt, Chu Xuan frowned slightly, then muttered something softly, and then chose to draw the lottery. After a short wait, the system sounded a prompt again. Hint: congratulations to the host for winning the spiritual liquid hot spring, area 20 square meters, *1. Hot spring. When Chu Xuan saw the item he won this time, his eyes lit up instantly. The world of monks is charming in many aspects, but it also has many inconveniences. For example, taking a bath requires a lot of time to boil water and then pour it into the bathtub, which takes at least half an hour and is extremely troublesome. Only those from wealthy families can enjoy the luxury of bathing every day. Chu Xuan has always been dissatisfied with this matter. However, now that we have this hot spring, we just need to choose a suitable location in the yard to build it tomorrow, and then we can soak in it every night before going to bed. At night, have a few drinks, enjoy the moisturizing hot spring water, and appreciate the beautiful night scenery. When I feel like it, I can even hum a few tunes. Just thinking about this kind of life scene makes people yearn for it. The quality of life has been improved, and Chu Xuan's face is filled with a satisfied smile. The next morning, when Yi Linger stepped into the kitchen to prepare breakfast, she found that Chu Xuan was not only following her, but also holding a spirit stone in his hand. She couldn't help but look confused. What are you going to do? Hearing Yi Linger's question, Chu Xuan answered without changing his expression. My cooking skills are so poor, so I want to see how you cook and learn some cooking skills. Ever since he learned that Yi Linger had cultivation, Henry Chu realized that this beautiful chef might not stay with him forever. Once he loses Yi Linger's delicious food, Chu Xuan's life might become dull. Therefore, in order to prepare for a rainy day, Chu Xuan decided to make preparations in advance. While Yi Linger is still here, learn her cooking skills. As long as your cooking skills improve, you don't have to worry about not having delicious food to enjoy in the future. Upon learning of Chu Xuan's thoughts, Yi Linger felt very strange. After spending the past few days with Chu Xuan, she has come to realize his laziness. It's almost to the point where I would rather lie down than sit. Now he took the initiative to ask to learn cooking. In Yi Linger's opinion, this was indeed a bit abnormal. But considering that cooking is not a big deal, Yi Linger doesn't plan to interfere too much. Since Chu Xuan was willing to learn, she just let him do it. While Yi Linger was cooking, Chu Xuan showed an extremely serious attitude. While he was taking his own pulse to estimate the time, he wrote down in detail on paper the name of the dish, the ingredients needed, the cooking steps, the timing of seasoning, and the method of serving the dish. By the time Yi Linger finished making breakfast, Chu Xuan had already written down several pages. After finishing breakfast, Chu Xuan couldn't wait to enter the kitchen again. Seeing this, Yun Mingyao couldn't help but cast a questioning look at Yi Linger. What is he going to do? Yi Linger looked at Chu Xuan in the kitchen, also full of confusion. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the two women were puzzled, the sound of cutting vegetables on the chopping board came from the kitchen. Out of curiosity, they went into the kitchen one after another. What caught his eye was Chu Xuan comparing the notes Yi Linger took when she cooked in the morning, trying hard to replicate the same dish. Chapter 15 Spiritual Fluid Hot Spring. Two curious ladies, what are you going to build? After about an incense stick of time. Looking at the 3 plates of freshly baked black food, Yun Mingyao only took one look and didn't want to look at it a second time. Smelling the odors of these 3 dishes that could barely be considered dishes, Yun Mingyao retreated to the kitchen door without making a sound. Yi Linger's eyes swept across the 3 white porcelain plates containing black objects on the table, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. You spent half a day recording, and this is what you came up with. Facing Yi Linger's questioning, Chu Xuan looked at the finished product on the table, his face full of confusion. It shouldn't be. I followed your steps this morning, why is the result still the same? After hearing Henry Chu's words, Yi Linger couldn't help but roll her eyes. Cooking seems easy, but it actually has its mysteries. For example, details such as heat control and cooking techniques. Theoretically, even if an ordinary person cannot make a master-level dish after watching the cooking process, it should at least not be so bad that people cannot watch it. And people like Chu Xuan not only took notes seriously, but also carefully observed Yi Linger's entire cooking process. In the end, the 3 dishes were made into 3 piles of black charcoal, which made Yi Linger feel that Henry Chu might not be born to be a cook. Looking at the 3 dishes in front of him that took nearly an hour to prepare, Chu Xuan picked up a little with chopsticks without giving up. Even if it doesn't look good, maybe it tastes good. With such hope, Chu Xuan put the food into his mouth. Chew and chew again, and continue chewing with no expression on your face. Afterwards, Chu Xuan poured the 3 dishes into the trash can with an expressionless face. It's worse than garbage, even dogs wouldn't want to eat it. Throwing down his chopsticks, Chu Xuan silently left the kitchen, returned to his room with a desolate back, and fell directly on the bed. Staring at the ceiling, his black and white eyes were full of confusion. Thinking back to when Yi Linger was cooking, it was extremely simple. A typical case of, I can learn it when I see it, but I fail when I try it. Does this make sense? Is this reasonable? I am obviously a person with such high comprehension, why am I completely blocked on the road of cooking? At the door, Yun Mingyao asked when she saw Chu Xuan lying silently on the bed. What happened to him? Yi Linger thought about it and answered. Maybe I encountered some setbacks and I'm not in a good mood. Hearing this, Yun Mingyao recalled what happened before and turned around to ask. Is cooking really that difficult? Yi Linger tilted her head slightly to think for a moment and answered. I think it's very simple. You can learn it just by looking at it. Seeing this, Yun Mingyao thought that she was free anyway, so she became interested in learning. Why don't you teach me? Facing Yun Mingyao's proposal, Yi Linger glanced at Chu Xuan who was still motionless on the bed and nodded slightly in agreement. A quarter of an hour later, looking at the delicious stir-fried vegetables on the plate, Yi Linger gave a thumbs up. I didn't expect Sister Yao to be so smart. She can learn it right away. After tasting the dishes she made herself, Yun Mingyao showed a satisfied smile. But in Yi Linger's opinion, even a smile like Yun Mingyao's carried an indescribable sense of coldness. However, at this moment, Chu Xuan walked into the kitchen silently, stood in front of the two women, glanced at the dishes on the table, and then looked at Yun Mingyao. "You did this?" Yun Mingyao nodded slightly to confirm. After Chu Xuan pondered for a moment, he picked up the chopsticks and took a sip. "Yeah, not bad." After a moment, Chu Xuan forced a smile in response, then put down his chopsticks and dragged his tired body towards his room. At this moment, Chu Xuan deeply felt the pain and blow in his heart. After lying alone in the room for a long time, Chu Xuan finally walked out of the room. But when he saw the two women in the yard, a subtle melancholy appeared in his temperament. After walking around the yard, Chu Xuan began to select a location for the spiritual liquid hot spring. After some investigation, he finally decided to build the spiritual liquid hot spring at the foot of the south wall, which was in the corner of the area where he lived. After choosing the location, Chu Xuan said to Yun Mingyao and Yi Linger, "I need to go out for a moment." Knowing that Henry Chu was going out, Yi Linger asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Henry Chu said lightly, "Go find someone to build the wall." It turned out that when Chu Xuan built this courtyard, he did not take into account the demand for the spiritual liquid hot spring. If this were not the case, he would not have chosen this style of garden design in the first place, but would have chosen a larger space. Although the yard is large enough, it is not for Chu Xuan's use alone. In addition, Chu Xuan estimated that Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao would also use the spirit liquid hot spring, so the setting of the spirit liquid hot spring needed to have appropriate privacy protection measures. Building a wall, what is he trying to do? Looking at Chu Xuan's receding back, Yi Linger couldn't help but mutter to herself. Yun Mingyao, who was standing by, also showed some curiosity in her eyes. After a long time, Chu Xuan returned to the yard with several bricklayers. Under Chu Xuan's guidance, the workers quickly started working. 2 people dug the land and 6 people built the walls. Hearing the noise here, Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao approached Chu Xuan to ask, "You are digging a pond and building a wall. What do you want to do?" Henry Chu answered briefly, "You'll understand once it's built." After saying this, he continued to direct the workers' work. However, the conversation between the two attracted the attention of the busy workers, and their eyes unconsciously turned to Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao, as if they saw fairies in the sky. Although she felt the workers' gazes, Yi Linger did not show much concern. Yun Mingyao frowned slightly, revealing a barely perceptible dissatisfaction between her brows. There was a cold light flashing in her eyes, and a strong icy aura spread around her. The powerful feeling of oppression made the surrounding air seem to solidify. Several craftsmen felt this invisible pressure, as if they were carrying a heavy mountain on their backs. Even breathing became extremely difficult. Several people shuddered in fear. Almost at the same moment, he withdrew his prying gaze and dared not look directly at Yun Mingyao and Yi Linger. It was not until this moment that Yun Mingyao slowly restrained her fierce aura. Her pride is well known throughout the apocalypse, and even those high-level strong people, if they dare to look directly at her, may not be able to escape. Not to mention these craftsmen who were like ants in her eyes. If it weren't for Chu Xuan, I'm afraid these people would have suffered an accident long ago. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xuan shook his head helplessly and gently held his forehead with his right hand. He realized that he had been so absorbed in thinking about the spiritual fluid hot spring that he had neglected the arrogant tenant in his house. Chapter 16 Spiritual Fluid Hot Spring plus Spiritual Tea, what kind of combination is this? In order to prevent these craftsmen from accidentally angering Yun Mingyao, Chu Xuan hurriedly spoke. "Linger, take Miss Yao to play over there for a while, we'll be done with this soon." Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao didn't care much about such trivial matters. Hearing this, they turned around and walked aside without stopping. However, when he saw the two of them walk straight into his room, Henry Chu couldn't help but be speechless. "Hey, you really treat yourself as a family member. You can even come and go in my room as you please," he muttered to himself. Soon after, the sound of chess pieces falling on the board was heard in the room. It was obvious that the two women had started playing Go Bang. Henry Chu smiled slightly and retracted his gaze. After all, his room was the only one in the whole house that had a chessboard. In many cases, increasing compensation can indeed improve efficiency. Normally, it takes at least 2 or 3 days to dig a spiritual fluid hot spring pool and build the 4 walls. But with generous remuneration, the 8 craftsmen completed all the work, including the inspection of waterproofing, in just half a day. After everything was confirmed to be correct, Chu Xuan generously paid the reward. After the craftsman left, he quickly came to the newly dug pool. System: activate the spiritual fluid hot spring. Tip: please specify the specific location of the hot spring eye. According to the system's instructions, Chu Xuan selected the center of the pool as the location of the hot spring. As the ground shook slightly, a fist-sized hot spring eye appeared in the center of the pool bottom, and clear spiritual hot spring water quickly gushed out, filling the entire pool. After the water level stabilizes, the excess water flows to the grove outside the yard through the pre-designed drainage outlet. Chu Xuan stretched out his hand to test the water temperature, which was about a comfortable 42 degrees. He closed his eyes, imagining the scene of soaking in the spiritual fluid hot spring at night, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Huh. Just as Chu Xuan was immersed in beautiful imaginations, a surprised voice broke the silence. Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao had stood beside him without him knowing, their eyes focused on the spiritual liquid hot spring pool in front of them. Yi Linger squatted down, tested the water temperature with her hand, and opened her eyes wide in surprise. "Is this a hot spring?" she asked. Yun Mingyao also showed a curious expression. "Yes, it's a surprise," Henry Chu said proudly. "Starting tonight, we can enjoy the hot springs." Then he added, "And this is a hot spring with spiritual fluid that has beauty effects. Soaking in it for a long time can improve your skin, remove hidden diseases and scars, and even have other benefits. In short, it has endless uses." Hearing this, the two women's eyes lit up. Although they have no obvious scars on their bodies, who doesn't like to have more perfect skin? However, when they noticed the slightly playful smile on Chu Xuan's face, Yi Linger immediately became alert. "Hey, you don't want to go clubbing with us?" she asked warily. Yun Mingyao on the side also cast an inquiring look. Chu Xuan froze for a moment, and then understood what they meant, and couldn't help laughing. "Where did you think you were going?" As he spoke, he gently tapped Yi Linger's forehead in response. "At such a young age, what kind of mess is in your mind?" After complaining about Yi Linger, Chu Xuan continued. "I will set up a curtain partition in the spiritual fluid hot spring to divide it into two areas. One side is for me, and the other side is for you. If you think this is not enough, we can spend time together separately. After all, the spiritual hot spring water here is flowing and is always clean." Seeing Henry Chu considering it so carefully, Yi Linger raised her eyebrows. "You think this is very thoughtful?" Henry Chu said unhappily. "Shouldn't it be? There are differences between men and women. If I don't do this, will you misunderstand that I am taking advantage of you?" Speaking, he shook a few times in the pool with his hands. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said, "Oh, by the way, we can make a wooden board so that we can put tea on it when we soak in the spiritual fluid hot spring at night, and we can also put some fruits on it." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xuan stood up and walked to the corner of the yard where the wood was piled. Watching Chu Xuan selecting the wood and starting to make it, Yi Linger curled her lips. But one of her hands never left the spiritual liquid hot spring pool. Feeling the temperature of the water, she couldn't help but feel the urge to jump in and take a dip. In response to this, Yi Linger couldn't help but mutter to herself. "This guy can even make the spiritual fluid hot spring so good. He really knows how to enjoy himself." Hearing this, Yun Mingyao recalled her experiences with Chu Xuan over the past few days. Then she nodded involuntarily. After staring at the spiritual liquid hot spring pool in front of her for a few seconds, Yun Mingyao slowly walked to the edge of the pool and also put her hand into the pool. When the cold fingers come into contact with the warm spring water, the warm feeling is particularly obvious. Thinking of being able to immerse herself in such a spiritual hot spring tonight, Yun Mingyao's lips curled up beautifully. There was a trace of expectation in my eyes. Falling at night. After washing the dishes, Yi Linger ran back to the room excitedly. Soon, while Yi Linger was waiting, Yun Mingyao also walked out of the room. Seeing the actions of the two women, Henry Chu spoke. Etc. After hearing Henry Chu's words, the two of them stopped. Yi Linger turned her head and asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Xuan answered, "Just soaking in the spiritual fluid hot spring is too boring. I'm going to add something to it later." Amid the two women's confusion, Chu Xuan walked into the tea cellar. When he reappeared, he had a teapot in his hand. Seeing the item in Henry Chu's hand, Yi Linger asked in surprise. "You want to add tea to it?" Henry Chu nodded in affirmation. Yi Linger's expression became a little strange. "Are you here to soak in the ectoplasmic hot spring or drink tea? Won't you smell like tea after you finish soaking it?" Henry Chu rolled his eyes. "You can use it if you want, or you can wait for half an hour until the tea tastes less strong before going in." After saying that, Henry Chu took clean clothes and a bath towel and walked towards the spiritual liquid hot spring pool. After entering the pool and feeling the temperature of the water, Chu Xuan said, in satisfaction. After steeping it for about a minute or two, Chu Xuan opened the tea can he got from the tea cellar. As the bottle cap is opened, a fresh peach blossom scent immediately fills the air. As the tea was poured into the pool, the entire pool water gradually turned a light pink under the cover of steam. Under the influence of the warm spring water, the fragrance of the flowers quickly spread, filling the air around the entire spiritual liquid hot spring pool. When the whole can of tea was completely absorbed into the spiritual liquid hot spring pool, Chu Xuan, who was in it, felt as if there was a slight stimulation coming from the surroundings. This feeling is a bit like the fish therapy I experienced in my previous life. Accompanied by a slight sense of stimulation, coupled with the warmth of the spiritual liquid hot spring water itself, Chu Xuan felt extremely comfortable, and even closed his eyes, his face full of enjoyment. Chapter 17. Yi Linger was shocked. This tea could actually strengthen the body. It smells so good. At this moment, a little head popped over, sniffed the air with its delicate nose, and revealed an expression of surprise. Chu Xuan said without even raising his eyelids. "This is peach blossom intoxicating, another kind of tea." As he spoke, Henry Chu picked up the teacup floating on the wooden board on the water and took a sip. Then he took a deep breath. His face was filled with satisfaction. Looking at Chu Xuan's enjoying look through the light from the lanterns hanging on the wall, and then looking at the pink pool water surrounded by mist, Yi Linger's little face was full of hesitation. After retracting her head, Yi Linger looked at Yun Mingyao beside her and said, "That guy is using new tea to make it." Yun Mingyao raised her eyebrows and asked, "New tea, what special effects does it have?" Yi Linger's face was full of hesitation as she spoke. "Not sure. But looking at him like that, he seems to be enjoying it." After a moment, Yi Linger gritted her teeth and said, "Forget it, there's a curtain between us anyway, he can't see us." After saying this, Yi Linger said firmly, "Never mind, I'm going to go in and soak in the hot spring." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Linger took a deep breath, holding her clothes and stepped resolutely into the spiritual liquid hot spring pool. Yun Mingyao, who was standing by, couldn't help but chuckle when she saw Yi Linger's heroic and high-spirited look, with a hint of admiration and tenderness in her eyes. There was a faint fragrance in the air, which was slowly emanating from the spiritual liquid hot spring pool. Yun Mingyao raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she was curious about the fragrance, and then followed Yi Linger's footsteps into the spiritual liquid hot spring. At this moment, Chu Xuan was extremely calm about the joining of the two women. He didn't even raise his eyelids, and was completely immersed in the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Just as Chu Xuan was enjoying the comfort of taking a bath, Yi Linger's exclamation broke the tranquility. She opened the curtain, her eyes full of surprise, and asked Chu Xuan, "Your tea can actually temper the body?" Chu Xuan opened his eyes with great effort, his eyes swept over Yi Linger, and out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of Yun Mingyao, who was also soaking in the spiritual liquid hot spring, revealing her snow-white skin. He closed his eyes again and responded softly. "This intoxicating peach blossom is different from the jade spring dew, its effect is to temper the body and internal organs. However, compared to drinking, the effect of bathing is indeed a little worse." Hearing this, Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao couldn't help but twitch their lips, and the words, "waste of resources," emerged in their minds at the same time. Yi Linger asked in disbelief, "Since you knew the effect would be worse, why did you pour so much tea in?" Henry Chu raised his chin slightly, waved his hand, and said in a nonchalant manner, "Because I can't finish it, I'm willful." Yun Mingyao and Yi Linger were speechless for a moment and looked at each other. Yi Linger turned to Yun Mingyao and asked, "Sister Yao, can I beat him up?" Yun Mingyao responded with a chuckle, "You are his chef, why do you need to ask me?" When Linger heard this, the little man in her heart seemed to be spinning wildly. She had never seen such a wasteful person. Precious items that can strengthen the body are rare treasures anywhere. However, Chu Xuan poured such precious things directly into the spiritual liquid hot spring and let them flow away with the water. This was a huge waste of resources. What made Linger even more angry was that when she pointed this out, Chu Xuan actually replied, "I couldn't finish drinking it, so I was being willful." It's really infuriating. Linger was dissatisfied and pulled open the curtain again. Henry Chu felt the movement beside him and said unhappily, "I say, you're going through so much trouble just to soak in a spiritual hot spring." Linger snorted softly and responded without showing any weakness, "I like." As she spoke, Linger stretched out her arm, her jade-white fingers formed into claws, and spiritual energy surged, reaching in the direction of Chu Xuan. As soon as Chu Xuan opened his eyes a little, he discovered that the teapot and cups that were originally placed on the raft had disappeared without a trace. When he turned around, he happened to see the tea set in Linger's hand. Chu Xuan rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Why didn't you think of preparing before? Now you just take mine." Linger snorted proudly and said nothing more. Chu Xuan could only curl his lips and close his eyes again, enjoying the comfort of the steam brushing across his face and the fragrance of tea entering his nose. On the other side, Linger filled a cup with the tea set she had snatched. After drinking a cup happily, she squinted her eyes like a satisfied kitten, her face full of happiness. Then, she took the initiative to pour a cup for Yun Mingyao and handed it to her. Seeing this, Yun Mingyao showed a faint smile on her face. Yun Mingyao took a sip of the spiritual tea handed to her by Linger. The tea melts in your mouth, and the sweet aroma spreads in your mouth, bringing an indescribable comfort. However, at this moment, Yun Mingyao suddenly realized something: this cup of tea had been used by Chu Xuan not long ago. This thought caused complicated ripples in her heart, and she was a little dazed for a moment. "Sister Yao, what's wrong with you?" Linger's concerned voice interrupted Yun Mingyao's thoughts. Hearing Linger's voice, Yun Mingyao came back to her senses from her thoughts and answered with a slightly uncomfortable look. "Nothing, I just suddenly remembered something." Seeing that Yun Mingyao was fine, Linger took the cup from Yun Mingyao, refilled her cup with tea, and then gently handed the cup back to Yun Mingyao. At this time, Chu Xuan's voice came slowly. "Don't drink it all. I only brought one pot in. Leave some for me." The voice was a bit lazy, causing Linger to frown slightly. "No," she responded, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Listening to Chu Xuan's words, Yun Mingyao's eyes fell on the teacup in her hand. The tea in the cup was as clear and bright as peach blossoms, and her brows furrowed slightly. It turned out that the reason why Yun Mingyao was absent-minded just now was not just because she realized that she had used Chu Xuan's teacup. More importantly, after realizing this, she did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort in her heart. You know, for Yun Mingyao, sharing a teacup with a man was something she had never done before. In fact, in the past, Yun Mingyao dared not even think about it. After a brief pause, Yun Mingyao tried to lift the teacup to her lips and took a sip. After the tea slid into her mouth and she swallowed it, a hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. Playing with the empty teacup in her hand, Yun Mingyao's eyes inadvertently swept across the curtain separating her from Chu Xuan. Although the curtain blocked her view, Yun Mingyao could clearly picture Chu Xuan's lazy look as he took a bath. Have I fallen in love with him? She raised the corners of her mouth slightly and put the teacup to her lips again to savor it carefully. But he does look very handsome. At this moment, Yun Mingyao's heart was filled with unprecedented tranquility and joy. Chapter 18 Yun Mingyao's shock, another new kind of tea, can it also warm up the spiritual veins? About an incense stick of time later, as the intoxicating effect of the peach blossoms in the spiritual liquid hot spring gradually faded, Chu Xuan also stood up from the water. Hearing the sound of water, Linger's little face had turned red, and she asked curiously, "Aren't you going to continue soaking?" Chu Xuan dried his body, changed into a looser set of clothes, and answered, "Soaking for too long is bad for your health. I'll have the opportunity to soak every day in the future. This is enough for now. You two should pack up and come out." Although Chu Xuan seemed a bit lazy on weekdays, when it came to enjoying the details of life, both Yun Mingyao and Linger admitted that no one was more particular than him. Therefore, they did not doubt Chu Xuan's words. As Chu Xuan stood up, the two women also walked out of the spiritual liquid hot spring pool one after another. Looking at Yun Mingyao's curvy figure, Yi Linger looked down at herself and couldn't help pouting. She decided to pay more attention to her diet in the future to promote her growth and development. When the two women walked out of the spiritual liquid hot spring pool, the first person who caught their eyes was Chu Xuan sitting in the courtyard. The air was filled with a different fragrance than before. Yi Linger quickly came to Chu Xuan and fixed her eyes on the blue tea in his hand, full of curiosity. "What is this tea?" "Purple cloud nectar. If you want to drink it, pour it yourself." As Chu Xuan spoke, his eyes moved between Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao. They had just come out of the spiritual liquid hot spring, and their hair had not yet completely dried. A few strands of wet hair stuck to their necks and cheeks, adding a bit of charm to their appearance. The beautiful scenery in front of him made Chu Xuan look a few more times, and he admired the beauty of the two women in his heart. Whether it is Yi Linger or Yun Mingyao, their looks can be said to be rare in the world. If you could see them coming out of the bath with your own eyes, it would definitely be a very pleasing sight. However, the price of such a treat was obviously too high. Chu Xuan thought that if he really wanted to see her beauty, he would have to prepare a burial place and a coffin first. Just as Yi Linger picked up the teacup and prepared to pour tea, Yun Mingyao also walked slowly towards her from the side. As soon as he approached, the intoxicating color and fragrance of the peach blossoms went straight into Chu Xuan's nostrils. To be honest, Chu Xuan was not very convinced about body odor in the past. After all, people always sweat, and sweat is mixed with dust and microorganisms in the air. How can it not emit a bad smell over time? However, Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao are completely different. Both of them are monks, and their physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people. Unless you are in a long and intense battle, you hardly sweat on a normal day. This avoids the generation of sweat odor, leaving only their own unique fragrance. However, compared to Yi Linger, Yun Mingyao has a stronger musky scent. At this moment, as the tea slides into your mouth, a fresh, slightly cool taste instantly blooms. The sweet aftertaste of tea is refreshing, like a mouthful of cool nectar that moistens the heart and brings a slight pleasure. However, when this tea fluid flows into the abdomen, it is as gentle as the warm spring in the previous spiritual liquid hot spring pool. It flows slowly in the body, making people feel as if the whole body is surrounded by warm spring water, which is extremely comfortable. With this wonderful feeling, Yi Linger noticed that her spiritual veins, which had been slightly uncomfortable, seemed to have been relieved. She said in surprise, "This tea can actually warm up the spiritual veins." Yun Mingyao, who was standing by, also had a hint of surprise in her eyes after drinking the same cup of tea. As the source of power for monks, spiritual energy can not only be used to resist enemies and increase combat effectiveness, but also has considerable destructive power. Even the spiritual energy condensed by the most gentle techniques is no exception. Therefore, in the early stages of cultivation, whether it is the bodybuilding or chi refining stage, various means will be used to strengthen the body and spiritual veins to ensure that the spiritual veins can withstand the flow of spiritual energy. However, even so, over time, the spiritual veins in the cultivator's body will still suffer varying degrees of damage. In mild cases, there may only be a brief stagnation in the use of spiritual energy, while in severe cases, it may lead to rupture of spiritual veins or even possession. The higher the level of the technique, the less damage it will cause to the spirit vein. This is one of the reasons why everyone in the sect is eager to obtain advanced skills. It is not only to improve strength and enhance attack power, but also to reduce damage to the body. Normally, monks can only rely on rare spiritual objects to repair damaged spiritual veins. However, due to the complexity of the human body's spiritual vein system, even rare spiritual objects cannot cover it completely. Therefore, even a strong person like Yun Mingyao has some difficult to detect hidden injuries in his body. But now, she can feel that those old injuries are gradually recovering. Perhaps it's because I've become accustomed to this kind of miraculous scene. Chu Xuan was already accustomed to Yi Linger's surprise. He nodded slightly and explained calmly. After the intoxicating tempering of peach blossoms, although the exterior has been strengthened, the internal organs and spiritual veins are still relatively fragile. In the long run, it will inevitably cause certain damage to the internal organs and spiritual veins. Therefore, drinking Xixia nectar can further nourish the body's internal organs and repair some hidden damage. The two work together to achieve better results. After hearing Henry Chu's words, Yi Linger felt dizzy. Sometimes she stared at the teacup in her hand, and sometimes she looked at Chu Xuan, her face full of confusion. After a moment, she finally couldn't help asking. Where on earth did you get so many precious tea recipes? First there was the jade spring dew, then the intoxicating peach blossoms, and now there is the purple cloud dew. Each type of tea has unique effects and is extremely rare. What's more, Yi Linger had been to the tea shed, where several other types of tea were displayed. Judging from the current situation, the remaining tea must also be extraordinary. Even the top sects in the Apocalypse Nation may not be able to possess such resources. How could this not shock Yi Linger? In response, Chu Xuan answered lightly. It's just some chance encounters. After a brief pause, he added slowly. I am really good to you. I share these treasures with you without reservation. Don't forget, you have to be my chef from now on. I'm counting on you for my food for the rest of my life. When it comes to cooking skills, Chu Xuan knows that he has no talent in this area. Therefore, he decided to adopt a brainwashing strategy to make Yi Linger remember his kindness. Maybe one day, she will be moved and willing to stay and cook delicious food for herself for the rest of her life. In order to have a good meal, Chu Xuan felt that it was worth it. Yi Linger blinked slightly when she heard Henry Chu's words. I always feel that there seems to be an inexplicable taste in Henry Chu's words. But after thinking about it carefully, Yi Linger couldn't find out what was wrong. After all, during these few days of getting along, Henry Chu was really good to her. Good things always come to her first and she is never kept for herself. Chapter 19, This Valley Master has something else to do, so he won't be going back for the time being. Yi Linger thought for a while and responded. Okay. Seeing how you take good care of me, I will cook an extra dish for you every meal from now on. Henry Chu looked at Yi Linger seriously and said solemnly. It's a deal. Seeing Xian Chu's serious expression, Yi Linger couldn't help but feel helpless. Isn't it just for the dishes? Do you need to be so serious? Henry Chu answered confidently. Why not use it? I'm used to good food, but I really don't want to eat bad food again. Yi Linger. She looked at Henry Chu with a bit of disgust. Is your pursuit so low? It's just some food. After filling his cup with 80% of the tea, Henry Chu said lightly. What's wrong with such pursuits? Then, he took a sip of the spiritual tea and continued without waiting for Yi Linger to speak. In the final analysis, what people pursue is nothing more than fame, fortune, and daily trivial matters. The former is aimed at ambitious people, while the latter is the focus of ordinary people. I don't pursue fame or fortune, nor do I worry about the trivialities of life, but I have a special yearning for a better life. In my opinion, there is no high or low pursuit. The only difference is whether it is pure or not, and whether it truly comes from the heart. After listening to Chu Xuan's words, both Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao changed from not paying much attention at first to thinking deeply now. Although Chu Xuan's words are not a profound truth, they hit people's hearts directly and make people reflect. Yi Linger recalled her experience after escaping from the sect. At first, she was full of expectations and excitement about freedom. But when I got outside, I found that I was not as excited as I thought. After drinking the last sip of tea in the cup, Henry Chu gently stroked Yi Linger's head and said, Sometimes, being immortal is extraordinary. After speaking, Henry Chu slowly stood up and walked leisurely to his room. After watching Henry Chu return to the room and close the door, Yi Linger muttered while arranging the hair that was messed up by Henry Chu. You're just lazy, there are so many unreasonable things. After saying that, Yi Linger said hello to Yun Mingyao and turned back to her room. Only Yun Mingyao was left in the courtyard, sipping the spirit tea and recalling what Henry Chu just said. Different from Yi Linger, although Yi Linger was born in a top sect, she is still young and has experienced mostly insignificant things. As the great master of Baihua Valley, Yun Mingyao had lost countless powerful men's lives under his command. Both experience and experience are far beyond ordinary people. Therefore, Yun Mingyao felt even more profoundly about Chu Xuan's words. Just like when she faced certain enemies or forces in the past, she could still be interested in them at first. However, after she actually defeated the opponent or eliminated the hostile forces, she did not feel the expected relief in her heart, but instead felt a sense of emptiness. But Yun Mingyao had never thought about this in depth before. It was only today, influenced by Chu Xuan's words, that she had such a realization. Turning her gaze to the room where the lights were still on, and looking at Henry Chu's figure walking around in the room, Yun Mingyao gently turned the teacup in her hand with one hand, while tapping unconsciously on the stone table with the other hand. This guy is about the same age as me. I didn't expect him to reach such a state of mind. Being able to be ordinary is extraordinary and interesting. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. However, just as Yun Mingyao was sitting quietly, a strange sound suddenly came into her ears. The moment Yun Mingyao sensed something unusual, she narrowed her eyes slightly. Then, under the moonlight, Yun Mingyao turned into a vague white shadow and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Great Valley Master. When Yun Mingyao appeared outside the courtyard, a row of disciples from Baihua Valley knelt on one knee almost at the same time. Explain. Facing the neatly arranged disciples of Baihua Valley, Yun Mingyao expressed her orders with just one word. However, this simple word was filled with arrogance, loneliness, and arrogance, which made people feel an invisible pressure. This feeling echoed in the hearts of every disciple, making them dare not neglect it in the slightest. Reporting to the Great Valley Master, a disciple reported that members of the Blood River sect have arrived in Qinghe City. Yun Mingyao frowned slightly, obviously surprised by the news. Qinghe City. The Qinghe City on the border of the Lingxiao Empire. The strength of the Blood River clan is not outstanding, but the escapability of its members is impressive. Even under the strict surveillance of Baihua Valley, they were still able to escape to the border of Lingxiao Empire quietly. After a brief thought, Yun Mingyao spoke in a calm tone. Well, send some people to monitor. If you find any members of the Blood River sect trying to return to the Tianqi nation, report it immediately. Others can return to Baihua Valley. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, the leading disciple spoke hurriedly. Grand Valley Master, the second Valley Master has sent a message asking when you will return to Baihua Valley. Return. Yun Mingyao raised her brows slightly, seeming a little surprised. For some reason, her experiences with Chu Xuan over the past few days suddenly emerged in her mind. After a moment's silence, she spoke slowly. Tell Shuangxue that I have unfinished business here and will not be leaving for the time being. As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Mingyao's figure disappeared like a phantom. Inside the house, after practicing calligraphy for a while, Chu Xuan suddenly remembered that he had not signed in today. System, sign in immediately. As soon as he had the thought in his mind, the system's response appeared immediately. Hint, sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining a 9-turn Ganoderma lucidum and 100 high-quality spirit stones. Well. Is that the only reward? Seeing the information given by the system, Chu Xuan couldn't help but be stunned. Then he remembered that sign-in is divided into two types, daily sign-in and enhanced sign-in. It seems that the rewards for daily sign-ins are usually ordinary and of low value, while upgraded sign-ins may bring more generous or useful prizes, such as the spiritual liquid hot spring he won yesterday. After understanding this, Chu Xuan curled his lips, and his interest in signing in on time every day was greatly reduced. After all, spirit stones were not something he urgently needed, and even if he obtained them, they would not be of much use. It is better to accumulate the number of check-ins and see if there is a chance to draw more precious items. The next day, under Henry Chu's influence, the lives of the three became unusually regular. Play chess, play the piano, sing every day, and enjoy the spiritual liquid hot spring and drink at night. Don't live too comfortably. That day, after dinner, Chu Xuan and Yi Linger stood in the courtyard, looking at the sky covered with dark clouds, and couldn't help but sigh. What to do? No more sun today. Not only them, even Yun Mingyao beside them seemed unhappy with the gloomy weather. Chapter 20. The two girls were surprised. Can you still write stories? Seeing this, Chu Xuan said helplessly. It's no use for you to look at me. The sun is not my subordinate. I can't do anything if it doesn't come out. Yi Linger leaned against the pillar, looking a little listless. So what are we going to do this afternoon? Play Go Bang again? Henry Chu shook his head. No more. Yi Linger continued to ask. What else can you do during the day? She sighed and continued. If I had known I would have bought more novels before, I could still read when I'm bored. Hearing this, Chu Xuan's eyes lit up. Storybook. Yi Linger turned her head and looked at Chu Xuan with a puzzled look. What's wrong? Is there any in your room? Henry Chu shook his head. No. However, after thinking for a while, he suggested. But if you guys want to read it, I can try to write some. Yi Linger looked at him with suspicion. You write? Henry Chu said easily. Let's give it a try first. In his previous life, Chu Xuan would read some miscellaneous books to pass the time besides studying, and he had the idea of writing. Unfortunately, I could never find the right opportunity at that time. Now that he has plenty of time, why not take this opportunity to give it a try, which can not only kill time but also satisfy the needs of the two women. After saying that, Chu Xuan turned and went into his room. Yun Mingyao and Yi Linger followed him in, but they did not disturb him. Instead, they set up the chessboard at another table and began to improve their chess skills. Chu Xuan didn't pay much attention to it. He spread the white rice paper on the table and slowly ground the ink. In the process of grinding the ink, Chu Xuan's mind gradually settled down, and his thoughts were churning in his mind. After all, the literary works of this world were significantly different from the novels he was familiar with in his previous life. If the plot is too modern or too complicated, it may confuse and puzzle the two women. Got it. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Chu Xuan's mind, and he believed that this idea would succeed. After making up his mind, he held the brush in his right hand, dipped it lightly in the inkstone a few times, then touched the paper with the tip of the brush, and smooth words appeared on the paper. Perhaps because he had found new fun, Chu Xuan stayed in the room almost the entire afternoon. Page after page of white paper turned into words full of stories in his hands. It was not until the sky gradually darkened that Chu Xuan put down the pen in his hand, walked out of the room, and stretched his stiff body. Seeing this, Yi Linger turned around with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Hey, how much did you write? Chu Xuan shook his head and replied. I only wrote the first half. Writing with a brush is indeed much slower than using a pen or keyboard. Seeing this, Yi Linger put down the chess piece in her hand and walked over curiously. Seeing the pile of manuscripts neatly stacked on the table, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. When she turned her eyes to the beginning of the manuscript, a few big words immediately caught her attention. The domineering sect leader falls in love with me. Upon seeing this title, Yi Linger's eyes suddenly widened. What kind of weird names are these? What is this you wrote? Henry Chu explained with a smile. It's a story that combines the daily life of monks with love. Yi Linger tilted her head in confusion. Love story? But why is the name so different? Chu Xuan explained. It's just to attract people's attention. A good book title can arouse people's curiosity and make them willing to open the book and take a look. Hearing this, Yi Linger seemed to understand something. So you're planning to publish this book? Henry Chu nodded. Yes, it's better to share happiness with more people than to enjoy it alone, isn't it? In this world, Chu Xuan had also read quite a few works. In comparison, these works often appear to be more simple, implicit, and have old-fashioned plots. The work he created himself is more attractive both in terms of content and form. With his professional market analysis ability, Chu Xuan firmly believes that if this book can be successfully published, it will definitely be loved by readers. Seeing Chu Xuan so confident, Yi Linger's curiosity was completely aroused. She picked up the manuscript on the table, her eyes wandered between the words, and she read it out loud unconsciously. On the night of the full moon in August, at the top of the Icewind Mountains, although it was only the Mid-Autumn Festival, snowflakes were already flying here, as if the cold winter had arrived early. Amidst the snow and blood, a woman stood quietly on the edge of the cliff. She was dressed in white, like an elf in the snow, with long hair fluttering in the wind and an elegant posture, like a fairy descending to earth. However, no one dared to look directly at her face, because she was none other than the dreaded leader of the Baihua sect, Lu Ruyan. Yi Linger paused as she read this, with a look in her eyes. A bit confused. After a moment, she looked at Chu Xuan. Tell me the truth, is the heroine in your novel inspired by the image of Yun Mingyao, the Grand Master of Baihua Valley? The image of this heroine is exactly the same as Yun Mingyao. This sentence made Yun Mingyao, who was standing beside her, raise her head, and a subtle change flashed in her eyes. When she heard what Yi Linger read before, she already felt that something was wrong. Now that Yilinger had revealed it, she immediately realized that the sect leader Lu Rian described by Chu Xuan, although with a different name, was almost identical to her in identity, character, and even appearance. Yilinger made a tisk-tisk sound at the side. You are so brave to write a novel based on the great master of Baihua Valley. Young man, you are so brave. Chu Xuan took a sip of water and said helplessly. Don't talk nonsense, this is just part of the character setting. To create a powerful character, you naturally need a certain background support to make the audience feel involved. If the heroine didn't have this kind of image and setting, who would be interested in the story? Yilinger thought about it and nodded. That's true. Then, she focused her attention on the manuscript again, reading it aloud unconsciously. As the story progresses, the image of a beautiful heroine who is both lonely and proud gradually becomes clear. This heroine is not only extremely powerful and has a noble status, but she is also a unique woman. However, such a powerful woman actually developed feelings for an ordinary disciple who had just joined the sect. From then on, the heroine approached the hero as an ordinary disciple, took the initiative to teach him martial arts, and helped him solve various difficulties. In this process, the heroine's strong personality was fully demonstrated, such as requiring the hero to arrive at the designated location on time, or personally purchasing what she needed. Whatever you want to eat, the hero must buy it for you himself. Such a request may seem excessive to others, but in the world of novels, this is precisely part of the emotional interaction between the hero and heroine. When the male protagonist communicates with other female disciples, the female protagonist will secretly send someone to lead the female disciple away. Although this behavior seems a bit overbearing, it also adds some waves to the plot, making the whole story full of tension, without losing sweetness. The more Yilinger watched, the more interesting it became, as if she herself had been brought into this dramatic world. Chapter 21 Let the Boss Do the Laundry, New Tenant, Huan Yue. After a long while, when she finished reading the last word, Yilinger, who was immersed in the story, felt a sense of loss. Is this the end? Hearing Yilinger's complaint, Chu Xuan responded indifferently. What else can I do? How much do you think I can write in one day? Yilinger carefully placed the manuscript in her hand on the table, trying to persuade Henry Chu. Would you like to write more? At least tell this part of the story in its entirety. Although the stories written by Chu Xuan are simple in structure, they have a unique charm that makes it difficult to put down once you start reading. The sudden ending at the climax of the plot was undoubtedly a torture for Yilinger. Chu Xuan said speechlessly. What else to write? It's getting late, hurry up and prepare dinner, otherwise there will be no dinner for you tonight. Seeing that Chu Xuan really had no intention of continuing writing, Yilinger had no choice but to walk into the kitchen with a hint of reluctance. Seeing this, Yun Mingyao also planned to leave the room. Hey, Miss Yao, wait a moment. Just as Yun Mingyao turned around and prepared to leave, Chu Xuan suddenly called her. Under Yun Mingyao's puzzled gaze, Chu Xuan walked to the bedside, picked up a bamboo basket full of clothes and handed it to her. I'm sorry to bother you with these clothes, Miss Yao. Yun Mingyao was stunned at first, and then she understood what Chu Xuan meant. He wanted her to help with the laundry. Looking at the clothes in the bamboo basket, Yun Mingyao's eyes flashed, and she silently took the bamboo basket and left the room without saying a word. About a quarter of an hour later, seeing Yun Mingyao squatting beside the basin and scrubbing her clothes carefully under Yilinger's guidance, Chu Xuan's mouth curled up into a satisfied smile. He moved a chair and ate melon seeds leisurely while listening to the sound of rain outside the window. Occasionally, he would smell the fragrance coming from the kitchen. Sometimes he would turn around to look at Yun Mingyao, who was concentrating on washing clothes. Although everything around him was ordinary, Chu Xuan felt very satisfied. Life is sometimes so simple and beautiful. However, for Yun Mingyao, who was working hard, the sound of people cracking melon seeds beside her made her feel a little dissatisfied. Although she was willing to fulfill the previous agreement between her and Henry Chu, she still felt a little uncomfortable seeing him so relaxed. Therefore, driven by dissatisfaction in her heart, Yun Mingyao unconsciously increased the strength of her hands. Shoo! With a crisp tearing sound, Chu Xuan's clothes were unfortunately torn in Yun Mingyao's hands. Henry Chu looked at this scene in surprise. Feeling Henry Chu's gaze, Yun Mingyao glanced at him lightly and spoke in a calm tone. I didn't promise I wouldn't wash it bad. After hearing this, Chu Xuan's mouth twitched slightly and he smiled bitterly. What you said does make sense. I can't find any reason to refute it. Hearing Chu Xuan's slightly frustrated voice, Yun Mingyao, who had her back to him, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and seemed to be comforted a little. At the same time, on a street in Sanbian City, a pretty girl, about 16 or 17 years old, was walking slowly forward with a simple bag on her back. In front of her was an old man dressed in gorgeous clothes. While walking, even though they were in the rain, the two seemed to be wrapped in an invisible barrier, preventing the rain from touching them at all. Obviously, this pair of grandfather and grandson explained to the monk. The old man slowly turned around and looked at the woman next to him. Well, the Apocalypse Church is the state religion of the Apocalypse Nation, and its spies are spread all over the place, including in these 3 border cities. If we go deeper, it will be difficult to avoid exposing our whereabouts. The old man continued speaking to the girl in a calm tone. If you want to infiltrate the Apocalypse Church, you must prepare a suitable identity. Otherwise, even if you reach the Holy Land of Apocalypse, you will not be able to escape the strict surveillance of the Apocalypse Church. Therefore, in the days ahead, you need to find a family in the city to seek shelter. This way, when the Apocalypse cult investigates in the future, it will have a basis for investigation. Do you understand? After hearing this, the woman shrank back weakly and responded softly. Huan Yu understands. Well, I'll let you know when there's an opportunity to infiltrate. After the old man responded indifferently, he turned around again and walked towards the outside of the city gate, leaving Huan Yue alone. Just as she was looking around for a place to stay, the aroma of food drifted in with the wind, penetrated the rain curtain, and entered Huan Yue's nostrils. The tempting aroma made Huan Yue look sideways. What she saw was a courtyard with tightly closed doors and sparse smoke rising from the roof. After a little thought, Huan Yue walked towards the gate of the mansion. She looked up at the rental notice on the wall that was wet by rain, then slowly raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. However, there was no response from inside the house when she knocked on the door. Just when Huan Yue was disheartened and ready to turn around and leave, the door suddenly opened with a creak, and an incredibly handsome man came into view. The appearance is in sharp contrast. The man's eyes fell on Huan Yue with a hint of doubt. Who are you? He asked in a nonchalant tone, while Huan Yue glanced at the notice on the wall and asked softly. Are you the landlord? Chu Xuan raised his eyebrows and confirmed. Are you here to look for a room? Huan Yue nodded first, then added timidly. But I don't have any spirit stones. No spirit stone. Looking at the woman in front of him who lowered her head and looked a little timid, Chu Xuan became interested. It's really novel that someone dares to rent a house without any spirit stones. After a little thought, Chu Xuan asked. Can you do laundry and clean the room? Huan Yue nodded hurriedly. Yes, I do all the housework at home. So can you cook? Meeting. Hearing this answer, Henry Chu touched his chin and put forward conditions. The housework is yours. 1 spirit stone per month. Are you willing to do it? Huan Yue nodded almost without thinking. Willing. But as soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to realize something and asked again with a little concern. What does housework include? Chu Xuan said calmly. It's nothing more than cleaning every day, and learning how to cook from my chef. Henry Chu knew that even though there was a chef now, no one could guarantee that she would stay. Although he loves food, his cooking skills have long been shattered by reality. In this life, my dream of making delicious food like Yi Linger is probably shattered. However, Huan Yue's arrival today gave him a new idea, to train an apprentice who can inherit Yi Linger's cooking skills. In this way, even if the chef leaves in the future, he will be prepared and his life will still be good. After understanding her mission, Huan Yue felt much more relaxed. Huan Yu thanks you very much, sir. Illusion Moon. Chu Xuan repeated the name and looked at the woman curiously. Her appearance could only be described as above average, and at the moment she was soaked through and looked quite disheveled. This image is somewhat inconsistent with the name Huan Yue. Chapter 22 Huan Yue, who was deceived, comes and signs this indenture. After muttering to himself, Chu Xuan put aside his doubts for the time being, turned around and led Huan Yue into the courtyard. At this time, Yi Linger was bringing out dishes from the kitchen and happened to see the two of them walking into the yard. Her gaze stayed on Huan Yue for a moment, then turned to Chu Xuan and asked in confusion. Who is this? At the same time, Yun Mingyao in the room also came out after hearing the sound, and her eyes fell on Huan Yue at the first moment. When Huan Yue saw the two extremely beautiful women, he couldn't help but show surprise in his eyes. Obviously, she had never expected that in such a place, in addition to a handsome man like Chu Xuan, there would be two such beautiful women. When Henry Chu approached, he said casually, "The new resident is just short of money, so I plan to let her be responsible for cleaning the room in the future, and she can also learn cooking skills from you." Yi Linger seemed a little confused. "I know how to clean the room, but what about her learning to cook from me?" Henry Chu shrugged easily. "If one day you take a leave of absence or leave suddenly, at least there is someone who can take over and prepare meals for me." Hearing this, Yi Linger frowned slightly and said softly, "That's very thoughtful." Henry Chu smiled proudly. "Of course." Faced with his smug look, Yi Linger couldn't help but roll her eyes. Henry Chu turned to Yi Linger and said, "You and Huan Yue have similar body shapes. Go get her some clothes to change into, or she might catch a cold." "Oh." Although she was reluctant, Yi Linger still responded and then took Huan Yue to her room. At the same time, Chu Xuan walked to the study and prepared the rice paper. Not long after, Yi Linger brought Huan Yue out of the room and returned to the room where everyone was. She first glanced at Chu Xuan, and then sent a message to Yun Mingyao. "Sister Yao, I just observed carefully and found that Huan Yue seemed to be hiding her identity and changing her appearance." "Oh. Hiding your identity." Yun Mingyao felt somewhat interested in this. After thinking for a moment, Yun Mingyao asked via voice transmission, "Does Chu Xuan know about this?" Yi Linger shook her head. "It's probably not clear." After a pause, Yi Linger said helplessly, "But even if he knew, that guy probably wouldn't care." She rested her chin on her hand and continued, "I really don't understand what he is thinking. He dared to bring the person home without even knowing the other person's background. Aren't you really afraid of being kidnapped while you're sleeping soundly one day?" Yun Mingyao picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. "Isn't that how we moved in? Didn't you pretend to have nowhere to go before to get in?" Yi Linger was speechless for a moment, then pouted. "How can it be the same? I won't harm him." Yun Mingyao smiled slightly. "It doesn't matter. This new girl is only at the middle stage of the 4th rank. With this valley master here, even if she has some bad intentions, she won't be able to cause much trouble." Hearing Yun Mingyao calling herself the valley master, Yi Linger's eyes flashed, and then she looked at Yun Mingyao curiously. "To be honest, compared to Huan Yue, I am more curious about Sister Yao's identity. Can you tell me?" "I promise I won't tell that fool." Yun Mingyao glanced at Yi Linger indifferently. Although she said nothing, her cold and arrogant attitude said it all. This made Yi Linger instantly lose the courage to ask further questions. While the two were talking, Chu Xuan also came over. After Huan Yue changed into clean clothes and returned to the room, Chu Xuan took out a contract. Huan Yue took the document handed over by Chu Xuan, glanced through it quickly, and the contract in her hand couldn't help but tremble. Seeing Huan Yue's reaction, Yi Linger also took a curious look at the content of the contract. "Contract, I am Huan Yue, willing to become Chu Xuan's maid, responsible for cleaning the room and cooking." When Yi Linger saw that this contract was almost identical to the one she had signed before, especially the penalty of 1 million spirit stones, she rolled her eyes again. "You set the penalty so high, aren't you worried that it will scare people away?" Henry Chu replied disdainfully. "I've already asked. Huan Yue is now helpless and all her relatives are gone. I'm providing her with a stable home. It would be strange if she didn't agree to such a good opportunity." At first, when Huan Yue saw the high amount of liquidated damages, she felt conflicted. She knew very well that even if she sold herself, she would not be able to afford this amount of spiritual stones. Once signed, it means that one will belong to Chu Xuan for life. However, after hearing Chu Xuan's words, Huan Yue felt even more conflicted. Because she had told Henry Chu before that she was lonely and helpless. It would be too strange to refuse at this time. Just as Huan Yue was hesitating, a pen was handed to her. Under Chu Xuan's half-coaxing and half-deception, Huan Yue, who was a little confused, finally signed her name on the contract and pressed her handprint. Having successfully obtained a future chef assistant, Chu Xuan was in an extremely happy mood. After carefully folding the contract and putting it in his pocket, he immediately invited Huan Yue enthusiastically. "Don't just stand there, eat something first." As he spoke, Chu Xuan picked up the delicious food on the plate and placed it in Huan Yue's bowl. When Huan Yue put the dish in her hand into her mouth with a bit of confusion, at that moment, the delicious taste was like the first flower blooming in spring, blooming on her taste buds. Her eyes instantly flashed with an unconcealable gleam of surprise, and all her confusion and uneasiness seemed to disappear at that moment. Next, she almost forgot about the transaction just now, and only the dazzling array of delicacies on the table were in her eyes. Seeing this, Chu Xuan felt particularly relieved. At this moment, Yun Mingyao was looking at him with interest. "Since I have rented your house, why didn't you prepare a formal lease agreement for me?" There was a hint of doubt in Yun Mingyao's tone. Chu Xuan seemed a little helpless about this. Is this thing really necessary? In his opinion, a person like Yun Mingyao is obviously not an ordinary person. Even though he didn't know Yun Mingyao's true identity, he could still feel her extraordinary temperament. Especially after discovering that the two women had cultivation abilities, Chu Xuan understood even more that any written agreement would be pale and powerless for people like them. What's more, Yun Mingyao gives people the feeling that she is the kind of character who will not be easily controlled by others. Seeing Chu Xuan's slightly helpless expression, Yun Mingyao's mouth corners slightly raised. In the past few days, for some reason, she seemed to prefer Chu Xuan's slightly helpless look at this moment to his usual casual attitude. This expression always made her feel inexplicably happy. Chapter 23. I just want to find a cook, why is it so difficult? As the last dish on the table was cleared away, Yi Linger began to clean up the scene, and Huan Yue quickly joined in when she saw this. Yun Mingyao was ready to leave, but as she was about to step over the threshold, she slowly uttered a few words. "The new servant you have recruited has actually reached the middle stage of the 4th rank, and she has also changed her appearance." As soon as these words came out, Chu Xuan was stunned. He subconsciously took out the contract from his arms and stared at the handprint on it. Originally, he just wanted to find an ordinary chef, but he didn't expect to meet two extraordinary people, Yi Linger and Huan Yue. "I thought that by signing the contract, I could live a worry-free life from then on, but I never expected that these two women were monks, and the so-called contract had almost no binding force on them. I just want an ordinary chef, why is it so difficult?" Chu Xuan's heart was filled with helplessness, and at this moment, his mentality seemed to be somewhat broken. However, after a brief emotional adjustment, Chu Xuan decided to go into the kitchen to see what was going on. As soon as he stepped into the kitchen, Henry Chu noticed that the atmosphere in the house was unusually quiet. In the past, when Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao were in the kitchen, Yi Linger would always talk incessantly like a lively lark, while Yun Mingyao would occasionally agree with her, forming a unique dialogue pattern. But today, the whole kitchen was unusually quiet. While washing the dishes, Yi Linger looked at Huan Yue from time to time, with a look of deep thought in her eyes. Huan Yue seemed a little uneasy because of Yi Linger's gaze on her. She lowered her head and looked timid. Seeing this scene, Chu Xuan naturally understood a little bit. Obviously, Yi Linger was highly vigilant towards this new servant. So he waved to Huan Yue and spoke gently. "Don't worry about it for now, just let them handle it. Let's go out and buy some things while it's still early." Hearing this, Huan Yue looked at Chu Xuan with confusion. "The house is short of some bedding, and you need to buy some extra clothes." Yi Linger asked in confusion. "Aren't there extra bedding?" Chu Xuan replied. "Don't you need to prepare more?" In fact, the idea of renting out the house was an inspiration that suddenly came to Chu Xuan a few days ago. Except for the master bedroom, which was already decorated warmly and comfortably, there was indeed no extra new bedding in the house. After understanding Chu Xuan's intention, Huan Yue quickly said that she did not need any extra items and could just find a place to rest. However, Chu Xuan did not accept Huan Yue's proposal. He just waved his hand gently and sent Huan Yue out first. Just before leaving, Chu Xuan turned back and said to Yi Linger, "Since Huan Yue has become a tenant, there is no need to be so vigilant." Looking at Chu Xuan's departing back, Yi Linger curled her lips and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Sister Yao, why does this guy trust others so easily?" To this, Yun Mingyao responded indifferently. "Perhaps he is not gullible, but has his own judgment criteria." Yi Linger said contemptuously. I don't think he understands how dangerous the fights between monks are. Faced with these words, Yun Mingyao's expression was as calm as water. She soaked the last bowl in clean water, then wiped it dry carefully and placed it on a multi-layered wooden rack beside her. If the disciples of Baihua Valley knew that their sect master Yun Mingjiao, whom they regarded as a god, could wash dishes so naturally, they would probably be stunned. After washing her hands, Yun Mingyao shook them lightly, put one hand behind her back, and walked out. Yi Linger looked at the arrogance and coldness that Yun Mingyao inadvertently revealed at this moment, and couldn't help but take a few more glances at the dishes drying on the wooden rack. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have thought that this high and mighty clan leader was just washing dishes in the kitchen? Yi Linger was full of questions. She really wanted to ask Yun Mingyao how she could display such an aloof, majestic and cold temperament right after washing the dishes. When Yi Linger cleaned the kitchen, she waved her hands and prepared to leave. However, after walking a few steps, she turned back and imitated Yun Mingyao, walking out with one hand behind her back. But the same action, when done by Yun Mingyao, looked so natural and cold, while when done by Yi Linger, it always revealed a hint of playfulness. Walking out of the kitchen, Yi Linger saw Yun Mingyao lighting candles under the eaves, so she went forward to help. When 2 or 3 rows of candles illuminated the surroundings and the entire backyard became bright, Yi Linger leaned against the pillar, looking at the brightly lit yard. An indescribable strange feeling surged in her heart. Normally, after dinner, everyone should get together to take a bath or play chess. But now that Chu Xuan was out and had not returned, the 2 women felt a little uncomfortable. Yi Linger couldn't help but complain in a low voice, I'm a little uncomfortable not seeing that guy after dinner. Yun Mingyao's eyes flashed slightly, and she actually felt a sense of resonance in her heart for Yi Linger's words. Although they only spent a few days together, the 2 women unconsciously got used to the lazy figure becoming a part of their lives and affecting their daily behavior. Chu Xuan was like a spring breeze, quietly making people accustomed to the warmth of his presence. Even Yun Mingyao admitted that although life was dull these days at Chu Xuan's house, it was full of leisure and freedom. More importantly, Chu Xuan's presence brought an unprecedented sense of peace to people's hearts, which she had never experienced in Baihua Valley or even before she met Chu Xuan. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why she chose to stay here. After Yi Linger muttered a few words, she moved the tables and chairs outside and invited Yun Mingyao to play chess. However, while on the chessboard, the 2 of them would occasionally look towards the entrance to the backyard, seeming somewhat uneasy. At the same time, Chu Xuan took Huan Yue walking on the street. He first bought more than a dozen sets of high-quality mattresses in a store and asked the shopkeeper to deliver them to his home the next day. Then, he took Huan Yue to the tailor shop. At Chu Xuan's urging, Huan Yue tried on the new clothes he had chosen with a little embarrassment. During the period, Chu Xuan gave suggestions from time to time. If he liked the clothes, he would ask the store to keep them aside and pick them up later. If he didn't like the clothes, he would ask Huan Yue to change them directly. It was not until nearly half an hour later that Chu Xuan returned home with Huan Yue, who was wearing new clothes and buying some other items. Because of the rain, even though it was still early, there were fewer people on the street than usual. The drizzle continued, making a slight sound as it fell on the ground. Following behind Chu Xuan, Huan Yue's face showed a thoughtful expression. After a period of hesitation, she finally asked, Sir. Henry Chu stopped and responded in a relaxed tone, What's wrong? Huan Yue pondered for a moment and then said softly, We just met today, we are not related, why are you so nice to me? Chapter 24 The Tiangang sect disciple who is courting death, there is actually a beauty here. Huan Yue still doesn't understand why Chu Xuan cares so much about her. The 2 of them had only just met, but whether he was picking up food for her during the meal or accompanying her to shop for so many items, his attitude was too friendly, which made people doubt his motives. Henry Chu thought about it and answered as a matter of course, since we will live together in the future, we will naturally become a family. If I don't treat you well, do I have to be a bad person and speak ill of you? That's too tiring. Henry Chu uttered this sentence lightly, with a hint of relief in his tone. Huan Yue looked at Chu Xuan, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, tired. She seemed somewhat puzzled by such a view. Chu Xuan glanced at Huan Yue and said slowly, What else? If you are a bad person, you must always be on guard and scheme against others. If you are not careful, you will end up being harmed by them. Isn't this kind of life too tiring? He paused and continued, if I have the chance, I would rather sit in the yard, bask in the sun, taste the food Linger makes, and enjoy every moment of life. And you can live a peaceful life. If it were you, what would you choose? Henry Chu's words were full of yearning for a peaceful life. It was obviously the first time that Huan Yue heard such an opinion. She thought about it silently for a while, then nodded, as if she resonated with Chu Xuan's point of view in her heart. Indeed, if you want to hurt others, you first have to spend a lot of energy planning, and this kind of mental work is exhausting. However, Huan Yue found it a little funny that someone didn't do bad things just because he was too lazy to use his brain, but at the same time, he also felt that Chu Xuan's idea was unique and interesting. Seeing this, Chu Xuan gently patted Huan Yue's head and said, "You will understand what I mean in the future. Sometimes you don't need to think too much, just live simply. Live simply." Huan Yue repeated it, with a complicated expression on her face. She didn't know whether it was because of Henry Chu's gentle tone or the laziness revealed in his words, but she felt that at the moment when she was talking to Henry Chu, the continuous drizzle was no longer so cold, and the cold feeling around her was also alleviated a lot. Just as Chu Xuan and Huan Yu were walking and talking, slowly moving towards home, several figures appeared silently outside the wall of Chu Xuan's house. One of the young men, who was wearing Tiangang sect clothing, whispered to his companion, "Are you sure there are two beautiful women living here?" As soon as he finished asking the question, a middle-aged man next to him, with bruises still wet on his face, quickly replied, "Yes, sir, I saw it with my own eyes a few days ago, and I am not lying." This middle-aged man was the mason who dug the spiritual liquid hot spring pool for Chu Xuan a few days ago. Hearing his affirmation, a younger Tiangang sect disciple next to him looked disdainful and said, "Brother Chen, don't we know which beauties are in Sanbian City? How could there be a legendary beauty here?" Chen Rufeng, who looked drunk, snorted coldly, "It's good if there is, but if not." The scabbard in his hand tapped the bricklayer's head lightly, scaring the bricklayer so much that he almost fell to the ground. I absolutely dare not deceive you gentlemen." Chen Rufeng said coldly, "If you had told the truth earlier, you wouldn't have received this beating." The bricklayer was filled with regret, regretting that he had spoken too much in the tea house, which led to his current situation. During the day, just because he boasted in the tea house that he had seen two stunning beauties there, he was targeted by a passing disciple of the Tiangang sect. Pushed by the crowd, the bricklayer came to the gate of the courtyard tremblingly. When he was about to knock on the door, he found that it was not locked. Seeing this, Chen Rufeng's eyes lit up. He pushed open the gate and led everyone into the yard. At the same time, Yun Mingyao, who was playing chess with Yi Linger in the backyard, suddenly frowned. After a moment, Yi Linger also noticed something strange and quickly turned her head away. "I saw a few drunk figures walking from the front yard into the backyard." When these rude men saw Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao sitting under the eaves, they stopped in their tracks. Under the light of numerous candles, the two women's beauty is like fairies in a painting, which makes people unable to take their eyes off. Faced with such stunning beauty, Chen Rufeng and others were speechless for a moment and exchanged surprised and excited glances with each other. On the other side, Yun Mingyao frowned because she felt the other party's malicious gaze. There was an uncontrollable murderous intent in his heart. Yi Linger's gaze swept lightly over several disciples of the Tiangang sect, and finally stopped on the bricklayer who was tightly held by Chen Rufeng. Her eyes rolled slightly, and a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on her face. Then, she sighed softly and said, "As expected of Sanbian City, the public security is so chaotic that even the disciples of the lesser sects can be so arrogant." After saying that, Yi Linger turned around and looked at Yun Mingyao, and asked, "These uninvited guests are obviously coming for us, Sister Yao, how do you think we should deal with them?" Yun Mingyao slowly withdrew her gaze and answered in a cold and calm voice, "Solve them all." Her voice was as sharp as a blade. Although it seemed calm on the surface, the deep chill contained in it was enough to make one's heart chill. However, Yi Linger did not show any surprise after hearing Yun Mingyao's words, but seemed very natural. She gently placed the chess piece in her hand back on the board and slowly stood up. While gently moving his wrists, he said, "That's good. I haven't exercised for a long time. This is a good opportunity to relax." After saying this, regardless of the drizzle that was still falling outside, Yi Linger walked with her hands behind her back towards the group of Tiangang sect disciples who were still in a state of shock. When Yi Linger approached the gate of the courtyard, Chen Rufeng, and others finally came back to their senses from their shock. Under the surrounding candlelight, Yi Linger's delicate face looked even more radiant in the night. Chen Rufeng swallowed again. Beauty like this makes a lot of money. This thought made him smile involuntarily, and he took the initiative to walk towards Yi Linger. However, the moment Chen Rufeng took the first step, he found that Yi Linger, who was only a few steps away from him, suddenly disappeared. Before Chen Rufeng could react to what was happening, the next moment, he felt dizzy and an unbearable pain in his chest. Pushed by this force, Chen Rufeng's body flew up involuntarily, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At the moment before his body hit the ground, Chen Rufeng caught a glimpse with his peripheral vision that Yi Linger, who had been several meters away just now, was now standing quietly where he had just stood. Feeling the powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy, Chen Rufeng understood that the woman in front of him was at least at the 4th level. What? You are a 4th rank? No, more than a 4th rank. How could a young and powerful person like you appear in such a small place? Chen Rufeng exclaimed. Chapter 25. Just by barging in, he was doomed to die. This question flashed through his mind, and then his body fell heavily to the ground, his life disappearing, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. Yi Linger easily dealt with Chen Rufeng. Her steps were still leisurely and even had a kind of elegance as if she was strolling in the garden. With every step she took, her hand was like a dancing butterfly, drawing a graceful arc in the air, and then landing accurately on an enemy, taking their life. The Tiangang sect was indeed a small sect, even its leader was only at the peak of the 3rd rank. What's more, these disciples only dared to act arrogantly in front of ordinary people. For Yi Linger, dealing with these disciples of Tiangang sect was naturally a piece of cake. However, within a few moments, except for the bricklayer who was obviously forced to participate, all the other members of the Tiangang sect were wiped out by Yi Linger. Facing the pale, trembling bricklayer, Yi Linger's gaze stayed on him for a moment, then turned to Yunming Yao. Sister Yao, what should we do with this person? As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Linger saw Yunming Yao flicking her fingers lightly under the eaves in the distance. Silently. Puff. The bricklayer who was safe and sound just now has now fallen to the ground. There is no scar on his face, but the light in his eyes has lost its luster. Seeing this, Yi Linger's eyes suddenly tightened. Spiritual attack. As far as Yi Linger knew, only cultivators above the 6th rank could do this. But Yi Linger had seen a 6th rank strongman before. Her senior brother Chu Xuan was a 6th rank strongman. However, in Yi Linger's opinion, even Chu Xuan might not be able to use spiritual attacks as easily as Yunming Yao. Therefore, Yi Linger speculated that Yao Mingyun, who had lived in the same courtyard with her for several days, might have surpassed the 6th level and reached a higher level. Combining Yunming Yao's appearance, temperament and the strength she has now demonstrated, a name quickly flashed through Yi Linger's mind, and she overlapped her with Yunming Yao in front of her. Although she was deeply shocked, Yi Linger still asked, this person's crime is not punishable by death, right? Yunming Yao, who was standing by, said in a cold tone, he broke into my residence without permission. This alone is enough to cost him his life. Facing Yunming Yao's overbearing words, Yi Linger said, "Tsk tisk." However, Yi Linger didn't think there was anything wrong with the reasons given by Yunming Yao. In this world of cultivators, the principle of strength being respected has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. At this moment, Yunming Yao suddenly turned around and glanced at Yi Linger. For some reason, the corpses that Yunming Yao was so used to seeing appeared in Chu Xuan's yard at this moment, which made her feel particularly glaring and out of tune with the surrounding environment. Frowning, Yunming Yao said, "Okay, that guy is coming back soon, let's get rid of these bodies as soon as possible." Yes. After observing for a few days, both Yi Linger and Yunming Yao have understood a habit of Chu Xuan. Whenever he goes out to do something, once the task is completed, he will never stay outside, and always rush back to go home. Calculating the time, Chu Xuan and Huan Yue have been out for more than half an hour. So, Yi Linger didn't say much. She waved her hand and the spiritual energy wrapped around several corpses and disappeared into the distance. With their abilities, they could easily destroy the body, but considering that this was where they were going to live in the future, it would be more appropriate to deal with it somewhere else. Seeing Yi Linger leave, Yunming Yao, who was still sitting under the eaves, surrounded by candlelight like a moon surrounded by stars, suddenly said, "I don't want to hear any more news about Tiangang sect tomorrow." These seemingly casual words, wrapped in spiritual energy, can only be heard by certain people. Then, outside Chu Xuan's yard, several figures flashed by quickly, heading directly for the Tiangang sect's headquarters in the city. After confirming the actions of the disciples of Baihua Valley, Yun Mingyao withdrew her spiritual sense, her eyes swept across the drizzling environment, and her brows furrowed slightly. During the past few days of getting along, Yun Mingyao, who lived with Chu Xuan, discovered something that made her unhappy. Chu Xuan, as the landlord, was spending more and more time away from home. Although Sanbian City is located in the borderland, it has a population of hundreds of thousands. In addition, it is located near the borders of Tianqi Kingdom, Longyuan Kingdom, and Xianyuan Dynasty, making it a major transportation hub. After 100 years of development, the city has continued to expand in size and is almost comparable to some medium-sized cities. Therefore, every time Chu Xuan went out, the time he stayed outside would naturally be extended accordingly. The moment Chu Xuan opened the door and stepped into the courtyard, he noticed the water stains on the ground. Squinting his eyes slightly, Chu Xuan quickened his pace until he entered the backyard. His eyes fell on Yun Mingyao and Yi Linger, who were playing chess under the eaves. Everything seemed calm as usual. However, as Chu Xuan's pace gradually slowed down, his expression returned to its usual casual state. At the same time, the two women's eyes were focused on him at the same time, and they noticed his subtle changes. Yi Linger couldn't help but whisper, "This guy actually noticed someone coming in." Yun Mingyao, who was standing aside, raised the corner of her mouth and revealed a hint of a smile. Yi Linger always thought Chu Xuan was too simple, even a little silly. But in Yun Mingyao's opinion, the opposite is true. How could someone with such a transcendent state of mind be as simple as Yi Linger imagined? It's just that I have my own persistence in my heart. And now Chu Xuan's performance has undoubtedly further confirmed this. Looking at Chu Xuan, Yun Mingyao's mood inexplicably became happy. By the time Huan Yue had put her belongings away and made the bed, Chu Xuan had already picked up his things and walked towards the spiritual liquid hot spring pool. Yi Linger, who was about to drag Chu Xuan to play chess in order to seek revenge, looked at him in confusion. "It's raining today, why are you going to soak in the spiritual fluid hot spring?" Chu Xuan responded calmly, "Why can't I soak? Wouldn't it be better to soak in the spiritual fluid hot spring on a rainy day? This little rain won't affect the water temperature, and it would be a different experience to soak in the spiritual fluid hot spring while feeling the rain." After hearing this, Yi Linger's eyes lit up. "That's right. Why didn't I think about it?" She glanced at Chu Xuan, "This guy really knows how to enjoy himself." After saying that, Yi Linger turned around and went back to the room to prepare to join. Seeing this, Yun Mingyao turned around and went back to her room silently, obviously having the same plan. While Chu Xuan was going back and forth to get the items needed for the spiritual liquid hot spring, Yi Linger was also ready and walked out of the room. Looking at Huan Yue standing hesitantly under the eaves, Yi Linger curled her lips and said, "Why are you still standing there? There is a partition in the spiritual liquid hot spring, we will soak separately from him." Chapter 26. Huan Yue was shocked. "This hot spring is so precious." Huan Yue seemed to remember something, looked at the busy Chu Xuan, then looked at Yi Linger, and said hesitantly, "Forget it, I don't think this is appropriate." Hearing Yi Linger's words, her eyes turned slightly, as if she had vaguely guessed something. Then, she rolled her eyes and said in a relaxed tone, "Isn't it just a change of appearance? It's not some profound secret technique." As soon as these words came out, Huan Yue's face changed slightly. Feeling alert, Huan Yue subconsciously took a step back, looking at Yi Linger with a bit of surprise and confusion in her eyes. Facing Huan Yue's reaction, Yi Linger curled her lips slightly and said with a hint of caution, "I can tell you in advance that this guy always puts a lot of good things in the bath every time he takes a bath. Those things are not it's hard to find." Before she finished her words, Yi Linger no longer paid attention to Huan Yue and hurriedly ran towards the spiritual liquid hot spring pool. At the same time, Yun Mingyao also walked out of the house with a change of clothes in her hands. She glanced at Huan Yue indifferently, then took light steps forward towards the spiritual liquid hot spring pool. Perhaps because she was eager to soak in the hot spring, when Yun Mingyao took a step out, she had disappeared. This scene shocked Huan Yue's heart, and it was not until a moment later that she slowly came back to her senses. Who are these people? Huan Yue originally thought that the place where she was staying this time was just an ordinary family, but now she understood that Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao in Chu Xuan's yard were by no means ordinary people. For a moment, Huan Yue began to waver in her choice, and whether she should continue to stay here became a question in her mind. However, recalling everything that had happened since she moved in, especially the reassuring and peaceful aura of Chu Xuan, her heart was stirred again. After some inner struggle, Huan Yue finally gritted her teeth and decided to return to her room. In the spiritual liquid hot spring pool, mist is lingering and warm water vapor is rising slowly. The drizzle continued, but there was no trace of coolness when it fell on the water. Being in it, accompanied by the gentle sound of rain around, adds a unique experience compared to usual. Both Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao were immersed in the comfort brought by the spiritual liquid hot spring. They closed their eyes and enjoyed this rare tranquility. Just as they were immersed in this comfort, the sound of light footsteps broke the silence. Yi Linger slowly opened her eyes and saw a girl about 16 or 17 years old walking in slowly. She had a beautiful face and bright eyes, which made her look particularly attractive. When the girl saw Henry Chu, her face flushed slightly and she called out softly, "Young master." Illusion Moon. Chu Xuan was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and pointed to the side and said, "There's still room there." Seeing Chu Xuan retract his gaze, Huan Yue hurriedly walked towards the designated location. Yi Linger looked at Huan Yue, who had taken off her disguise, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. This girl is so beautiful." Not only Yi Linger, but even the usually quiet Yun Mingyao showed a surprised expression. After a moment, Yi Linger's expression became a little complicated. She has always been quite confident in her beauty, but after coming to Chu Xuan, she gradually felt an unprecedented pressure. Yun Mingyao's beauty goes without saying, and now Huan Yue, who was hired to do odd jobs, is actually as beautiful as her. This made Yi Linger sigh in her heart. This guy is really lucky. He can find such an outstanding maid at random. For Huan Yue, this was her first time trying to soak in the spiritual liquid hot spring. She was a little shy at first and hesitated for a long time before slowly stepping into the spiritual liquid hot spring pool. However, the moment her body was completely immersed in the spiritual fluid hot spring water, an indescribable sense of comfort arose spontaneously, causing her to tremble unconsciously, her eyes slightly closed in pleasure, and 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks, as if the first flower to bloom in spring. After seeing Huan Yue's true appearance, Yi Linger's vigilance towards her was reduced a lot. After all, in Yi Linger's eyes, beauty is always pleasing to the eye. Who says beautiful women can't appreciate other beautiful women? Everyone has a love for beauty, and Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao are no exception. However, just as Huan Yue was enjoying the comfort brought by the spiritual fluid hot spring, she also began to feel some unusual changes, as if some kind of power was slowly penetrating into her body, bringing in unprecedented changes. Huan Yue was startled and instinctively wanted to get up and leave. However, seeing that Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao still had their eyes closed and looked calm, and considering the benefits Yi Linger had mentioned earlier, she resisted the urge and asked in a low voice, "Miss Yi, do you have any idea? Don't you think there's something wrong with this water?" When she opened her eyes, the scene in front of her made Yi Linger smile slightly. She looked at Huan Yue, who had an unnatural expression on his face. Yi Linger said softly, "Don't worry. This is the effect of the tea he poured in, which can help strengthen the body." Tempering the body. Huan Yu repeated, her eyes unconsciously turning to the spiritual fluid hot spring in front of her. Recalling Yi Linger's previous words, she was even more surprised. Immediately, Huan Yue stood up from the spiritual fluid hot spring water, with obvious panic in her voice. How can Huan Yue be qualified to use such a precious thing? When Yi Linger heard Huan Yue's words, she turned her gaze to Chu Xuan, who was standing beside her. Chu Xuan immediately responded, "We made this ourselves. It's not as expensive as you think." Although Huan Yue was somewhat skeptical about Chu Xuan's words, she still returned to the spiritual liquid hot spring again. Yi Linger noticed Huan Yue's changes, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. "You believe it so easily." She thought to herself that a simple girl like Huan Yue seemed easy to be persuaded. Yi Linger even felt that as long as she used her brain a little, she could make Huan Yue willingly do many things for her. This thought made Yi Linger relax a little bit more on guard against Huan Yue. At this time, in Sanbian City not far from them, the Tiangang sect's headquarters was experiencing a bloody baptism. In stark contrast to the quiet and peaceful atmosphere in Chu Xuan's home, the air here was filled with a strong smell of blood. A dozen disciples from Baihua Valley moved quickly, emitting rays of spiritual light. With screams and pleas for mercy, the disciples from Tiangang sect fell one after another. Each of these disciples of Baihua Valley was extremely powerful, and there were many strong ones at the 4th and 5th levels among them. And in the entire Tiangang sect, the strongest one is only at the peak of the 3rd rank. With such a huge gap in strength, the Tiangang sect was simply unable to resist. In the inner hall of Tiangang sect leader Duan Tianao was filled with fear as he faced the disciples of Baihua Valley who were pressing him step by step. As he retreated, he tried to threaten the other party with words, "My Tiangang sect is affiliated with the top sect, the Yinyang sect. If you dare to touch us, the Yinyang sect will just sit back and watch." Chapter 27, The Fall of Tiangang Sect, Dying Without Knowing Why. However, the disciples of Baihua Valley seemed to turn a deaf ear to his warnings and continued to ruthlessly slaughter the members of Tiangang sect and gradually approached Duan Tianao. The fear in Duan Tianao's heart reached its peak. He said no more, turned around and controlled a ray of spiritual light, trying to escape from this situation where he was sure to die. But just as he was about to escape from the Tiangang sect area, a cold light burst out in the air. Immediately afterwards, Duan Tianao's blood spilled into the sky, ending his short life. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the Tiangang sect's base had turned into a Shura field with no one left alive. The disciples of Baihua Valley were suspended in midair, their white clothes were not stained with a trace of blood, and there was no ripple on their cold faces. Killing between sects has never been uncommon, it's just that there's a lack of a triggering reason. This time, the Tiangang sect unfortunately had that reason. The next morning, Chu Xuan sat in the room, holding a copy of Miscellaneous Notes on Shenzhou, and carefully read the words on the pages. However, unlike usual, he felt a little uneasy today, as if he was restless. Finally, he put down the book, looked at Yilinger beside him, and sighed helplessly. "I say, aren't you tired of staring at me like this? How about taking this time to buy some food and prepare for lunch?" Ever since breakfast in the morning, Yilinger had been looking at him with an almost pleading gaze, and even after half an hour, there was no change. That look full of resentment was as if Chu Xuan owed her 1 million spirit stones. However, in response to Henry Chu's suggestion, Yilinger just glanced at the pen on the table, and then turned her gaze to him. Love in this world often seems dull and ordinary, not as dramatic as in Chu Xuan's story. Especially the heroine created by Chu Xuan, whose character setting is very charming, makes people unconsciously feel a strong sense of substitution. Yilinger was no exception. She even imagined herself as the overbearing clan leader and was very interested in the story. In order to satisfy her curiosity, Yilinger bought a few other storybooks when she went out today, but she found that only Chu Xuan's story could attract her attention. Finally, facing Yilinger's resentful eyes, Chu Xuan had to surrender. "Okay, I'll write it now." Yilinger's eyes lit up immediately, but she quickly regained her vigilance. "Then you must finish writing it." "Okay, I get it. I'll speed up and try to finish it in the morning." "Is that okay?" Henry Chu sighed helplessly. At first, writing storybooks was just a sudden inspiration of Chu Xuan in his spare time. He had not expected that a story he had casually compiled in the style of a domineering clan leader would cause such a big response from Yilinger. Therefore, the storybook that was originally just a work of entertainment has now become a task that Chu Xuan has to complete. After Yilinger left, Chu Xuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sometimes, being too good is also a kind of trouble. In order to avoid Yilinger looking at him again with that look as if she had suffered a great injustice, Chu Xuan chose to stay in the room and concentrate on writing the whole morning. Finally, when he finished writing the last word, he put down the brush in his hand, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. During this period of time, Chu Xuan's physical fitness has improved significantly through nightly bathing and spiritual nourishment, but long periods of writing still make his right hand feel sore. However, when he saw the thin stack of manuscript paper on the table, all his fatigue seemed to disappear. From any perspective, this is an important milestone in his personal creative career. When Chu Xuan walked out of the room, Yilinger almost immediately noticed the movement here. She quickly appeared in front of Chu Xuan and asked anxiously, "Have you finished writing?" Chu Xuan smiled and replied, "It's done." After getting a positive answer, Yilinger couldn't wait to put down the dishes in her hands and prepared to go straight to the study. But Chu Xuan stopped her in time. "Let's eat first, and then watch it after eating." Despite this, Chu Xuan was well aware of the great appeal of his story to Yi Linger. Sure enough, at today's dinner table, Yi Linger not only ate little, but also kept putting food into Chu Xuan's bowl, fearing that the meal would be delayed too long. As a result, Chu Xuan ate a lot more than usual at this meal. After the meal, Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao washed the dishes and couldn't wait to enter Chu Xuan's room to read the new work together. Huan Yue was also attracted and approached quietly. Seeing this, Yi Linger handed the first half of what Chu Xuan had written to Huan Yue. Take a look at the first part first. Huan Yue took the manuscript, flipped through just a few pages, and was completely immersed in it. Looking at the three women reading their works attentively, Chu Xuan suddenly felt a little lonely. Hurry up and finish reading. I have to send the manuscript to the city for printing later. However, his reminder was only met with a gentle response from Huan Yue, while the other two were still immersed in the story and had no time to respond. Chu Xuan smiled helplessly and glanced at the wood in the yard. In that case, why not take this opportunity to make a set of mahjong, just enough for 4 people to play with? Thinking of this, he picked up the wood and carving knife and started carving. Thanks to long-term practice, although Chu Xuan's skills are not as sophisticated as those of professional craftsmen, he is already adept at making some simple items. As the sounds of carving and turning pages intertwined, this gloomy afternoon was unexpectedly filled with warmth and harmony. About an hour later, Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao finally read to the end of the story. When they read the part where the overbearing sect leader sacrificed himself for the male protagonist, which eventually led to the male protagonist being heartbroken and living in seclusion in the sect, Yi Linger's hands trembled slightly. The story ends with a poignant poem. 10 years of life and death are so vague, I can never forget it without thinking about it. A lonely grave thousands of miles away, with no one to express my sorrow. Even if we meet, we won't recognize each other, with dust on our faces and hair like frost. Last night I had a dream that brought me back to my hometown, and I was sitting in the window, dressing myself. We looked at each other in silence, with tears in our eyes. I guess the place that breaks my heart every year is the short pine hill on a moonlit night. The signature reads, Complete Book, Author, Mingyao Gairen. Yi Linger put down the manuscript, tears in her eyes, and walked out of the door quickly to ask Chu Xuan, Why did you write Lu Rian to death? Chu Xuan calmly replied while carving, Isn't it already explained in the book? Sacrificed for the hero. Yi Linger said dissatisfiedly, Can't she be seriously injured? Why do we need to cut off the heart immediately? Why write it as a tragedy? Chu Xuan explained, Good stories often need tragedy to deepen the impression, so that readers can be more unforgettable. Yi Linger asked doubtfully, What kind of logic is this? Chu Xuan replied calmly, What you can't get is always the best, and unfulfilled wishes are often the most touching. If it wasn't a tragedy, would you be reacting so strongly now? If you keep being sweet all the time, I'm afraid people will get bored in the end. Chapter 28 Comprehending the Secret Technique, Reaching the Pinnacle in an Instant. Yi Linger thought for a moment, and suddenly found that what Chu Xuan said did make sense. It was indeed interesting to see the overbearing clan leader defending the men he loved. However, if this pattern is maintained all the time, it will become monotonous and boring. In comparison, the subsequent plot is more dramatic, and it is precisely because of the emotional ups and downs that the whole story is more unforgettable. At this time, Yun Mingyao interrupted and said, The image of the clan leader you wrote is indeed vivid, but his behavior seems a bit childish. Moreover, a person who can serve as the leader of a sect must have extraordinary strength. How could those despicable villains easily plot against him? She added, That doesn't make sense. Hearing this, Chu Xuan replied solemnly, Love in this world is so complicated that it can make people willing to give up everything, even their lives. Love makes people blind, and caring too much will make people lose their reason. Facing the doubts from Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao, Chu Xuan insisted on his own point of view. After all, he was the author of this book, so the final right of interpretation naturally lay in his hands. Whether it's reasonable or not, I have the final say. Chu Xuan was extremely eloquent and gave reasonable explanations to every question raised by the two women. After some discussion, Yi Linger felt speechless and could only sit opposite Henry Chu angrily. Thinking back to the ending of the story she had read before, she felt increasingly dissatisfied. Although she was very unhappy in her heart, she could not refute Chu Xuan's statement. This helplessness made her extremely annoyed. Yi Linger's gaze moved down and accidentally fell on Chu Xuan's slender hands, secretly calculating something in her heart. She bit her lip and suddenly said, "By the way, hasn't your realm reached the early stage of the 4th level? I've never seen you perform a martial art before, why don't we have a sparring match?" Henry Chu glanced at Yi Linger and said jokingly, "Want to bully me?" Yi Linger immediately clarified, "I will suppress my realm to the same level as you." Henry Chu shook his head, "No, I only know how to refine my qi, and I haven't learned any specific secret techniques. I'm afraid I'm not your opponent." Yi Linger curled her lips. Which cultivator would only learn the techniques without practicing the secret arts? Perhaps because he had a realm but had never used it, Chu Xuan became interested in Yi Linger's challenge. He thought for a moment, then suggested, "How about this, you teach me a secret technique first, and then we can learn from each other after I learn it." Yi Linger agreed without hesitation, "It's a deal." After saying that, she quickly moved into the courtyard. After a little preparation, Yi Linger said, "I will teach you a 5th-level method, the mysterious ice spiritual dance palm." Hearing Yi Linger mention mysterious ice spiritual dance palm, Chu Xuan muttered with some disdain, "Only the 5th level." This sentence made Yi Linger's eyelids twitch unconsciously, and she almost wanted to give up teaching and teach Chu Xuan a lesson. But she still suppressed her anger and asked, "Are you still going to learn?" Henry Chu replied listlessly, "Shui, go ahead and continue." Yi Linger looked at Chu Xuan's lazy appearance, and the anger in her heart was ignited again. She took a few deep breaths, tried to calm herself down, and began to teach the mysterious ice spirit dance palm. As she demonstrated, she explained in detail, the mysterious ice spiritual dance palm takes the power of the mysterious ice and combines it with footwork. When attacking, frost is diffused and the footwork is agile. Yi Linger's voice was clear and pleasant, and her movements were graceful, as if she was dancing in the air. Every time she slapped her palm, it seemed as if frost was swaying around her, giving people a beautiful enjoyment. Just as Yi Linger was demonstrating the mysterious ice spirit dance palm, in full in the yard, a voice suddenly sounded in Chu Xuan's mind, prompt, detected the 5th-level skill, mysterious ice spirit dance palm, do you want to start, study? Chu Xuan raised his head in surprise and silently agreed in his heart. Then, he heard another reminder, congratulations on your comprehension of the mysterious ice spiritual dance palm. Since the host's current comprehension has reached the level of extraordinary talent, the mysterious ice spiritual dance palm will automatically be upgraded to the peak of perfection realm. As the prompt tone ended, all the moves and techniques related to the mysterious ice spirit dance palm quickly flooded into Chu Xuan's mind. His brain was like a sponge that absorbed water, quickly absorbing and understanding this new knowledge. At the same time, Henry Chu felt a strange feeling, as if he had mastered this secret technique for many years, and it was not the first time he had come into contact with it. He raised his eyebrows slightly, secretly surprised, so the system has such a function. In this continent, martial arts are divided into 9 levels from low to high, and the power of a martial art depends not only on its quality, but also on the depth of the cultivator's mastery and proficiency in its application. The cultivation realm of the esoteric art is divided into 5 levels, namely, initial glimpse, practice makes perfect, mastery, the pinnacle, and great perfection. When judging a cultivator's true strength, in addition to considering his realm and the depth of his spiritual energy, his understanding and mastery of the secret arts is also one of the important criteria. Even the most basic first-level secret technique, if it can be cultivated to the realm of great perfection, its power will far exceed those second- and third-level secret techniques that have only reached the initial glimpse of the door. This shows that the subtlety of the secret technique lies not only in its own value, but also in whether the user can comprehend its essence and even transcend the original framework to reach a higher level. However, it is almost impossible for someone like Chu Xuan to be able to practice a secret technique to the pinnacle level at the first contact. For most monks, if they want to master a secret technique, they can only do so through unremitting efforts and accumulation of time. There is no shortcut. Of course, this does not apply to those with extraordinary talents, who may be able to achieve in a relatively short period of time a height that others would take years or even decades to achieve. Even so, Chu Xuan is the only one who can fully comprehend and master a profound secret technique with just a glance. Such a speed of progress is undoubtedly a subversion of the traditional way of practicing martial arts, and it also surprised Chu Xuan himself. The thrill of cheating is really good. Just as Chu Xuan was immersed in the joy brought by this unexpected gain, Yi Linger beside him seemed a little dissatisfied. She asked doubtfully, "Hey, did you look carefully just now? How is your study going?" Chu Xuan came back to his senses from his brief absence and met Yi Linger's slightly reproachful gaze. "I think so." Yi Linger was obviously not satisfied with this answer. She frowned and thought to herself, why is this guy so unreliable today? He originally planned to patiently guide Chu Xuan to learn the mysterious ice spirit dance palm, but now he gave up the idea because of the other party's attitude. She decided to test Chu Xuan's learning results with actual actions, so she said, "Since you said you have learned enough, let's give it a try." Chu Xuan responded and slowly walked into the courtyard, his heart full of anticipation. Chapter 29 shocked Yi Linger, have you practiced this secret technique before? Although he tended to enjoy life more in this world, his deep yearning for the world of monks never disappeared. Yi Linger on the opposite side was also looking forward to it. Are you ready? I'm about to start. Yi Linger reminded. Chu Xuan nodded slightly, and spiritual energy instantly spread throughout his body, ready to meet the challenge. Seeing this, Yi Linger raised a sly smile, gathered her spiritual light, and struck Chu Xuan in the chest with a palm. This palm strike is exactly the starting move of Mysterious Ice Spirit Dance Palm. With the subtle movement of Yi Linger's wrist, the originally single palm shadow instantly turned into countless palm shadows, wrapped in rays of spiritual light, and came in an overwhelming manner. Facing Yi Linger's attack, Chu Xuan remained calm and steady as a rock. His right palm also started towards Yi Linger. Not only was there more of it, but each palm shadow seemed to contain different powers. Yi Linger was caught off guard and could only respond hastily. Chu Xuan seized the opportunity, took a step forward, and instantly appeared in front of Yi Linger. He dispersed his spiritual power and slapped her forehead lightly and accurately. Bang! The crisp sound echoed in the courtyard. Yi Linger couldn't help but take a few steps back, covering her forehead with both hands, and looking at Henry Chu in disbelief. This is the pinnacle of the mysterious ice spiritual dance palm. Have you learned this secret technique before? Henry Chu shook his head and said, No, didn't you just teach me that? Yi Linger said to herself, that's right. This mysterious ice spiritual dance palm was created by my senior brother and was only passed on to me. How could you possibly know about it in advance? There was a hint of surprise and curiosity in her eyes. So, you really only read it once and were able to master this secret technique to the pinnacle level. Chu Xuan's mouth corners slightly raised, with a playful light flashing in his eyes. Is it not possible? Yi Linger was speechless for a moment and could only respond with silence. She stared at Chu Xuan's slightly provocative eyes, and a nameless anger surged in her heart. If she hadn't taken the occasion and her identity into consideration, she would have rushed forward recklessly to let Chu Xuan have a taste of her power. Yun Mingyao stood aside and took it all in. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Although Yi Linger was reserved in the previous fight, it did not prevent Chu Xuan from winning. Yun Mingyao was very shocked by Chu Xuan's rapid progress. She knew that such progress would be almost impossible without extraordinary talent or extremely special opportunities. Chu Xuan seemed to be in a good mood. He turned around and continued his wood-carving work, even humming a little tune. This relaxed and cheerful atmosphere was in stark contrast to the tense confrontation just now. Yi Linger returned to Yun Mingyao with a look of dissatisfaction, glanced at Chu Xuan with a look that could almost kill people, and then turned to Yun Mingyao and asked, Sister Yao, this guy only looked at he was able to practice my mysterious ice spiritual dance palm to the peak level in just one practice. How deep is his understanding? Yun Mingyao pondered for a moment and replied, there has never been such a person before. She recalled the aptitude test she took in Baihua Valley when she was young. Her comprehension was rated 98 at the time, which put her among the top geniuses. Even so, after watching Yi Linger demonstrate the mysterious ice spirit dance palm, she could only barely reach perfection. Chu Xuan not only had a weak foundation, he had never even touched upon the basic secret arts, but he was able to master a 5th-level secret art to such a high level in a short period of time. In Yun Mingyao's opinion, this was unprecedented. Describe. After hearing this, Yi Linger and Huan Yue both took a deep breath, their eyes filled with disbelief. Faced with their reactions, Yun Mingyao's face also showed a rare solemnity. In fact, Yun Mingyao also guessed that Chu Xuan's talent might have reached an unprecedented level. After all, he was able to grow from a mortal to a third-grade expert in a very short period of time, a process that no ordinary genius could achieve. In addition, Chu Xuan possesses precious resources such as dragon blood tea, which gives him the potential to surpass ordinary people. Your talent is the best I have ever seen. If you can focus on practicing, you will surely become a 7th grade or 8th grade being, or even the legendary 9th grade being in the future. Yun Mingyao said earnestly, doing nothing all day is really a waste of your talent. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuan looked at Yun Mingyao with a puzzled expression. Is it a waste? Isn't my realm constantly growing? Yun Mingyao was speechless for a moment. Recalling her experience with Chu Xuan during this period of time, she had to admit that Chu Xuan did have a unique way of practicing. Every time she drank a cup of those so-called spiritual teas, she could feel a significant increase in her spiritual energy, which was equivalent to the result of her hard practice for several days. In just a few days, Yun Mingyao's own spiritual energy progress has surpassed the previous month's efforts. And all this is just drinking tea, playing chess, and chatting. This is simply a way to increase your strength even when you're lying down. Yun Mingyao sighed inwardly. She was even more certain of Chu Xuan's high comprehension. Even if it was a 7th or 8th level secret technique, or even a 9th level secret technique, it would only be a matter of time for him to master it. Seeing this, Yi Linger asked curiously, "What's that in your hand?" Henry Chu explained simply, "This is mahjong, a way to kill time. With Wan Yue, we can play together." In this world, although everything else is wonderful, the lack of entertainment activities makes Chu Xuan feel a little regretful. Therefore, he decided to make some entertainment tools by himself to enrich his daily life. Imagining the scene of everyone sitting together on a rainy afternoon, playing mahjong, drinking tea, and listening to the rain, Chu Xuan felt that such a life was quite comfortable. When Yi Linger heard it was a game, she immediately became interested and walked forward to carefully observe the work in Chu Xuan's hands. After Chu Xuan finished carving a piece of mahjong, he put down the carving knife, looked at the scattered mahjong pieces on the ground, frowned slightly, turned to Yun Mingyao and others and asked, "Can you carve?" Yun Mingyao raised her eyebrows slightly, and said with a hint of joking, "Are you asking us to join you and make this thing together?" Chu Xuan raised his head and nodded solemnly, "That's right. If I were to do this alone, it would take too much time to complete the task. The number of mahjong tiles is not small. Even the most basic configuration requires 136 tiles. Judging from Chu Xuan's current work efficiency, even if he concentrates fully, it will probably take quite a while to complete." After thinking for a while, Yun Mingyao slowly raised her right hand. Accompanied by a subtle fluctuation of spiritual power, the mahjong tile carefully carved by Chu Xuan, which was originally placed on the table, instantly appeared in Yun Mingyao's palm. After a brief observation and study, Yun Mingyao picked up another piece of unprocessed wood from the table. Her fingers, as slender as green onions, moved lightly in the air, as if guiding some kind of power invisibly. After a few breaths, Yun Mingyao shook her fingers lightly, and a large amount of sawdust fell, and a new piece of wood was formed in her hand. "Is that so?" Chu Xuan stood up curiously and moved closer to Yun Mingyao to take a closer look. He discovered that the piece of wood made by Yun Mingyao was exactly the same as the previous mahjong tile in terms of size, shape, and details. "Yes, that's it." Chu Xuan echoed repeatedly, his heart full of admiration, and he couldn't help but give Yun Mingyao a thumbs up. "It's amazing. How can you achieve this so quickly?" Facing Chu Xuan's praise, Yun Mingyao's lips curled up into a faint smile. However, when she heard Henry Chu's next words, the smile on her face froze instantly. It would be a waste if such superb skills were not performed on the streets. At this moment, looking at Chu Xuan's slightly teasing expression, Yun Mingyao suddenly had an idea in her mind. "I wonder what it would feel like to practice secret techniques with Chu Xuan's head. There is strength in numbers, and this saying applies to any era." In the yard, Chu Xuan not only arranged the mahjong patterns, but also assigned the production tasks to Yun Mingyao, Yi Linger, and Huan Yue. Afterwards, he left home with his previously created novel, The Tyrannical Sect Leader Fell in Love with Me. Although he was initially uncertain about whether his work would be welcomed by the market, after seeing the performance of several tenants, Chu Xuan's confidence increased and he was convinced that this novel would cause a sensation. In this world, although Chu Xuan is not too interested in sectarian feuds or dynastic struggles, he is also eager to bring some positive changes to the world through personal efforts. For example, seeing readers' eyes filled with tears because of the climax of the story. But, I don't think it's popular among readers here to send razor blades, right? Walking on the road, Chu Xuan touched his chin and talked to himself. Looking at Chu Xuan's figure gradually walking away, Yi Linger couldn't help but look at the pattern paper in her hand, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. She felt as if she was innocently involved in this labor. She could have enjoyed a leisurely life, but now she had to take on these extra tasks. Facing Yi Linger's gaze, Yun Mingyao sighed softly, glanced at the clothes that had just been dried on the clothesline, and said, "Finish it soon. We may not be able to beat him at all in Gobang." Yi Linger felt even more depressed after hearing this. In the past few days, no one, whether it was Yun Mingyao or Yi Linger, could beat Chu Xuan in Gobang. As a result, Yi Linger was forced to increase the time she spent washing dishes, while Yun Mingyao had to extend the period of doing laundry for Chu Xuan. Although it is Yun Mingyao's character not to admit defeat easily, she knows very well that doing something knowing it is impossible will only add to her troubles. As the master of Baihua Valley, Yun Mingyao knows exactly when to withdraw. However, what made the two women feel most unwilling was that the rules of Gobang were extremely simple, but they were still unable to defeat Chu Xuan. This kind of frustration in terms of IQ is the most unacceptable. In this regard, Yi Linger couldn't help but complain, "This guy is like our nemesis. Every time we fight him, we always suffer a loss." Yun Mingyao smiled slightly, as if she was already accustomed to this situation. Chu Xuan walked slowly into Maxiang Pavilion, and was greeted by a slightly plump and kind-looking shop owner. "Sir, are you here to buy books?" Chu Xuan shook his head and gently placed the package in his hand on the table. "I'm here to publish books." "Publishing books?" The shopkeeper repeated it doubtfully, and then glanced back and forth at Henry Chu. "Can I take a look at your manuscript first?" Henry Chu responded indifferently. "Sure." The shop owner took the manuscript and read it carefully. Chu Xuan began to browse leisurely in the bookstore, occasionally opening a storybook to read. However, he was quite disappointed with the contents of most books. Either they were cliched stories, or they used a few mediocre poems to forcibly increase the so-called literary talent. What's even more surprising is that these books are not cheap. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Xuan, who wanted to go home early, finally couldn't suppress his anxiety and spoke softly. "Boss, how long will it take? If your bookstore has no intention of publishing it, I will look for another place." As soon as these words were spoken, the fat shopkeeper beside him suddenly became nervous and waved his hands quickly. "No, no, no, yes. We at Maxiang Pavilion are very willing to publish your masterpiece." The fat shopkeeper seemed to have a very high opinion of the manuscript. After putting the manuscript down gently, the look in his eyes when he looked at Chu Xuan was no longer as careless as before, but full of respect and gentleness. "The book written by you is truly a rare masterpiece. I have read countless books, but I have never seen such a fascinating work." The fat shopkeeper glanced at the manuscript on the table and added, "The title is well chosen, and it is unforgettable once you see it." Chu Xuan nodded slightly, signaling the other party to continue. "Then let's talk about publishing." Hearing this, the fat shopkeeper cleared his throat and officially got to the point. "Normally, if you want to publish a book, you only need to hand in the manuscript to my bookstore and pay 50 spirit stones as a fee, and we will be responsible for printing and selling it. As for the distribution of profits, generally speaking, the bookstore and the author each take 50%. After hearing this, Chu Xuan frowned slightly, thinking secretly in his heart that such conditions were not in his favor. The fat shopkeeper obviously noticed the change in Henry Chu's expression and hurriedly explained. "Of course, the above conditions apply to general works. But a work as good as yours will surely cause a sensation once it is released, so we are willing to provide a more favorable cooperation method. Our bookstore will print and sell books for you free of charge, and the proceeds will be split 70% to 70%, that is, you get 70% and the bookstore gets 30%. Sir, do you think this is appropriate?" Chu Xuan quickly calculated in his mind and thought that even if he only took 30%, the bookstore would still get a generous return. More importantly, if the book sells well, the reputation of the bookstore will also rise, bringing immeasurable indirect benefits. But he quickly gave up the idea of being overly calculating. After all, he was not a businessman at that time and did not need to be too calculating. After a brief thought, Chu Xuan put forward his additional request. However, I have one more request, that I not reveal my identity as the author of the book. The fat shopkeeper looked puzzled when he heard this. Usually, writers hope that their names can be widely known so as to increase their personal value and the price of their works. However, Chu Xuan did the opposite and chose to remain anonymous. Although puzzled, the fat shopkeeper readily agreed to Chu Xuan's request. Chu Xuan did not explain too much. After all, his concerns stemmed from his worries about potential risks. In this world full of monks, any little thing could lead to fatal consequences. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is obviously wise to hide your identity. Chapter 31 Chu Xuan's reaction. Tiangang sect was destroyed. After signing the agreement, Chu Xuan slowly left the study and embarked on the journey home. However, not long after Chu Xuan left, the fat shopkeeper couldn't wait to read the manuscript again. As the plot progressed, the fat shopkeeper became increasingly emotional, until the end, he was almost in tears. The first half of The Tyrannical Master Falls in Love with Me is sweet and warm, which makes people yearn for it. However, after the plot turns, the tragic color becomes stronger, especially the poem at the end, which pushes the emotion of the whole book to the extreme. Climax. Although the fat shopkeeper was a man, he was deeply moved and even had the urge to blame the author for writing such a sad and beautiful story. Thinking of this, the fat shopkeeper changed his mind and realized that this work would surely resonate widely and would be very popular in the future. He began to look forward to the publication of the book, imagining the craze it would create in the market. On his way home, Chu Xuan paid attention to the movements around him. Just as he was choosing snacks in a store, he heard a conversation about the destruction of the Tiangang sect. Chu Xuan stopped what he was doing and his eyes became serious. Almost immediately, I thought of the footprints with mud and water in front of my house last night. Combining what happened today, Chu Xuan gradually formed a hypothesis in his mind. After paying the bill, he returned home with the purchased items. After Huan Yue took the item in her hand, Chu Xuan sat aside, staring at Yun Mingyao who was quickly making mahjong. Feeling Chu Xuan's gaze, Yun Mingyao raised her eyebrows slightly. "What's up?" she inquired. Henry Chu spoke. The Tiangang sect in the city was completely wiped out last night. As soon as these words came out, Yi Linger on the side paused and turned her eyes involuntarily to Chu Xuan. Their eyes met, and after a moment, Yun Mingyao's mouth corners slightly raised. "You think I did it?" Chu Xuan thought for a moment and answered. "This girl seemed to have dealt with those who came to our house last night, and the destruction of the Tiangang sect must be your doing." Yi Linger said in surprise. "Hey! The Tiangang sect is gone." Obviously, Yi Linger, who had not gone out today, knew nothing about this matter. Seeing that Chu Xuan guessed the truth easily, Yun Mingyao also became a little interested. "How did you guess that?" she asked. Henry Chu rolled his eyes. "Is it difficult?" Although the Tiangang sect is not the top sect, it is a force affiliated with the Yin Yang sect, and is also a hegemon in the land of Sanbian City. The obvious footprints in the mud outside the door last night clearly showed that someone came after Huan Yue and I left. In addition, when I came back, Linger's shoes were half wet, obviously she had been out. However, I'm afraid this girl can't destroy the Tiangang sect directly while I'm away. Although Chu Xuan did not finish his words, this information was enough to explain the problem. Seeing Henry Chu reasoning all this so easily, Yi Linger looked at him in surprise. Feeling Yi Linger's surprised look, Chu Xuan chuckled. "Isn't that impressive?" As soon as the words fell, the surprise in Yi Linger's eyes immediately turned into disdain. After verifying his speculation, Chu Xuan happily picked up a piece of wood and continued carving. Looking at the smile on Chu Xuan's face, Yun Mingyao asked curiously. "What grudge do you have with the Tiangang sect?" Chu Xuan asked doubtfully. "I am a person who stays at home all day long. I have nothing to do with the Tiangang sect." "Where does the grudge come from?" Yun Mingyao asked. "Then why do you seem so happy when the Tiangang sect was destroyed?" Chu Xuan explained. "The Tiangang sect is affiliated with the Yin Yang sect. You were able to destroy it so easily, obviously you didn't worry too much about the Yin Yang sect's attitude. This further proves that Miss Yao, your identity is extraordinary." In this case, with Miss Yao's previous promise, I naturally don't have to worry about any trouble coming. After saying this, Chu Xuan sighed inwardly. After a few seconds of silence, Yun Mingyao raised her head slightly. It seems that you have guessed my identity. Henry Chu shrugged. That's about right. Baihua Valley, Sect Master Yun Mingyao. The Yin-Yang sect is one of the top forces in the Apocalypse Kingdom. Looking across the country, there are only a handful of forces that can so blatantly ignore its existence. Chu Xuan really couldn't think of any other candidate except Yun Mingyao, the leader of Baihua Valley, who had such an image, temperament, and courage. When he first met Yun Mingyao, Chu Xuan had wondered whether Yao Mingyun was Yun Mingyao herself, but considering Yun Mingyao's reputation, he did not think about it. I never thought that the truth would be so dramatic. His first tenant, the tenant with whom he bathed in the spiritual liquid hot spring every day, turned out to be the world-famous Grand Master of Baihua Valley. Chu Xuan casually stated Yun Mingyao's identity. Yi Linger on the side did not show much surprise, but Huan Yue's body trembled slightly and she looked at Yun Mingyao in disbelief. Among the many sects in the Shenzhou continent, there are very few people who can be called extraordinary women, and the Grand Master of Baihua Valley, Yun Mingyao, is undoubtedly one of them. Whether it was the fact that she had reached the 7th level at a young age and became a powerful figure in the world, or being the leader of the top sect, Baihua Valley, it was enough to make Yun Mingyao a dazzling existence. It was extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to see her, and now this powerful person appeared in a remote place like Sunbian City. As Chu Xuan revealed his identity, Yun Mingyao's mouth curled up slightly. However, the next moment, her face suddenly darkened, and the block of wood in her hand instantly shattered into powder. As her expression changed, Yun Mingyao looked dignified and stared at Chu Xuan coldly. This change caused the surrounding atmosphere to freeze instantly. Yi Linger and Huan Yue both looked solemn, and their gazes turned to Yun Mingyao at the same time, and they couldn't help feeling a little nervous and uneasy in their hearts. Yun Mingyao is not only extremely powerful, but also has a very important identity. There are countless rumors in the sect about her ruthlessness. Even though the two women present were usually very smart, they couldn't help but feel a lot of pressure when facing Yun Mingyao. The legendary leader of the Yunmen Jiao clan is so famous that he is like the shadow under a big tree, which is intimidating. At this moment, Yun Mingyao's aura that seemed like it could explode at any time made Yi Linger and Huan Yue even more uneasy. However, in this tense atmosphere, Henry Chu seemed unusually calm, and even spoke a little impatiently. Stop messing around, make the mahjong as soon as possible so we can play together in the evening. Chu Xuan's words seemed to have some magical power, which instantly dissipated the oppressive feeling around Yun Mingyao. She just clapped her hands gently and a smile of interest appeared on her face. It seems that you are indeed not afraid of me. Her eyes revealed her curiosity about Henry Chu. The people who are truly frightening are often those who smile on the surface but harbor evil intentions. Chu Xuan responded in a relaxed tone, then picked up a piece of wood and started carving. Seeing this, Yun Mingyao said no more, picked up another piece of wood in midair, and joined the production. Chapter 32 The Yin-Yang sect is coming, Yun Mingyao is calm. As night fell, the four worked together to complete a beautiful set of wooden mahjong. Looking at the work in his hands, Chu Xuan smiled with satisfaction. After nightfall, several people relaxed in the mist of the spiritual liquid hot spring water, and were later invited by Chu Xuan to the courtyard to experience this novel form of entertainment together. Chu Xuan patiently explained the rules of mahjong to the three women and suggested using a small amount of spirit stones as a prize. 1 spirit stone per game, up to 4. How about that? He said, patting the rice paper beside him. Although this amount of spirit stones was nothing to Chu Xuan, he obviously enjoyed spending time with the women more. Hearing such a prize, Yi Linger was obviously a little dissatisfied. She asked while holding a mahjong tile. So little. Chu Xuan naturally understood Yi Linger's thoughts. She wanted to make up for the bet she lost to him through this game. However, mahjong is different from gobang. The latter relies on skills, while the former relies more on luck. If Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao join forces, Chu Xuan might find it difficult to resist. In order to avoid falling into an unfavorable situation, he cleverly set the stakes so low. At first, Yi Linger, Yun Mingyao and even Huan Yue seemed not very interested in such an arrangement. However, as the game progressed, the three were gradually attracted by the charm of mahjong and could not stop. After a few rounds, their enthusiasm was completely ignited. However, the final result was unexpected. After a fierce battle, Yi Linger and Huan Yue lost almost all their spiritual stones. Only Yun Mingyao was not affected because of her huge family wealth. Faced with such a result, Yi Linger gritted her teeth in anger. Even though it was just a few spirit stones, the feeling of failure made it hard for her to let go. Whenever they were about to win, Chu Xuan would always get there first, which made them extremely anxious. While Huan Yue was sorting out the mahjong, Yun Mingyao flicked her sleeves and prepared to go back to her room to rest. However, she suddenly stopped, and then her figure flashed and appeared outside Chu Xuan's courtyard. There, a group of disciples from Baihua Valley had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Yun Mingyao appear, everyone immediately saluted respectfully. Grand Valley Master. Facing these disciples from Baihua Valley, Yun Mingyao's voice was as cold as the winter wind, yet filled with unquestionable arrogance. What is it? The leading disciple from Baihua Valley responded immediately, his tone urgent but respectful. Reporting to the Great Valley Master, we have received news that the Yin-Yang sect has sent an elder to Sanbian City, probably to investigate the destruction of the Tiangang sect. Yun Mingyao's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, sparkling with brilliance. Yin-Yang sect. Humph, they're really quick. In this world, there are numerous sects, which seem complicated, but in fact they are clearly divided into levels. This level is not only reflected in the level of military strength, but also in economic strength. People who practice cultivation need enormous material support. Whether it is elixirs, techniques, or the resources needed for daily practice, they all require spirit stones to maintain. Therefore, the more powerful the sect, the greater its daily expenses. In order to maintain the operation and development of the sect, spiritual stones have become an indispensable part. Thus, a delicate balance was formed between the sect and the dynasty. In every dynasty, annual tax revenue is divided into two parts. One part is divided among various sectarian forces. And those weaker sects also need to pay spirit stones to the large sects in the area on a regular basis in order to seek protection or avoid conflict. Although Sanbian City is located at the junction of three dynasties, it has always been the sphere of influence of the Yin-Yang sect. The sects here have to pay a certain fee to the Yin-Yang sect every month. Since Sanbianqing is an important commercial center, its monthly income is naturally higher than that of other cities. Yun Mingyao originally thought that even if the Yin-Yang sect took action, it would not be so quick. However, it was proved that there must be spies from Yin-Yang sect inside Sanbian City. After thinking for a moment, Yun Mingyao spoke lightly. What about the Yin-Yang sect? Don't pay too much attention to it, but if anyone dares to approach this place, they will be killed without mercy. There was an irresistible power in her words, and every word was like a sharp blade, inspiring awe. Yes, sir. The disciples of Baihua Valley responded in unison with a pious attitude. Seeing this, Yun Mingyao was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly stopped and turned her gaze to a disciple beside her. Give your spirit stone to this valley master. What? Oh well. The disciple was stunned for a moment, then felt Yun Mingyao's sharp gaze, his heart trembled, and he hurriedly took out his spirit stone bag and presented it with both hands. Yun Mingyao took the bag of spirit stones and weighed it lightly, a look of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. In the courtyard, 4 rattan chairs are placed side by side, basking in the warm afternoon sun. Chu Xuan, Yi Linger, Yun Mingyao and Huan Yue lay leisurely on the chairs, enjoying the rare leisure time. Occasionally taking a sip of exquisite tea, the feeling of comfort from the inside out makes their expressions even more intoxicated. Although it is the same scene, it gives people completely different feelings depending on the person. Even in such a lazy state, beautiful people still exude a unique charm. Especially Yun Mingyao, she always gave people the impression of being cold, aloof, and slightly domineering, like an ice lotus growing on the top of a snowy field, beautiful but difficult to approach. However, at this moment, in this laziness, the coldness in her body seemed to quietly dissipate, and was replaced by an indescribable charm. Unfortunately, as the only male present, Chu Xuan seemed to have no interest in this. He kept his eyes closed and seemed unwilling to even open them. In this way, the 4 of them immersed themselves in the sunshine and enjoyed the tranquility throughout the afternoon. Tip: the host has been drinking dragon blood tea for a long time, and his talent has increased by 1. The talent has increased to 65 points, reaching the level of 1 in 100. Tip: the host's long-term drinking of dragon blood tea will increase his comprehension by 1, and his comprehension will be increased to 96 points, reaching a level rarely seen in the world. Just as the sun was setting and the sunlight was becoming softer, a system prompt sounded in Chu Xuan's mind. At the same time, the spiritual energy in his body began to flow faster, and his spiritual veins also underwent a qualitative change in this instant, becoming wider and tougher. Chu Xuan opened his eyes and looked at the prompt information in front of him. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Finally reached the 1 in 100 level. After a month of unremitting efforts, Chu Xuan consumed almost half of the dragon blood tea, and finally succeeded in improving his own talent from the original mediocre 55 points to 65 points, reaching the level of 1 in 100. After confirming the improvement of his talent, Chu Xuan quickly mobilized his spiritual energy and conducted some tests in his body. Compared to before, the spiritual energy now flows more smoothly in his body, and the speed has almost doubled. Such a change made Chu Xuan very satisfied. He nodded slightly, feeling secretly relieved. Chapter 33: Drink some tea, take a nap, and your realm will be elevated. The importance of talent is not only reflected in the speed of cultivation, it also determines the speed of the cultivator's spiritual energy circulation, the width of the spiritual veins, and even the upper limit of the spiritual energy storage in the sea of qi. Those with a talent below 50 points are considered unsuitable for cultivation. For cultivators with a talent below 65 points, their spiritual veins are like narrow country roads. For cultivators with a talent above 65 points, their spiritual veins are like narrow country roads. A spacious highway, spiritual energy can complete the whole body's circulation in a very short time. This difference is particularly obvious in actual combat, and monks with high talent can often gain an absolute advantage in battle. In addition to the improvement of his talent, Chu Xuan also paid attention to his other attributes. With a thought, he called up his attribute panel. Host: Chu Xuan. Insight: 96, rare in the world. Talent: 66, 1 out of 100. Realm: 4th grade middle stage. Kung Fu, soul swallowing and essence concentrating technique, level 9 intermediate. Secret technique, mysterious eye spirit dance palm, level 5 advanced, reaching the pinnacle. Practicing 100 arts, spiritual tea master, grandmaster level. His eyes moved across the attribute panel, finally stopping at the perception column. Originally Chu Xuan expected that the dragon blood tea could significantly improve his comprehension, but a month of hard work seemed to have only brought a 1-point increase, which made him feel a little regretful. He guessed that the higher you go, the harder it is to upgrade. However, when he saw his own realm, his mood immediately brightened up a lot. After enjoying life for a period of time, through sunbathing, tasting spiritual tea, soaking in spiritual hot springs, etc., he inadvertently raised his realm to the middle stage of the 4th level. This almost natural way of growth made him feel extremely comfortable. Just as Chu Xuan was immersed in self-reflection, a new system prompt suddenly appeared. Hint: it is detected that the host's comprehension has been raised to a level rarely seen in the world, and the Xian level advanced secret technique, Xian Bingling Wu Palm, has automatically entered the state of great perfection. As this message appeared, Chu Xuan felt an unprecedented sense of clarity. The knowledge about mysterious eye spirit dance palm flooded his mind like a tide, and every movement and every change became so clear. At this moment, his understanding of this secret art reached a new level. Is this also possible? Henry Chu raised his eyebrows in surprise, and the smile on his face became even more intense. Standing up from his seat, Chu Xuan looked up at the sky, which was gradually taking on the color of dusk, and then patted Yi Linger beside him. "Don't lie down, it's time to prepare dinner," he said. Yi Linger, Yun Mingyao, and Huan Yue woke up from their lazy state almost at the same time. Yi Linger slowly opened her eyes with a slightly dissatisfied expression, as if she had just been awakened from a dream. She sat up and looked at Chu Xuan with a slightly resentful look. "I was just about to fall asleep when you woke me up," Henry Chu responded unceremoniously. "You're not good at anything, but you're pretty good at being lazy. Go and prepare dinner." Yi Linger stood up with some disgust and walked towards the kitchen, muttering as she walked. "All I do is eat. What if I end up being a fat man?" Chu Xuan replied indifferently. "I heard it clearly." Yi Linger snorted coldly. "I heard it, what can you do to me?" At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on Yi Linger, contrasting with her playful appearance, making people unable to help but take a few more glances. After Yi Linger entered the kitchen, Huan Yue followed closely and offered to help. Chu Xuan couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. Huan Yue is still the most sensible. Before he finished speaking, he felt a cold gaze coming from beside him. Turning around, he saw Yun Mingyao staring at him quietly without saying a word. After a moment's silence, Chu Xuan said tentatively, "Do you want me to praise you too, saying that you are also very well behaved?" Yun Mingyao raised a smile at the corner of her mouth and said to Chu Xuan, "Do you dare?" Faced with such an answer, Chu Xuan was speechless for a moment and could only sigh helplessly. It was a very ordinary-sounding sentence, but as long as it came from Yun Mingyao's mouth, it naturally made Chu Xuan feel a hidden threat. What a domineering woman. Henry Chu muttered softly in his heart, then began to move his somewhat lazy body casually, and slowly walked towards his room. Seeing Chu Xuan entering the room, Yun Mingyao's smile became more intense. She looked back at the dim sky and squinted her eyes slightly, as if she was enjoying the tranquility and beauty of the moment. After returning to the room, Chu Xuan's heart moved slightly. "System, I want to start signing in," he muttered to himself. Almost at the same moment, a series of system prompts appeared in front of Chu Xuan. Tip: sign in successful, current cumulative sign-in time, 1 month. Tip: congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 top-grade spirit stones. Hint: congratulations to the host for obtaining 10-year-old red fruit 10. Hint: congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item, cultivation experience *1. Hint: congratulations to the host for obtaining a Grandmaster level cultivation 100 arts card *1. All rewards have been automatically deposited into the system space. Please check and withdraw them by yourself. The continuous system prompt sounds made Chu Xuan's eyes light up. He quickly browsed through them and couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile on his face. According to the system's description, the 100-year-old vermilion fruit contains pure spiritual power. Each fruit consumed is equivalent to the power of 10 years of cultivation. It also has extremely strong recovery and detoxification effects. The experience of cultivation includes a wealth of theoretical and practical experience, and also comes with a Grandmaster-level cultivation arts card. Chu Xuan secretly admired in his heart that this month's wait was indeed worth it. After confirming the specific content of the sign-in reward, Chu Xuan first decided to extract the cultivation experience. As soon as the thought came to his mind, a large amount of information instantly flooded into his mind. These contents cover a wide range of knowledge, from common cultivation common sense, to cultivator's combat experience, to the theory of mental cultivation, and even some human medical knowledge. Even with the assistance of the system, it took Chu Xuan about a quarter of an hour to fully digest this huge amount of information. He gently rubbed his slightly swollen temple, but the smile on his face became more and more intense. For Chu Xuan, the value of this cultivation experience even exceeds any top-level skills or secret techniques. Although his realm quickly rose to the middle stage of the 4th level in just 1 month, his actual combat experience and theoretical foundation of martial arts were almost zero. And now, this cultivation experience is like an experienced mentor, leading Chu Xuan through countless battles and decades of in-depth research. Its importance is self-evident. Without any actual action, Chu Xuan's strength had a qualitative leap, which made him in a good mood. Chapter 34: The Noble Alchemist becomes a master in 1 leap. Then, Chu Xuan turned his gaze to the system again. System: extract the Grandmaster level 100 arts cultivation card. The next moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Tip: Grandmaster level cultivation of 100 arts card is in use. Congratulations to the host for becoming a Grandmaster alchemist. Following the system's prompts, a large amount of new information quickly flooded into Chu Xuan's mind. This time the amount of information was even greater than the cultivation experience he had obtained before. It took Chu Xuan nearly half an hour to barely absorb and understand all the new knowledge. After all the information was thoroughly absorbed, Chu Xuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seems that we should collect rewards in batches in the future, otherwise this information shock will really give us a headache. He gently shook his heavy head. Although his head felt a little heavy, Chu Xuan's face still couldn't hide the excitement. The cultivation skills in the system are also divided into 9 levels, with levels 1 to 3 being elementary, levels 4 to 6 being intermediate, levels 7 to 9 being advanced, and 9 representing the limit. After reaching the 9th level, one has to go one step further to be called a master. For example, the elders in the big sects who are in charge of elixirs are only around the 7th level. Even so, he already has a great say in the major sects. And Chu Xuan has now reached the Grandmaster level above level 9. As for the effects of elixirs, they can be used for cultivation, treatment, detoxification, etc. It is common for people to get sick in this world, and minor illnesses and pains are almost unavoidable. However, the situation of monks is quite different. Because of their spiritual energy conditioning and strong physical fitness, they are usually either fine, but if something happens, the illness is often very serious. Therefore, in terms of sects, whether they are righteous or evil, they all have a common tradition. The sect's fight does not involve alchemists. Unless there is a deep hatred, once the news of harming the alchemist spreads, other alchemists would no longer lend a helping hand and would rather die than violate this principle. Anyone who is skilled in alchemy will be respected wherever he goes. Thinking of this, a more satisfied smile appeared on Chu Xuan's face. As for the 100-year red fruit, Chu Xuan was not in a hurry to use it. Although the centennial red fruit can be taken directly, the effect is only about 60% at best. There are two most ideal ways to use it, one is to refine it into pills, and the other is to make medicinal tea. Coincidentally, Chu Xuan possessed many secret recipes for making fried tea, including one specially designed for precious medicinal materials such as the centennial red fruit. It just so happened that the medicinal tea brewed last month was almost gone after being shared with the 3 women over this period of time. This is a good opportunity to make another batch. With a full sense of achievement, Henry Chu slowly walked out of the room. He sat casually on the stone steps at the edge of the yard, his chin supported by his hands, his eyes looking into the distance. At this time, the sky had begun to darken, with only a ray of afterglow in the distance still bright. The air was filled with the aroma of food coming from the kitchen, and the occasional sounds made by Yi Linger and Huan Yue in the kitchen made Chu Xuan feel extremely satisfied. This kind of life is so beautiful. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from the side. It's really good. Hearing the voice, Chu Xuan turned around and found that Yun Mingyao had come to his side without him knowing when. When did you come? You just sat down. Yun Mingyao answered while imitating Chu Xuan's actions and sat next to him nonchalantly. The two of them were so close that their clothes were almost touching. But Yun Mingyao seemed to have long been accustomed to this kind of intimate distance and did not feel uncomfortable at all. As the aroma of food floats in the air, Yun Mingyao's face looked softer under the dim light. Just like that, the two of them sat side by side on the steps until the last ray of light in the sky disappeared. Suddenly, Yun Mingyao broke the silence. To be honest, I'm curious, why do you have such a calmness that transcends the world at such a young age? Facing Yun Mingyao's question, Chu Xuan smiled faintly. Beyond the mundane. I'm not a monk. Without waiting for Yun Mingyao's response, he continued. It's just a matter of personal pursuits and preferences. I long for a peaceful life, not a turbulent life. Yun Mingyao retorted softly. But if you just seek comfort and do nothing all day, isn't that just wasting your time? Henry Chu shook his head. The value of life lies in enjoyment. Some people enjoy status, while others enjoy wealth. As long as you can feel comfortable and spend every day happily, why waste it? Whether it is good or bad, only you know it best. The experience in his previous life made Chu Xuan just want to lie down. Therefore, he is very satisfied with his life as a landlord now. There is no pressure to rush around here. The mind does not need to bear too many heavy burdens. You can relax at any time and quietly feel the passage of time. It is leisurely and comfortable, without any worries. Having said that, Chu Xuan turned to look at Yun Mingyao, who was slightly thoughtful beside him. After thinking for a while, he reached out and gently patted Yun Mingyao on the shoulder and spoke softly. When you realize all your wishes, maybe you will like this kind of life more. When Yun Mingyao heard this, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and her heart seemed to be touched by some invisible force. Sir, dinner is ready. At this time, Huan Yue brought out food from the kitchen, breaking the silence. Chu Xuan's eyes brightened instantly, and he stood up without hesitation and walked to the stone table in the yard, waiting for the meal to start. Seeing Chu Xuan's expectant eyes moving back and forth among the dishes on the table, and even picking up the chopsticks, Yun Mingyao couldn't help but be stunned. But then, a brilliant smile appeared on her face, like the melting ice and snow and the blooming flowers, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. After a moment, Yun Mingyao slowly stood up and also came to the stone table in the yard, and sat next to Chu Xuan naturally. Tianzhu Mountain is named after its shape, which resembles a pillar in the sky. The mountain walls are steep and difficult to climb, and there are few people living there. It is said that immortals live there. On the edge of the cliff at the back of the mountain, there is a patch of peach blossoms in full bloom, which forms a sharp contrast with the outside world's awe of Tianzhu Mountain. The cold wind blew, bringing a hint of chill, the peach blossoms danced lightly in the wind, and the petals fluttered down. One of the petals gently fell on the shoulder of a woman in a domineering robe. Even if this woman was just standing quietly under the tree, the awe-inspiring aura she exuded could not be ignored. Even compared to Yun Mingyao, she is not weaker at all. She is the leader of Yin Yang sect, Fengshui. At this moment, behind her, Chen Yueshan, the elder of Yin Yang sect, knelt on one knee and reported a series of recent events. Fengshui turned around gently and her eyes fell on Chen Yueshan. The latter felt the sect leader's gaze and his heart tightened, and he lowered his head even more. "You mean the 100-Flower Valley?" Fengshui asked. Chen Yueshan quickly explained. "Really? Although Sanbian City is located in a remote area, it has a superior geographical location and receives a lot of offerings every month. After the incident in Tiangang sect last month, I sent people to investigate. He discovered that the scars on those disciples' bodies were extremely unique, in the shape of flowers, and seemed to be caused only by the 100 Flowers sword art of the 100 Flowers Valley. But the day after the message was sent back, the person I sent lost contact. We sent people there again and found them in the bamboo forest in the southern suburbs of Sanbian City. The condition of their bodies was the same as that of the disciples of Tiangang sect." Chapter 35 The Poison of the Magic Poison, The Hidden Danger of Huanyue. After listening to Chen Yueshan's report, Fengshui narrowed her eyes slightly. Why did the people from Baihua Valley suddenly appear in our Yin Yang sect's territory? Although the southwest region is not barren, its prosperity is indeed much inferior to other places. Therefore, the main forces here are the Yin Yang sect and several medium-sized sects. Normally, they have no intersection with Baihua Valley. Chen Yueshan spoke again. Since the other party is from Baihua Valley, I dare not make a decision on my own. I have come to ask the sect master whether we should give up. Although the Yin Yang sect has developed rapidly in recent years and has become a top sect, there is still a certain gap compared with traditional top sects such as Baihua Valley. It is obviously not a wise move to provoke rashly. However, Fengshui snorted when she heard this. What about Baihua Valley? Do you think this master will be afraid? Chen Yueshan responded quickly. I dare not. However, there are still a few medium-sized sects that have not been eliminated yet. If we continue to have grudges with Baihua Valley, I am actually worried that it will be detrimental to our sect. Fengshui said with disdain on her face. How many medium-sized sects? They are just some clowns. If Han Jinyun of the Biluo Sword sect had not joined the Taoist Lingshu Temple, this sect master would have completely destroyed them long ago. Why would I let them suffer until today? Fengshui's words revealed endless arrogance and disdain. Chen Yueshan then added. I understand, but according to the latest intelligence, it is said that last month, Yun Mingyao, the Grand Master of Baihua Valley, personally went out to hunt down the Xue sect. I am worried that Yun Mingyao is most likely hiding in Sanbian City. When Fengshui heard this, she raised her eyebrows slightly, and seemed to be interested in this name. Yun Mingyao. There are many cultivators in the Shenzhou continent, but only a few can stand at the top of their sects and lead the way. Especially female monks, they are rare. Looking at the hundreds of sects in Tianqi country, Yun Mingyao and Fengshui are listed on the same level as the beauty list and the peak list. They are both the masters of one side and have tremendous power. Whenever one of them is mentioned, people in the sect often cannot help but compare him to the other. As an equally outstanding woman, Fengshui is naturally curious about Yun Mingyao, who is as famous as herself. Therefore, after a little thought, Fengshui slowly spoke. Order the people in Sanbian City to stay put for the time being. I will go to Sanbian City in person tomorrow. Chen Yueshan responded quickly. I obey your command. After Chen Yueshan left, Fei Xue turned around and looked at the towering mountains below the cliff, thinking secretly in her heart. Baihua Valley, Yunmingyao, interesting. This sect master wants to see whether the person who can be compared with me is really worthy of the title. Her eyes sparkled with great interest, and she showed no fear at all when others mentioned Yunmingyao. At the same time, in a courtyard in Sanbian City, Chu Xuan put down his bowl and chopsticks contentedly, his belly bulging slightly. Obviously he was very full. He stroked his belly with one hand, a look of satisfaction on his face. When his gaze turned to Yi Linger, Chu Xuan's eyes became even more gentle and satisfied. Since Yi Linger became his chef a month ago, Henry Chu has never eaten the same dish twice. Every meal is memorable, and Yi Linger often tries new cooking methods to create new delicious dishes. Such superb cooking skills coupled with constant innovation and creativity are unparalleled in the world. If you were to ask Chu Xuan what he was most thankful for after traveling to this era, then picking up Yi Linger would undoubtedly be one of them. After seeing Chu Xuan finish all the food on the plate, Huan Yue immediately stood up and cleared the dishes with skillful and smooth movements. However, when Huan Yue raised her hand, Chu Xuan's gaze inadvertently lingered on her right hand for a moment, and then he withdrew his gaze as if nothing had happened. Magic poison. How come Huan Yue has the magic poison? The world of cultivators is mysterious and dangerous. Where there are cultivators of the righteous path, there are also cultivators of the evil path. Being a master alchemist not only gave him the ability to identify spiritual herbs, but also the ability to identify poisons and magic. Although the mark on Huan Yue's right hand was faint, he could still tell that it was the legendary magic poison. After a moment, Chu Xuan opened his mouth and gave instructions. Huan Yue, don't rush to clean up the dishes. Go to the city's medicine shop and buy me some spiritual herbs. Upon hearing this, Huan Yue immediately put down the dishes in her hands, returned to Chu Xuan, and took a piece of paper from the study. Chu Xuan quickly wrote down the names and quantities of several spiritual herbs and handed them to Huan Yue. Huan Yue then went out. Yi Linger on the side asked Chu Xuan in confusion. Can't we wait until tomorrow to buy the spiritual herbs? Why do you have to buy it now? Chu Xuan shrugged and answered easily. Anyway, I just finished my meal, so going out for a walk is a good way to digest the food. Yi Linger muttered. You only know how to order others around. Chu Xuan gently patted Yi Linger's little head and said with a hint of pampering. You're the only one who talks too much. Go wash the dishes, or I won't wait for you anymore. Yi Linger curled her lips and walked towards the kitchen with the dishes in her hand, muttering to herself. Maybe they were worried that there would be no hot water for bathing if they came back late. Less than half an hour later, Huan Yue returned with the spiritual herbs that Chu Xuan needed. After confirming that the spiritual herb was correct, Chu Xuan took it and walked towards the room. Several women also returned to the room to prepare for a while to replace the clothes. Soon, Chu Xuan walked towards the spiritual liquid hot spring pool with a small jar of tea as usual. At this time, Yunmingyao, Yi Linger, and Huan Yue were all enjoying the warm water on one side of the spiritual liquid hot spring pool. Hearing Chu Xuan approaching, Yi Linger urged through the curtain. Come in quickly. What are you dawdling about? Chu Xuan rolled his eyes, then opened the tea jar and poured all the tea into the spiritual liquid hot spring pool. As the tea liquid mixed into the spiritual liquid hot spring water, the entire spiritual liquid hot spring pool was instantly surrounded by a rich aroma. As the familiar fragrance spread, Yi Linger couldn't help but let out a sigh of satisfaction. However, before she could completely relax, the curtain in the middle of the spiritual fluid hot spring pool was suddenly lifted. Immediately afterwards, Chu Xuan's voice sounded. Catch it. As soon as he finished speaking, a paper bag flew over. Gently pulling her hand out of the spiritual liquid hot spring, Yi Linger took the paper bag handed to her and asked with some curiosity. What's this? Henry Chu replied calmly. Pour the powder in the medicine bag around Huan Yue. Falling next to Huan Yue, what does this mean? Yi Linger asked in confusion. Henry Chu responded in a lazy voice. This is to remove the magic poison from her body. As soon as the words fell, Huan Yue's body shook noticeably, as if Chu Xuan's words had touched upon a secret deep in her heart. Not only did Yi Linger's eyes flash with surprise, but even Yunmingyao unconsciously cast a glance towards Huan Yue. However, when Yi Linger's eyes fell on Huan Yue's fair and delicate skin, which seemed to be able to bounce water, her brows couldn't help but frown. Chapter 36 The Power of Grandmaster-Level Alchemy, Huan Yue's Gratitude. Are you wrong? Shouldn't a person who is poisoned by the devil's poison have an ugly face due to the poison's corrosion? Huan Yu's skin is so perfect, how could she be poisoned by the magic poison? Yi Linger questioned further. Chu Xuan did not answer this immediately. He slowly entered the spiritual liquid hot spring pool and said casually, "Who told you that if you are poisoned by the magic poison, your face will become ugly?" Enjoying the warmth and relaxation brought by the spiritual liquid hot spring, Chu Xuan closed his eyes and continued to explain. There are actually two situations when one is poisoned by the magic poison. The first is to actively practice the magic gu technique. This method can indeed cause the face to change due to the toxins, and the face becomes ugly. And the second type is passive poisoning. That way the toxins stay in the body and are controlled, rather than affecting your appearance. Hearing this, Yi Linger turned his head to look at the magic moon, his eyes were full of doubt. Is what he said true? Facing Yi Linger's questioning, Magic Moon seemed a little uneasy, and eventually nodded barely. This action undoubtedly deepened Yi Linger's surprise. How do you know she was poisoned by the magic poison? Henry Chu answered easily. Of course I observed it. If Chu Xuan had not become a master-level alchemist, he might never have discovered that Huan Yue was poisoned by the magic poison. In terms of alchemy, there is probably no one in the world today who can match Chu Xuan. Even with just a quick glance during the meal, Chu Xuan noticed the slight abnormality on Huan Yue's right hand. After a brief pause, Chu Xuan continued. Although being passively poisoned by the magic poison will not affect your appearance, it requires taking specific poison pills regularly to prevent the toxin from spreading. However, nothing is absolute. As the time you are poisoned by the magic poison increases, the toxins in your body will gradually accumulate, and the number of poison pills you need will also increase. Once too much toxin accumulates in the body, the poison pill cannot completely control it, and the toxin will quickly spread throughout the body, eventually turning the body into a poisonous person. Then the impact on appearance will be more serious than the first way. Chu Xuan's words made Huan Yue's body tremble slightly, and a hint of fear appeared in her expression. How so? Didn't she say that the magic poison was just to make me obedient? She. Yi Linger keenly captured the information in Huan Yue's words. Who is the she you are talking about? But facing Yi Linger's questioning, Huan Yue suddenly lowered her head and remained silent, unwilling to reveal more information. Yi Linger became more and more confused, because Chu Xuan had clearly pointed out the potential dangers of the magic poison. The person who used the magic poison to control Huan Yue obviously had bad intentions, but Huan Yue's behavior at this moment showed that she was unwilling to reveal the person behind it. Although Yi Linger thought Huan Yue was simple, she never thought she would be so stubborn. Just as Yi Linger was about to continue asking questions, Henry Chu's voice rang out again. No matter who you are talking about, following her will do you no good. After hearing Chu Xuan's words, Huan Yue was silent for a moment, with a hint of sob in her voice. Huan Yu understands. Then, under Chu Xuan's instructions, Yi Linger opened the paper bag and sprinkled the powder evenly around Huan Yue. He watched the changes of Huan Yue curiously. The same goes for Yun Mingyao. As the medicinal powder merged into the spiritual liquid hot spring, Huan Yue immediately felt some kind of power seeping into her body from the spiritual liquid hot spring water. Her whole body quickly became hot and her cheeks turned red in a very short time. Although her whole body felt as hot as fire, Huan Yue did not sweat a single drop, as if all the pores in her body were sealed. Just like that, about half an hour later, the sound of water came from Chu Xuan's side, indicating that he had left the spiritual liquid hot spring pool. Seeing this, the three women, like Chu Xuan, slowly walked out of the spiritual liquid hot spring. However, just as Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao were using their spiritual energy to evaporate all the moisture from their bodies, Chu Xuan suddenly spoke up to remind them. Huan Yue, you don't have to circulate your spiritual energy, just wipe it dry with a towel. Upon hearing this, Huan Yue, who was about to use her spiritual energy, immediately gave up the idea and instead took a towel and wiped her body carefully. By the time they had completely walked out of the spiritual liquid hot spring, Chu Xuan had already been sitting in the courtyard, gently waving to Huan Yue. As Huan Yue came to his side, Chu Xuan's gaze stayed on Huan Yue for a moment, and then he quickly raised his right hand. Along with the flow of spiritual energy, waves of power were transmitted into Huan Yue's acupuncture points through Chu Xuan's fingertips. Under the gaze of Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao, Huan Yue's hands gradually turned black, and with Chu Xuan's healing movements, the black color gradually turned into a darker purple. Linger, go to the kitchen and get a basin and a knife. Chu Xuan spoke calmly as he continued to treat Huan Yue. After Yi Linger obeyed the order, she quickly entered the kitchen and soon returned with a wooden basin and a small knife. Gently cut each of her fingertips, not too deep. Chu Xuan continued to instruct. Yi Linger waved her hand casually, swung it in the air several times quickly and accurately, and each time the knife landed just right on Huan Yue's fingertips. What surprised Huan Yue was that even though all 10 fingers were cut, she didn't feel any pain at all. As the fingers were cut, drops of purple-black blood quickly dripped from Huan Yue's fingertips into the wooden basin. Soon, a small pool of purple-black blood accumulated in the basin. Surprisingly, the blood not only did not emit an unpleasant smell, but instead had a slightly sweet scent. This discovery made Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao's expressions even more solemn. They knew very well that the more poisonous something was, the sweeter it would taste, just as colorful poisonous weeds usually contain strong toxins. It is hard to imagine that such a potent toxin can remain dormant in the human body for such a long time. At this moment, looking at the Huan Yue in front of her, Yi Linger couldn't help but feel a little pity for her. In order to distract Huan Yue's attention, Chu Xuan explained softly. The spiritual herbs we added to the spiritual hot springs before were to stimulate your blood circulation through the spiritual hot spring water and activate the toxins in your body. Those magical herbs can temporarily separate the toxins in your body. As long as the poisonous blood is discharged from the body and then soaked in the spiritual liquid hot spring for a few days, the toxicity of the magic poison can be completely eliminated. Chu Xuan paused for a moment and then added. And even if you don't take those poison pills, you won't feel any discomfort. Hearing this, Huan Yue's body shook slightly. When she saw Chu Xuan's relaxed expression, although she didn't say anything, her heart was full of gratitude. As the poisonous blood in Huan Yue's hands was completely cleared, her skin returned to its original whiteness, and Chu Xuan poured a few drops of spiritual liquid on the wound. In a flash, the wound on Huan Yue's hand had completely healed. Chapter 37. She is so beautiful, it would be a pity if she didn't dance. After finishing the job, Chu Xuan gently stroked Huan Yue's head and gave instructions. Go back and soak for another half an hour. Soak for half an hour every morning to remove any remaining toxins. Huan Yue nodded obediently, then stood up and walked towards the spiritual liquid hot spring pool again. However, there was a hint of melancholy in her steps, as if she was worried about something. Chu Xuan sighed secretly about this. In this era dominated by monks, even though she is young, Huan Yue seems exceptionally mature and steady, which makes people feel sympathy for her. Seeing Chu Xuan stand up, Yi Linger looked at him with curious eyes. I didn't expect you knew all this. Why didn't you tell us about it before? She asked. Henry Chu answered with a hint of helplessness. You didn't ask. Yi Linger curled her lips and was speechless for a moment. After a moment's silence, she suddenly pounced on Chu Xuan and bit his shoulder. I will bite you to death, you bad guy. She said angrily. Being bitten suddenly by Yi Linger, Chu Xuan couldn't help but take a breath and quickly pushed her head away. Ouch, it hurts, please let go, are you born in the year of the dog? Chu Xuan complained while rubbing the bitten area. Beside her, Yun Mingyao couldn't help but smile slightly when she saw this. However, when her eyes swept across the bright red liquid in the basin, different thoughts arose in her mind. According to Chu Xuan's previous explanation, the toxicity of the magic poison in Huan Yue's body has penetrated into the bone marrow and merged with the blood. Such a tricky poison was eliminated so easily by Chu Xuan. This is enough to prove that Chu Xuan's understanding of medicine, poison, and witchcraft far exceeds that of ordinary people. However, Yun Mingyao immediately shook her head and thought to herself. Chu Xuan is so young, and cultivation can probably be explained by talent, but the medical poison requires a lot of knowledge as a reserve. He probably just happened to know the magic poison. Thinking of this, Yun Mingyao's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness, and her interest was greatly reduced. It is late at night and the hour of high is approaching. Chu Xuan put down the brush in his hand, carefully checked the lists in front of him filled with the spiritual herbs and items needed to be purchased tomorrow, and breathed a long sigh of relief. When he was frying tea last month, he thought it would last at least half a year. Drinking it in moderation every day is enough. However, Yi Linger and Henry Chu have completely different ideas. Whether he is in a good mood or after losing a game of chess or mahjong, he will drink a few glasses and then sleep until dawn. In addition, some of the spiritual liquid was used up every day in the hot springs, and in just 1 month, the stock of spiritual tea was almost gone. Therefore, Chu Xuan plans to purchase more tomorrow, preferably to meet the needs for the next 3 to 6 months at a time. Although the spiritual herbs needed for tea frying are not expensive, the large quantity does constitute a considerable expense. Fortunately, Chu Xuan has no shortage of spirit stones now. Through the sign-in function of the system, he can continuously obtain spirit stones. Together with what he won from the 3 women, it is enough for daily expenses. Otherwise, his extravagant lifestyle would be difficult to maintain. After confirming again that there was nothing missing from the list, Chu Xuan put down his pen, stretched his body a little, then opened the door and stepped out. As the door opened, Chu Xuan saw Huan Yue sitting on a stone bench in the yard at first sight. The moonlight was like water, clearly outlining Huan Yue's long hair that had not been dried by her spiritual energy. Perhaps because she was lost in thought, even though Chu Xuan approached, she was not disturbed. "You haven't slept yet?" Chu Xuan's voice sounded slowly, and Huan Yue realized that there was an extra figure beside her, and hurriedly saluted. "Young master." Henry Chu waved his hand casually. "Sit down. I have said many times that you don't have to greet me every time you see me. I don't like this form." After hearing Chu Xuan's words, Huan Yue felt a little more relaxed. She sat down again and looked up at the bright moon in the night sky. After a moment, Chu Xuan turned to look at Huan Yue and noticed that her appearance was different from Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao. Huan Yue's facial features are more three-dimensional, and her big eyes add a unique charm. At this moment, the moonlight fell on her face, as if covering her with a layer of soft luster, making her facial features more distinct. If she could dance, she would be very charming. Thinking of this, Chu Xuan's heart moved and he said casually, "Phantom Moon. What's the matter, sir?" Huan Yue responded. There was anticipation in Henry Chu's eyes. "Can you dance?" This question seemed a little abrupt, and Huan Yue's big eyes were full of confusion. She didn't understand why Henry Chu suddenly asked this. "Won't. I never learned it," Huan Yue replied. Henry Chu suggested, "How about I teach you?" Although he didn't understand Chu Xuan's purpose, Mi Moon had a strong interest in learning to dance. Chu Xuan looked at Huan Yue and said to himself, "Your clothes are too plain and don't seem to fit you. I'll go to the tailor shop tomorrow and pick out some new clothes for you and Yi Linger. After all, dancing is all about visual effects, so the clothes you wear should complement each other. Without the dance costumes, the overall feeling would probably be much different. As for Yun Mingyao, let's just forget about it." Chu Xuan estimated that if Yun Mingyao danced the dance he taught, after jumping a few times, Yun Mingyao will definitely kill herself. Chu Xuan thought this deal was too bad, as he lost his life just to watch a dance. It's not worth it. Listening to him talking to himself, the confusion in Huan Yue's eyes deepened. She always felt that she couldn't keep up with Henry Chu's logical thinking most of the time. Chu Xuan stood up and gently touched Huan Yue's head. "It's fine. Even if the sky falls, I will be here to support you. You are so young, don't be so sad all day long." After saying that, Chu Xuan walked towards his room. Huan Yue didn't look away until she saw Chu Xuan enter the room. After spending some time together, Huan Yue had a certain understanding of Chu Xuan. He has a gentle, free, and easy personality, and is incredibly lazy. "I would never sit if I could lie down, and I would never stand if I could sit." Moreover, although his lifestyle is not luxurious, it can definitely be said to be leisurely and comfortable. When staying in Chu Xuan's yard, Huan Yue's most intuitive feeling was that she didn't need to think too much about anything. However, it was this kind of life that inexplicably made her feel an unprecedented peace. And the warmth that feels as if the whole heart is surrounded by tenderness. After thinking for a moment, she stood up and sat on the stone bench where Chu Xuan had sat before. Feeling the remaining warmth on the stone bench. Looking up at the night sky again. Huan Yue suddenly discovered that the moon in the night sky seemed to have become brighter and clearer. The next morning, after breakfast, Chu Xuan went out. When he came back, there were many hired servants following him carrying things. Seeing items being moved into the tea house one by one, Yi Linger's eyes lit up. Chapter 38 Yi Linger is courteous. Even a beauty has to bow down for the spirit stone. When all the items were moved into the tea shed. Looking at the full box of things, Yi Linger said excitedly. You're going to fry so much tea this time. Does this mean we can drink as much as we want every day from now on? Hearing this, Chu Xuan said unhappily. Although spiritual tea is good, it should be consumed in moderation. Yi Linger answered nonchalantly. You cooked it yourself anyway, how about drinking more? Huan Yue, don't you think so? Huan Yue smiled and nodded without replying. Henry Chu glanced at Yi Linger, frowned slightly in dissatisfaction, then rolled up his sleeves and started frying tea. The materials purchased this time are 3 times more than the last time. It took Henry Chu a whole afternoon to fry all the tea. Looking at a can of psychic tea that was neatly arranged and labeled, Chu Xuan was extremely satisfied. Seeing Chu Xuan came out, Yi Linger looked at him in surprise. It's rare to see you being so hardworking. I even saved time for sunbathing. Henry Chu shrugged. Today's hard work is for a more comfortable life in the future. As he spoke, he looked at the storage bag on the table and asked. What's in here? Yi Linger answered casually. This was sent by the shopkeeper of Moxiang Pavilion. He said it was the spiritual stones you earned from selling books last month. He also asked me to ask you, when will the next new book be published? Henry Chu responded indifferently. In a few days. Hearing this, Yi Linger immediately became interested. Have you thought of a new storyline? Chu Xuan said calmly. Not yet, but this type of storybook is not difficult. I can just write it when I have time. As he spoke, Chu Xuan picked up the storage bag, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and revealed a look of surprise. There are tens of thousands of spirit stones in it, and they are all top-grade spirit stones. So much. Noticing the change in Chu Xuan's expression, Yi Linger grabbed the storage bag and glanced at it, her eyes widened. He seemed to be so shocked by the spiritual stone in front of him that he was speechless. Chu Xuan thought about it carefully and found it normal. Just as he had expected, the book, The Tyrannical Master Fell in Love with Me, became an instant hit after its publication. In just a few days, countless copies were sold in Sanbian City. Sometimes when I go out for a walk, I can even see some vendors sitting on the roadside reading his storybooks attentively. Later, with Chu Xuan's consent, the owner of Moxiang Pavilion also sold books to other cities. Although Chu Xuan did not pay much attention to the specific sales figures. But judging from the current situation, sales are obviously quite good. In addition, there is a ledger that records the accounts. Chu Xuan quickly flipped through the account book and checked the amount of spirit stones sent by the shopkeeper, then nodded slightly. Before, Chu Xuan not only bought tea, but also bought some spiritual herbs, so he spent a lot of money. But when he got this spiritual stone, it not only solved his immediate problem, but also created extra surplus. Spending more than you earn is not a long-term solution after all, and it would be ideal to have a stable source of additional income. At this moment, Yi Linger stared at the spirit stone in the storage bag with a dull look, seeming to be lost in deep thought. Suddenly, her eyes turned, and then a sly smile appeared on her face. She stood up and walked behind Henry Chu. She gently placed her hands on Chu Xuan's shoulders and began to massage him gently. How strong is it? Is it appropriate? Faced with Yi Linger's sudden courtesy, Chu Xuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked back at her with some surprise. Under Chu Xuan's gaze, Yi Linger smiled extremely sweetly, and that smile complemented her beautiful face, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. However, Yi Linger's performance at this moment made Chu Xuan even more confused. This little girl must have some evil ideas. Although he was alert in his heart, Chu Xuan still narrowed his eyes and asked. You are so nice to me for no reason. What are you planning? After all, the two have been together for a long time, and Chu Xuan is already well aware of Yi Linger's eccentric personality. I remember one time when we were soaking in the spiritual liquid hot spring, Yi Linger actually sneaked to the other side, and then suddenly popped her head out of the water, scaring Chu Xuan. And now, Yi Linger, who usually became a little lazy due to the influence of Henry Chu, actually took the initiative to give him a massage. If you say Yi Linger has no other intentions, then there is something fishy. Seeing Chu Xuan so alert, Yi Linger gently scolded him. How can you say that? You've worked hard all day, I just want you to relax. Hey. Chu Xuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and responded with a fake smile, almost writing the words, "Do you think I'm a fool?" on his face. Facing Chu Xuan's gaze, Yi Linger smiled shyly. Look, you were able to finish the miscellaneous book so quickly, isn't it also my credit? If I hadn't kept urging you, your miscellaneous book might not have been completed so quickly. So, do you think I should get a share of these spiritual stones? As the conversation progressed, Yi Linger's massage became more and more vigorous. After hearing this, Chu Xuan finally understood Yi Linger's intention. It turns out she wanted to get a piece of the pie. After learning the truth, Chu Xuan looked at Yi Linger with a more complicated look. I didn't expect you to be such a Yi Linger. You actually want to take some spirit stones from me. However, after learning about Yi Linger's purpose, Chu Xuan also let down his guard. After some thought, Henry Chu lay back in the rocking chair and pointed at his shoulder. Keep pressing. If you feel comfortable with the massage, I will give you 10 of them. When Yi Linger heard this, she immediately retorted in dissatisfaction. Only 10. Henry Chu snorted. This is a top-grade spiritual stone. Do you want it or not? If you don't want it, forget it. Yi Linger's eyes scanned the storage bag on the stone table, and finally answered with gritted teeth. Want. So, Yi Linger reluctantly put her hand on Chu Xuan's shoulder again and continued massaging. Use a little more force, use gentle force, yes, the left side a little more to the left, the right side a little more to the right, it feels good. Hearing Chu Xuan's instructions, Yi Linger's eyelids slightly raised. But when she thought of those spirit stones, Yi Linger took a deep breath and tried her best to keep a smile on her face. In recent days, Yi Linger has lost more than she won at the mahjong table. Although she also had ways to get some spirit stones, it was not a solution to continue like this. Now seeing that Chu Xuan had earned so many spirit stones, Yi Linger could only choose to greet him with a smile. Poverty makes people gentle. While enjoying Yi Linger's massage, Chu Xuan's gaze inadvertently turned to Yun Mingyao beside him. A bold idea suddenly came to his mind, but after some consideration, Chu Xuan suppressed the idea. He guessed that if he really asked Yun Mingyao to massage his legs, there was a greater possibility that Yun Mingyao would break his legs. Chapter 39, 2 taps count as a massage. And it's worth 100 high-grade spirit stones. Thinking of this, Chu Xuan couldn't help but feel a little regretful. After all, if one could get a massage from Yun Mingyao, the master of Baihua Valley, it would be something to brag about for the rest of one's life. Although the thoughts in her heart were suppressed, how smart is Yun Mingyao? Just from Chu Xuan's slightly lost look, she vaguely guessed what he was thinking. After a moment's silence, Yun Mingyao raised the corner of her mouth slightly, tilted her body lightly, and raised her right hand slightly. One of Chu Xuan's legs floated in the air under the guidance of her spiritual energy. Then, she slowly raised her hand and gently patted Henry Chu's legs a few times. After a few times, Yun Mingyao withdrew her spiritual energy and let Chu Xuan's legs fall back to the ground. The movements are neither light nor heavy. Then, Yun Mingyao picked up the storage bag on the stone table and took out 100 spirit stones. Seeing this scene, Chu Xuan couldn't help but ask in astonishment. What are you doing? Yun Mingyao's voice still retained that unique coldness and lightness. This is the fee for the massage you just received. A trace of confusion appeared on Chu Xuan's face, and he turned his gaze to Yun Mingyao, seeming a little unbelievable. You said those 2 times count as massage. Facing Chu Xuan's questioning, Yun Mingyao's eyes were as calm as water and she responded in a calm tone. Why not? Chu Xuan was speechless for a moment. After a moment's silence, he said reluctantly. Even so, isn't the price of this massage too high? Yun Mingyao put her hands behind her back and spoke calmly. I am an 8th rank expert and also the patriarch of Baihua Valley. Isn't it worth the price to give you a massage? Chu Xuan muttered to himself, feeling dissatisfied with the high price. He just tapped it twice, but he asked for 100 high-quality spirit stones. Could these few strokes make people immortal or immortal? Even if the emperor himself were here, he would not think such a price is reasonable. He opened his mouth and almost blurted out, "Not worth it," but after seeing Yun Mingyao's threatening gaze, he finally swallowed the words back. "Forget it, these spirit stones will eventually return to my hands through mahjong, so I'll just keep them with Yun Mingyao for now." As night fell and dinner was over, Chu Xuan did not immediately prepare to enjoy the spiritual liquid hot spring as usual. Instead, he waved to Huan Yue and gave instructions. "Huan Yue, bring the clothes that the tailor shop delivered this morning." As Mi Moon got up to get things, Chu Xuan returned to his room and took out the guqin and drum he bought in the morning. Seeing this, Yi Linger and Yun Mingyao both looked puzzled. Soon, Huan Yue came back with a package in hand. Chu Xuan immediately opened the package, took out 2 new sets of clothes, and handed them to Yi Linger and Huan Yue respectively. "This is for you, 1 set for each of you, go change into them first." Yi Linger took the clothes, looked at them, and there was a hint of doubt in her tone. "Where did this clothing come from?" Henry Chu shook his head to explain. "This is a custom design I made myself. I will teach you how to dance after you put it on." Yi Linger became even more confused after hearing this, but considering that Chu Xuan had indeed brought a lot of new things during this period, and that she herself had never experienced the joy of dancing, out of curiosity, she went into the house with Huan Yue to change clothes. When the door was closed, Chu Xuan's mind flashed with the image of 2 women in dance costumes dancing gracefully, and a feeling of anticipation rose in his heart. Time seems to be particularly long, especially when you are full of expectations. Finally, when Chu Xuan was almost impatient, Huan Yue and Yi Linger walked out of the room one after another. At this time, they were wearing dance costumes. Huan Yue's already 3-dimensional facial features were more prominent because of this exotic dress, and although Yi Linger was a typical Central Plains girl with delicate facial features, her lively personality, the dance costume adds a bit of playfulness. Looking at the 2 beauties in front of him who looked brand new, Chu Xuan's eyes moved back and forth between the 2 of them, occasionally glancing at Yun Mingyao in a long skirt, and an unprecedented sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. Yi Linger looked at her new clothes as she walked, muttering to herself, "This dress feels a bit awkward to wear." Henry Chu comforted. "This is a relatively conservative design. Some of the Lingxiao Empire's costumes even reveal the navel." Yi Linger was surprised when she heard this. "Is it true?" But then she added, "That's right. I heard that the people in Lingxiao Empire are open-minded. It's not surprising that they would wear clothes that expose their belly buttons." No longer concerned about the clothing issue, Yi Linger asked, "Tell me, what kind of dance is it that requires such a special costume?" Chu Xuan stood up and answered confidently, "It's very simple. I'll teach you." After saying that, he came to Yi Linger and Huan Yue and began to give them instructions. "When I play the music later, you will first twist your waist to the rhythm, then move your arms along. Repeat this several times, then take a few steps forward while continuing to twist your body and slowly raise your arms." Seeing Chu Xuan's charming movements at this moment, Yi Linger thought for a moment, and finally couldn't help but teasing, "Your actions are too sexy." Chu Xuan was speechless for a moment, and complained in his heart, "If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have included these words when I wrote, 'The tyrannical sect leader falls in love with me.'" Among the people present, the words Yi Linger said just now made the atmosphere instantly become subtle. In response to this, Chu Xuan frowned slightly, then showed a helpless smile and sighed. "Why does such a beautiful girl need a long mouth?" Yi Linger. Faced with this sudden irony, Yi Linger instinctively narrowed her eyes, her gaze wandering over Chu Xuan, as if looking for an angle to counterattack. Noticing Yi Linger's reaction, Chu Xuan cleared his throat, trying to ease the tense atmosphere, and continued teaching them dance. However, Yun Mingyao on the side frowned slightly, somewhat unable to appreciate this kind of dance. Yi Linger even expressed her dissatisfaction directly. "What kind of dance is this? It feels like a twist." Chu Xuan explained nonchalantly, "This is a dance from afar. The key is to liven up the atmosphere on the spot." In fact, the dance he taught the 2 women was not some advanced dance steps. To put it simply, it was the social dance that was popular in his previous life. The essence of this dance is to swing to your heart's content. For cultivators like Yi Linger and Huan Yue, these basic movements are a piece of cake. While teaching the dance, Chu Xuan would occasionally stop to play the piano or drums to help the 2 girls find the right sense of rhythm. After adjusting the tone of the guqin to make it deeper, Chu Xuan signaled to the two women to start. As the fingers slide quickly across the strings, the cheerful melody quickly spreads. Chapter 40. At this age, you should indulge occasionally. Yi Linger noticed that Chu Xuan actually used the technique of Xian Bingling Wu Palm to speed up the beating of the drum beside him, which made her raise her eyebrows. Can the mysterious spiritual dance palm be used like this? However, before Yi Linger had time to think about it, Henry Chu had already shouted excitedly. Let's rock out. As he called out, the music became more intense. Yi Linger and Huan Yue also started dancing. At first, without any background music, their movements seemed a little stiff. But when the music was added, they found themselves completely immersed in the rhythm, and their movements became more smooth and natural. However, just when everything was in full swing, Chu Xuan suddenly stopped. The music stopped abruptly, and Yi Linger and Huan Yue looked at him in surprise. Why did you stop suddenly? Chu Xuan touched his chin and looked at the two women thoughtfully. I always feel like I've forgotten something. The two women looked confused. After a moment, a light flashed in Chu Xuan's eyes. I remember now. After saying that, he quickly stood up and walked quickly into the room. Not long after, he returned with 2 jars of fine wine, poured 2 bowls and handed them to the two women. Come on, 1 bowl each, let's drink it up. I bought this when I was shopping for spiritual tea ingredients. At this moment, facing the fine wine in Chu Xuan's hand, the two women were stunned for a moment, and then Yi Linger drank it without hesitation. Soon, as the wine entered her stomach, Yi Linger's cheeks flushed and her body seemed to be a little shaky. Ah! This wine is so strong. Feeling her head gradually getting heavier, Yi Linger murmured softly. A smug smile appeared on Henry Chu's lips. He specially selected this wine, which is also useful for monks. After a dozen breaths, Chu Xuan asked. How do you feel? Are you feeling a little lightheaded? Yi Linger nodded blankly. A little bit indeed. Huan Yue also nodded foolishly, looking quite cute. Seeing this, Chu Xuan sat back on the stone bench and started playing again. Stimulated by the wine, the two women's movements became more free and unrestrained. Accompanied by the rapid sound of piano and drums, I was completely immersed in the world of swing. This scene seemed to break the shackles of worldly affairs, leaving only the purest happiness. Even Yun Mingyao, who was usually calm, was infected by the atmosphere and almost couldn't help wanting to join in the carnival. After a moment, Yun Mingyao suddenly discovered that those seemingly random movements actually had a unique charm. As night fell, the yard was filled with an unusual bustle. Although the wine that Chu Xuan gave to the two women was very strong, the cultivators had unusual physiques, and the alcoholic effect came and went quickly. In addition, Yi Linger and Huan Yue swayed for a while to Chu Xuan's accompaniment, their bodies were slightly sweating, and the drunkenness quickly dissipated a lot. After soaking in the spiritual liquid hot spring, I felt even more sleepy. Seeing the two women returning to their own rooms, Yun Mingyao took a sip of the spiritual tea in her hand in the yard and turned her gaze to Chu Xuan. The dance you taught them was quite interesting. Chu Xuan smiled carefreely. It's just some random dancing, how can it be called a dance? A faint smile appeared on Yun Mingyao's lips. You are really nice to Huan Yue. Hearing Yun Mingyao mention this, Chu Xuan's smile became even brighter. You're very observant. He continued after a moment's thought. That girl has too many things on her mind, and a lot of unhappy emotions have accumulated, and some depression has accumulated in her body. If she doesn't find a way to release it, the resentment will explode sooner or later and affect her. Yun Mingyao responded indifferently. So you arranged a carnival today so that Yi Linger can relax with Huan Yue? Chu Xuan took a sip of the spiritual tea and answered with a smile. They are so young, there is nothing wrong with indulging themselves occasionally. Yun Mingyao chuckled. Indulgence, your description is really vivid. Yun Mingyao gently raised her right hand and used her spiritual energy to separate the tea and the teapot into 2 thin streams, which fell into Chu Xuan's and her own cups respectively. Chu Xuan seemed to be accustomed to Yun Mingyao's initiative to pour tea, and did not show too much surprise. Instead, he occasionally plucked the strings of the zither, and the melodious and gentle sound of the zither slowly drifted away in the night under the starry sky. The two of them drank a pot of tea together, accompanied by music, and it did not feel monotonous at all, but rather peaceful and comfortable. As the piano music continued intermittently, Yun Mingyao looked up at the starry sky and her gaze fell on Chu Xuan again. Although they have been together for a month, in Yun Mingyao's opinion, Chu Xuan seems to be getting more and more pleasing to the eye. In the night sky, the fragrance of tea and flowers interweaves, drifting in the breeze, and the harmonious sounds of zither and qin gradually fill the entire courtyard. It seems as if time has stood still, reflecting a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. The next morning, the sky was slightly bright and wisps of smoke rose from the kitchen. After a good night's sleep, Yi Linger and Huan Yue both had rosy complexions. When breakfast was ready, Yi Linger skillfully opened Chu Xuan's door. Hiss! It hurts, why are you so rude? Which family wakes people up with their teeth? Ha, who told you not to get up yet? If it's any later, the food will get cold. After a while, Chu Xuan was seen walking out of the room while rubbing his shoulders, with helplessness on his face. Yi Linger behind him looked very proud. Huan Yue couldn't help but laugh when she saw this. Henry Chu sat on the stone bench, rubbing the bitten area, looking very speechless. Although Yi Linger's liveliness and cuteness are very likable, sometimes being too active is not a good thing. For example, Henry Chu could hardly enjoy the luxury of waking up naturally. As long as Yi Linger prepared breakfast, she would rush into Henry Chu's room without hesitation and use her teeth as part of the wake-up service. During this period of time, Chu Xuan got a new tooth mark almost every day, which gradually faded away until noon. This made him feel helpless and a little sad. However, when the first bite of the food came into my mouth, the delicious taste instantly dissolved all the unpleasantness. It's really delicious. After breakfast, Yi Linger and Huan Yue started to wash, while Yun Mingyao naturally walked into Chu Xuan's room, picked up the clothes he had changed last night, and started washing clothes. Chu Xuan looked at the three busy women and couldn't help but hold his chin with his hand and watch quietly. Although such scenes are commonplace to everyone, the happiness of being able to see such a beautiful picture every morning is difficult for ordinary people to experience. And for Chu Xuan, this happiness made him enjoy it endlessly. After Chu Xuan had had enough of his visual pleasure, he began to select some items from what he had purchased yesterday morning, and then he got busy. When Yi Linger, Yun Mingyao and Huan Yue came out of the kitchen one after another, they saw a swing suddenly appeared in the yard, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. Yi Linger flashed without hesitation and quickly came in front of Chu Xuan. Seeing Yi Linger's actions, Chu Xuan did not hesitate at all and immediately stretched out a hand to hold Yi Linger's head. Chapter 41. How did the angry Feng Shui write someone to death? I made this. I'll take a seat first. After saying that, Chu Xuan turned around flexibly, sat on the swing, and began to swing back and forth. With the force of inertia, Chu Xuan's body swayed in the air. Feeling the wonderful feeling of the breeze blowing on his face, a happy smile appeared on Chu Xuan's face. Seeing Chu Xuan swinging on the swing, Yi Linger crossed her arms and looked at him with a slightly mocking look. You're a man, and you're playing on the swing. Don't you feel ashamed? Henry Chu replied calmly. What's there to be ashamed of? This is called keeping a childlike innocence. In fact, Chu Xuan has never touched a swing since he was 10 years old. Now that he tried it again, he not only didn't feel it was childish, but instead found it very interesting. In this regard, Chu Xuan couldn't help but sigh, men are always young until they die. Finally, Chu Xuan had enough fun and stood up. Yi Linger and Huan Yue began to take turns swinging on the swing, while Yun Mingyao watched leisurely from the side. In the three-sided city. In a room of Sanbian Inn, a woman in dark red clothes was sitting quietly by the window, concentrating on reading a book in her hands. The title of the book is particularly eye-catching. It is The Domineering Sect Leader Falls in Love with Me. On the silk mat table below the book, a cup of hot tea was emitting wisps of white smoke. The morning light shone on the man's face, reflecting a beauty that was so beautiful that it could make everything in the world pale in comparison. Feng Shui's eyes fell on the pages of the book and she read very slowly. Especially when reading the interaction between the male and female protagonists in the book, Feng Shui's mouth corners unconsciously raised. Feng Shui, who had always been dismissive of love between men and women, was watching with great interest at this moment. At the same time, on the first floor of the inn, Chen Yueshan hurriedly walked into the inn. However, before he could step onto the stairs, he was stopped by Feng Shui's personal guard, Yingnu. Chen Yueshan frowned slightly and was about to say that he had something important to report. However, Ingnu made a gesture to keep quiet first and spoke in a low voice. The master is reading upstairs and cannot be disturbed by outsiders. Hearing this, Chen Yueshan had to force himself to calm down. He looked upstairs and asked in a low voice. Reading? What kind of books are you reading? Ingnu thought for a moment and replied. It seems to be, the tyrannical sect master fell in love with me, it should be a miscellaneous book. Chen Yueshan's face was full of confusion. Miscellaneous books. When did the master start liking to read this kind of entertainment? Ingnu smiled bitterly and said. Who knows? Previously, one of his subordinates made a little noise and disturbed the sect leader from reading, so he was taken away and chopped. Hiss. Chen Yueshan felt a little scared and at the same time looked at Ingnu with gratitude. If he had really gone upstairs rashly just now, although he would not be executed directly by Feng Xue, if he had angered the sect leader, Chen Yueshan would definitely have a hard time in the future. After calming down the urge to go upstairs immediately, Chen Yueshan asked. Where did you find the miscellaneous books? These things were not here when I left. Shadow Slave answered. I just asked, and it was the innkeeper who put a copy in every private room, saying it was for guests to pass the time. Chen Yueshan grinned, thought for a moment, and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. This shopkeeper really knows how to do business. Then, Chen Yueshan asked again. So what should we do now? Shadow Slave smiled bitterly. You know the sect master's temper, so we can only wait. In this regard, Chen Yueshan could only smile bitterly. On the second floor, as the sun rose higher, the sunlight became more intense. By noon, Feng Xue, who had been smiling while reading, suddenly had a gloomy expression. Those heroic eyebrows were locked together. 10 years of life and death, I can never forget you without even thinking about you. 1,000 miles away, a lonely grave, with nowhere to talk about the desolation. When these lines of poetry appeared before Feng Xue's eyes, the teacup in her hand suddenly exploded, and the tea splashed everywhere. But the moment he approached Feng Xue, he seemed to encounter an invisible barrier and was bounced back. Feng Xue clenched her right fist, and the powerful spiritual energy crushed the teacup into fine powder. On the other hand, Feng Xue's face could almost be described as gloomy, like a sky covered with dark clouds, with no possibility of a single ray of sunlight penetrating through. The atmosphere in the entire space also became extremely depressing. Under the influence of this atmosphere, the air on the second floor of the inn seemed to solidify, and the temperature dropped by several degrees invisibly. Feng Xue's expression was extremely gloomy, and she almost spoke with gritted teeth. Such a rare woman in the world was actually written to be dead like this. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife, staring at the author's name, Mingyi Guiren, at the bottom of the page, as if she wanted to remember this name forever in her heart. All around, the Yin-Yang sect's disciples felt the sect leader's anger and held their breath, not daring to make any sound for fear of attracting Feng Xue's attention. Not only the disciples on the second floor, but even Chen Yueshan and Ingnu on the first floor were frightened by the noise coming from upstairs. Their bodies were trembling slightly and their faces were full of tension. They couldn't understand why Feng Xue, who was always calm, suddenly became so furious. After a moment, Feng Xue let out a long breath and then spoke slowly. Come up. Although this sentence was short, it made Chen Yueshan and Ingnu feel like they had been pardoned. The two exchanged glances, then quickly stood up, walked up the stairs one after the other, knelt on one knee at the door of the private room, bowed their heads and spoke respectfully. Metropolitan. Get up. There was an irresistible force in Feng Xue's voice. The two stood up as ordered and waited for the next instruction. How's the investigation going? Feng Xue's tone remained cold. Chen Yueshan bowed and answered. Reporting to the sect master, the location has been determined. He poured a cup of tea for Feng Xue and continued. It's in the west of the city. Except for a few disciples who were in charge of several streets near the west gate of the city, everyone else returned on time. Afterwards, I sent another disciple to the west of the city again, and found disciples from Baihua Valley on a street not far from the city gate. However, these people from Baihua Valley only guarded the periphery and did not take any action against ordinary people. They only took action when our disciples approached. After hearing this, Feng Xue raised her eyebrows slightly. Oh, they ignore ordinary people, but are merciless to the disciples of my yin-yang sect. Baihua Valley really doesn't take us seriously. She pondered over it secretly in her heart, and asked Qin Yueshan after a moment. Master, should we order our disciples to surround that courtyard and the people in Baihua Valley now? But Feng Shui did not respond immediately, which made Qin Yueshan and Ingnu even more uneasy. Finally, Feng Shui slowly walked out of the private room, glanced at the two of them, and her tone was cold and firm. Stay here and wait for my news. I want to go and see it myself. The two of them responded quickly. Follow the master's order. Feng Shui flicked her sleeves lightly and disappeared as a ray of light. Chapter 42. Who rents a house and just takes out a storage bag? In an instant, she had crossed most of Sanbian City and arrived at the west of the city. Feng Shui looked up at the yard where Chu Xuan lived, and her eyes inadvertently fell on a small building opposite the yard. There, she keenly sensed several fluctuations of spiritual energy, as conspicuous as fireflies in the dark night. However, as she approached, the Baihua Valley disciples in the small building did not react at all. Considering Qin Yueshan's previous report, Feng Shui had already made up her mind. It seems that they will only take action when my yin-yang sect disciples appear. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness flashed in Feng Shui's eyes, and she walked straight to the door of Chu Xuan's courtyard. She glanced at the rental notice on the wall and said softly, "Good word." Then, she heard pleasant singing coming from the yard. She raised her head involuntarily and then gently knocked on the door. Soon, the courtyard door slowly opened, revealing Huan Yue's peerless beauty, which made people's eyes light up. Huan Yue was also stunned when she saw the equally breathtakingly beautiful woman in front of her. She asked with confusion, "Girl, who are you?" Feng Shui remembered the rental notice she had just seen and answered, "I'm here to rent a room." Hearing this answer, the confusion on Huan Yue's face became more obvious. Rent a room. Although her heart was full of questions, Huan Yue still nodded slightly in response. "I will go and inform you, sir. Please wait a moment." Feng Shui nodded slightly to show her agreement. Seeing this scene, Huan Yue quickly turned around and went to the backyard. In the backyard, Huan Yue's sudden return caught Chu Xuan's attention, and he asked casually, "Who knocked on the door just now?" Huan Yue answered gently. "A girl said she wanted to rent a house." After saying that, she added another sentence. "Very beautiful." Hearing this, the three people in the yard were a little surprised. Even Yun Mingyao turned her gaze to Huan Yue. Everyone knows that Chu Xuan's rental agreement states that the monthly rent is 10 spirit stones, and only one room is rented. Such a price is considered high even in the imperial cities of the surrounding three kingdoms. What's more, this is Sanbian City, a relatively small place. Who would be willing to spend 10 spirit stones to rent a house here? What's more, she is a beautiful woman. Out of curiosity, Chu Xuan nodded and motioned Huan Yue to lead the way. When he walked to the door, he saw the tenant standing outside with his hands behind his back. She was wearing a dark red robe and a gorgeous headdress on her head, each of which highlighted her noble status. Her face, which was as beautiful as Yun Mingyao, Yi Linger, and others, also exuded a strong heroic spirit. Even a simple posture of standing with hands behind the back exudes a strong sense of majesty. If Yun Mingyao gives people the feeling of a bright moon, with a strong sense of coldness and aloofness, then the woman in front of me is like the scorching sun in summer, both hot and domineering. Seeing the people coming to rent a house, Chu Xuan became even more curious. The other side. He seemed to have noticed Henry Chu's gaze. Feng Shui, who was originally standing sideways, turned around casually. When her eyes turned to Chu Xuan, seeing his casual yet handsome appearance, Feng Shui raised her eyebrows slightly, and couldn't help but admire him in her heart. What a handsome young man. Chu Xuan walked to the door, looked Feng Shui up and down, and asked with a bow, "Girl, do you want to rent a house?" Feng Shui nodded slightly. "That's right." As soon as she finished speaking, the indifferent but domineering voice made Chu Xuan secretly amazed. This is not just an ordinary display of domineering power, but a momentum that comes directly at you. Chu Xuan scratched his head and said, "Well, 10 spirit stones per month, are you sure you want to rent it?" Feng Shui raised her right hand slightly, and a storage bag flew directly towards Chu Xuan. Out of instinct, Chu Xuan reached out to take it and found that there were thousands of high-quality spirit stones in the storage bag. Looking at the storage bag in his hand, Chu Xuan's mouth slightly opened, and he looked at Fei Yingxue with a strange look. "You are willing to rent at this price. Can you tell me why?" Fei Yingxue spoke slowly. "A lot of spirit stones." Chu Xuan was speechless for a moment, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. After a few seconds of silence, he sighed. "Okay, girl, please follow me." After saying that, Chu Xuan made a gesture of invitation to Fei Yingxue, and entered the yard with Huan Yu, who looked confused. Then, under the leadership of Chu Xuan, everyone crossed the front yard and came to the backyard. When they entered the backyard, the swing was still rocking gently, but there was no one on it. Yi Linger had stood beside Yun Mingyao without her knowing, with her arms folded and her eyes fixed on the backyard gate. When Chu Xuan and Huan Yue appeared again with Fei Yingxue, the two women's eyes immediately focused on the imposing Fei Yingxue, who was wearing a dark red robe. Seeing Fei Yingxue's overwhelming, domineering and perfect appearance, Yun Mingyao narrowed her eyes slightly, while Yi Linger looked a little stunned. She couldn't help but look at Yun Mingyao, then looked down at her chest, feeling depressed. "They are all beautiful women, why do they all have better figures than me?" Yi Linger is only 16 years old this year and is in her growth spurt. Although her appearance is not inferior to Yun Mingyao or Fei Yingxue. But her figure obviously still needs time to hone. Well, what do I need a flat chest for? Just as negative emotions gradually accumulated in Yi Linger's heart, the moment Fei Yingxue stepped into the backyard, her eyes were immediately attracted by Yun Mingyao under the eaves. She looked at the aloof and cold Yun Mingyao, and as a woman, Fei Yingxue also felt a little shocked. The two women, who were extremely similar in identity, status, appearance and even strength, met unexpectedly in Chu Xuan's backyard. When their eyes met, the auras between them seemed to imply an invisible contest. After leading Fei Yingxue into the yard, Chu Xuan pointed to a room on the right and said, "This is your room. It has all the bedding you need. If there's anything missing, please let me know." Fei Yingxue withdrew her gaze from Yun Mingyao and looked in the direction Chu Xuan pointed. She did not immediately turn around and enter the room to investigate, but responded indifferently. "No." As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at Yun Mingyao again, and then turned and walked out. This action made Huan Yue beside her full of confusion. After leaving the yard, she turned into a ray of light again and returned to the Sanbian Inn. When she appeared, Chen Yueshan, Yingnu and others in the inn immediately noticed her arrival and knelt down to pay their respects. "Metropolitan." Fei Yingxue nodded slightly and then said, "Get up." After everyone stood up, Chen Yueshan lowered his head and asked, "Master, have you found anything?" Fei Yingxue nodded slightly. "We did find Yun Mingyao." Chapter 43 Chu Xuan, I saw her identity at a glance. Although Fei Yingxue had never seen Yun Mingyao before, she recognized her at first sight. No further reasons were needed. Whether it was the appearance, temperament, or the vague sense of oppression that arose in her heart when she saw Yun Mingyao, it was enough for her to confirm that the person in front of her was Yun Mingyao from Baihua Valley. Upon learning that the leader of Baihua Valley, Yun Mingyao, was indeed in Sanbian City, Chen Yueshan and Yingnu's expressions became more serious. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Yueshan asked cautiously, "So the sect master intends to?" After taking the tea handed to her by Yingnu, Fei Yingxue took a sip and replied in a cold tone, "No need to rush." After a pause, she continued, "Yingnu, you lead some disciples to stay in Sanbian City. As for Chen Yueshan, you return to Tianzhu Mountain to handle the teaching affairs." After these words were spoken, Chen Yueshan and Yingnu looked at each other and both breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. After all, this time we are facing Baihua Valley, not an ordinary sect. Once the Yin-Yang sect makes an enemy with such a powerful force, it will probably be in trouble given its current state. Therefore, the two of them were indeed worried that Fei Yingxue would have a conflict with Yun Mingyao. Thinking of this, both of them nodded and accepted the order. After Chen Yueshan and most of the Yin-Yang sect's disciples left and headed for Tianzhu Mountain, Fei Yingxue turned to Yingnu. "Sanbian City is under the jurisdiction of our Yin-Yang sect. The Tiangang sect has been destroyed. You should know what to do next." Yingnu quickly nodded his head and agreed. "Don't worry, Lord. I understand." However, her answer did not receive an immediate response from Feng Shui. When he looked up, he found that Feng Shui had disappeared. At this moment, Ying Nu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the sweat on her forehead gradually dissipated, which showed how much pressure she had just been under. At the same time, in Chu Xuan's courtyard. Looking at Chu Xuan sitting on the stone bench, leisurely tasting the spiritual tea, Yi Linger couldn't help feeling helpless. "You're really in the mood for tea. Didn't you see that the woman just now was unusual?" To this, Chu Xuan responded calmly. "I know, she is Feng Shui from the Yin-Yang sect. Chu Xuan is not stupid. Who else can have such temperament, appearance and even dress, except the one on Tianju Mountain?" After saying that, Chu Xuan smacked his lips. "Just as the rumors say, even though she's a girl, she's very domineering." Yi Linger widened her eyes. "You knew this, but you still agreed to let her live here. Are you crazy?" Although there are many sects in the territory of Tianqi, the Yin-Yang sect is regarded as a troublemaker because of its rapid expansion in recent years, and its reputation is notorious among many sects. Even so, Chu Xuan was still willing to let the sect leader move in, which was simply courting death. Chu Xuan glanced at Yi Linger. "Is there a better way? She obviously came here because of the Tiangang sect. If I refuse, won't it cause an unnecessary conflict?" Yi Linger looked at Henry Chu in surprise. "How do you know that the destruction of the Tiangang sect is related to us?" Henry Chu looked at Yi Linger with a hint of disdain. "I'm lazy, but I'm not stupid. Such a big thing happened in Sanbian City, I can still roughly guess the ins and outs of it." Yun Mingyao, who was standing aside, heard these words, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. When her eyes fell on Henry Chu, she seemed to have a strong interest in this conversation. Yi Linger, who was standing opposite Chu Xuan, was choked by this sudden remark, and it took her a while to come back to her senses. She propped up her head, her tone filled with worry. "Now that you know this, you should be more aware that Feng Shui's intentions in coming here are not simple. If you bring her in now, isn't that just courting your own death?" Yi Linger's words were full of worry, and she obviously had reservations about Chu Xuan's decision. Chu Xuan seemed quite calm, and he responded softly. "What are you afraid of? Don't we still have her here?" As he spoke, he gestured to the side and pointed at Yun Mingyao. Then, Henry Chu stretched and said in a relaxed manner, "If the situation really gets out of control, there will naturally be someone higher up to help." After saying that, he turned his gaze to Yun Mingyao, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. That smile was both warm and reassuring. Yun Mingyao responded with an almost teasing look, but she did not refute it, which made Chu Xuan feel more at ease. He understood that, at least at this time, Yun Mingyao would not easily abandon them and leave. After hearing this, Yi Linger's expression became a little complicated, and she curled her lips with a hint of dissatisfaction. "You are a man, but you want to rely on a woman." However, Chu Xuan acted very calm about this. He shrugged and spoke slowly. "Who can be perfect in everything in this world? If there is a reliable backer to help solve the problem, why not hold on to that support? In fact, for a woman like Yun Mingyao, it is not shameful to cling to someone, and Chu Xuan would not refuse. He believed that what was truly shameful was that he did not even have the opportunity to curry favor with someone. Of course, he also considered Yi Linger and Huan Yue, but at the moment, their abilities were far inferior to Yun Mingyao. Therefore, Chu Xuan said to the two women seriously, "You have all grown up. You must work harder in your cultivation so that you can protect me in the future." Yi Linger was stunned when she heard this. Huan Yue looked confused, obviously not fully understanding Chu Xuan's meaning. Despite this, the more Chu Xuan thought about it, the more he felt that his plan was feasible. So he went on to make his request. "From now on, you will use the 1 hour after lunch every day to practice." Yi Linger almost protested through her teeth. "Why? You are gifted, why don't you work hard on your cultivation?" Facing Yi Linger's questioning, Chu Xuan spread his hands and answered innocently. "Of course it's because I'm lazy." This kind of self-righteous attitude was surprisingly suitable for Chu Xuan. Yi Linger was so angry at his answer that she was speechless. She cursed in her heart that this was the most shameless behavior she had ever seen. Just because of his laziness, he made others practice more to protect him. However, Chu Xuan's next words made Yi Linger surrender completely. "I'm going to update the storybook today, do you want to read it?" Linger finally chose to compromise with this proposal, not because she was not resolute enough, but because the temptation offered by Chu Xuan was too great for her to refuse. Seeing that the goal was achieved, Chu Xuan was in a good mood, while Linger looked resentful, and Huan Yue was even more confused, obviously not yet recovered from the previous conversation. At noon, as the smoke from the cooking stove rose, the tranquility in the yard was broken. Yun Mingyao was sitting in front of a wooden tub washing clothes when a cold voice suddenly sounded in her ears. "Humph, the great master of Baihua Valley actually condescends to wash clothes for a man." This voice made Yun Mingyao stop what she was doing. She looked up and saw Fei Yingxue had quietly returned at some point, with surprise and dissatisfaction in her eyes. Chapter 44. The clash between the two female clan leaders, evenly matched. Facing Fei Yingxue's accusation, Yun Mingyao did not stop her actions, but uttered a cold word. "Roll." There was an unquestionable majesty in her tone, which made Fei Yingxue frown and her face turned gloomy. Suppressing the surging emotions in her heart, Fei Yingxue spoke coldly. "Master Yun, don't you need to explain to me the murder of the Tiangang sect and our disciples?" Yun Mingyao still didn't look up, her tone was cold. "Why should I explain this to you?" After a brief pause, her eyes became sharper and she looked directly at Fei Yingxue. "It's just a new force. Do you believe that I can raise Tianju Mountain to the ground? If it were someone else, they would have been scared by now. But who is Fei Yingxue? As a strong person who has also reached the 8th level, how could she retreat so easily?" As a result, Fei Yingxue's face became even gloomier, and her tone was filled with suppressed anger. "Do you think this master is afraid of you?" Faced with Fei Yingxue's provocations again and again, Yun Mingyao's patience was finally exhausted. Slowly putting down Chu Xuan's clothes, Yun Mingyao glanced at Chu Xuan's quiet room, and then her figure flashed and disappeared. At the same time, Fei Yingxue snorted coldly, and her body disappeared from the courtyard quickly like a ghost. The two strongest men rarely seen in the world were in sync with each other and left almost at the same time, preparing to fight in another place. Outside the three-border city, deep in the mountains, a thrilling showdown is taking place. With Yun Mingyao and Fei Yingxue as the center, the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, forming a spiritual energy tide. The figures of the two powerful women intertwined in the air, transforming into a red and a white shadow, and the collision of spiritual energy shot out in all directions. Even the tiniest trace of spiritual energy can cause huge damage to the terrain, which shows how powerful it is. Under the impact of such spiritual energy, the entire mountain range seemed to have encountered a disaster, with rocks flying everywhere and the ground collapsing. Fortunately, there is no one living here, otherwise, who knows how many innocent people would be affected. After a fierce confrontation, both sides finally stopped. Yun Mingyao and Fei Yingxue were each suspended in the air, with the spiritual energy in their bodies fluctuating extremely violently. In the process of recovering her spiritual energy, Yun Mingyao's eyes became more serious than ever before, and her previous contempt for Fei Yingxue had long since disappeared. The same was true for Fei Yingxue. She had originally underestimated Yun Mingyao's strength, but through this fight, she realized that the opponent's strength was far beyond her expectations. After the spiritual energy in her body gradually returned to normal, Yun Mingyao did not rush to attack again, but stared at Fei Yingxue quietly and spoke. "Your strength is indeed not to be underestimated." Fei Yingxue snorted softly and responded unwillingly. "You too are worthy of being the Grand Master of Baihua Valley." After a moment of contemplation, Fei Yingxue suddenly changed the subject. "However, with your identity and status, you are willing to stay in Sanbian City. I am increasingly curious about what kind of man could make you, the great master of Baihua Valley, miss him so much." Hearing this, Yun Mingyao's eyes instantly turned cold, as if they could pierce through people's hearts. "Are you provoking me?" she asked coldly. Fei Yingxue raised the corners of her mouth, seeming to find Yun Mingyao's reaction interesting. "It seems that you really care about him, which makes me even more curious." There was a chill in Yun Mingyao's voice. "You are also very strong, but your Yin-Yang sect is just an emerging force. I advise you not to push yourself too far." However, Fei Yingxue did not show the slightest fear. "Of course I have heard of the name of Baihua Valley. Even if you destroy Tianju Mountain tomorrow, I can find a new place to rebuild it the day after tomorrow. The Yin-Yang sect is just a tool for me, not a support." When Yun Mingyao heard this, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes, and the spiritual energy in her body surged again. But she did not act immediately. Instead, she waved her sleeves, tapped her toes, and left as quickly as an arrow, returning to Sanbian City. Fei Yingxue looked at the direction where Yun Mingyao was going away, but Chu Xuan's face appeared in her mind. When she met Chu Xuan before, she had secretly detected his realm, but he was only in the middle stage of the 4th rank, which was not outstanding for his age. But in the Yin-Yang sect, people like him are not rare, and can even be said to be ordinary. However, it was this seemingly average person who could make the Grand Master of Baihua Valley so nervous. Fei Yingxue had to admit that Chu Xuan's appearance was indeed outstanding, but it seemed unreasonable for Yun Mingyao to attach so much importance to him just based on this. She believed that anyone who could reach the 8th rank at this age was by no means an ordinary person, and that talent, resources, and hard work were all necessary. Therefore, she decided to stay with Chu Xuan for a while, wanting to find out what charm Yun Mingyao cared about so much. When Yun Mingyao returned to the yard, Chu Xuan was still writing attentively in the room. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of food. This familiar scene quickly calmed Yun Mingyao's mood. But when she saw Fei Yingxue also appear in the yard, the irritability that had just subsided emerged again. Here, the air was filled with the aroma of food coming from the kitchen, which made Chu Xuan unable to sit still. He put down the pen in his hand and slowly walked out of the room. Seeing Yun Mingyao still washing clothes by the wooden basin, Chu Xuan had a doubt in his heart. Why is it taking so long to wash today's clothes? Yun Mingyao glanced at Chu Xuan and answered calmly. Because your clothes are dirty. Chu Xuan was speechless for a moment, thinking to himself, if you talk like this, you will be without friends sooner or later. Don't be ridiculous. I barely went out all day, didn't even sweat a drop, and even soaked in the spiritual fluid hot spring at night, so how could my clothes be dirty? After saying that, Chu Xuan looked at Fei Yingxue, who was wearing a dark red robe in the yard, and waved gently. Hello, Miss Fei. He called out. Fei Yingxue heard Chu Xuan's greeting and nodded slightly. After Chu Xuan walked into the kitchen, Fei Yingxue narrowed her eyes slightly and turned to Yun Mingyao beside her. You told him. Yun Mingyao snorted coldly, her expression full of disdain. As soon as you arrived, he recognized your identity. Yeah. Fei Yingxue raised her brows slightly, a thoughtful look appearing on her face. Then, she looked around at Yun Mingyao in the yard and slowly walked into her room. The house was clean and tidy, obviously cleaned regularly. After being satisfied with everything here, Fei Yingxue walked out of the room. The first thing she noticed was Henry Chu sitting in the yard. I saw him supporting his chin with one hand, staring at the entrance of the kitchen, his eyes full of anticipation. Fei Yingxue frowned slightly, then shifted her gaze to the swing in the yard, with some memories in her eyes. When her eyes inadvertently swept over Yun Mingyao, who was hanging clothes to dry, Fei Yingxue frowned slightly, then calmly retracted her gaze. Chapter 45, Shocked Fei Yingxue, there's something wrong with this tea. After a while, under Chu Xuan's expectant gaze, the chef who had been busy for nearly half an hour finally came out with the hot meal. Chu Xuan, who was originally a little listless, immediately became energetic. It's time to eat, he announced loudly. Seeing Yun Mingyao walk to Chu Xuan and sit down, Fei Yingxue raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and walked to the other side of Chu Xuan. Like Yun Mingyao, she sat down next to Chu Xuan on both sides. Seeing Fei Yingxue's actions, Yun Mingyao's eyes flashed with a hint of dissatisfaction. This woman is really annoying. Yun Mingyao thought that she had never had such a strong urge to attack someone. When Yi Linger brought the dishes out from the kitchen, she was completely stunned. Usually, Yun Mingyao always sat on Chu Xuan's left, while she sat on the right. However, today, Fei Yingxue's appearance caused her to lose her usual position. I just went to serve some food and the seat was taken. If it were someone else, given Yi Linger's personality, they would probably have been resentful a long time ago. But when she saw Fei Yingxue, who was making eye contact with Yun Mingyao and creating an invisible confrontation, considering the other party's identity and strength, Yi Linger could only sigh and accept her fate, appearing both weak and helpless. After everyone sat down, Fei Yingxue looked at Huan Yue and Yi Linger, who were also sitting around the table, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. In her opinion, although Yi Linger and Huan Yue were beautiful, they were servants after all. Why can we dine at the same table with the host? What surprised her even more was that Yun Mingyao had no objection or dissatisfaction with this. You know, Yun Mingyao has always been known for being aloof. But now, facing the situation of many people sitting at the same table, she behaved unusually calmly. Interesting. Feng Shui pondered secretly in her heart. Afterwards, they began to enjoy the food. When Feng Shui tasted the delicious dish in her mouth, she couldn't help but look at Yi Linger in surprise and praised her. Great job. When Yi Linger heard the praise, she smiled at Feng Shui and replied. Thank you, Sister Fei, for the compliment. Feng Shui responded calmly and continued to enjoy the food. Although Yi Linger's cooking skills cannot be said to be the best in the world, they are indeed rare. Faced with the dazzling array of delicacies on the table, even Feng Shui temporarily put aside other thoughts and devoted herself to the food, which made her mood happy. After the meal, Feng Shui put down her chopsticks, savoring the aroma of the food lingering in her mouth, feeling very satisfied. After they finished their meal, as Yi Linger and Huan Yue started to wash up, Chu Xuan stood up as usual and prepared to make tea. Yun Mingyao's eyes flashed, but she did not stop him. Instead, she walked towards the utility room and prepared to move the recliner. Yi Linger took the time to see this scene and couldn't help feeling anxious. Huan Yue, noticing her change in mood, couldn't help but ask. What's wrong with you? Hearing Huan Yue's question, Yi Linger spoke. That guy should be preparing to brew dragon's blood tea as usual. Huan Yue was puzzled by this. Then what? Yi Linger looked at Huan Yue with a look that was almost caring for a mentally retarded person. You really don't understand. Dragon's blood tea. Don't you know its effect? Huan Yue answered with a puzzled look on her face. But didn't the young master make this kind of tea for us every day? Yi Linger rolled her eyes helplessly. Before, there were only 3 of us, but now there's an outsider in the family. She continued. What kind of reaction do you think Feng Shui would have if she knew about the efficacy of dragon blood tea? What if she gets greedy? While speaking, Yi Linger sighed. This guy is so careless. He took out such a precious thing in the first meeting. Sister Yun also had her own plans, but she didn't stop him. Huan Yue said quietly. When I first came here, the young master treated me the same way. Yi Linger looked at Huan Yue solemnly. How can this be compared? She explained. One is an innocent and low-strength person, and the other is a ruthless 8th-level strongman, the leader of the Yin-Yang sect, a character who kills without blinking an eye. Can such security levels be the same? Huan Yue thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Miss Fei's strength far exceeds mine. Yi Linger was silent for a while, and finally sighed. Huan Yue, although you were a little naive when you first came here, it was only a little bit, not like you are now. She paused, trying to find the right words. It seems that the stupidity has increased a lot. Huan Yue responded sincerely. Young master once said that you don't need to think too much when you are around him, or even use your brain. Yi Linger looked at Huan Yue in surprise. He just said that, and you believed it. Facing Yi Linger's question, Huan Yue showed a sweet smile and answered. I didn't believe it at first, but then I tried it and found that I didn't have so many distracting thoughts in my mind, and I felt much more relaxed. Yi Linger said quietly. After such an experience, your tone tells me that you want me to give up thinking too. Huan Yue nodded seriously. You can give it a try, let your mind empty out and not think about anything. It's really easy. Looking at the Huan Yue like this, Yi Linger was stunned for a while, and then said helplessly. As long as you're happy. Without dwelling too much on this point, Huan Yue continued to ask. What do you mean by Miss Yun's additional plan you mentioned just now? Yi Linger rolled her eyes again. That's literally what it means. Considering that Huan Yue seemed to have given up thinking, Yi Linger further explained. Sister Yun didn't stop the guy from showing his treasure. There are 2 possible reasons. The first possibility is that Sister Yun is confident that she can control Feng Shui, so she is not worried. The second reason is that she hopes that Feng Shui will take action out of greed. In this way, Henry Chu may have to leave Three Sides City because it will no longer be safe here. Having said this, Huan Yue seemed to have regained her sanity and looked at Yi Linger in surprise. You mean, Miss Yun wants to take the opportunity to connect the young master to Baihua Valley? Yi Linger replied thoughtfully. It's very possible. She whispered to herself. Is there any grudge between Sister Yun and Fei Xue before? Why did Sister Yun have such a plan as soon as that woman came? Is she afraid that Fei Xue has plans for that guy? At the same time, in the courtyard, Henry Chu had already moved a tea table towards the courtyard. An exquisite tea set is placed on the tea table, with teapots and cups arranged in an orderly manner. Henry Chu placed the teapot on the stove, then turned his head to look at Fei Xue, and suggested after a brief thought. Miss Fei, if you would like to have a cup of tea together, you can go to the utility room and get a chair. As Henry Chu spoke, he pointed to a room mentioned before. Chapter 46. Yi Linger couldn't afford to offend either side and could only smile. Fei Xue looked in the direction Chu Xuan pointed, and happened to see Yun Mingyao walking out carrying two uniquely designed chairs. Yun Mingyao seemed to be completely unconcerned about Fei Xue's presence. She walked straight to Chu Xuan and calmly put down the chair. Almost as soon as the chair landed on the ground, Yi Linger and Huan Yue walked out of the kitchen together and went straight to the utility room. A moment later, they returned each with a rocking chair and placed it safely. Yi Linger then spoke to Fei Xue in a sweet voice. If Sister Fei wants to try it, there is an extra recliner inside. Although the current situation is unclear, Yi Linger believes that showing friendliness is always a wise choice. She, Yi Linger, is extremely smart. However, as soon as Yi Linger finished speaking, she felt a cold gaze coming from the side and falling on her. Yi Linger's face instantly became stiff, and she immediately gave Yun Mingyao, who was glancing at her from the side, an even brighter smile. She couldn't afford to offend either side. What else could she do except laugh? When all items were ready, Chu Xuan slowly poured boiling water into the teapot. As the dragon's blood tea gradually expanded in the hot water, the originally clear and transparent water quickly turned into a light red wave. When all 5 teacups were filled with this amber-like tea, a refreshing aroma spread out. As soon as the fragrance entered her nose, Fei Xue immediately noticed that the speed of the spiritual energy flowing in her body was quietly accelerating. Fei Xue was secretly surprised, and her eyes unconsciously turned to the teacup in front of Chu Xuan. She walked slowly towards Chu Xuan, staring at the clear and glowing tea in the cup, and asked, "What kind of spiritual tea is this?" "Dragon blood tea." While Chu Xuan answered, he picked up the kettle again to fill the teapot with water. Then, he handed the teacups to Yun Mingyao and others in turn, and personally picked up a cup and handed it to Fei Xue. Facing the teacup handed to her by Chu Xuan, Fei Xue narrowed her eyes slightly. At this moment, Yun Mingyao's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of coldness in her tone. "This is good tea, you must drink more." After hearing Yun Mingyao's words, Fei Xue paused the hand she had extended. She became alert and her first reaction was to suspect that the tea was poisonous. Chu Xuan caught Fei Xue's reaction and shook his head helplessly. "Stop it," he whispered to Yun Mingyao. Yun Mingyao snorted lightly, glanced at Fei Xue with a hint of contempt, and then took a sip of tea elegantly. Fei Xue then realized that she had been teased by Yun Mingyao. Her face darkened and she stared at Yun Mingyao with cold eyes. However, Yun Mingyao seemed to be completely unconcerned about Fei Xue's gaze and continued to slowly savor the tea in a calm manner. Her manners were elegant and pleasing to the eye. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xuan couldn't help but laugh. Now. As he spoke, he moved the teacup closer to Fei Xue again. Only after she took the cup did he move to the rocking chair and sit down. After taking a sip of tea, Chu Xuan leaned back in the rocking chair, resting his feet on it lightly, and the rocking chair made a slight, creaking sound. Feeling the warmth of the sun, Chu Xuan was almost immediately immersed in this lazy feeling. Coupled with the gentle feeling brought by the dragon's blood tea, he closed his eyes, let out a contented sigh, and enjoyed the tranquility. Yun Mingyao, Yi Linger, and Huan Yue around them also showed similar comfortable expressions as Chu Xuan. Fei Xue watched them rest with their eyes closed and faces filled with enjoyment, and her heart was filled with curiosity. She lowered her head to examine the teacup in her hand and carefully raised it to her nose. The fresh orchid-like fragrance made her feel soothed. After taking a sip of the tea, Fei Xue's pupils suddenly contracted. "Ah! This spiritual tea." After taking a sip of tea, Fei Xue also felt the unusualness of the cup of tea in her hand. Unable to conceal her surprise, Fei Xue turned her gaze to Chu Xuan and asked, Your tea can actually improve understanding and talent. However, in response to Fei Yingshue's question, Chu Xuan just lazily hummed twice, and then remained motionless, as if he no longer cared about anything around him. This absent-minded look almost immediately aroused Fei Yingshue's urge to take out a small whip and teach him a lesson. But soon, Fei Yingshue's gaze turned to the three women beside her, Yun Mingyao, Yi Linger and Huan Yue. Seeing them lying on the gently rocking chairs like Chu Xuan, with expressions of satisfaction and enjoyment on their faces, Fei Yingxue suddenly felt a sense of out of place. It was as if I had become an outsider in this scene. Fei Yingxue sipped the tea while quietly observing these people. When the teacup in her hand was empty, after a brief thought, Fei Yingxue walked towards the utility room. From there, he moved out the only remaining rocking chair and placed it next to Henry Chu. Soon, when the warm sunlight filled Fei Yingxue's body, accompanied by the slight swaying of the rocking chair, an unprecedented feeling of laziness spread from a corner of his body and quickly occupied his entire body and mind. Guided by this lazy mood, Fei Yingxue couldn't help but relax her body and let out a long low moan. At this moment, Fei Yingxue understood why Yun Mingyao, Chu Xuan, and others looked so enjoying themselves. This feeling is truly irresistible. The sun was shining brightly and a gentle breeze was blowing through the courtyard. Coupled with the effects brought by dragon's blood tea, people can't help but immerse themselves in it. The creaking sound of the rocking chair and the occasional bird song intertwined. This caused the 5 people in the courtyard to almost fall into a state of extreme laziness. Whether it was Yun Mingyao, Yi Linger, or Huan Yue, they even began to use spiritual energy combined with secret techniques to make the tea flow into their mouths automatically. Fei Yingxue saw all of this, and he couldn't help but follow suit, enjoying his tea without having to get up. As the sun gradually set, Yi Linger was the first to wake up from her laziness. She stretched, trying to drive away the laziness in her body, then quickly walked to Henry Chu and gently pushed him. The sun is setting, it's time to get up and work. Urged by Yi Linger, Chu Xuan opened his eyes reluctantly. Seeing that Yi Linger had opened her mouth and seemed ready to bite him, Chu Xuan instinctively raised his hand to hold her face and said helplessly, Okay, I get it. He stood up weakly and walked towards his room with heavy steps. His lazy look made Yi Linger almost want to carry him directly into the room. After Chu Xuan walked into the study, Yi Linger took Huan Yue and moved the rocking chair back to the utility room. Yun Mingyao carried the chair and slowly left the courtyard in an elegant manner, leaving Fei Yingxue alone looking at their backs with a little confusion. He felt a little puzzled and didn't understand why the women suddenly became so excited. Chapter 47 Fei Yingxue is shocked. Did you write this book? However, when his eyes fell on the kettle heating on the fire next to him, his curiosity grew. Thinking of the magical tea that could improve talent and understanding, Fei Yingxue fell into deep thought. After a moment, he slowly stood up and planned to see what they were doing. But after taking a few steps, Fei Yingxue's gaze returned to the rocking chair in the courtyard that she had just used. He frowned slightly, raised his right hand gently, and a surge of spiritual energy surged. The rocking chair was immediately wrapped in the spiritual energy, slowly rising and floating in front of him. Fei Yingxue grasped the armrest of the rocking chair and lifted it lightly in her hand. When Yun Mingyao walked towards the utility room and saw Fei Yingxue moving a chair, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Fei Yingxue noticed Yun Mingyao's smile and her brows couldn't help but frown. For some reason, Fei Yingxue always felt inexplicably unhappy with every move of Yun Mingyao, as if there was an inherent incompatibility between the two of them. However, this eye contact did not last long. Seeing Yi Linger and Huan Yue happily stepping into Chu Xuan's room, Yun Mingyao withdrew her gaze with an indifferent attitude, turned slowly, and walked towards Chu Xuan's room. Fei Yingxue keenly noticed that Yun Mingyao's steps were slightly faster than before. This change did not escape Fei Yingxue's eyes, but instead aroused her stronger curiosity. After pushing the rocking chair to the utility room with spiritual energy, Fei Yingxue turned around and followed Yun Mingyao like a ghost, entering Chu Xuan's room silently. Inside the room, Chu Xuan was yawning and grinding ink attentively. Yi Linger and Huan Yue stood beside the desk, their eyes focused on the stack of rice paper in their hands, their heads almost touching each other, concentrating on reading the manuscript that Chu Xuan had just completed in the morning. Their eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. As Yun Mingyao entered, Yi Linger just finished browsing the first page of the manuscript and handed it to Yun Mingyao. The latter raised his hand slightly to take the manuscript, and his eyes quickly scanned the title, The Gigolo of the Female Sect Leader's House. Although the title seems a bit exaggerated, it is extremely fascinating. Yun Mingyao raised her eyebrows slightly, glanced at Chu Xuan with a half-smile, and then continued reading. It was written on the manuscript. 1 sail, 1 river, 1 fishing boat, 1 fisherman, 1 fishing hook, 1 lookup, 1 smile, 1 river with bright moon and 1 river with autumn colors. Prologue, Mei, Dali Dynasty, Dongbo Lake. As the story unfolded, Yun Mingyao was deeply attracted by its content. In this world, there are very limited recreational activities, especially those suitable for women. Therefore, whether it was for Huan Yue, Yi Linger or Yun Mingyao, Chu Xuan's storybook undoubtedly became one of their few pleasures. Fingsui, who was standing by, frowned slightly when she saw this scene, her mind full of questions. She turned her attention to Chu Xuan, who was writing, and then cast her eyes to another stack of seemingly older papers on the desk. That was the original manuscript that was copied and sent back from Moxiang Pavilion not long ago. Fingsui walked forward, put one hand behind her back, and gently picked up the neglected papers with the other hand, then lowered her head to examine them carefully. When she saw the large words that took up almost half of the first page, "The domineering sect leader fell in love with me," a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Fingsui's eyes suddenly became sharp, and she quickly took out a book from her arms, which was The Tyrannical Sect Leader Fell in Love with Me, that she had read at the Sanbian Inn. After quickly flipping through it, she found that except for the more beautiful font on Chu Xuan's manuscript, the content was exactly the same as the book in her hand. Fingsui's eyes switched back and forth between the book and Chu Xuan, and finally she asked, "Are you the one who returns on a moonlit night?" This sudden question made everyone in the room stop what they were doing and look at Fingsui. Chu Xuan also raised his head and responded with a puzzled expression. "Any questions?" Fingsui narrowed her eyes slightly and asked in a serious tone, "Why did you write Rian Lu to die?" Chu Xuan was stunned. "Lu Rian? Have you read this book before?" Fingsui said coldly. "I just finished watching it in the inn this morning." Chu Xuan was speechless for a moment. "Well, I've been targeted by book fans." Before, Chu Xuan had always been worried that the miscellaneous books he wrote would be retaliated against because some readers were dissatisfied with the ending. Therefore, he specifically asked the fat shopkeeper of Moxiang Pavilion not to reveal his true identity. However, he did not expect that the Moxiang Pavilion did not reveal his identity. Instead, he accidentally invited this dissatisfied reader to his home. What's worse is that the other party caught him on the spot. Chu Xuan was very depressed. Did he really let the wolf in? While muttering to himself, Chu Xuan's eyes turned towards Feng Xue with a complicated look. Yun Mingyao is not so difficult to deal with. After all, Baihua Valley is a huge force and an old top sect. Few people dare to provoke it easily, and its strength range has long been fixed. She likes to read miscellaneous books, and no one can stop her. But you, Fingsui, are different. The Yin Yang sect is a new and large sect. As a clan leader, how can you still have time to read idle books? Don't we need to deal with those medium-sized sects around here? Your Yin Yang sect has not yet become a top force. Under such circumstances, you still have the leisure to read miscellaneous books. Isn't this too unprofessional? As if sensing the doubt in Chu Xuan's eyes, Feng Xue frowned. What do you mean by looking at me like that? Chu Xuan quickly retracted his gaze and coughed lightly to cover it up. Well, nothing. He thought, if he spoke out these words from his heart, Fingsui would most likely get angry on the spot. After thinking for a while, Chu Xuan spoke. Don't you think tragedy is more interesting? Fingsui frowned again. Why? Henry Chu thought for a moment before answering. Because only tragedy can show the ultimate beauty. Because of regret, people will be more unforgettable. There are countless words, but the word love hurts the most. If the story is not written as a tragedy, how can the unforgettable power of the word love be reflected? Fingsui fell into deep thought after listening to Chu Xuan's words. Yun Mingyao on the side repeated what Chu Xuan had just said. There are countless words, but the word love hurts the most. A thoughtful expression appeared on her face. At this time, Chu Xuan continued. Besides, I write miscellaneous books, not children's books. There are joys and sorrows in life, and the moon waxes and wanes. Isn't this normal? If there is no sadness, how can it be unforgettable? Feng Shui's brows were still furrowed, but her dissatisfaction with Chu Xuan slowly dissipated. After all, Henry Chu's words really explained the meaning of the word love very thoroughly. Chapter 48, Two women almost fought over reading Chu Xuan's book. Suddenly, Yi Linger asked curiously. So, will true love always end in bitterness? As soon as the words fell, Yun Mingyao and the other three women immediately turned their eyes to Chu Xuan. Even Feng Shui is no exception. After all, from the current perspective, when it comes to love, Chu Xuan's insights are the most profound. In response, Chu Xuan thought about it and answered. I don't know about others, but mine is definitely a sweet love. Who would like to be abused? Chu Xuan certainly would not choose to be abused. If it is his own love, he hopes it is sweet enough to make people sick. As for tragedy, that does not exist. Yi Linger looked at Henry Chu in confusion. Why? Don't all your books end in tragedy? Henry Chu looked at Yi Linger as if she were an idiot and spoke slowly. You also know that it's just a book, it's fictional, the purpose is to make readers cry and earn some spirit stones by the way. Is it appropriate for you to use the book I wrote to measure real life? Yi Linger. Then you just said that the word love is the most hurtful. Chu Xuan spread his hands. That's true, but I can choose not to listen, right? Moreover, the lack of communication between the hero and heroine in the book led to a series of problems. But I made up those stories. Do you think I'd make the same mistake? Looking at Chu Xuan's confident eyes at this moment, Yi Linger felt powerless. Even Yun Mingyao, who was standing by, seemed a little helpless. In fact, although Chu Xuan usually gives people the impression of being a bit lazy, he is very gentle. It gives people a feeling of being as gentle as jade and as humble as a gentleman. But sometimes, he would show a side that made people grit their teeth in anger. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Yi Linger screamed, wow, and pounced on Chu Xuan like an angry kitten. Open your mouth and bite. I'm going to bite you to death, you tear-deceiving b****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Bite you to death. The originally quiet study room instantly turned into a battlefield. Seeing this scene and recalling her feelings just now, Yun Mingyao couldn't help but laugh softly. After all, it is a bit funny to be so serious about a miscellaneous book. Nevertheless, thinking about Chu Xuan's frank statement just now that his purpose of writing is just to earn readers' tears, Yun Mingyao couldn't hide the urge in her heart to teach someone a lesson. After some fun, Yi Linger and Huan Yue refocused their attention on the script that Chu Xuan had just written. Then, the house returned to its previous tranquility. At this moment, Feng Shui's eyes were involuntarily attracted to the manuscripts in the hands of the three women. There was a barely perceptible desire in her eyes. Obviously, seeing the three women reading intently, Feng Shui developed a strong interest in Chu Xuan's new work. As if she had noticed Feng Shui's gaze, Yun Mingyao on the side suddenly looked up at Feng Shui. After a little thought, Yun Mingyao's mouth corners slightly raised. Interested. Feng Shui raised her face slightly when she saw Yun Mingyao showing such a meaningful smile. She snorted softly and walked slowly towards Yun Mingyao. Then, she stretched out her fair right hand from her dark red sleeve and placed it in front of Yun Mingyao. Seeing this, Yun Mingyao smiled softly and spoke in a calm tone. "Don't worry, I haven't finished reading it yet. I'll give it to you when I finish reading it." Under the gaze of Feng Shui, Yun Mingyao actually started from the beginning and carefully and seriously reread the content that she had clearly already read. This scene fell into Feng Shui's eyes, causing her face to change slightly, and she spoke in a low voice. "Yun Mingyao, are you deliberately teasing this sect master?" Yun Mingyao's expression also became serious at this time, and she responded in a cold voice. "Even so, so what?" Feng Shui suppressed the anger in her heart. "If you want to fight, this sect master will never back down." Yun Mingyao asked back. "You think I'm afraid of you?" Feng Shui narrowed her eyes slightly, and the coldness in her eyes grew stronger. Her gaze stayed on Yun Mingyao's face for a moment, then fell on Yun Mingyao's hand. Feeling the change in Feng Shui's gaze, Yun Mingyao spoke first. If you dare to snatch it, I will tear up the manuscript. When Chu Xuan heard this, he was speechless. Don't mess around. If the manuscript is damaged, you'll have to start over again. Finally, Yun Mingyao's lips curled up into a smile. Her fingers slid lightly across the manuscript, and with the flow of spiritual energy, the manuscripts that the three women had read floated away without wind and slowly flew towards Feng Shui. Feng Shui snorted softly, took the manuscript, moved aside and read it attentively. After successfully teasing Feng Shui once, Yun Mingyao's mood improved significantly. She glanced at Feng Shui lightly, then lowered her head and continued reading. Seeing the two women calm down, Chu Xuan felt a little relieved. He first looked at Yun Mingyao, then at Feng Shui, and couldn't help but shook his head. Both women have extremely stubborn personalities, one is aloof and the other is domineering. When the two met, it was like a tit-for-tat confrontation, and neither of them wanted to give in first. Therefore, it can be predicted that with the presence of Feng Shui and Yun Mingyao, his courtyard will probably not be peaceful in the future. However, Chu Xuan didn't feel annoyed by this situation. After all, liveliness is always better than loneliness. Not to mention, it is also a pleasure to see such stunning beauties as Yun Mingyao and Feng Shui bickering with each other on a daily basis. On the side, Feng Shui took the manuscript and quickly immersed herself in the world of the book. Just like that, as Chu Xuan wrote furiously and the four women took turns reading, the sky gradually darkened. When another page of rice paper was covered with densely packed small characters, Chu Xuan finally put down the brush and moved his wrist. Seeing Yi Linger and Huan Yue still immersed in the book, Chu Xuan stood up and tapped each of them on the head. Still watching, go cook. Yi Linger and Huan Yue looked up at the gradually darkening sky outside the window, then reluctantly put down the manuscript and walked towards the kitchen. However, just as she was about to step out of the threshold, Yi Linger suddenly looked at Chu Xuan warily. Is the story you wrote this time going to end in tragedy again? Henry Chu answered without hesitation. Where's the fun in that if the ending is revealed in advance? You will know it when you finish reading it. Seeing Chu Xuan avoiding the question, Yi Linger's heart sank. She vaguely felt that this story would most likely end in a tragic ending like the last one. Then, Yi Linger's gaze towards Chu Xuan quickly turned into resentment. After the two women left for the kitchen, Chu Xuan also stood up and walked out. Only Yun Mingyao and Feng Shui were left in the room. After Chu Xuan finished reading all the manuscripts written today, Yun Mingyao reluctantly placed the manuscript on the table. Chapter 49 Unbelievable Feng Shui, this tea actually has such a miraculous effect. When Yun Mingyao stepped out of the room, the courtyard in front of her was as bright as usual, illuminated by hundreds of lit candles. At this time, Chu Xuan was sitting leisurely on the swing, swinging gently. Under the candlelight, his handsome face seemed to be surrounded by a layer of soft light. With the natural smile on his lips, the viewer can't help but feel an inexplicable sense of peace and joy. It is hard to imagine that a grown man can show such a pure smile because of something so simple and slightly childish, swinging on a swing. As spring approaches, the evening air is filled with the fresh scent of grass. Add to that the busy sounds in the kitchen, and the occasional pleasant laughter from Huan Yue and Yi Linger that sounded like wind chimes. All of this forms a beautiful picture that is so beautiful that it takes your breath away. Yun Mingyao, who had originally taken a step forward to leave, seemed to be afraid of disrupting this harmonious and beautiful scene, and unconsciously retracted her step. She leaned against the door, quietly watching Chu Xuan in the yard, the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised, revealing a hint of imperceptible warmth. At this moment, Feng Shui's indifferent voice suddenly sounded. It seems that you really care about this guy. As soon as the words fell, Yun Mingyao's originally peaceful mood disappeared in an instant. She turned her head and faced Feng Shui, whose face was no less beautiful than hers, her eyes full of dissatisfaction and disgust. Although I have heard of your great name, I never expected that meeting you today would be such a disappointment. In response to this, Feng Shui chuckled nonchalantly. Same here, I have the same impression of you. Yun Mingyao snorted softly, then walked away. After Yun Mingyao left, Feng Shui's gaze was fixed on Chu Xuan in the yard, with doubt flashing in her eyes. Even though we only spent half a day together. Chu Xuan gave Feng Shui a different feeling. He did not have the utilitarianism of ordinary people. Nor does he appear old and frail like some people who have seen through the world. His temperament is both lazy and gentle, and he is aloof from the world, but it is impossible to arouse disgust in people. Especially the spiritual tea that Chu Xuan showed during the day that could enhance talent and understanding, as well as the books he wrote. It also added a bit of mystery around Chu Xuan. Fei Yingxue looked at Chu Xuan and couldn't help but sigh softly. What an interesting person. After dinner, Wan Yue and Yi Linger walked out of the room and saw Yun Mingyao and Fei Yingxue still sitting in the courtyard. Yi Linger raised her eyebrows slightly, with a hint of surprise on her face. Since Chu Xuan did not avoid Fei Yingxue when he drank the dragon blood tea during the day. This means that Henry Chu will not change his behavior because of Fei Yingxue's identity. Logically speaking, Chu Xuan should have started preparing for the spiritual liquid hot spring bath in the evening, instead of staying in the yard. With doubts, Yi Linger pulled Huan Yue towards Chu Xuan and asked, "Why are you still sitting here? Aren't you planning on taking a dip in the spiritual fluid hot spring tonight?" Chu Xuan shook his head and replied, "No hurry, drink this pot of tea first." As he said this, he opened the teapot. Instantly, a unique aroma wafted from the teapot. The aroma of tea alone is enough to make people feel refreshed. Both Yun Mingyao and Fei Yingxue felt an increase in the spiritual energy in their bodies at this moment. Sensing the changes in her body, Yun Mingyao's eyes involuntarily fell on the teapot in Chu Xuan's hand. Meanwhile, Fei Yingxue's previous cold expression had completely disappeared. If it weren't for Yun Mingyao's presence, I might have been unable to resist grabbing the teapot in Henry Chu's hand. As the teapot tilted, the amber-like red tea liquid slowly poured into the cup. Under the light of the lanterns hanging around, the tea liquid glows with an alluring luster, as if it has some kind of magic power. "Come, let's have a drink together." Henry Chu picked up one of the cups and said softly. Upon hearing this, Yi Linger immediately picked up a glass and took a sip. Instantly, the aroma of tea and some strange aroma mixed in the tea liquid bloom in the mouth. When the tea liquid slides into the depths of the mouth, it brings a subtle sense of warmth. It's like drinking a special kind of tea. But what is strange is that when the tea liquid slides down the throat, it actually brings a cool and refreshing feeling. It's like swallowing tiny ice crystals, giving people a special feeling of comfort. After Yi Linger took a sip and confirmed the unique taste, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Then, she drank the tea in the cup without hesitation. Then she picked up the teapot again and filled herself a cup. However, just as the second cup of tea entered my stomach, Yi Linger suddenly felt as if a ball of fire was slowly rising in her stomach. A powerful force started from the center of her stomach and spread throughout her body. Realizing the changes that had taken place in her body, Yi Linger immediately started practicing exercises without having time to think or ask. At the same time, Wan Yue also felt the changes in her body after drinking a cup of the same tea. Like Yi Linger, she sat down to adjust her breath and circulate her spiritual energy. Witnessing the actions of the two women, Henry Chu's expression seemed unusually calm. He did not drink as much as they did, but gently sipped the tea and savored it in small sips. But in his heart, he was sincerely amazed by the effect of this Baifuo Ling tea. You know, there are not only century-old red fruits rewarded by the system, but also more than a dozen kinds of spiritual fruits used to reconcile spiritual accumulation. It will have subpar effects, which is normal. On the side, Fei Yingxue also took a sip of tea. As the tea liquid slipped into his mouth, the spiritual energy in Fei Yingxue's body suddenly surged out from the sea of air. Quickly and completely wrapped the tea liquid that has just entered the body. Driven by spiritual energy, Fei Yingxue found that her spiritual energy was growing at an astonishing rate. It far exceeds the growth rate during normal cultivation. Feeling this scene, Fei Yingxue concentrated her mind and actively controlled her spiritual energy to refine the energy contained in the tea liquid to strengthen herself. When the energy in the body was completely absorbed, Fei Yingxue was surprised to find that just one sip of tea brought benefits. It was actually equivalent to the results of several days of practice. Fei Yingxue couldn't help but cast a questioning look at Henry Chu. What is this? It actually has such a miraculous effect. Henry Chu replied calmly. Baiko Ling tea. His tone was relaxed and casual, as if what he handed to everyone to taste was not some rare treasure. It is ordinary tea readily available in tea shops on the streets. This attitude and tone made Fei Yingxue reveal more surprise in her eyes. Look at Yun Mingyao next to her. Fei Yingxue seemed to understand why an 8th grade Baihua Valley sect master would choose to live in seclusion in a small town like Three-Side City. Feel Fei Yingxue's gaze. Yun Mingyao saw the realization in the other person's eyes and immediately understood what Fei Yingxue was thinking. She then showed a disdainful expression. I think Fei Yingxue's ideas are too superficial. Chapter 50 Chu Xuan, it doesn't matter, I'll drink more, the effect will be the same. Yun Mingyao didn't intend to explain too much about Fei Yingxue's attitude at this time. He just quietly savored the spiritual tea in his hand, while continuously mobilizing the spiritual energy to refine the energy in his body. Occasionally, she would glance at Chu Xuan opposite her. After drinking the first cup of tea, Fei Yingxue seemed to notice something, and her eyes suddenly became sharp. Quickly turned to Chu Xuan. She noticed that although Chu Xuan was sipping the tea, he did not actively practice qigong to refine it. So, Fei Yingxue asked doubtfully. Why don't you use your spiritual energy to refine the tea? Chu Xuan answered lazily while holding his chin with his hand and admiring the moonlight, while holding up the teacup. Even if you don't actively refine it, your spiritual energy will naturally grow. Fei Yingxue asked with some confusion. But wouldn't that waste most of the effect? Chu Xuan smiled at Fei Yingxue and said. It's okay, I'll drink more and the effect will be almost the same. Having said that, it's actually because Chu Xuan is lazy. In the past 6 months, Henry Chu's life has been very regular. In the past 2 days, he first worked hard to stir-fry tea, then took great pains to write. I feel like I've almost used up all my energy. Active exercise practice. This was too unrealistic for him. If he really wanted to work hard, why did he go to so much trouble to stir-fry tea yesterday? Isn't what he pursues to improve his strength while enjoying himself? Thinking of this, Chu Xuan picked up a fried peanut and put it in his mouth. Decided to have a few more drinks today. In order to further enhance your own strength. Fei Yingxue. Hearing Chu Xuan's heroic answer, Fei Yingxue fell into deep thought for a moment, as if she was re-evaluating the seemingly lazy man in front of her. Yun Mingyao, who was standing aside, was choked by Chu Xuan's words and coughed a few times, looking at him with a hint of reproach in her eyes. Yi Linger suddenly opened her eyes, stared at Chu Xuan and said. If you don't want to talk, just say it. Why are you making so many excuses? Facing Yi Linger's accusation, Chu Xuan replied calmly. You know that and you still say that. Go and practice quickly. If you don't reach the middle stage of the 5th rank today, you will have no books to read tomorrow. Snort. After hearing this, Yi Linger curled her lips. Although she was reluctant, she closed her eyes and practiced again. After all, wasting the precious 100-fruit spirit tea was something Yi Linger could not do. In this situation, she could only swallow her anger and continue to practice hard. Chu Xuan was still leisurely and contented, tasting delicious peanuts while enjoying fine wine and the moonlight. Occasionally he looked down at Yun Mingyao, then at Yi Linger and the other women, and he seemed to be in a very happy mood. When Fei Yingxue understood why Chu Xuan was unwilling to take the initiative to practice, her inner feelings became extremely complicated. For some reason, Fei Yingxue always felt that Chu Xuan in front of her seemed to have a golden glow in his smile, and the whole person seemed to be shrouded in a layer of golden light. This made her think of the new word she read in Henry Chu's book, The Little White Face of the Female Sect Leader's Family, today, Treasure Boy. At this moment, Fei Yingxue's gaze towards Chu Xuan began to change subtly. In her opinion, even if a person has outstanding appearance, he is worthless if he lacks talent, and those who are truly capable are worthy of her special attention. Obviously, the current Chu Xuan was enough to attract her attention. While thinking, Fei Yingxue raised the teacup again and drank it all. Boom. At this moment, a wave of spiritual energy suddenly emanated from Yun Mingyao. This power not only comes from Yun Mingyao herself, but its fluctuations also spread out like a breeze. With the change of this power, Yun Mingyao's realm quickly jumped from the early 8th level to the middle 8th level. Suddenly, Fei Yingxue's expression froze. Has he broken through to the middle stage of the 8th rank? She muttered in surprise. According to her previous estimation, it would take Yun Mingyao at least a year or even longer to advance from the early 8th rank to the middle rank. But during the month in Chu Xuan's yard, both the dragon blood tea and those teas with special effects greatly accelerated Yun Mingyao's realm growth. Yun Mingyao turned her head to look at Fei Yingxue, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Faced with such a gaze, Feng Shui immediately became alert. Before, they were both in the early 8th rank, and she could still compete with Yun Mingyao. But now, with Yun Mingyao's realm breakthrough, her strength is obviously above his. If a conflict occurred at this time, Feng Shui knew that she would not be the opponent. Seeing Feng Shui's nervous look, Yun Mingyao's mouth corners slightly raised, as if she was satisfied with Feng Shui's reaction. Yi Linger observed all this from the side, her heart full of curiosity, as if she was waiting for an 8th-grade battle to take place. However, to her surprise, Yun Mingyao did not take immediate action but quietly tasted the spiritual tea in her hand as usual. This made Yi Linger quite disappointed, and she muttered to herself. While Feng Shui felt relieved, she was also confused and puzzled as to why Yun Mingyao would miss this opportunity. However, before she could figure it out, a sudden burning sensation spread throughout her body, accompanied by strong palpitations. Feng Shui's face quickly turned red, and the spiritual energy in her body began to fluctuate violently. Feng Shui's face changed drastically when she realized something was wrong with her body, and she hurriedly mobilized her spiritual energy to try to control the situation. But as the spiritual energy flowed rapidly in the body, the burning sensation not only did not ease, but became more and more intense, as if one was in a raging fire. The strong fluctuation of spiritual energy attracted the attention of others present, and even Chu Xuan noticed that Feng Shui was different. His eyes quickly swept across Feng Shui's face, and Chu Xuan's expression instantly became serious. He quickly placed his hand on Feng Shui's wrist, and then gently touched her forehead. Feeling the coldness in his hands and the abnormal pulse, Chu Xuan's eyes became obviously heavier. Yi Linger saw this scene from the side and asked in confusion. "What happened to her?" Henry Chu replied in a serious tone. "She's gone crazy." As soon as he finished speaking, he put down the teacup in his hand, stood up, walked towards Feng Shui, and picked her up by the waist. "You." Feng Shui opened her eyes and was shocked, but the strange changes in her body made her fall into a coma before she could finish her sentence. Chu Xuan held Feng Shui in his arms and walked quickly towards the spiritual liquid hot spring pool, while giving instructions. "Huan Yue, bring me the silver needle I bought earlier." Yi Linger looked at Chu Xuan's actions, her face full of confusion, not understanding why only Feng Shui would suddenly go crazy. She turned to Yun Mingyao and asked, "Sister Yun, what should we do now?" Yun Mingyao responded after thinking for a moment. "Go and have a look." After she finished speaking, she moved and almost instantly arrived at the spiritual liquid hot spring pool. Seeing this, Yi Linger hurriedly followed. Chapter 51 Obsessed. It's just a small problem. After entering the spiritual liquid hot spring pool, the two found that Chu Xuan had already brought Feng Shui into the water. Henry Chu said to Yi Linger, "Hold her and don't let her sink." "Ah. Oh." Yi Linger was stunned for a moment, then reacted and quickly jumped into the spiritual liquid hot spring pool. She put her hands under Feng Shui's armpits and held her steadily. With Yi Linger's help, Chu Xuan was able to free his hands and quickly shot several rays of light at Feng Shui's body. "Sir, the silver needle is coming." Huan Yue's figure flashed and she arrived carrying a box of silver needles. Chu Xuan casually drew the needle and it flew up, and gave the order. "Take off her clothes." "Ah." Huan Yue and Yi Linger both cried out in surprise. Chu Xuan said in a deep voice, "Don't waste time, her condition is very critical now." After hearing this, the two women no longer hesitated and acted according to Chu Xuan's instructions. Soon after, with their joint efforts, Feng Shui's clothes were neatly placed at the edge of the spiritual liquid hot spring pool. Yun Mingyao observed all this from the side, frowning slightly, but when she saw Feng Shui's unusually pale face, she did not say anything to stop it. Chu Xuan looked at Feng Shui's naked back and thought to himself, "It would be a pity if we don't use cupping on such a beautiful back." Although he thought so in his mind, his hands did not stop moving. With a wave of his fingers, several silver needles were accurately inserted into several acupuncture points on Feng Shui's back. "Turn her over," Chu Xuan ordered. Yi Linger and Huan Yue followed their instructions and carefully turned Feng Shui over. Facing Feng Shui, Chu Xuan was fully focused, and the silver needles fell accurately on various parts of her body like rain. When most of the silver needles were in place, Chu Xuan began to use his spiritual energy, flicking the silver needles with the fingertips of his right hand, making a slight buzzing sound. The sound was like dozens of bees flying above the spiritual liquid hot spring pool, interweaving into one. While Chu Xuan was giving acupuncture, his left hand was not idle either, constantly casting rays of spiritual light all over Fei Yingshue's body. Finally, Fei Yingshue's face gradually turned red until it turned almost purple. Upon seeing this, Chu Xuan shouted softly, and a beam of spiritual light shot into Fei Yingshue's back. Puff! Following this palm strike, a mouthful of dark red blood spurted out of Fei Yingshue's mouth. When the blood came into contact with the water and steam of the spiritual liquid hot spring pool, it seemed as if a flame had ignited, but it was quickly extinguished by the spiritual liquid hot spring water. After Fei Yingxue vomited blood, her flushed face quickly returned to normal. The previous intense spiritual energy riot finally subsided. Chu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, carefully put all the silver needles back into the box, then wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around and walked slowly out of the spiritual liquid hot spring pool. As the spiritual energy circulated in his body, bursts of steam quickly rose from around his body. After a while, the clothes on his body were evaporated dry. Just stay here with her for a while, and wait for her to wake up on her own. Chu Xuan said something to the two women and then walked out. Yun Mingyao glanced at Fei Yingshue's gradually relaxing brows in the spiritual liquid hot spring pool. For some reason, an inexplicable murderous intent involuntarily surged from the bottom of her heart and spread to her eyes. Even in the warm spiritual liquid hot spring, Wan Yue and Yi Linger couldn't help but feel a chill and their bodies trembled slightly. As if she noticed something strange about the two of them, Yun Mingyao dissipated her murderous aura after a brief period of reflection and left the spiritual liquid hot spring pool. She walked to the yard and saw Henry Chu sitting on the stone bench again. She gently raised her feet and walked to sit next to him. Why did she suddenly go crazy? Yun Mingyao's voice was slightly cold, mixed with some unnoticeable dissatisfaction. Henry Chu replied calmly. She was eager for quick success during her cultivation. She had many old wounds on her body, and the blood congestion was not dissipated. Recently, she added new injuries. Coupled with the stimulation of Baigua Ling tea, all the injuries were stimulated, which triggered a spiritual riot. After speaking, he shook his head and continued. Although she is similar in age to you, the scars on her body are probably more than 80 years old, if not 100. It seems that it is not easy to become the leader of Yin Yang sect today. Yun Mingyao turned her eyes to Henry Chu and asked in a questioning tone. Are you feeling sorry for her? Henry Chu rolled his eyes and responded. I have only known her for a day, so why do I feel sorry for her? At most, I felt the same way, so I just expressed a few words of emotion. Feel the same? Yun Mingyao looked at him doubtfully. Henry Chu shrugged and said slowly. Wanting to live well is often not an easy task. This can be seen from the scars on her body. In the world of monks, no one is born strong. Yun Mingyao grew up in Baihua Valley, relying on talent, resources and unremitting efforts to reach her current heights. In contrast, although Fei Yingxue also reached the 8th level, her position as the leader of the Yin Yang sect today was obtained entirely through her own hard work. The difficulties and obstacles she experienced in this process can be seen only from the unhealed wounds on her body. This point reminded Henry Chu of his past life, when he had to carry sleeping pills with him even when he was on a business trip, and even died suddenly in the end. Therefore, Henry Chu enjoys his current leisurely lifestyle so much. Life is never easy for most people, and monks are no exception. However, most people fell down while pursuing their dreams, such as Chu Xuan in his previous life, while Fei Yingxue was lucky enough to come out and reach a height that everyone envied. The reason is that the key to success lies in those two words, fight hard. How can a person who is not cruel enough to himself climb to the top step by step? In order to become the leader of the Yin Yang sect, Fei Yingxue must be more ruthless and stronger than others. Therefore, in Chu Xuan's view, Fei Yingxue is similar to himself in the previous life to a certain extent. They were both extremely cruel to themselves, thus losing many simple and beautiful things that mortals have. After hearing Chu Xuan's explanation, Yun Mingyao's dissatisfaction quickly dissipated and was replaced by interest in his past. In her opinion, if he did not have similar experiences, how could Henry Chu empathize with Fei Yingxue and express such profound insights? However, Yun Mingyao is not the kind of person who inquires deeply. If Henry Chu is willing to speak, she will listen. If Henry Chu is unwilling to speak, she will not force him. For her, drinking tea and admiring the moon with Henry Chu on this quiet night was enough. Not long after, Fei Yingxue woke up and slowly stood up from the spiritual liquid hot spring pool. At this time, her clothes were completely new. Seeing Fei Yingxue's neat robe, and then looking at the wrinkled clothes on his body, Henry Chu couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the powerful spiritual energy could also have the effect of ironing clothes? Chapter 52, Fei Yingxue was surprised. I didn't expect you to be proficient in alchemy. When Fei Yingxue walked to Chu Xuan, she glanced at Yun Mingyao, and then slowly sat down next to Chu Xuan. She picked up her teacup and continued to taste it. Seeing this, Henry Chu asked in surprise. You were injured just now because you went crazy, and now you dare to drink tea. Aren't you afraid of triggering another spiritual riot? Fei Yingxue's voice was as calm as ever as she answered. With you here, what are you afraid of? After hearing this, Henry Chu smiled and said. You're not worried at all about what I'll do to you. Fei Yingxue responded lightly. With your alchemy skills, if you really want to harm me, you have plenty of opportunities today. This is well said. Alchemy is all-encompassing, covering not only medical skills, but also poison skills. Any spiritual herb contains toxicity, but the degree is different. Even some extremely poisonous substances, if used rationally, can also become good medicines that can cure diseases and save lives. Therefore, Chu Xuan, who possesses master-level alchemy skills, is equivalent to possessing master-level poison skills to a certain extent. As long as he is prepared, even the 8th-grade expert cannot escape his grasp. Henry Chu said with a chuckle. Then should I thank you for your trust in me? Fei Yingxue smiled slightly, and when her eyes fell on Henry Chu, there was an indescribable emotion in her eyes. After a moment, she spoke. I didn't expect you to be proficient in alchemy. Henry Chu raised the corners of his mouth and said relaxedly. Having more skills is always a good thing. With one more alchemy skill, you can solve your own problems when you have physical problems in the future, and you don't have to worry about misdiagnosis by quack doctors. Although Henry Chu said it lightly, Fei Yingxue couldn't laugh. She was all too aware of her injuries. Her body was riddled with scars, and even the top alchemist in the Yin-Yang sect was helpless. However, with Henry Chu, in just 1 hour, she could completely heal her years of internal injuries. Fei Yingxue is very sure that Chu Xuan's alchemy skills are far beyond imagination. In fact, if the previous curiosity about Chu Xuan was because of Yun Mingyao, then after getting along with each other today, Fei Yingxue's curiosity about Chu Xuan is no longer affected by others, but is attracted to him from the bottom of her heart. Deep interest. As the night got darker, Henry Chu put the last peanut into his mouth, drank the spiritual tea in the cup, and said lightly. If you still want to drink, go to the waiter and get it yourself. After saying that, he walked slowly and leisurely to his room. As Henry Chu left, Yi Linger glanced at Fei Yingxue and Yun Mingyao in the courtyard, curled her lips, then picked a bottle of tea she liked from the tea room, and took Huanyue back to her room. Only 2 women, Yun Mingyao and Fei Yingxue, were left in the yard. After the door was closed and the candles in the room were lit, Huanyue asked Yi Linger worriedly. Miss Yi, the master has already rested. Is it appropriate for us to still drink tea here? Yi Linger approached the window, carefully observed Fei Yingxue and Yun Mingyao in the yard, and made a silent gesture to Huanyue. Keep your voice down. If we were still there, how could Sister Yun and Sister Fei have the chance to take action? Upon hearing this, Huanyue's face changed slightly. Why did they do it? A smile appeared on Yi Linger's lips. Of course we can't stand each other. After a short pause, Yi Linger added. Maybe it's because of that guy. Huanyue looked at Yi Linger in confusion. For the sun. Yi Linger snorted twice. What else? Look, Fei Yingxue has only been here for 1 day, but her attitude towards that bad guy is already very different. Huanyue thought about it and realized that it was true. When Fei Yingxue first arrived during the day, her attitude was arrogant and cold, but just now, when she was talking with Chu Xuan, that indifference had greatly weakened. The changes are obvious. Huanyue asked doubtfully. You mean, Miss Fei is interested in you? Yi Linger tilted her head, thought for a moment, and answered. Maybe not quite there yet, but she's clearly starting to be attracted to the bad guy. After saying this, Yi Linger sighed inwardly. First it was dragon blood tea, then it was 100-fruit spirit tea in the evening, and finally he personally treated Fei Yingshue's injuries. Based on Yi Linger's experience, she can almost conclude that Fei Yingshue's interest in Chu Xuan is definitely not a little bit. Just as Henry Chu mentioned before in The Domineering Sect Leader Falls in Love with Me. When a woman develops feelings for a man, it usually starts with curiosity. And now, Fei Yingshue's performance is exactly in line with this point. Huan Yue asked with a little hesitation. Should we stop them then? After all, it would seem inappropriate if the two of them started fighting. In response to this, Yi Linger seemed quite relaxed. She waved her hand and said calmly. Don't worry, they are both 8th grade masters, there will be no danger. After saying that, she picked up the teacup and took a sip. Occasionally, she would look out the window, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Yi Linger had never witnessed a fight between 8th-rank masters, which made her even more curious. In the courtyard, as the two women sat in silence for a long time, the atmosphere around them gradually became a little weird. Finally, Fei Yingxue broke the silence. After you broke through, you clearly had the urge to attack me, but you resisted. Wasn't it for Henry Chu? Without Chu Xian's presence, Yun Mingyao's voice became cold and sharp. What do you want to say? Fei Yingxue turned to look at Yun Minjiao and spoke bluntly. You are really scheming. Do you want to use me to lure Chu Xuan to Baihua Valley? Yun Mingyao narrowed her eyes slightly. Don't you think you talk too much? Or do you want to test my current strength? Faced with Yun Mingyao's naked threat, Fei Yingxue showed no fear and responded calmly. Indeed, after your breakthrough, your strength is slightly better than mine. If we confront each other head-on, I will be unable to match him for the time being. But that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want to me. Although Fei Yingxue's voice remained calm, Yun Minjiao's expression became even more solemn. In fact, the Yin-Yang treasure scroll that Fei Yingxue practiced belongs to the 9th level intermediate level, which not only includes the lightweight body skills that utilize spiritual energy, but also matching secret techniques. With the blessing of the Yin-Yang spiritual energy cultivated by the Yin-Yang treasure scroll, although Fei Yingxue was only at the early stage of the 8th rank, her movement speed and body skills were slightly inferior to Yun Mingyao, who had already broken through to the middle stage of the 8th rank. Ultimately, this is entirely due to the differences in the characteristics of the exercises and secret techniques. Therefore, in a head-on confrontation, Yun Mingyao can indeed suppress Fei Yingxue. However, if Fei Yingxue decided to escape, Yun Mingyao might not be able to stop her unless she could find her weakness. Thinking of this, the three words rolling meat emerged in Yun Mingyao's mind. Fei Yingxue gave her the feeling that she was a hard nut to crack. She wanted to get rid of her completely, but she could never find the right opportunity. But Fei Yingxue's behavior often made her dissatisfied. Chapter 53 The 8th rank war finally broke out, but it's a pity that I can't understand it. Seeing Yun Mingyao frowning, Fei Yingxue's eyes flashed with pride. Everyone in the sect knew about Fei Yingxue's cruelty and strength, but how many people really understood that this person was able to rely on her own strength to ascend to the position of the leader of the Yin-Yang sect and lead the Yin-Yang sect from a small sect to a top sect? The characters are by no means ordinary people. When it comes to wisdom, Fei Yingxue is no less than anyone else. In past competitions with other opponents, Fei Yingxue might have been able to crush them directly with her domineering style without having to think too much. But facing Yun Mingyao and the Baihua Valley behind her, Fei Yingxue obviously would not adopt the same strategy. After forcibly suppressing the urge to compete with Fei Yingxue, Yun Mingyao glared at Fei Yingxue coldly, then turned away. Fei Yingxue also waved her sleeves arrogantly, and the sound made Yun Mingyao pause involuntarily. At that moment, Yun Mingyao used the fluctuations of spiritual energy to quickly appear in front of Fei Yingxue, and slapped the other person in the face with her white palm. After the fight with Yun Mingyao during the day, Fei Yingxue had already been prepared for the top secret technique, 100 Flowers Kill, used by Yun Mingyao. Faced with the sudden attack of special power, the spiritual energy in Fei Yingxue's body surged, and her body dodged continuously in the air like a ghost, and finally appeared behind Yun Mingyao. The speed of the whole process is astonishing. However, facing Fei Yingxue's quick reaction, Yun Mingyao did not give up. She turned her right hand and slapped forward again. What was puzzling was that, although Yun Mingyao did not show any signs of moving, there was an invisible force pulling her body and causing it to turn. When she faced Feng Shui head-on, her palm was already facing the opponent with a power that could not be underestimated. As the two men fought in the yard, Yi Linger, who was waiting in the room nearby, saw her eyes light up. "The fight has begun," she said excitedly, and then she and Huan Yue moved to the window, their two little heads huddled together, watching intently. However, after a moment, both Yi Linger and Huan Yue showed confused expressions on their faces. Although Yun Mingyao and Feng Shui have already started the duel, the 8th grade battle is not as strong as imagined. How could they know that this was the result of the two people's deliberate suppression? Otherwise, Chu Xuan's yard, and even the entire Sanbian city, would have been reduced to ashes long ago. At this moment, the two of them were so fast that even Yi Linger and Huan Yue, who were watching the fight, could not see their specific movements. They could only see a white light and a red light entangled and collided quickly in the yard. "How can we see this?" Faced with this situation, Yi Linger's mouth twitched and she couldn't help but curse in her heart. She returned to the room angrily, poured herself a cup of tea, drank it all in one gulp, then held her chin with both hands, her face full of displeasure. Finally, the duel between the two 8th grade powerhouses had arrived. Yi Linger originally planned to take this opportunity to observe and learn. But now, although the battle was going on fiercely in the yard and the opponent did not deliberately avoid her, due to the restraint of the two and the huge gap in strength, she and Huan Yue could not see the details of the battle at all. She didn't get any useful skills, but was greatly stimulated. How could she not feel frustrated? "I'm so p************* D off." After a while, Yi Linger drank another cup of tea and slowly uttered these words. In the yard, the battle between Yun Mingyao and Feng Shui was still going on fiercely. However, the two had achieved ultimate control over their spiritual energy and strength. Even in such a fierce confrontation, not a single bit of their spiritual energy leaked out. Unlike the battle in the pine forest outside the city during the day, the battle at that time was earth-shattering and the surrounding environment was destroyed into a mess. This time, apart from seeing two figures flashing in the air like ghosts, almost no sound could be heard. If a thief broke into Chu Xuan's house at this time and saw this weird scene in the yard, he would probably be scared to death. This silent and fierce battle lasted for nearly a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour later, as Feng Shui cleverly dodged one of Yun Mingyao's attacks, she stared at Feng Shui coldly for a few seconds after her continuous attacks were fruitless, then turned around and returned to the room silently. Yun Mingyao closed the door, entered the room, picked up the teacup, and with a slight bend of her fingers, the cup shattered in her hands. Through the closed door, Yun Mingyao looked towards the outside of the yard, and her favorable impression of Feng Shui further decreased. At the same time, outside the yard, as Yun Mingyao left, Feng Shui also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Her speed was indeed very fast, but there was still a gap in realm between her and Yun Mingyao. In such a small space, fighting with Yun Mingyao, who is even more powerful than during the day, is like dancing on the edge of a knife. If it weren't for Feng Shui's rich combat experience, she would have been nearly hit by Yun Mingyao and failed several times. If Yun Mingyao didn't stop her attack, Feng Shui thought it would be difficult for her to hold on for much longer. Yun Mingyao, humph. Although she was at a disadvantage in the previous battle, Feng Shui did not feel the slightest sense of defeat in her heart. She turned around slowly and prepared to go back to her room. However, after he took 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and looked towards a corner of the yard. With the remaining candlelight around him, his eyes fell on the swing in the yard. After thinking for a while, Feng Shui slowly walked towards the swing, stared at it for a moment, then slowly turned around and sat on it. As her feet lightly touched the ground, her legs slightly bent, and she felt her body swaying gently in the air. For some reason, Feng Shui's mind flashed with Chu Xuan's lazy appearance, as well as the scene in Chu Xuan courtyard today. Everything I experienced. After a moment, as the swing swayed, the night breeze brushed his cheek, and Feng Shui's mouth corners slightly raised. This place is really nice. Finally, Feng Shui, who had swung enough on the swing, returned to her room contentedly. As the door closed, the entire yard returned to silence again, with only the remaining candlelight still illuminating the space. Until the window of the room that originally belonged to Yun Mingyao slowly opened, a subtle wave spread out. Then, the candles that were originally placed on the ground in the courtyard were instantly extinguished as if affected by some force. At this time, Yi Linger was quietly lying by the window, carefully peeking at the movements in the house, and witnessed Yun Mingyao extinguishing the candle. Inside the room, as the window slowly closed again, Yun Mingyao felt even more dissatisfied with Fei Xue. This kind of emotion is not achieved overnight, but is accumulated gradually over time. Chapter 54. If you sleep in, who will cook for me? The next morning, Chu Xuan walked out of the room and completed a series of washing procedures. His first glance fell on the two women in the courtyard, Fei Xue and Yun Mingyao. The two men stood in a corner of the courtyard, with their hands behind their backs, their eyes slightly closed, and strong spiritual fluctuations emanating from their bodies. It was obvious that they were in a state of cultivation. However, the atmosphere between the two seemed extremely tense, as if they were engaged in an invisible competition, with each other on the verge of a fight and neither willing to give in. Despite this, facing the two women's focused training scene, Chu Xuan greeted them in an extremely casual manner. "Good morning." As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Mingyao and Fei Xue in the courtyard opened their eyes almost at the same time and nodded politely in response. However, when their eyes met again, they snorted in unison and then closed their eyes again, as if they were unwilling to have any more communication with each other. Chu Xuan saw it and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. After finishing washing up, Chu Xuan walked towards Yi Linger's room, but found that the door was open and no one was inside, while Huan Yue's door was still closed. Apparently, the two little girls slept in the same room last night. Chu Xuan asked Yun Mingyao about this. "Where are the two little girls?" Yun Mingyao nodded slightly. Henry Chu curled his lips helplessly. This girl actually started to sleep in and didn't even make breakfast. Speaking of this, Chu Xuan felt mixed emotions. If Yi Linger gets up early, she won't be able to enjoy a lazy sleep, but if she sleeps in, breakfast will become a problem. At first, even if Yi Linger stayed in bed, she still had Huan Yue, her caring little helper, to rely on. But recently, their relationship has become increasingly close, and they often sleep in the same room, resulting in one of them staying in bed too late, and the other one will also stay in bed. Thinking of this, Chu Xuan couldn't help but feel a little complaining. My clever and well-behaved little chef has been led astray. Afterwards, Chu Xuan glanced at Fei Xue and Yun Mingyao in the yard, and feeling the vague and increasingly fierce atmosphere of confrontation between the two, he rationally gave up the idea of asking them to go out to buy breakfast. "It seems that I still have to do it myself." He muttered something in his heart, then shook his head and returned to his room, took out the half-manuscript of the new storybook he had written yesterday, and prepared to go to the city. As soon as Chu Xuan walked out, the two women's gazes simultaneously turned away from his departing figure and met again in the air. On one side is a cold and arrogant look, on the other side is a domineering and firm gaze. After a short silence, Fei Xue and Yun Mingyao, who were originally standing opposite each other, approached each other quickly like two ghosts. The sound of continuous spiritual energy collision was heard in the air, and the scene was extremely intense. At the same time, inside the room, Yi Linger on the bed heard the noise outside and rubbed her cheeks gently. Huan Yue at the side reluctantly opened her eyes and asked, "Miss Yi, are Miss Yun Mingyao and Miss Fei fighting again? Shall we go out and take a look?" Yi Linger responded lazily. "No, they can beat us all they want, let's just go back to sleep." Huan Yue responded and then closed her eyes again. Yi Linger then hugged Huan Yue and even put her legs on her abdomen and fell asleep again. Outside the room, the two women were fighting fiercely, but inside the room, there was a warm scene. The two seemed completely different, yet they blend together wonderfully to form a unique harmony. About half an hour later, as if attracted by the aroma of breakfast, Yi Linger, who had been staying indoors, walked to the stone table with sleepy eyes and picked up two buns without even getting dressed. She handed one of them to Huan Yue's mouth, picked up the other one and took a bite, then took the porridge from Chu Xuan's hand without restraint and took a sip. During the whole process, she seemed not to be fully awake, and even closed her eyes to enjoy the tranquility. Chu Xuan shook his head helplessly and reached out to pat Yi Linger's head gently. "How am I supposed to eat if you don't even cook breakfast in the morning?" After being patted by Chu Xuan, Yi Linger seemed to wake up suddenly. She immediately opened her eyes and looked at Chu Xuan with a look of disgust and slight sarcasm. "How did you eat before?" Hearing this, Chu Xuan was speechless for a moment. Seeing this, Yi Linger raised a smug smile. However, before she could be proud for too long, Chu Xuan's resentful voice sounded again. The past was the past, and the present is the present. After enjoying the delicacies carefully prepared by Yi Linger, Chu Xuan finally knew what delicious food was. He now felt that it would be a pity to miss even one meal of such delicacy. Thinking of this, he felt even more annoyed, because before Yi Linger appeared in his life, he had missed countless wonderful meals like this. This feeling was simply a huge loss. Yi Linger looked at Chu Xuan's serious expression and was confused for a moment, with her mind full of question marks. It took her a while to react, and then she said quietly, "So, are you blaming me for not showing up earlier?" Chu Xuan spread his hands, looking as if it was a matter of course. "Isn't it?" Yi Linger looked at Henry Chu's self-righteous expression, and her anger was instantly ignited. She almost doubted whether there was anyone in the world who could really say such a thing. She is even more unreasonable than some women. Yi Linger was amused by Chu Xuan's remarks. She simply stopped eating the bun in her hand and pounced directly on Chu Xuan, wanting to bite him with her mouth full of the taste of buns. However, Chu Xuan was quick-witted and blocked Yi Linger's attack in time. "I'll bite you to death, you bad guy!" Yi Linger roared. "Hey, swallow the bun in your mouth first. My clothes are clean." "Oops, your hand touched my clothes. Let go now," Henry Chu said anxiously. Seeing this daily fight, Wang Yue, who was standing aside with her half-asleep eyes open, looked particularly adorable. Seeing this, Yun Mingyao couldn't help but feel a lot more relaxed. Fengshui, on the other hand, was not bothered by the noise at all. Instead, she looked at them with interest. However, when Chu Xuan changed into clean clothes and walked out of the room, handing the dirty clothes to Yun Mingyao's face, which was originally smiling, quickly became stiff. Her eyes fell coldly on Yi Linger, as if blaming her for adding extra work to her. Upon realizing this, Yi Linger immediately showed Yun Mingyao a smile that was more beautiful than a flower, and imitated the actions in Chu Xuan's storybook and made a heart shape to Yun Mingyao, appearing both humble and cute. Chapter 55. As long as you are unlucky, I am willing to lose. After dinner, Chu Xuan walked leisurely in the yard and then walked into the study. However, before Yun Mingyao and others entered the house, Chu Xuan came out holding some wooden signs that were only half the size of a palm. Fei Xue frowned slightly when she saw the wooden sign in Chu Xuan's hand. "You didn't write a story today?" Chu Xuan shrugged and replied. "Let's catch up in the afternoon. There's only half left anyway." After that, Henry Chu announced with a smile in the yard. "Come, today I will teach you a new game." When Yi Linger heard that Chu Xuan was planning to slack off in the morning, a resentful expression appeared on her face. But when she heard the word "new game," her eyes immediately lit up, and she couldn't wait to get in front of Henry Chu. However, as soon as Yi Linger approached, Chu Xuan held her head down. "Because I didn't make delicious food this morning, you are not eligible to participate in this game." When Yi Linger heard this, she immediately became so angry that her face puffed up. Henry Chu threatened. "If the lunch doesn't satisfy me, then don't expect me to continue writing the storybook today." Facing Chu Xuan's threat, Yi Linger squatted beside Chu Xuan and looked at him with pitiful eyes. She couldn't be cuter. But after spending a long time with Yi Linger, Chu Xuan has become quite immune to her coquettishness. Seeing that acting coquettishly didn't work, Yi Linger had no choice but to go out with Wang Yue to buy groceries in a depressed mood. When she passed by Henry Chu, she stopped and looked at him with almost pleading eyes. "Chu Xuan, you have changed. You used to pamper me and call me sweetheart. Chu Xuan." Looking at Yi Linger's expression that seemed like she was about to drip water, Chu Xuan's hand shook involuntarily. A few seconds later, he stood up, and seeing this, Yi Linger pulled Wang Yue and ran away quickly. Sitting back in his original seat, Chu Xuan began to reflect on whether he needed to be more cautious in his future writing, because recently Yi Linger always used the heart-wrenching words in the storybook on himself. After complaining a few words in his heart, Chu Xuan sat down again. At the same time, Yun Mingyao was curiously observing the wooden sign that Chu Xuan took out, which had a simple pattern painted on it. Fengshui glanced at the wooden signs on the table and asked, "How do you play with these wooden cards?" Henry Chu smiled. "Let's play landlord, it's just right for 3 people. Then, Chu Xuan began to explain the rules of the game to the 2 women. Just like teaching them Go Bang and Mahjong before, the rules were not complicated, and with their intelligence, they completely understood them after listening to them once. After confirming that both women understood the rules, Chu Xuan touched his chin and pondered. As for the bet. But this time, before Chu Xuan could finish speaking, Yun Mingyao took the initiative to propose. According to convention, the loser is responsible for doing the laundry or dishes. After saying that, Yun Mingyao glanced at Fei Yingxue provocatively. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Facing Yun Mingyao's provocation, Fei Yingxue sneered. Are you afraid? Her words were full of disdain and confidence. Hearing Fei Yingxue's response, Yun Mingyao's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an imperceptible arc. It seemed that he was satisfied with Fei Yingxue's plan, or he had some prediction about what would happen next. Afterwards, the three of them sat together and started playing landlord. As time went by, the game entered a white-hot stage. Half a quarter of an hour later, Chu Xuan easily ended the game after playing the last three. Fei Yingxue's face changed slightly when she saw this. She turned to look at Yun Mingyao with a questioning tone in her voice. You have a bomb in your hand, why don't you explode? Yun Mingyao looked very calm and answered lightly. Forget it. Her attitude made Fei Yingxue a little puzzled, and she even suspected that the other party had some ulterior motive. Fei Yingxue narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp. Did you do this on purpose? She was almost questioning Yun Mingyao, obviously dissatisfied with the latter's behavior. Yun Mingyao snorted coldly and refused to give in. No. In fact, whether it is Yun Mingyao, Yi Linger, or Huan Yue, they have all taken on a lot of extra housework because of the game. In contrast, Fei Yingxue, as a new member, has always remained relaxed and at ease. This made Yun Mingyao quite dissatisfied. She secretly planned how to make Fei Yingxue taste the hardship. Fei Yingxue sneered. Don't forget, if you lose, you still have to work. However, Yun Mingyao acted as if she didn't care at all. She said with a smile. Anyway, I'm already washing it. I don't mind helping him wash more. These words made Fei Yingxue even more certain that Yun Mingyao was indeed targeting her. Fei Yingxue suppressed her inner dissatisfaction. Do you deliberately target the prince? There was obvious anger in her tone. Yun Mingyao remained unmoved. You can choose not to play. These words were like a sharp sword, striking Fei Yingxue's soft spot. Fei Yingxue took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Okay, I will play with you slowly. Chu Xuan's appearance was a cheerful look, and he aware of it from Yun Mingyao's actions that was unusual. But he didn't expect that Yun Mingyao would use this method to let Chu Xuan, a bystander, get a big advantage. Not long after, Fei Yingxue had to take on 2 months of laundry tasks and 1 month of dishwashing work with Yun Mingyao's cooperation. Yun Mingyao herself successfully extended the time for Chu Xuan to wash clothes to 3 months. The two women who were originally arguing with each other unexpectedly fell silent at this moment. When their eyes met, they both read the same message from each other's eyes. Things seemed to be beyond their initial expectations. After a brief thought, Yun Mingyao broke the silence first and exchanged a meaningful look with Fei Yingxue. Although there were no words, the two of them reached a tacit understanding. Without Chu Xuan noticing, the two women who were just on the verge of a fight had quietly formed an alliance. At the same time, in a corner of Sanbian City, Yi Linger and Huan Yue were strolling leisurely in the market. The beauty of the two attracted a lot of attention, especially the vegetable-selling ladies, who were full of praise for them. The appearance of Yi Linger and Huan Yue has undoubtedly become a beautiful landscape in the market. Their beauty and gentleness make people around them feel happy. Especially Huan Yue. After a month of training, she has been able to calmly deal with the praise and enthusiasm around her and is no longer as shy as when she first arrived. Just as the two of them were returning to the yard, chatting and laughing, a young man was floating in the air, watching them silently. His eyes seemed to show some disappointment, especially when he saw Yi Linger. It seemed as if he wanted to take Yi Linger away immediately. Chapter 56. Mind your own business, so you can live longer. Son, it's time to eat lunch. At noon, as Huan Yue brought out delicious food from the kitchen, Chu Xuan also ended the game. However, when he saw the records on his paper, he couldn't help but look a little depressed. He had already begun to imagine the wonderful time in the next 6 months when he would not have to do housework. However, Yun Mingyao chose to stop the loss in time at the critical moment and formed an alliance with Yun Mingyao. This unexpected change put Chu Xuan in an almost absolute disadvantage in the following hour, with more losses than wins. It was not until he lost several games in a row that he woke up and realized that the development of the situation was beyond his control. Fortunately, Chu Xuan is experienced, otherwise he would have lost everything he had won before. Even so, he only asked Yun Mingyao to take on an extra half-month of laundry tasks, and Feng Xue also had to pay the corresponding price for this, an additional half-month of dishwashing work. Faced with such a situation, Chu Xuan couldn't help but sigh that Gobang is still the best. When Yi Linger and Huan Yue entered the house, Yun Mingyao's gaze turned to Feng Xue. Knowing that the morning game was over, they fell into a brief contemplation. Then, the two of them snorted coldly almost at the same time, as if they were expressing their dissatisfaction with each other without any prior agreement. The alliance's boat capsized in an instant, and it happened so unexpectedly. After the meal, as Chu Xuan stood up, Yi Linger and Huan Yue hurriedly took the tableware back to the kitchen. Seeing this, Yun Mingyao also stood slowly. In view of yesterday's experience, Feng Xue naturally understood what everyone's intentions were. So she moved quickly and appeared at the door of the utility room with Yun Mingyao. Facing Feng Xue's sudden appearance, Yun Mingyao cast a cold look at her. Feng Xue looked at the other person without showing any weakness. The two men stopped their confrontation temporarily until Chu Xuan made tea and walked out. Chu Xuan lay comfortably in the rocking chair, sipping the freshly brewed tea. In the warm sunshine, as the rocking chair rocked gently, he felt unprecedented comfort. At this moment, the previous noise in the yard had disappeared, leaving only the creaking of the rocking chair and the occasional sound of drinking tea. Although the April breeze is still a little chilly, the air is more gentle under the sunshine. The breeze blows, just like a feather gently brushing against the skin, making people feel extremely comfortable. Perhaps it was because she relaxed her vigilance or because her mood had changed, but under the sunlight, Feng Xue revealed a rare relaxed expression on her face. At that moment, she had a new realization in her heart, realizing that she might have misunderstood the real reason why Yun Mingyao stayed in Sanbian City, or even in Chu Xuan's home. Apart from Chu Xuan himself, perhaps it was more because of the lifestyle here, a leisurely life that allowed people to let go of all their defenses and completely relax their minds. In such an environment, people can calmly feel the beauty that is usually overlooked. Feng Xue thought to herself. Perhaps, this kind of life is also an option. However, as laziness spread throughout her body, Feng Xue's thoughts gradually faded, leaving only the mood of enjoying the present moment. On this warm afternoon, Chu Xuan, Feng Xue, Yun Mingyao, Yi Linger, and Huan Yue were all immersed in this tranquility and beauty, enjoying the pleasure brought by the sunshine. As the sun set, the light gradually weakened, and Chu Xuan slowly got up from the rocking chair, took a sip of the cooled tea, felt the laziness in his body slowly subside, and then stood up. Seeing Chu Xuan's actions, Feng Xue also opened her eyes, stood up and put the rocking chair back in place, preparing to follow Chu Xuan into the house. However, just as she was about to step into the room, a wave of spiritual energy came, and Yun Mingyao's figure was already blocking her way. Feng Xue asked coldly. Yun Mingyao, what do you mean? Yun Mingyao didn't seem to care. She casually raised her hand and pointed to the basket of clothes in the corner of the yard. You seem a little forgetful. Following her gaze, Feng Xue saw Chu Xuan's clothes piled in the basket, and immediately understood Yun Mingyao's intention. His face quickly turned gloomy. Why, with the name of Yin-Yang sect, are you going to go back on your words? Yun Mingyao sneered. Feng Xue took a deep breath, walked slowly to the basket, and picked up Chu Xuan's clothes. When Feng Xue started to wash the clothes in the yard, Yun Mingyao leaned against the door frame with a barely perceptible smile on her lips. I really didn't expect that the leader of the Yin-Yang sect would be washing clothes for a man in Sanbian City today. Her words and attitude seemed to be repeating the sarcasm someone once said to her. But this time, the identities of the speaker and the spoken are completely reversed. This scene made Feng Xue feel even worse. Inside the house, Chu Xuan, who was busy grinding ink, heard the noise outside and couldn't help but sigh a few times. He then turned to Yi Linger and Huan Yue and taught them. See. That's the lesson, don't be too proud when you are proud. Otherwise, I don't know when it will be my turn to pay back the debt. Huan Yue nodded in agreement, while Yi Linger rolled her eyes in disdain. With her intelligence, she would naturally not show off in front of Yun Mingyao and Fei Xue, that would simply be courting death. Yi Linger looked outside cautiously, and when she saw Fei Xue's expression as cold and solemn as ice, she immediately retracted her head. "Are you really going to ignore it?" she asked Henry Chu. Henry Chu rolled his eyes and replied, "If you want to live a long life, you must first learn one thing." Yi Linger asked curiously, "What's the reason?" "Mind your own business," Chu Xuan replied. Yi Linger was speechless for a moment. Indeed, with Chu Xuan's talent, whether he faced Fei Xue or Yun Mingyao, he would be courting death. And it all started because of him. If it wasn't for washing his clothes, Yun Mingyao wouldn't have had the opportunity to make sarcastic remarks in front of Fei Xue. "If I go out now, the best result would be a glare, the worst-case scenario would be a joint attack from the two of them." Thinking of this, Chu Xuan's mind flashed with the scene of Fei Xue and Yun Mingyao looking at him with a sneer, and he couldn't help but shudder. It's better not to provoke them, he decided secretly. Then he turned and spoke to the two women waiting in the house. "What are you still standing here for?" Yi Linger looked at him blankly. "Waiting for you to write a story." Henry Chu gave a forced smile. "From this morning till now, you two haven't even had time to practice. Look at Fei Xue and Yun Mingyao outside, they are both strong men in the 8th level. What about you? You haven't even reached the middle stage of the 5th rank, and you still have the nerve to play around all day. Didn't I tell you yesterday that unless you reach the middle stage of the 5th rank, don't even think about watching it? Huan Yue, you are the same. You have been stuck at the peak of the 4th rank for several days and have not yet broken through." Chapter 57. If I were to practice cultivation, who would write for you? Facing Chu Xuan's accusations, Huan Yue lowered her head in shame. Yi Linger defended herself with her hands on her hips. "You always criticize us, why don't you practice cultivation yourself?" Henry Chu responded confidently. "Because I need to write a story for you." "How about you write it?" Yi Linger was speechless and could only leave the room mumbling. After the two women left, Chu Xuan picked up the brush alone and continued to write his story. However, during the writing process, he suddenly had an idea and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since the previous book was a big hit, proving that his writing style of starting with sweetness and ending with bitterness was correct, this time, he will go all out to make readers burst into tears when they read the second half of the story. As the ancient said, interest is the best teacher. As the story progresses, the tragic atmosphere becomes more intense, and Chu Xuan's creative enthusiasm also rises. The more he wrote, the more absorbed he became, as if he had become one with the world he was writing about. His thoughts flowed like a spring, and his eyes sparkled with a strange light. Normally, it would take a full 2 hours to complete the second half, but today, Chu Xuan actually finished writing ahead of time. After thinking for a while, he picked up the pen again and continued writing. A new song, a glass of wine, last year's weather in the same pavilion. When will the sunset return? Helplessly the flowers fall, and the swallows return as if they were familiar. Wandering alone in the fragrant path of the small garden. The whole book is finished, the author is Mingyue Yigiren. Chu Xuan examined the last verses he had added and found that they perfectly matched the scene in the book where the empress was alone and sad. He thought to himself. The heroine of the last film died, and this time the hero was not spared either. So, should the hero and heroine both die next time? Thinking of this, Chu Xuan couldn't help but find this idea quite interesting. He began to imagine the plot of his next book. He placed the manuscripts neatly and secured them with a paperweight, then walked out of the room. At this time, Fei Xue was busy hanging the washed clothes on the rope in the yard, while Yun Mingyao was watching her with interest, as if supervising her work. As Chu Xuan passed by the two women, he seemed to notice something unusual. His footsteps stopped abruptly and he immediately stepped back. He quickly glanced at the clothes on the clothesline, and saw that the clothes, which were originally made of high-quality silk, were now in tatters, with holes of various sizes all over them. Especially the pants, the big hole in them even allowed him to clearly see the entrance to the backyard. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xuan was stunned on the spot. Fei Xue looked over coldly upon seeing this. "Is there something wrong with my laundry?" Chu Xuan's gaze fell on the clothesline again, and through the big hole in his pants, he just happened to see Fei Xue's face. Facing Feng Shui's question, he spoke slowly. No, I just suddenly felt that these clothes might not be suitable for me anymore, maybe you can just get rid of them. Not only were these clothes full of holes, but even the crotch was torn, turning them into a pair of open crotch pants. Chu Xuan was worried that if he put on such pants, he would feel a chill. After hearing this, Feng Shui frowned slightly. I spent so much time washing it and now you say you don't want it anymore. Looking at the dissatisfaction on Feng Shui's face, Chu Xuan sighed. Big sister, you should also consider that wearing such clothes will not only look ugly, but also make people feel indecent. Feng Shui stared at the clothes on the clothesline, and the more she looked at them, the more she found them unpleasant. After a moment, she gently waved her right hand, and a powerful spiritual energy burst out, turning the clothes on the clothesline into pieces. Then she turned and walked into the room, speaking coldly. In that case, I'll prepare a new one for you tomorrow. As soon as she finished speaking, the door was slammed shut. It was obvious that she had gone back to sulk. Seeing this, Yun Mingyao on the side smiled and turned to Chu Xuan to ask. Have you finished your new book? Henry Chu nodded in response. I'm done writing, I'm going to take a walk. Yun Mingyao walked towards Chu Xuan's room with light steps, but when she was about to step into the room, she suddenly stopped, turned around and asked. How does this story end? Chu Xuan waved his hand without thinking and said lazily. The heroine is not dead. Not dead. Yun Mingyao raised her eyebrows and nodded slightly. Then, peace returned to the yard. However, about 3/4 of an hour later, Yun Mingyao held Chu Xuan's new work with an expression of disbelief in her eyes. Watching the hero in the book being killed and the heroine turning white overnight due to grief, Yun Mingyao's heart seemed to be shot by an invisible arrow. The depression in her chest quickly gathered and her hands trembled. After reading the whole book, Yun Mingyao finally understood how infuriating Chu Xuan's saying "the heroine is not dead" was. She clenched her teeth and almost squeezed out Chu Xuan's name from the depths of her throat. Chu Xuan. One can imagine the ups and downs in Yun Mingyao's heart at this moment. At the same time, Feng Shui stayed in the room for a long time, finally calmed down, and walked out of the room again. Almost at the moment Feng Shui stepped out of the door, she keenly caught the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Yun Mingyao from the direction of the study. What the hell is this woman doing? Feng Shui muttered to herself, and out of curiosity, she slowly walked into Chu Xuan's room. As soon as she entered the room, Feng Shui was attracted by the anger on Yun Mingyao's face, and a barely perceptible light flashed in her eyes. For some reason, seeing Yun Mingyao so unhappy, Feng Shui's mood inexplicably improved a lot. After all, in Feng Shui's opinion, things that can make Yun Mingyao feel dissatisfied are naturally worthy of making her happy. However, when she noticed some manuscripts in Yun Mingyao's hands and scattered on the table that were obviously just read, Feng Shui raised her eyebrows and walked forward to pick up the manuscripts. At this time, Chu Xuan just finished his walk and returned to the yard. He immediately felt that the atmosphere in this courtyard seemed a little colder than usual. Then, a cold and low voice came from his room. It's dead again. Hateful. Hearing this, Chu Xuan immediately understood what happened. He suddenly felt that he had not spent time in the front yard for a long time, and the scenery there was particularly nostalgic. Thinking of this, Chu Xuan turned around and planned to go to the front yard. However, just as he stepped one foot out of the threshold, a slight breeze blew past, followed by a dizzying feeling. When he reacted, he found himself back in the room. Feng Shui was concentrating on grinding ink, while Yun Mingyao was looking at him with a frosty expression. Chapter 58. Chu Xuan was shocked. Why are there so many big guys here? Facing the hostile gazes of the two women at this moment, Chu Xuan tried hard to force out a smile that was as harmless as possible. Are you all right? Snort. Snort. However, he was greeted with 2 consecutive cold snorts. Alas, it seems that even the beauty trap doesn't work. Not long after, in the courtyard, Chu Xuan was holding chopsticks and was about to pick up some food, but feeling the resentful gaze falling on him, he could only sigh helplessly. I say, you've been staring at me like this for half an hour, don't your eyes feel tired? Feng Shui asked back with a sneer. What do you think? Chu Xuan was speechless for a moment. Looking at Yun Mingyao and Feng Shui in front of him, Chu Xuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At present, Wan Yue and Yi Linger have not read the new part of the manuscript he wrote. If they read it, they will definitely look at him with resentful eyes like Yun Mingyao and Fei Xue. Realizing this, Chu Xuan said, "How about this? I'll write a happy ending for you guys tomorrow, how about that?" After hearing this, Yun Mingyao and Fei Xue withdrew their gazes with satisfaction. Looking at the reactions of the two, Chu Xuan felt extremely speechless. Normally, the biggest fear of writing is that no readers like it, but Chu Xuan's situation is completely the opposite. The 4 readers at home would ask him to change the plot if they were slightly dissatisfied. If I had known, I should have finished writing it secretly. Chu Xuan felt a little depressed, so he could only turn his sadness into appetite and eat heartily. Night falls and the hour of high has arrived. After the nightlife ended, Chu Xuan and others returned to their rooms to rest. Under the backdrop of a sky full of stars, the yard loses the hustle and bustle of the day and gains a bit of quiet beauty. However, at this moment, a figure quickly flew across the night sky and landed on the beam in the backyard. The man had a tall figure and his long hair fluttered in the wind. If there were any cultivators from Longyuan country present at this time, they would be able to recognize his identity based on his attire alone, the eldest disciple of the Lingbao sect's master, Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan glanced around the yard lightly, recalling what he had seen during the day and the news he had heard later, and his face became extremely gloomy. They actually asked the eldest daughter of Lingbao sect to be the chef. Chu Xuan cursed in his heart, raised his right hand slightly, and as the spiritual energy surged, the flute landed steadily in his palm and was placed to his lips, ready to play. "If you dare to make any noise with that thing, you'll be dead." A cold voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this voice, Chu Xuan's face instantly became extremely ugly, and the breath he had just taken was held in his chest. If it weren't for his physique as a monk, this sudden interruption would have almost made him lose his breath. Chu Xuan didn't have time to pay attention to his physical discomfort. When he turned his gaze to a point 3 meters away, his pupils suddenly contracted. Because what appeared in his sight was not one figure, but 2. As a strongman in the middle stage of the 7th level, Chu Xuan's strength is undoubtedly first class in the sect. However, on such a seemingly peaceful night, huge waves were rising in Chu Xuan's heart. Being able to approach without one's noticing means that the other party is extremely powerful and at a level far beyond one's reach. For a border city like Sanbian City, it is rare to meet a strong person with a higher realm than oneself, let alone 2 of them appearing at the same time. This discovery made Chu Xuan's heart tighten, and he couldn't help but feel unprecedented pressure. In order to deal with the possible crisis, the spiritual energy in Chu Xuan's body began to flow rapidly, ready to explode at any time. However, facing the subtle changes in Chu Xuan's spiritual energy, the 2 uninvited guests standing on the roof, Yun Mingyao and Fei Xue, seemed to be completely unconcerned. The contempt revealed in their eyes was almost identical. After a moment, Yun Mingyao opened her red lips and spoke in a calm tone. "He's just a mid-level 7th level person. I'm not interested in him. You can handle it." Before he finished speaking, Fei Xue's expression changed slightly, and she was obviously dissatisfied with Yun Mingyao's attitude. "Yun Mingyao, are you giving orders to this sect master?" There was a hint of warning in Fei Xue's voice. Facing Fei Xue's questioning, Yun Mingyao did not back down, but sneered instead. "I came here earlier than you, and my realm is higher than yours. As for status, although the Yin-Yang sect is strong, it is just an emerging force in the eyes of this valley master." She continued. "Do you think there's anything wrong with me asking you to deal with this person now?" Fei Xue responded coldly. "The reason you have the status you have today is only because you have the support of Baihua Valley behind you." Yun Mingyao did not directly refute Fei Xue's sarcasm, but said, "Although I don't like to hear this, sometimes one's background is indeed an advantage that cannot be ignored." Fei Xue snorted coldly and said nothing more. Yun Mingyao continued to exert pressure. "If you want to fight, this valley master will never refuse." Fei Xue responded without showing any weakness. "You think I'm afraid of you?" As the 2 women were confronting each other, they seemed to completely ignore Chu Xuan, who was also on the roof. Through their conversation, Chu Xuan finally confirmed the other party's identity, the leader of Yin-Yang sect, Fei Xue, and the great master of Baihua Valley, Yun Mingyao, were both rare and powerful 8th-grade warriors. After learning this fact, Chu Xuan's face became extremely ugly, and his heart was filled with confusion and shock. There are countless cultivators in the sect, but only a handful of them can reach the 8th rank. And today, Chu Xuan actually met 2 8th rank masters in the same place. What's worse is that he seems to have become the target of their attention. At this moment, Chu Xuan's heart was filled with endless doubts. What merit or ability do I have to attract the attention of 2 such powerful people? As the cultivator's realm improves, each level up will bring about a qualitative change, especially the gap between the 7th level and the 8th level, which is almost a world of difference. With the strength of Yun Mingyao and Fei Xue, dealing with Chu Xuan is just a piece of cake. Faced with absolute power, Chu Xuan's previous pride and confidence had long disappeared without a trace. In extreme shock, Chu Xuan unconsciously took a step back. This action immediately attracted the attention of Yun Mingyao and Fei Xue. Especially Yun Mingyao, with just a slight wave of her hand, Chu Xuan felt the powerful pressure coming from all directions. Immediately afterwards, an invisible force attacked from the side, knocking Chu Xuan off the roof and falling heavily in the yard with a muffled sound. Chu Xuan walked out of the house upon hearing the sound. He quickly glanced around and his eyes finally locked on Chu Xuan, who was lying on the ground. "Who is this?" Henry Chu asked. Yun Mingyao explained. "I don't know." This person suddenly appeared and tried to use secret techniques to attack everyone. Chapter 59 Chu Xuan, Penalty or Fighting, You Choose One. After understanding the situation, Chu Xuan walked up to Chu Xuan, observed him carefully, and then turned to the 2 women and asked, "Is he coming for you?" Fei Xue sneered. "If it's aimed at us, do you think it will be a cultivator in the middle stage of the 7th level?" Chu Xuan nodded in agreement. After all, with Yun Mingyao and Fei Xue's strength, even if they were facing cultivators in the late or even peak 7th level, it would be almost as easy as harvesting heads. Therefore, no one would be stupid enough to try to challenge these 2 rare strong men. However, the appearance of this person in front of him seemed a little unreasonable, which made people suspicious. However, before Chu Xuan had time to ask Chu Xuan in more depth, the door of another room was pushed open. Yi Linger and Huan Yue walked out of the room with some sleepiness still not completely dissipated. Seeing Chu Xuan lying motionless on the ground, Yi Linger was stunned. "Brother." There was a hint of uncertainty in her voice, as if she was trying to confirm whether she was hallucinating. Hearing this familiar voice, Chu Xuan quickly turned around and nodded to Yi Linger, who looked puzzled. "It's me." This scene shocked everyone present, especially Yun Mingyao and Fei Xue. The expressions on their faces could be described as 4 question marks. Chu Xuan couldn't help but twitch his lips while listening to the conversation between Yi Linger and Chu Xuan. He turned his gaze to Yun Mingyao and Fei Xue, as if asking, "How could you beat them like this?" Facing Chu Xuan's inquiring eyes, Fei Xue took a half step back, then gently pointed at Yun Mingyao with her chin, meaning she did it. Upon seeing this, Yun Mingyao immediately gave Fei Xue an extremely sharp look, as if warning her not to talk nonsense. Then she turned her attention back to Chu Xuan. I discovered that the aura of his martial arts skills was indeed somewhat similar to Yi Linger's. Yun Mingyao's voice was cold and arrogant. "Since you are Yi Linger's senior brother, why did you do something unlawful before, and even attempted to use the secret technique of sound power?" Yi Linger on the side explained carefully. "Maybe, senior brother just wants to play a song for us to help us sleep." Her explanation was met with a blank stare. Faced with such a reaction, Chu Xuan smiled bitterly and had to tell the truth. It turned out that after Yi Linger fled secretly in order to avoid a marriage alliance between sects, the head of Lingbao sect was concerned about Yi Linger and sent him, the head's eldest disciple, down the mountain to find Yi Linger's whereabouts. Through various means, he finally found Sanbian City, and unexpectedly discovered Yi Linger here. When he found out that Yi Linger was actually working as a chef for others, he was naturally filled with anger. So he planned to teach Chu Xuan and others a lesson, and then bring Yi Linger back to Lingbao sect. After understanding what happened, Chu Xuan and others suddenly realized. After thinking for a moment, Chu Xuan said lightly, "Your beating was not in vain." Although Yi Xuan and Yi Linger are fellow apprentices, his previous actions were indeed hard to accept. If Yun Mingyao and Fei Xue had not been present, with Yi Xuan's strength in the middle stage of the 7th level, Chu Xuan and Huan Yue might have suffered considerable damage. Chu Xuan continued. "You disturbed everyone's sweet dreams at night. It seems that you really need more beatings and punishments. Although this sentence was understated, it made Yi Xuan very unhappy. However, when he saw Yun Mingyao and Fei Xue standing beside him, all his unhappiness instantly disappeared. Yi Xuan was full of confusion about the existence of these two extremely powerful men. He didn't understand why such powerful people would appear here. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Chu Xuan waved his hand, and a few rays of light lit up the lights in the room, and then he said to Yi Linger, "Okay, let's go inside and talk. It's cold, let's go inside first." After saying that, Henry Chu walked into the room first, and Yi Linger gestured to Yi Xuan and followed closely behind. Although Yi Xuan is Yi Linger's senior brother, Huan Yue and Yun Mingyao still remain highly vigilant. It was not until Huan Yue brought the tea that Chu Xuan formally spoke to Yi Xuan. "Let's get straight to the point. Are you here today to take Yi Linger away?" Yi Xuan nodded without hesitation. Chu Xuan turned to Yi Linger and asked gently, "What about you? Are you willing to go back with your brother?" Yi Linger thought for a while and shook her head firmly. "I don't want to." After hearing this answer, Chu Xuan felt relieved. Yi Xuan let out a low shout. "Linger, stop messing around and go back with brother." Yi Xuan, a cultivator in the middle stage of the 7th level. With such a realm, even if one were to establish a new school, he would be able to stand out from the crowd. Therefore, how could he tolerate his junior sister working as a chef? What's more, Chu Xuan is surrounded by two powerful men with bad reputations, Fei Xue and Yun Mingyao. In Yi Xuan's opinion, being with them is tantamount to stepping into danger. Once you anger Fei Xue or Yun Mingyao, you may very likely be killed. Thinking of this, Yi Xuan's worry about Yi Linger became more and more serious. Hearing the scolding from her senior brother, Yi Linger curled her lips and didn't care at all. However, before Yi Xuan could say anything more to blame him, Chu Xuan spoke first. "Wait, sir, don't be impatient, Linger may not be able to leave." As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Xuan instinctively protected Yi Linger behind him and asked vigilantly, "Why?" Chu Xuan stood up and took a document from the bookshelf. It was the contract that he had used a clever trick to make Yi Linger sign. He smiled and handed the document to Yi Xuan. "You might as well look at it." Faced with Chu Xuan's confident attitude, Yi Xuan took the document and glanced at its contents. When he saw the staggering penalty of 1 million high-quality spirit stones, his hands began to tremble involuntarily. Although the wealth accumulated by Yi Xuan over the years cannot be underestimated, such a huge amount of high-quality spirit stones would be difficult to gather in a short period of time even for a top sect, not to mention that he did not expect to encounter such a thing this time. Seeing Yi Xuan's reaction, Chu Xuan's smile became even brighter. It is undoubtedly a great blessing for Chu Xuan to have a chef with superb skills like Yi Linger join the team. He feels fortunate every time he thinks of it. If Yi Linger left like this, although Chu Xuan would not be heartbroken, he would definitely feel lost for a long time. If Yi Linger really wanted to leave, Chu Xuan might respect her choice. But obviously, Yi Linger is not willing to leave, and anyone who tries to take her away by force will face Henry Chu's hostility. Chu Xuan slowly spoke. "If you want to take Linger away, there are two ways. One is to pay a penalty of 1 million high-quality spirit stones, and the other is to use force to take her away." He paused and continued. "Which option do you choose?" Chapter 60. Yi Xuan was shocked. This tea actually has such an effect. The corners of Yi Xuan's mouth twitched. Both of these choices were impossible tasks for him. As for spirit stones, he was unable to raise such a huge sum of money. As for military force, with Fei Xue and Yun Mingyao, two 8th-rank warriors, in charge, any attempt would be tantamount to seeking death. Yi Xuan was secretly annoyed and found himself in a dilemma. Seeing this, Chu Xuan suggested, "No hurry, you and Linger haven't seen each other for a long time, why don't you go out and have a good talk first? I'm waiting here." After a brief thought, Yi Xuan nodded in agreement, then walked out of the room with Yi Linger. Before leaving, Chu Xuan suddenly added, "Remember to prepare 2 pots of good tea for your senior brother." Yi Linger's eyes lit up when she heard this, as if she understood Chu Xuan's intention, and she gave him a knowing look. The two came to the courtyard, and Yi Xuan said in a deep voice, "The headmaster has already said that the marriage can be discussed later. You've been away for so long, you should have had enough fun, right? Yi Linger snorted softly. I don't want to go back to the sect. It's too boring there. Yi Xuan said patiently. Nonsense. How can the daughter of the headmaster of my Lingbao sect be a chef? If this gets out, how will our Lingbao sect maintain its reputation? Yi Linger said faintly. Brother, can you wipe the blood from the corner of your mouth before you speak? Yi Xuan was stunned, then raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice. No matter what, you must come back with me today. There is no room for negotiation. Yi Linger leaned his mouth. Then you take out 1,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Yi Xuan glanced at Yi Linger with a hint of insight in his tone. That guy took out the contract on purpose because he saw that you were unwilling to leave. If you really want to leave, he will never stop you. Yi Linger retorted with her hands on her hips. Since you know how good he is to me, why do you insist on taking me away? Yi Xuan answered seriously. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. No matter how hard Yi Xuan tried to persuade her, Yi Linger remained unmoved and expressed her unwillingness to leave with her senior brother. Faced with Yi Linger's stubbornness, Yi Xuan also became really angry. What on earth is the reason that makes you want to stay here and be a chef? He questioned. Yi Linger sighed. Actually, I don't really need to be a chef, but that bad guy offered too much and I couldn't refuse. Yi Xuan frowned, his tone filled with confusion. What's the meaning? Seeing Yi Xuan's expression, Yi Linger knew that if she didn't show off a little, her senior brother would not give up easily. So she took a deep breath and used her spiritual energy. Just before that, she had just broken through to the middle stage of the 5th rank. For a moment, the 5th grade spiritual energy fluctuations spread instantly, making the surrounding air seem to vibrate. Yi Xuan felt the powerful aura coming from Yi Linger and was shocked. Didn't you just break through to the peak of the 4th rank half a year ago? How? There was disbelief in his voice, and he was obviously shocked by Yi Linger's rapid breakthrough. Yi Linger was gifted, especially in her comprehension, which had almost reached a level rarely seen in the world. However, he had little interest in cultivation and was very lazy. When she was in Lingbao sect, her cultivation progress was relatively smooth thanks to the help of the sect's elixirs. But now that she has left the top sect, according to common sense, the speed at which her realm grows should be very slow. However, in just half a year, she advanced from the peak of the 4th rank to the middle of the 5th rank, which was surprising. Yi Xuan's heart moved, and thinking of Yi Linger's previous words, he became even more confused. You're saying that your realm was able to break through so quickly because of this place? Yi Linger nodded first. Then she quickly ran into the tea stall. He came out with a can of tea in each hand, then carefully stuffed the tea into Yi Xuan's hands like a thief and whispered instructions. Leave some for my dad. Remember, drink sparingly. Get out of here right away. Seeing this, Yi Xuan became even more confused. Is it that serious? Hey, you will understand everything after drinking this tea. Remember to drink the jar of jade spring dew on your left first. Also, tell my father not to come to me unless necessary, and to send me a message if necessary. After saying that, Yi Linger drove Yi Xuan out of the yard and closed the door with her own hands at almost the fastest speed. Yi Xuan stood outside the door, stunned for a moment. After a long time, he looked down at the 2 cans of tea in his hands, thinking about what Yi Linger had just said. He found an inn, booked a room, then placed the teapot on the table. Following Yi Linger's instructions, he opened the one marked Jade Spring Dew, brewed a pot of tea and put it into his mouth. What a great tea! As the tea went into his mouth, the unique aroma spread in his mouth, and a gleam of light flashed in Yi Xuan's eyes. But soon, the spiritual energy in his body began to increase significantly, which caused his body to shake violently. When he looked at the teapot in front of him again, his eyes became shocked. At this moment, Yi Xuan already understood that these 2 cans of tea had the magical effect of helping people improve their realm. This also explains why Yi Linger was able to make such great progress in a short period of time and why she was willing to stay here as a chef. Thinking of this, Yi Xuan's anger had long disappeared, replaced by an excitement that was difficult to conceal. With these 2 bottles of tea, reaching the 8th level may no longer be a dream. His eyes fell on the closed door again, and a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Actually, my cooking skills are pretty good too. However, considering the situation of the two 8th-rank bosses, Chu Xuan finally gave up this idea. After all, he still has self-knowledge and would not do anything to compete with Linger for opportunities. After understanding everything, Chu Xuan looked at the direction of Chu Xian's yard affectionately, sealed the tea jar again, turned into a ray of light and quickly left the scene. He had to quickly report the situation here to the sect. In the yard, Huan Yue saw Linger's actions and felt a little worried. "Sister Linger, is it really okay to drive your senior brother away like this?" she asked softly. Linger sighed. "If I didn't, he would definitely take me out of here. Will you let me go?" Faced with Linger's question, Huan Yue shook her head. "So, he has to go." Linger shrugged lightly, turned around and pulled Huan Yue back to the room. Seeing this, Chu Xuan asked curiously, "Where are the people?" "It's already been sent away." Linger answered with a smile, a smug look on her face. "There's still a room available in the yard, why not let him stay for one night?" Henry Chu asked in confusion. "Forget it. There are only women here. It's not appropriate for a man like him to live here," Linger said lightly. "What's more, there are strong people like Fengshui and Yunmen Jiao in the family." In front of Henry Chu, the two women showed a very cordial attitude. However, in front of strangers, their attitudes are completely different. For example, Linger, she acts nice and pleases others almost every day to ensure her safety is not threatened. Just imagine, if Chu Xuan moved in and offended the two women, that would be terrible. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, sending Chu Xuan away seems to be a wiser choice. Chapter 61. Two sneaky girls staying up late to read the storybook. After thinking for a while, Chu Xuan sighed lightly. "Your brother's injuries have not yet healed. You know, Yunming Yao is a mid-8th grade warrior, and even a random attack from her is not something a 7th grade cultivator can withstand. Although Chu Xuan's life is not in danger, he still needs at least some recuperation to fully recover." Out of consideration for Chu Xuan's health, Chu Xuan originally planned to wait until he had felt pain for a night before treating him. Unexpectedly, Linger drove him away first. Linger seemed not to care about it at all. She waved her hand casually and said, "It's okay, just some flesh wounds. He doesn't look seriously injured. He can take a few healing pills and it will be better." Chu Xuan was speechless for a moment, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Linger glanced at Henry Chu secretly and added in a low voice, "However, before we left, I still gave him 2 cans of tea as compensation." When she said this, her eyes carefully swept across Henry Chu's face, fearing that she would cause him displeasure. However, Chu Xuan didn't mind it, he responded indifferently. "I see." In his opinion, tea can be made again, even if it consumes some spirit stones. What is really a headache is losing a chef who can create delicious dishes with different recipes every day. In comparison, exchanging 2 cans of tea for delicious food is obviously a good deal. After confirming that Chu Xuan was not angry, Linger and Huan Yue smiled at each other and returned to their rooms with a relaxed look on their faces. At the same time, Yunming Yao and Fengshui also left one after another. After everyone left, Chu Xuan was alone recalling everything that happened tonight. "It seems that I need to prepare more things in the future to prevent any unexpected events." Afterwards, the whole courtyard returned to peace. However, just when it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Linger's door suddenly opened quietly, and 2 figures appeared silently in the night, moving slowly along the wall towards Chu Xuan's residence. On the other side, Yunming Yao, who was practicing martial arts indoors, noticed the unusual movement and instantly jumped from the bed to the window, peeking out through the gap. Under the moonlight, she could clearly see the 2 figures walking on tiptoe and cautiously. They were Linger and Huan Yue. Yunming Yao frowned slightly, feeling confused. What are these 2 little girls doing? At the same time, Fengshui also noticed this scene, and her face was also full of confusion. The sneaky pair successfully approached Henry Chu's door. Huan Yue tiptoed into the tea shed, while Linger carefully pushed open Chu Xuan's door, and the whole process was silent. Then, Linger lightly stepped over the threshold and sneaked into the house. Soon, Huan Yue came out with a can of tea, and Linger returned with a stack of papers. When the 2 returned to the room, the lights in the room came on again. Sister Linger, your senior brother left with injuries, but you didn't worry about his safety. Instead, you stole the young master's words and read them. Is this appropriate? Huan Yue asked somewhat helplessly. Yi Linger seemed not to care at all, she answered easily. Don't worry, if my senior brother really had something wrong, he wouldn't have been so calm before. At most he was only slightly injured. Who could have thought of such evil ideas in the middle of the night? Let him learn a lesson this time. Watching Yi Linger quickly immerse herself in the manuscript in her hands, Huan Yue pondered for a moment and then sighed. You are so kind to your senior brother. Yi Linger was immersed in the pages of the book and responded absent-mindedly, yeah. Seeing this, Huan Yue's doubts gradually dissipated, and he also moved closer to Yi Linger and started reading. In the other two rooms, Yun Mingyao and Fei Yingxue knew exactly what had just happened. It was actually for Chu Xuan's script. For a moment, Yun Mingyao and Fei Yingxue felt both amused and helpless about the behavior of these two women. However, thinking of the ending of the new story, neither Yun Mingyao nor Fei Yingxue had any intention of sleeping. Instead, they waited with great interest to see their reactions after seeing the ending. Sure enough, after about an incense stick of time, woo woo woo, accompanied by bursts of faint sobbing coming from the room where Yi Linger and Huan Yue were, the two women's wait finally paid off. Inside the house, Yi Linger and Huan Yue's eyes were already filled with tears. They were touched by the last poem in the storybook. The sad story made Huan Yue's eyes red, and tears kept falling like beads from a broken string. Yi Linger's reaction was no less impressive. She was so moved that her nose and tears started flowing. After wiping her nose with the hem of Huan Yue's skirt, Yi Linger suffered the consequences of her excessive curiosity and was filled with regret. She looked at the poems on the manuscript and was overwhelmed with grief. Although she wanted to cry out loud, she could only cover her mouth with her hands and try to suppress her voice so as not to attract unnecessary attention. This feeling of frustration is hard to describe. Outside the window, Yun Mingyao heard the sobbing coming from Yi Linger's room, and walked towards the bed with satisfaction. Fei Yingxue's mouth corners also rose involuntarily, and her mood became relaxed and happy. The next morning, Yi Linger walked out of the room with a pair of red and swollen eyes, looking a little listless. The same was true for Huan Yue. Obviously, the two women had very poor sleep quality last night. Yun Mingyao and Fei Yingxue's eyes fell on the two little girls almost at the same time, with a bit of teasing in their eyes. Yi Linger looked around, looking for Chu Xuan's figure. Sister Yun, where did that guy go? Before she finished her words, some noises were heard outside the courtyard gate. Then, under the leadership of Chu Xuan, several porters carried several potted plants into the courtyard. After all the potted plants were placed properly, Yi Linger approached Chu Xuan curiously, pointing at the potted plants and asked, "Are these all spiritual herbs?" Henry Chu responded while fiddling with the potted plants. After confirming this, Yi Linger's face became even more confused. "Why are you going out to buy spiritual herbs so early in the morning?" Chu Xuan clapped his hands, stood up, took out a few paper packages from his arms, opened one of them, sprinkled the dangerous-looking powder inside on the potted plants, and explained. "Your senior brother visited me late last night, which made me feel that my home was not safe enough, so I decided to take some precautions." Yi Linger looked at the potted plants on the ground, then looked at Chu Xuan, and asked in confusion. "Your precaution is to buy some potted plants, sprinkle them with deadly poison, and use them as weapons when someone attacks at night?" Chu Xuan sighed and said, "Who told you and Huan Yue to be lazy every day and improve your strength so slowly?" Yi Linger was both angry and amused when she heard this. "You are the laziest one." Henry Chu responded indifferently. "I went out for a walk and you guys got up, who do you think is lazier?" After saying that, Henry Chu noticed Yi Linger's red and swollen eyes and asked in confusion, "Why are your eyes so swollen? Did someone hit you?" Chapter 62 The Blood River Sect reappears. Yun Mingyao is angry. It would have been fine if she hadn't said this, but once she said it, Yi Linger became even angrier. After reading the storybook last night, the two girls were so immersed in the sad ending that they couldn't extricate themselves and only fell asleep reluctantly when it was almost dawn. Although she had some complaints about Chu Xuan in her heart, considering what she and Huan Yue had done last night, Yi Linger could only keep her dissatisfaction to herself, which made her feel particularly angry. Seeing Yi Linger looking so aggrieved, Chu Xuan was also confused. After all the newly purchased potted plants were sprinkled with poison powder, he clapped his hands and turned to Yilinger and Huan Yue to give instructions. Both of you should refrain from using spiritual energy for the time being, in order to avoid being harmed by the medicinal properties. Yun Mingyao on the side asked. What does this mean? Chu Xuan shrugged and explained. I have prepared some poison. If someone enters the house without permission and tries to use Reiki, the toxin will directly invade their body, not only sealing off their Reiki, but also possibly causing various symptoms. As soon as these words came out, Fengshui, who was practicing, immediately stopped the circulation of spiritual energy in her body and looked at Chu Xuan in surprise. Facing Fengshui's doubts, Chu Xuan comforted her. Don't worry, this poison is only effective against people below the 8th rank. Hearing this, Fengshui breathed a sigh of relief. Taking a few steps forward, she glanced at the potted plants around her and spoke in a flat tone. They are just some simple spiritual herbs. How can they have the toxicity you just described when they are sprinkled with poison? Henry Chu responded calmly. Pharmacology is ever-changing. If used properly, even the most common spiritual herbs can be transformed into deadly poisons. With Chu Xuan's master-level alchemy skills, it would be a piece of cake to make poison silently. Alchemists are not only good at making elixirs, but also good at taking people's lives. Moreover, their methods are often difficult to guard against. Chu Xuan also excels in the use of poisons thanks to his master-level alchemy skills. Even an 8th-rank warrior could be subdued by him if he wasn't careful. Yilinger at the side asked with a worried look on her face. If you do this, will we all have to practice outside in the future? Henry Chu said lightly. When we soak in the spiritual fluid hot spring at night, I will add some medicine to neutralize it, and there will be no problem. Yun Mingyao looked around and spoke. You really have many tricks. Henry Chu answered slowly. This is just to prevent any accidents from happening. Although Chu Xuan had no intention of stirring up trouble. But he also didn't want his home to become a battlefield. It's always good to keep something in hand. It is early summer now and the temperature is gradually rising. The early summer crickets begin to chirp in the meadows and woods. It seems to be heralding the arrival of summer. After walking out of the spiritual liquid hot spring pool, Yun Mingyao and Fengshui's faces turned slightly red due to the long soak. With her undried long hair, she looks particularly fresh and refined. However, their unique temperament still gives people a feeling of elegance rather than glamour even when their cheeks are flushed. The beauty is unique and just right. The two of them sat skillfully on the left and right sides of Chu Xuan, and Fengshui reached out to try to get close to the teacup in Chu Xuan's hand. However, when Fengshui's hand was about to touch the teacup, a force sent the teacup into Yun Mingyao's hands. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Fengshui's eyes, but Yun Mingyao took the teacup calmly and tasted the remaining spiritual tea gently. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes. Chu Xuan felt helpless about the two women's behavior and shook his head. What a bad lesson. He recalled Fengshui and Yun Mingyao in the past, who always insisted on being self-sufficient whether drinking tea or doing other things. But now, they often take things directly from him. Where is the demeanor of a strong man? Chu Xuan looked at Yilinger who had just walked out of the spiritual liquid hot spring with a slightly resentful look. After the four women sat down, Yilinger proposed enthusiastically. Let's play mahjong. Chu Xuan was speechless for a moment. Seeing Yilinger's appearance as a seasoned gambler, Chu Xuan decided not to provide mahjong games for the time being. Then he responded unhappily. We're going to sing tonight. Hearing this answer, Yilinger seemed a little disappointed, but Huan Yue beside her immediately became interested. As he finished speaking, Chu Xuan stood up and returned to the room. When he appeared again, he had a guqin in his hand. After putting the guqin away, Yun Mingyao slowly opened her mouth to ask. Is it a new song? Henry Chu nodded slightly to confirm. As usual, you will sing together after you finish learning. Yilinger asked in confusion. Why do Huan Yue and I sing every time? Actually, the song you sang was very nice. After thinking for a moment, Chu Xuan explained gently. Because I like to hear other people sing for me. Yilinger was speechless for a moment. Although Chu Xuan can play all the songs, but he thought it was more pleasant to listen to others singing for him. Imagine that in the future the two girls will learn more songs, and while enjoying the spiritual fluid hot spring, they will listen to Huan Yue or Yi Linger playing the piano and singing. What a wonderful life that would be. After saying this, Chu Xuan slowly placed his hands on the guqin. Soon after, melodious piano sounds spread as he played. A moment later, as the melody gradually rose, Chu Xuan's voice also echoed in the air. The hands are carving flowers, the blade is twisting and turning into a painting, the famous Merit Tower is a house somewhere beside the bridge. The tune and the situation complement each other very well. Chu Xuan's lazy voice accompanied by the lyrics and music added a sense of freedom. However, just as the song began to echo, Yun Mingyao suddenly caught a glimpse of an unusual sound in her ears. Her figure disappeared from her original position. Chu Xuan only glanced at this, then regained his composure and continued his performance. Yi Linger and Huan Yue also acted as if nothing had happened. Outside the courtyard, as Yun Mingyao appeared, the disciples of Baihua Valley immediately knelt on one knee and spoke respectfully. Grand Master of the Valley. However, facing these disciples, Yun Mingyao frowned slightly. What is it? Her words were like lotus flowers in the cold winter, cold yet carrying an inviolable majesty. This tone makes people feel a chill involuntarily. Obviously, the disciples of Baihua Valley were aware of the dissatisfaction of the Valley Master, and the leader responded quickly. Reporting to the Great Valley Master, the Second Valley Master has sent news that the Blood River sect has once again appeared within the range of the 100 Flowers Valley, and has joined forces with an 8th-rank expert to launch an attack yesterday. The Second Valley Master wanted to know when the First Valley Master would be able to return. These words made Yun Mingyao's face quickly turn gloomy. It's the Blood River sect again. These words triggered the murderous intent in her heart, and the coldness in her eyes became even stronger. After a pause, she asked, "Where did that 8th-rank monk come from?" The specific situation is still unclear, but according to the letter, the man wields a pair of blood flame swords. He is most likely Nangong Lai, the leader of the Red Flame Demon sect. The disciple replied. Nangong Lai. Yun Mingyao narrowed her eyes slightly and said coldly. The Scarlet Flame Demon sect is only a 6th-grade sect. They were lucky enough to produce an 8th-grade Nangong Lai. They actually dared to provoke our 100 Flower Valley. They are really bold. Chapter 63 Yun Mingyao teaches the skills. The 8th-level skills kill hundreds of flowers. After taking a few deep breaths, Yun Mingyao looked back at the courtyard behind her, where faint sounds of singing and piano could be heard. She was silent for a moment and waved. You go first and wait for me, the Valley Master, outside the city. As you command. Following the order, the disciples of Baihua Valley quickly evacuated outside the city. Yun Mingyao jumped lightly and returned to the backyard again. The candlelight is warm, like daylight, swaying gently in the wind. In this small courtyard surrounded by dim candlelight, Henry Chu was like a gentle and jade-like young man, and his music was as beautiful as a dream. For some reason, even the lazy attitude that usually disgusted Yun Mingyao and Fei Xue the most, when it appeared on the men in front of them, it completely failed to cause them displeasure, and instead made them feel reassured. The courtyard was bustling with activity, but outside it was shrouded in darkness, with almost no pedestrians on the streets. A wall separates these two completely different worlds. About an hour later, Henry Chu sent Yi Linger and Huan Yue, who were getting drunker, back to their room, and then walked into the yard. He picked up the teapot, filled Yun Mingyao's cup with tea, and asked softly, "Are you leaving tonight?" For some reason, these gentle words made Yun Mingyao's heart beat faster. After thinking for a moment, she nodded slightly and said, "There are definitely things that need to be dealt with." Henry Chu asked next, "Is the problem difficult?" Yun Mingyao's lips curved into a smile. "You want to help?" Henry Chu pointed to Fei Xue on the side. "Isn't Fei Xue 8th grade? Maybe it can help." Fei Xue's eyes showed strong interest and seemed to be saying, "As long as you ask, I will naturally help." But Yun Mingyao snorted and expressed her refusal. "No need. If I can't solve it, one more person won't help." The implicit meaning of this sentence is that Fei Xue is not as strong as her. As soon as these words came out, Fei Xue's face immediately darkened. When Henry Chu saw this, he couldn't help but feel funny, but he still nodded. "Since you are so confident, I feel relieved." Yun Mingyao looked at Henry Chu's calm expression and said lightly. You knew I was leaving, but you didn't feel any reluctance at all. Henry Chu stretched and answered easily. It's not like you're not coming back. Hearing this, Yun Mingyao looked at Xian Chu quietly, her eyes flickering. After a moment, she smiled. Well said. Then, her eyes stayed on Henry Chu, and after pondering for a while, she put down the teacup, and the spiritual energy around her body surged, forming a strong air current, blowing the clothes of the three of them. Amid the fluctuations of spiritual energy, Yun Mingyao's fingers turned into sharp swords and gently touched Henry Chu's eyebrows. With the light gathering at his fingertips, Henry Chu felt that there was some new information in his mind, and he closed his eyes involuntarily. Tip: the host has received a power transfer. The content of the power transfer is the 9th level intermediate secret technique, 100 flowers killing. Do you want to accept the lesson? Almost at the same moment, the system prompt sounded in Henry Chu's mind. He was stunned for a moment, and then he made a thought and chose to study. Tip: in view of the fact that the host's current level of comprehension is rare in the world, 100 flowers kill automatically advances to the realm of practice makes perfect. In an instant, a series of information swirled in Chu Xuan's mind. At the same time, an indescribable feeling began to emerge in his body. Driven by this wonderful feeling, one of Chu Xuan's hands involuntarily turned slowly in the air according to the moves that emerged in his mind. Every movement he made Fengshui, who was standing beside him, feel an unusual spiritual aura, which was obviously not something that could be brought about by ordinary martial arts. After more than a month and hundreds of battles with Yun Mingyao, Fengshui was very familiar with the skills Chu Xuan was displaying at this moment. This was the secret of Baihua Valley, Baihua Sha. Not only that, judging from Chu Xuan's performance, his mastery of this skill far exceeded expectations. Yun Mingyao retracted her gaze and stared at Chu Xuan's fingers, with surprise and approval flashing in her eyes. You are able to practice 100 flowers kill to the level of practice makes perfect in an instant. Your understanding is indeed extraordinary. However, Chu Xuan did not respond to Yun Mingyao's evaluation. Instead, he looked at her with some confusion and asked, Since you are leaving, why did you teach me the unique skills of Baihua Valley? Yun Mingyao opened her red lips slightly. Just consider it as your subsequent rent here. The corners of Henry Chu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. The 9th level intermediate secret technique is a priceless treasure no matter where it is. Now, Yun Mingyao easily passed it on to herself on the grounds of rent, which meant that Chu Xuan's house would be reserved for Yun Mingyao for a long time. This woman is really calculating and shrewd. While muttering to himself, Chu Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. After successfully transferring her skills, Yun Mingyao glanced at Fengshui, slowly stood up, tapped the ground with her toes, and her figure disappeared in an instant. Chu Xuan withdrew his gaze, and Fengshui looked at him with a complicated expression. That Yun Mingyao was actually willing to teach you such a precious top-level technique as 100 flowers killing in private. Henry Chu sighed. It did surprise me. Fengshui saw Chu Xuan's calm expression and said with surprise. That woman left. Don't you feel a little sad? Although the two had often been at loggerheads over the past month, when Yun Mingyao really left, Fengshui did not feel a trace of joy in her heart, but instead had an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Sometimes, when we get used to the existence of something, we don't want to see it change. Habits are always so subtle. Facing Fengshui's question, Chu Xuan smiled indifferently. What's there to be sad about? Hearing this, Fengshui frowned slightly. Just when Fengshui was about to speak, Chu Xuan's voice rang out again. Our separation now is to prepare for a better reunion in the future. No matter where or when, I will be here waiting for her to come back. After saying that, Chu Xuan turned to Fengshui and gave her a frank smile, then slowly spoke. Always. After he finished speaking, Chu Xuan drank the tea in the cup, slowly stood up, and walked leisurely towards his room. Fengshui stayed alone in the courtyard, thinking about Chu Xuan's words just now, and a soft part of her heart seemed to be gently touched. Sects are often filled with fighting and deception. It might be a wonderful thing if we could find a spiritual haven, a place where we can completely relax and forget about sectarian disputes. Thinking of this, Fengshui turned her gaze to the light in Chu Xuan's room. A faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she whispered to herself. I don't know if he will be like this if I leave. When the teapot was almost empty, Feng Shui got up and returned to her room. However, the moment she stepped into the room, with a wave of her sleeves, the candles in the yard went out one after another. Feng Shui glanced at the candle smoke drifting in the wind and frowned slightly. Without that woman, even such trivial matters as putting out the candles would have to be done by the sect master himself. Chapter 64 Generous Sign-In Rewards, Pet Little White Fox. After Chu Xuan returned to his room, he still maintained his daily habits and did not rest immediately. He walked to the desk, ground ink, picked up the pen and practiced calligraphy for a while. When the tea had worn off a little, Chu Xuan put down his pen and said silently, "Sign in. Hint, it is detected that the host's birthday will be in 25 minutes. There is a chance to increase and get extra rewards. Do you want to sign in later?" Chu Xuan looked at the information displayed by the system and was stunned. He quickly reviewed the date and found that it was true. This sign-in feature is really thoughtful. You can also get extra rewards by signing in on your birthday. Chu Xuan muttered softly, his heart full of anticipation. Chu Xuan waited quietly until the time sounded outside, then he confirmed the time. Afterwards, Chu Xuan chose to sign in again. Tip: sign in successful. Since today is the host's first birthday sign-in, an additional sign-in reward will be added. Tip: congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Hint: congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 realm promotion cards. Hint: congratulations to the host for obtaining 9 soul returning pills. Tip: congratulations to the host for obtaining a special spiritual pet. Hint: congratulations to the host for obtaining an 8th grade peak experience card, Sword Immortal. Hint: congratulations to the host for obtaining a fighting will card. All rewards have been automatically deposited into the system space. Please check and claim them by yourself. The continuous reminder sounds made Chu Xuan a little overwhelmed. He didn't start to check carefully until all the rewards were distributed. According to the system's instructions, the realm promotion card can directly raise Chu Xuan's realm by 1 small level. Currently, his realm is at the middle stage of the 4th rank. If he uses these 3 promotion cards, his realm will directly jump from the middle stage of the 4th rank to the middle stage of the 5th rank, which is the same as Yilinger's realm. The soul returning pill is a special elixir that can save the life of a person who is about to die. It is undoubtedly an extremely precious life-saving medicine. The 8th grade peak experience card can allow Chu Xuan to instantly possess the 8th grade peak sword fairy power, but it only lasts for half an hour. The function of the fighting will card is even more mysterious. After using it, Chu Xuan will randomly gain a fighting will. After mastering it, he can significantly enhance his combat effectiveness and even achieve a challenge across levels. Chu Xuan was surprised at the quality of the rewards he received for this sign-in. Compared with the previous times, this time the rewards were obviously more substantial. He sighed inwardly. It's worthy of the sign-in after the promotion. However, among the many rewards, Chu Xuan was most interested in the special pet. After a brief thought, he issued an instruction to the system. System: extract the spirit pet. Tip: the spirit pet is being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special spirit pet. As the system's prompt sounded, rays of bright white light poured out from Chu Xuan's body and quickly gathered in the air. Under Chu Xuan's curious gaze, the light gradually became denser and formed a white halo. About 10 seconds later, the halo suddenly broke and a creature fell from the sky. This pet has an elegant posture and a snow-white body, which makes it look particularly cute. After it landed on the ground, it looked around first, and then focused its attention on Chu Xuan. As if he had identified the target, the little guy's eyes lit up and he approached Henry Chu. When it reached Henry Chu's feet, it jumped slightly and fell into Henry Chu's arms. Henry Chu lowered his head, looked at the little creature holding his trousers in front of him, and blinked involuntarily. "This is a white fox?" he asked in surprise. Looking at his spiritual pet, Henry Chu couldn't react for a moment, and he seemed to be stunned. However, when he came back to his senses and looked at the little guy at his feet, Henry Chu felt as if his eyes were glowing. Almost impatiently, Henry Chu picked up the white fox and watched the little white fox closely. Just when Henry Chu was staring at the little creature in front of him, the white fox gently let out a woo. The sound was soft and waxy, with a hint of coquettishness, but he couldn't help but feel soft in his heart and his eyes were filled with tears. Be gentle. The next day, when Feng Shue woke up, she saw Henry Chu in the yard for the first time. However, as she moved forward, her eyes were quickly attracted by the pure-colored white fox next to Henry Chu, who looked extremely cute and honest. This is a white fox. Where did you find it? Feng Shue asked. Henry Chu was holding something to feed and answered casually. I came across it by chance when I went for a walk in the morning, so I took it home. Hearing this, Feng Shue didn't show much surprise. Although white foxes are not found everywhere, they are not considered rare treasures. She herself had encountered it once, but the white fox was much larger than the one in front of Henry Chu, and it ran away because she felt Feng Shue's murderous intent. However, looking at the little white fox in front of Henry Chu, even Feng Shue had to admit that this little white fox was indeed cuter than other small animals. Out of curiosity, Feng Shue also squatted down and stretched out a finger to lightly touch the little guy. The furry touch is very comfortable. However, facing Feng Shue's behavior, the little thing glanced at Feng Shue with its black pearl-like eyes, then suddenly turned around and grabbed Henry Chu's trousers. Seeing the little guy's reaction, Feng Shue raised her eyebrows slightly, but did not show any dissatisfaction. Later, when Yi Linger and Huan Yue also discovered this little creature, their eyes lit up and they circled around the little guy almost the whole day. Despite this, as Henry Chu's pet, this little white fox is obviously closer to Henry Chu. Even when he was basking in the afternoon sun, he always lay on him and refused to leave. As night fell, the night wind brought a little coolness, but Henry Chu's body still retained the warmth after coming out of the spiritual liquid hot spring. The aroma of tea mixed with the spirit liquid hot spring water is still strong, and the aroma still permeates the courtyard, creating a warm atmosphere. Henry Chu was lying on the rocking chair, stroking the little white fox lying on his body, sometimes looking at Huan Yue's face, sometimes looking at Feng Shue, who had a beautiful but domineering face, and now he was talking happily. Yi Linger is wearing something. Listening to the laughter of the three women fighting the landlord, Henry Chu's heart was filled with peace and satisfaction. At this moment, the surrounding atmosphere made him feel the beauty of life. There were cute pets, beautiful female tenants, mellow tea, and delicious food. Such wonderful daily life, in Chu Xuan's view, is a priceless treasure worth cherishing. He couldn't help but snorted comfortably, and his heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction. At this time, in the distant Lingxiao Empire, between the mountains and deep in the dense forest, there was a figure sitting quietly on a huge stone. Dressed in red, her hair fluttered in the wind, and her long hair hung down to her waist like a waterfall. Her face was delicate and beautiful, but she inadvertently revealed a bit of charm, as if she was born with an irresistible charm. The whole person looked more vivid, like an elf coming from the depths of the forest. At this time, she was holding a book in her hand. If anyone is present, they will definitely notice the big words on the cover, "The Witch Stops, signed, returning on a bright moon night." Chapter 65. When it comes to enjoyment, I'm an expert. The woman's eyes slowly scanned every word on the page. The further she read, the tighter her brows furrowed. Until the last page, she could no longer bear it, gritted her teeth, and finally couldn't help complaining. Damn it. It's the same ending again. This time even the protagonist died. Her voice was filled with dissatisfaction and anger. With this roar, the huge rock beneath her suddenly exploded with a deafening sound. However, even though the boulders were scattered, the woman's body did not fall down. Instead, it floated in the air strangely. But she seemed unaware of all this, her eyes still fixed on the three words, "returning home on a moonlit night," on the cover. Over the past few months, from "the domineering sect leader falls in love with me," to "the gigolo of the female sect leader's house," the woman has watched almost all the works of this man returning home on a moonlit night. The beginning of each book is always sweet and warm, making people intoxicated, but in the end, they all become bitter without exception. In the first two works, either the male or female protagonist suffered misfortune, but in this new work, both the male and female protagonists are put to death. How can such a tragic ending be summed up by just one word: regret? Senior Sister Hong Wan. Just as the woman was immersed in her emotions, a voice suddenly came from the side, interrupting her thoughts. A disciple of the Netherworld sect quickly walked up to the woman and saluted respectfully. "What do you want?" If a cultivator from the Lingxiao Empire were to come here again, he might be able to recognize the identity of this woman at a glance. She is listed on the Lingxiao Empire's beauty list, a leader among the younger generation of female cultivators, the saint of the Netherworld sect, Hongwan. Hearing the disciple's words, Hongwan slowly landed on the ground, suppressed her inner anger, turned to the disciple and gave orders. Immediately send someone to investigate and find out the true identity of this man returning on a moonlit night. After saying that, she handed the book in her hand to her disciple, who was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. Why would senior sister investigate a man who writes miscellaneous books? I will arrest him, lock him up in a small dark room and make him write a book for me. If I am not satisfied with the writing, I will whip him. Hongwan's voice was full of hatred. After a pause, she added viciously. I'll beat him until he's in so much pain that he wants to die. In Sanbian City, the sun gradually became hotter, the cicadas chirped one after another, and the breeze was already a little warm. It was noon. Yi Linger was sitting lazily in the yard, holding her chin with both hands, looking at the somewhat dazzling scenery under the scorching sun, her face full of listlessness. The hot weather not only makes people feel uncomfortable, but also makes the leisurely afternoon time in the past a luxury. Yi Linger and Huan Yue could no longer enjoy the warm sunshine, and Fengshui also seemed a little irritated. Although monks are not afraid of cold or heat, that requires the circulation of spiritual energy. Normally, no one can keep their spiritual power running all the time. At this time, there were constant ding-dong sounds coming from the utility room, which aroused Yi Linger's curiosity. What has that guy been fiddling with in the utility room since dinner? She asked Huan Yue, who was beside her, but the latter was busy taking care of the fox spirit Xiaobai and just shook his head blankly. Yi Linger rolled her eyes helplessly, but before she could get up to check, Henry Chu had already walked out of the room with a bundle of bamboo poles wrapped in curtains in his hand. Put this thing up in the yard, he said to the two women. Looking at the items on the ground, a trace of sadness appeared on Yi Linger's face. Even if we put up a shed to block out the sun, it's still unbearably hot. And it'll get hot and stuffy, so we might as well stay outside. There was a hint of helplessness in her words. Henry Chu gently patted Yi Linger's little head. Just do it when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Although Yi Linger was reluctant, she still dragged her body, which seemed weak due to the heat, and picked up things with Huan Yue and started to work in the yard. The two figures looked particularly tired under the scorching sun. After the two women worked together to build the awning, Chu Xuan had already walked into the shed holding a pile of wooden basins and a cloth bag. Huan Yue, go get some water. As he gave instructions, he began to place the wooden basins of different sizes. Yi Linger looked at Chu Xuan's actions, very puzzled. What do you want to do? Henry Chu answered lazily. Watch carefully and learn well. Hearing this, Yi Linger became even more curious. Even Fengshui became interested in Chu Xuan's behavior and quietly observed his every move. Soon, Huan Yue brought 2 buckets of water easily. Chu Xuan first filled a small wooden barrel with water and then placed it in the center of a larger wooden barrel. Then he continued to add water to the large wooden barrel. When the water in the large wooden barrel reached half, Chu Xuan opened the cloth bag next to it and scooped out a spoonful of substance with a wooden ladle. Yi Linger smelled the odor, looked at it carefully, and immediately recognized that it was saltpeter. Salt. Her heart moved. As Chu Xuan continued to add saltpeter into the large wooden barrel, Yi Linger and Fengshui were surprised to find that the water in the small wooden barrel began to quickly freeze into ice. Yi Linger's eyes suddenly widened, she reached out and touched it, and it was indeed icy cold. It's actually real ice. So saltpeter can be used to make ice. Henry Chu explained calmly. When saltpeter comes into contact with water, it absorbs a lot of heat, causing the temperature to drop sharply. Therefore, this method can produce ice quickly. And the process can be repeated as long as you keep adding and replacing water. After he explained the principle simply and clearly, he asked several women to join in the action. After understanding Chu Xuan's intention, they immediately took action. Just half a quarter of an hour later, there were more than a dozen wooden basins lined up in the shed, and a small wooden basin full of ice was nested in each large wooden basin. Some of the wooden basins also had teapots and fruits on them. Under the action of the ice, the temperature in the entire shed dropped rapidly, as if returning to the comfortable time of late spring and early summer. Although there is no direct sunlight, it is indeed a rare enjoyment to be in such a cool environment on such a hot day. Yi Linger, Huan Yue, and Feng Shui all regained the long-lost sense of comfort. When it comes to enjoyment, it has to be you. Yi Linger was lying in the rocking chair, picking up a piece of iced fruit and tasting it, with a satisfied smile on her face. Chu Xuan was also lying on the rocking chair, with a slight smile on his face. Of course. I'm an expert at enjoying life. Afterwards, the four of them, including Feng Shui, let out a long breath, immersed in the leisurely and contented state created by Chu Xuan. Happiness is sometimes so simple: delicious food when you are hungry, a bed to sleep on when you are tired, and coolness when you are hot. On the side, Xiaobai also seemed to feel the joy of his master. He stretched his limbs lazily, resting his head on Chu Xuan's chest, and hummed slightly. Chapter 66. Yun Lingshuang was shocked. Does the senior sister have a man in her heart? All around, the chirping of cicadas and crickets and the rustling of grass leaves in the breeze interweave together, adding a bit of tranquility and laziness to this afternoon. Even during the day, Chu Xuan, Feng Shui, and others gradually felt sleepy. They lay neatly in a row of rocking chairs and fell asleep one after another as the rocking chairs swayed gently. In the back mountain of Baihua Valley, in a pavilion in the lake surrounded by flowers, although the sun is scorching, fish occasionally jump out of the water and then quickly dive back into the water. Yun Mingyao in the pavilion still maintained that cold face, but today her face was more stern, as if she was a fairy in Guanggan Valley, giving people a feeling of inaccessibility and coldness. Suddenly, a white figure slowly walked towards the pavilion from the lakeside. She was wearing a palace dress with a long skirt that dragged on the ground, and her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, like flowing clouds. In the sunshine, the woman's face looks even sweeter, and her beauty is enough to make spring flowers pale in comparison. However, compared to Yun Mingyao's coldness, she appears more lively and agile. She is in her prime youth and has a place on both the beauty list and the peak list of Tianqi country. She is the third valley master of Baihua Valley, Yun Lingshuang. Yun Lingshuang walked slowly to Yun Mingyao's side, her eyes gently falling on the rice paper on the table. The hands carve like flowers, and the blade twists and turns like a painting. The famous Merit Tower is a house somewhere near the bridge. The spring breeze blows around the red yarn at the end of his hair, and I embroider it for him. Yun Lingshuang asked after reading the words on the rice paper. Is this the lyrics of a song? Her voice was full of energy, almost reminiscent of Yi Linger's clever personality. Yun Mingyao nodded slightly and answered softly. Yes, it is indeed the lyrics of a song. After getting the confirmation, Yun Lingshuang commented while appreciating it. This song is really beautiful. I have never seen such a song before. After hearing this, Yun Mingyao's thoughts involuntarily drifted far away, with a hint of emotion in her tone. Yes, the music is beautiful, and the lyrics are beautiful too. After saying that, Yun Mingyao put down the pen in her hand and slowly walked out of the pavilion. Feeling the sunlight turn from warm to scorching, she felt a hint of curiosity. Chu Xuan, what is he doing now? Are you still basking in the sun after dinner? However, as soon as this thought came to her mind, Yun Mingyao shook her head. Based on her understanding of Henry Chu, he would not choose to endure this discomfort and would definitely have other ways to kill time. As she thought more deeply, Yun Mingyao gradually fell into deep thought. Inside the pavilion, Yun Lingshuang stared at Yun Mingyao's face, which was immersed in memories, and was very confused. Senior sister, Nangong Lai has escaped with serious injuries, and the Blood River sect has also suffered heavy casualties. Second senior sister is leading people to hunt them down, so why don't you feel the slightest bit of joy? She asked. Yun Mingyao's voice was cold and firm. It's only natural that those rubbish were defeated by me. What's more, Nangong Lai is not dead, so why should we be happy? When they returned to Baihua Valley, Yun Mingyao single-handedly fought against Nangong Lai and the Shueha clan. With the strength of a mid-8th grade cultivator, plus the power boost she gained from the medicinal tea provided by Chu Xuan during this period, she not only severely damaged Nangong Lai, who was in the early 8th grade stage, but also eliminated more than half of the Blood River sect strongmen. If it weren't for the worry about the remaining disciples in Baihua Valley, not only would the Blood River sect be completely eliminated, but even strong men like Nangong Lai might disappear from the top list. However, facing such a brilliant record, Yun Mingyao didn't feel any joy in her heart. After Yun Mingyao left, Yun Lingshuang waved to a female disciple. the female disciple carefully came to Yun Lingshuang and knelt down on one knee. "Lord of Three Valleys, get up," Yun Lingshuang said lightly, then turned her eyes to this disciple. Being stared at by Yun Lingshuang like this, the female disciple felt nervous and her whole body became restless. After a while, Yun Lingshuang asked, "Are you one of the people who returned to Baihua Valley with senior sister?" The female disciple hurriedly nodded in confirmation. Yun Lingshuang continued, "Tell me what happened before senior sister came back." Ever since Yun Mingyao returned to Baihua Valley for the first time, Yun Lingshuang had vaguely felt the difference between her senior sister. As time passed, she became more and more aware of the changes in Yun Mingyao's personality. Although the senior sister still maintains her aloof temperament, her temperament has become much gentler. Whenever she had free time, Yun Lingshuang would see Yun Mingyao looking reminiscing, and sometimes she would rarely see a smile on her lips. All this made Yun Lingshuang even more convinced that the senior sister had become unusual since her return. Therefore, Yun Lingshuang wanted to know very much what kind of experience had changed the senior sister who had always been arrogant. Facing Yun Lingshuang's inquiry, the disciple did not dare to hide anything and quickly told everything that happened in Three Side City. After listening, Yun Lingshuang raised her eyebrows and asked, "Wait a minute, you mean, senior sister has been living with a man in the past 2 months?" The Baihua Valley disciple nodded slightly, his voice low but clear. "Yes." After receiving the confirmation, Yun Lingshuang's doubts became more intense. In this Baihua Valley, Yun Lingshuang did not think that the Baihua Valley disciple in front of her would have the courage to lie to herself. However, it was precisely because of the other party's frankness that she felt even more confused. After a while, as the disciple slowly told Yun Mingyao's experiences in the past 2 months, an incredible thought gradually formed in Yun Lingshuang's heart. Could it be that my senior sister actually fell in love with a man? Thinking of this, Yun Lingshuang's expression became complicated, and her eyes flashed with confusion and surprise. As senior sisters, they lived together in Baihua Valley, and their day-to-day interactions made Yun Lingshuang realize that her senior sister had always been arrogant. However, the situation today is completely different. Not only did the senior sister live in the same hospital with a man, but the two of them lived in harmony for 2 months, which is really unbelievable. When she learned that Fei Yingxue had also appeared there and lived with Yun Mingyao in that man's courtyard, Yun Lingshuang's doubts reached their peak. After some careful consideration, Yun Lingshuang's eyes involuntarily turned to the direction Yun Mingyao left, and she developed a strong curiosity about this mysterious man who could change Yun Mingyao's personality. This curiosity increased over time. It continues to deepen with time. In the evening, the setting sun slants down, and the golden sunlight casts a warm luster on the earth and sky. This is a unique beauty in summer dusk. Although the weather is still a bit sultry, the evening breeze is a little cooler than at noon. In the yard, the tent originally used for sunshade had long been put away, but Henry Chu was still sitting leisurely on the rocking chair, enjoying the tranquility with the slight rocking of the rocking chair. Yi Linger and Huan Yue turned into 2 spiritual lights, moving continuously in the courtyard, light and fast. Chapter 67 Henry Chu, pay the rent, why don't you just give it to me? Chu Xuan withdrew his gaze from the 2 figures and turned to Fei Yingxue beside him, and asked with a little curiosity. I didn't expect you to be so generous and willing to teach them the Yin-Yang treasure scroll. Fei Yingxue responded indifferently. It's also part of the rent. Henry Chu couldn't help but roll his eyes after hearing this. Then why don't you give it to me directly, but choose to teach them? Fei Yingxue's eyes moved slightly downward, with a hint of ridicule in her tone. You were there when I was teaching them. Strictly speaking, isn't this also teaching you indirectly? Henry Chu retorted unhappily. But, the Yin-Yang treasure scroll is a female cultivation technique, and I can't practice it. Your rent is really a bit reluctant. At least, the 100 flowers killing provided by Yun Mingyao is something he can practice. As for the Yin-Yang treasure scroll, what use is it to him? Is it to make the skin more supple? This is obviously unreasonable. Fei Yingxue glanced at Chu Xuan and said, You really are taking advantage of the situation. With the spiritual tea you provide every day, their progress is much faster than the geniuses among the top forces. Coupled with this 9th-level intermediate technique, it is not impossible for them to become 8th-level strongmen in the future. By then, with an 8th-rank maid and an 8th-rank chef, what else would you be dissatisfied with? Chu Xuan smiled slightly and did not deny Feng Shui's words. He looked at the two women practicing in the yard and made a casual comment. However, with the way they are practicing now, I'm afraid it will take them half a year to even begin to understand the basics. Upon hearing this, Yi Linger and Huan Yue stopped what they were doing and looked at Chu Xuan with confusion on their faces. Feng Shui also turned to look at him, as if expecting his explanation. Facing the gazes of the three people, Chu Xuan said easily. The Yin-Yang treasure scroll emphasizes speed. Whether it is the movement of spiritual energy, the execution of movements or the timing of attack, it must be so fast that the enemy has no time to react. But now you are paying too much attention to the details of the skills and have deviated from the core of this practice. If I continue practicing like this, it would be more suitable to learn Baihua Valley's Baihua Sha. Although Chu Xuan has never actively practiced the Yin-Yang treasure scroll, with his understanding, he may even surpass Feng Shui or Yun Mingyao in his insights into the technique. Therefore, even though he had never practiced the Yin-Yang treasure scroll, this did not prevent Chu Xuan from being able to see at a glance the problems the two women had when they were practicing. As the words reached their ears, Yi Linger and Huan Yue's eyes in the courtyard brightened instantly, as if they had found the key to solving the problem. When Feng Shui turned her gaze to Chu Xuan, she also revealed a hint of surprise and curiosity. After a brief pause, Feng Shui slowly spoke. Your comprehension is truly astonishing. After just listening to it once, one can quickly grasp the core of the Yin-Yang treasure scroll. Facing Feng Shui's praise, Chu Xuan responded with a smile. Please give me some compliments. I'd love to hear that. This sentence made Feng Shui speechless for a moment, then she looked at Chu Xuan with a complicated look and said. Your shamelessness is also extraordinary. In response, Chu Xuan shrugged easily and replied. I'll take that as a compliment. Feng Shui couldn't help but chuckle and shook her head. In fact, the more you come into contact with Chu Xuan, the more you can appreciate his uniqueness. Despite his extraordinary talent, he didn't seem to be keen on cultivation. Feng Shui had never seen him practice on his own initiative. However, he was able to make a variety of unique and effective spiritual teas, which were enough to drive the entire sect crazy. However, Henry Chu does not seem to intend to use these resources to quickly increase his power, but regards them as part of daily life. Although he is young, there is almost no ambition in Henry Chu. However, his occasional words are thought-provoking. This contradictory personality makes him particularly unique and even has an indescribable charm. When you get along with him, you can always feel a special sense of security and calm. Both Yun Mingyao and Feng Shui couldn't help but be intoxicated after experiencing this feeling. Chu Xuan. Feng Shui suddenly broke the silence, and her voice was particularly clear in the night. Henry Chu on the side responded lazily. There was a bit of reluctance in his voice, as if the rare quiet time had been disturbed. Whether it was Feng Shui, Yi Linger or Huan Yue, hearing this voice, they could all picture the lazy look of Henry Chu in their minds. After hearing Henry Chu's answer, Feng Shui slowly asked. What do you think you are pursuing in life? This sentence made Henry Chu slowly open his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said. The question is too big and any answer may appear too one-sided. But from my personal point of view, what I pursue is just to live every day in my own way. Wouldn't it be nice to spend your life lazily without fighting against the world? Feng Shui asked rhetorically. Henry Chu replied with a chuckle. What's wrong? Life is short, and those grievances, fame and wealth are too tacky in my opinion. Human life is like a small boat traveling against the current. If it does not move forward, it will retreat. This river is full of helplessness and pain. In this case, why not cherish every day and make yourself happier? Feng Shui was silent for a while, and then said. But how can life be smooth sailing? It itself is a river going upstream, full of unknown dangers. Henry Chu answered. That's why I said, this is just my opinion. Feng Shui said, oh, and continued to ask. So, what you're saying is that everyone's definition of life is different. Of course, Henry Chu replied affirmatively. For example, if you are asked to give up your current achievements and live in seclusion in the mountains, you can't do it. For you, growing in strength or defeating a powerful enemy can make you feel happy and satisfied. Therefore, your understanding of life is naturally different from mine. Maybe one day, when you get everything you desire and look down at the world again, you will have new insights. The corners of Fei Yingshue's mouth raised slightly, and her eyes glowed with approval. It seems that you have understood what I mean. Henry Chu said casually. It was a matter of time. Because what you can't get is always worrying. Yun Mingyao and Fei Yingxue are both women with strong personalities, but there are differences between them. Yun Minjiao has the support of Baihua Valley behind her. Even if she is unwilling to do many things, Baihua Valley will push her forward. But Fei Yingxue is different. Her character is destined to be more competitive than anyone else. The sect is the right place for her, not this small world that can make people lazy. Therefore, Fei Yingxue cannot stay with Henry Chu forever. Chapter 68 Fei Yingxue, how about I give you a few women? Without Yun Mingyao as an opponent, Chu Xuan was already surprised that Fei Yingxue could stay for so long. Chu Xuan knew this clearly, and Fei Yingxue also understood it. Perhaps one day, when Fei Yingxue is tired of the sectarian disputes, this place will become her true home. At this time, Fei Yingxue moved forward a little, lifted a corner of the curtain, and stared at Chu Xuan's handsome face through the mist rising from the spiritual liquid hot spring. After thinking for a moment, she suggested, how about I give you a few women? Chu Xuan. He opened his eyes and looked at Fei Yingxue, his face full of confusion. After a moment, he said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Stop messing around. You say that as if I really need a woman. Chu Xuan paused for a moment, then smiled proudly. Let's not talk about anything else. Just considering my appearance, in this Sanbian city and the surrounding villages, which girl wouldn't be attracted to me? After these words were spoken, Yi Linger at the side couldn't help but said to Huan Yue. I have never seen anyone so bragging. He is so shameless. Chu Xuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and responded. That's called an accurate assessment of yourself. Yi Linger paused after hearing this, then curled her lips and chose to remain silent. Although Chu Xuan's words sounded a little overconfident, it could even be said to be a little shameless. However, Chu Xuan's words were not empty words. His appearance was outstanding not only in the 3 border cities, but also in the entire 4 kingdoms. At this moment, Fei Yingshue's gaze involuntarily turned to Chu Xuan's face. The air is filled with a faint fragrance and water vapor. When people are in the spiritual liquid hot spring, the surrounding scenery adds a sense of otherworldliness through the hazy mist. In such an environment, looking at the casualness and freedom revealed on Chu Xuan's extremely handsome face, Fei Yingxue couldn't help but recall that night. The scene of Chu Xuan hugging her by the waist reappeared in her mind. The corners of Fei Yingxue's mouth gradually raised into a natural smile. Compared with usual, her smile at this moment was less domineering and more gentle, and this change was more in line with her rare appearance. After a moment, Fei Yingxue slowly turned around, although she had withdrawn her hand. But under the influence of spiritual energy, a corner of the curtain was still slightly lifted. She rested her head on the edge of the pool like Chu Xuan, with her face bare. His eyes were lightly closed, and his face had a similar laziness to Chu Xuan's. Even though there is a curtain between us, we can see each other immediately by just turning our heads slightly. It seemed that some invisible obstacle had disappeared. After coming out of the spiritual liquid hot spring, Chu Xuan returned to the yard. There was a pot of tea and a wooden box in his hands. He handed the 2 things to Fei Yingxue and said softly, I prepared this for you. Fei Yingxue opened the wooden box with curiosity. Inside was a seemingly ordinary pill, but its surface was a bright green color with a flowing light. Yi Linger on the side took a look and asked curiously, What is this? Chu Xuan answered while savoring the tea in his hand. This is the soul-restoring pill. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Fei Yingxue's eyes. Yi Linger widened her eyes and carefully examined the pill in the wooden box again. The soul-returning pill is a legendary elixir. Its efficacy is extremely powerful, and it can be called a life-saving holy object. Then, Chu Xuan added casually, This pot of tea is also specially made. Drinking a small cup every day can improve your cultivation. If you are in danger or seriously injured, take this soul-restoring pill. As long as you don't die immediately, you can still keep your life. When Fei Yingxue realized what Chu Xuan had given her meant, she couldn't help but reveal surprise in her eyes. Just as Chu Xuan said, with this soul-returning pill and this pot of tea, it is equivalent to having another chance to be reborn. If it were in the past, Feng Shui would have taken the two treasures on the table immediately. However, at this moment, when her mood had calmed down a little, Feng Shui looked at Chu Xuan with a hint of doubt. "Why didn't you give these to Yunmingyao when she left?" Henry Chu answered honestly. "She left in such a hurry that it wasn't ready yet." Indeed, Chu Xuan obtained the soul-returning pill through the system after Yunmingyao left. This jar of precious spiritual tea was made later. Even if he wanted to give it to her, he couldn't do it because the timing was not right. In response to this, Chu Xuan shook his head helplessly and explained. "But on a deeper level, her situation is very different from yours. These things are not of much value to her at the moment." He continued. "But for you, it's completely different." Feng Shui was so smart that she could naturally understand the deep meaning behind Chu Xuan's words. Although she and Yunmingyao were both in the middle 8th rank after their strength improvement, the situations in Baihua Valley and Yinyang sect were fundamentally different. The interior of Baihua Valley is like an indestructible iron wall. Its disciples are carefully selected and trained from childhood, and their loyalty to the sect far exceeds that of ordinary sects. As the Grand Master of Baihua Valley, Yunmingyao's authority in the palace is unmatched, and she even has the help of powerful people like Yunling Shuang. Therefore, in the entire continent, no one dared to provoke Baihua Valley easily. On the contrary, the Yinyang sect is a new sect that has offended many cultivators and sects over the years. Although Feng Shui controls the overall situation with her personal strength, the loyalty and strength of the disciples and elders in the sect vary, and there are many people with ulterior motives among them. In addition, the Yinyang sect has been expanding its sphere of influence and has long been at odds with the surrounding sections. The challenges that Feng Shui faces are far more complicated than they appear on the surface. If it is not handled properly, it may lead to an irreversible predicament. After pondering for a moment, Feng Shui gently stroked the wooden box in her hand, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. "So, should I think that you saved my life?" Chu Xuan thought for a moment and responded. "You can say that. Therefore, since your life is your own, you must cherish it." Although the tone is still casual, the care revealed in the words is like the breeze in early summer, giving people a feeling of comfort and tranquility. As the last drop of tea entered her mouth, Feng Shui slowly stood up. Seeing this, Chu Xuan asked with a little surprise. "Leaving so soon? How about waiting until tomorrow?" Feng Shui responded indifferently. "No need. If I wait until tomorrow, I'm afraid I'll be even more reluctant to leave. You are like a poison that slowly eats away at other people's hearts, making it hard for them to let go." There was a barely perceptible tenderness in Feng Shui's words. Chu Xuan touched his nose and smiled. "Then I'll take this as a compliment." Feng Shui chuckled, and a brilliant smile bloomed on her face, as dazzling as the summer sun. Finally, she looked at Chu Xuan affectionately, tapped the ground with her toes, and instantly turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Chapter 69 Attack Chu Xuan. "You are looking for death." Only after Feng Shui's figure completely disappeared did Yi Linger in the yard retract her gaze. She rolled her eyes, then approached Henry Chu, looking flattering, and tapped Henry Chu's knees gently with both hands. Chu Xuan looked at Yi Linger's sudden intimate behavior, and he knew clearly what this clever little girl was planning. So he tapped her forehead lightly and teased her. "You stay here with me all day, the soul-restoring pill is of no use to you." Yi Linger complained in a low voice. "What a cheapskate." After saying this, as if to vent her dissatisfaction, Yi Linger drank half a pot of tea in one breath, staring at Chu Xuan with an unconvinced look on her face. On the other side, Feng Shui appeared outside the city gate. Upon seeing this, Ingnu and the others immediately knelt on the ground and said in unison, "Meet the sect master." Feng Shui nodded slightly, and everyone dared to stand up again. Looking at the people from the Yinyang sect in front of her, Feng Shui couldn't help but look back in the direction of Chu Xuan in the city, and the cold light in her eyes gradually softened. "You just left, and you're already missing me." She sighed inwardly. Seeing this, Ingnu hesitated for a moment before making a suggestion. "Master, if you really miss him, I can bring him back to Tianju Mountain." As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Shui's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a powerful aura instantly enveloped Ingnu, making him terrified. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as paper. Faced with Feng Shui's anger, Ingnu hurriedly begged for mercy. Please spare my life, master. I know I was wrong. Feng-shui snorted coldly and withdrew the force of oppression. His eyes quickly swept over the other yin-yang sect disciples, and when they met Feng-shui's gaze, these disciples, without exception, felt an indescribable pressure. Their bodies began to tremble involuntarily, and their backs seemed to be pierced by cold wind, the chill penetrating into their bones. In this suffocating atmosphere, Feng-shui's voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell, cold and full of threats. If anyone dares to reveal any information about what happened in Sanbian City, you will all pay with your lives. Ingnu barely endured the pain in his body and struggled to stand up from the ground, with cold sweat on his forehead like drizzling rain. I understand. She responded hastily, with obvious fear and anxiety in her voice. Only after hearing Ingnu's answer did Feng-shui slowly wave her sleeves and lead her people away. The next morning, when Chu Xuan walked out of the room and found that the familiar figure in the yard had disappeared, he immediately realized that Feng-shui had left. He scratched his head. The yard seemed particularly quiet in the early morning. The absence of the two women made him feel a little uncomfortable for a moment. After muttering a few words, Chu Xuan slowly walked to the door of Yi Linger's room and gently raised his right foot. Bang! With a loud bang, the door was kicked open by Chu Xuan. Yi Linger, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the sudden noise and sat up from the bed almost reflexively. When she saw Chu Xuan with a smile at the door, she was stunned for a few seconds, and then a hint of annoyance quickly flashed in her eyes. Yi Linger rushed towards Chu Xuan like an angry kitten, as fast as lightning, and started to bite him. The originally quiet yard suddenly became lively. After breakfast, Chu Xuan leaned against the door holding a cup of ordinary tea, while Huan Yue sat on a small stool and carefully scrubbed Chu Xuan's clothes. At this moment, Yi Linger hummed a few times with satisfaction, and was obviously in a good mood. In the past, whether Feng-shui or Yun Mingyao was present, Yi Linger was always in a suppressed state. Faced with competition from two powerful women, she had to try to make herself inconspicuous to avoid becoming a target of attack. However, with their departure, Yi Linger felt unprecedented freedom and relaxation, and she decided that from now on, she would have the final say in this family. Thinking of this, Yi Linger stood with her hands on her hips, a smile of victory on her face. The hour of Qin was about to end, and as usual, the sun had just risen above the horizon. But in the early summer season, although it is still early, the sun has already shown its power of a scorching summer, and the heat wave gradually covers the earth as time goes by. Chu Xuan fell from the roof. Yi Linger, who felt that her family status had quietly changed, walked up to Chu Xuan with light steps and asked proudly, "What are you doing?" Chu Xuan was sitting on a stone bench, holding a brush in his hand, drawing some patterns on paper. Hearing Yi Linger's question, he looked up at her, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. If we were to ask who was the happiest after Feng-shui and Yun Mingyao left, it would definitely be Yi Linger. All morning, she patrolled the yard like a proud rooster, and even ran into the two women's rooms, rolling and playing on their beds, and she hasn't stopped until now. Such behavior is really laughable. In response to Yi Linger's question, Chu Xuan simply answered indifferently. I'm designing a new pool. The drawing in his hand clearly depicted the layout of his yard. In addition to the original hot spring pool, there was also a design for a new pool. Yi Linger leaned over curiously to check and asked in confusion. Isn't there already a hot spring pool? Why build a new one? Henry Chu looked at Yi Linger as if she were a fool and explained. Summer is here, do you still want to take a hot spring bath? The weather is so hot, wouldn't it be even more uncomfortable if you jump into the hot water? After hearing this, Yi Linger immediately understood what Henry Chu meant, and her eyes lit up. Are you planning to dig a new pond and divert the water here to create a cooling pond? Henry Chu nodded lazily. That's right. After all, he was used to taking a bath every night, and with the help of the spiritual tea, it was not only comfortable but also enhanced his strength. Such a wonderful thing ended so suddenly, which makes people feel a little lost. No matter how he thought about it, Chu Xuan felt that this matter was a bit unprofitable. After all, once this bathing habit that brings physical and mental pleasure is interrupted, it will not be easy to resume. Therefore, he decided to do everything he could to keep this excellent bathing method going. Yi Linger frowned. But the water is hot now. Even if it is transferred to another pool, it won't change, right? Henry Chu said unhappily. Just put some ice in there, won't it? Yes. Yi Linger suddenly came to her senses, with an expression of sudden enlightenment on her face. In the hot summer, take a cool bath at night. The temperature outside is unbearable, but the pool is cool. Add a few cups of tea and life is just wonderful. Even Yi Linger felt happy when she thought of this, and her anticipation was beyond words. Then, Yi Linger turned her gaze to Chu Xuan, with a complicated tone in her voice. You still know how to enjoy yourself. According to Chu Xuan's design, there will be a suitable way to take a bath no matter whether the weather is cold or warm. There is always a suitable solution for all seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Chapter 70 Chu Xuan, people who like to read miscellaneous books should not be very strong. Yi Linger immediately took the initiative to propose. So, we need to find some builders. Chu Xuan nodded in agreement and added. You're smart. Remember to hire more people. Funding is not a problem. After all, to build the pool on the other side of the yard, a waterway would have to be dug. If there aren't enough people, it might take several days to complete the work. As Chu Xuan spoke, he sighed in his heart. If I had known about the system, I should have considered it more carefully when building the house. At this moment, Huan Yue on the side made a suggestion. In that case, why not just block the hot spring pool and then put ice in it? Wait until you finish taking a bath before opening the spring. Henry Chu answered lazily. The temperature at the bottom of the hot spring pool is too high. Even if we temporarily block the spring, the water temperature will rise again in less than half an hour. This method will not work. If it were that simple, Chu Xuan wouldn't have gone to so much trouble. Huan Yue thought about it and agreed with Chu Xuan's statement. After all, when she was taking a bath before, she also felt that the temperature at the bottom of the pool was obviously higher than the water surface. After the plan was finalized, Yi Linger happily took Huan Yue out to find a craftsman. Chu Xuan slowly stood up and began to inspect the construction in the yard. About half an hour later, Yi Linger and Huan Yue came back excitedly. Henry Chu was lying in the rocking chair and asked Yi Linger. Where's the bricklayer? Yi Linger pointed outside. I found them. We found more than 30 of them in total. Hearing this number, Chu Xuan was stunned for a moment, then looked around his yard and said after thinking for a moment. More than 30 people, you are really willing to do that? Although Chu Xuan's yard is not small, it is by no means a big house. In theory, a dozen workers would be enough to complete the renovation work in half a day. However, Yi Linger actually found more than 30 workers. Chu Xuan thought, is Yi Linger afraid that she won't be able to take a bath tonight? However, there is strength in numbers, and although the project is large, more manpower is always a good thing. So Chu Xuan nodded slightly and signaled the masons to enter the yard. Seeing that everyone was very motivated, Chu Xuan knew that the reward Yi Linger offered must be very high. Incentivized by money and with the advantage of numbers, these bricklayers worked enthusiastically. Although the construction had just begun in the morning, by the evening, a brand new hot spring pool had already stood in Chu Xuan's yard. Looking at the hot spring water from another hot spring pool flowing into the new pool, a satisfied smile appeared on Chu Xuan's face. Huan Yue and Yi Linger's eyes were filled with anticipation. After dinner, Chu Xuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he entered the slightly cool pool water from the slightly stuffy outside world. Call. The stimulation brought by the alternation of hot and cold made him feel very comfortable. After taking a sip of the 100-fruit spiritual tea, the effect of the tea gradually spread throughout the body, and the resulting warm current perfectly neutralized the coldness of the pool water, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. He slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the starry sky, which was brighter than in March. The aroma of tea and the unique scent of grass on a summer night were intertwined, and the sound of cicadas was in his ears. All this made his body and mind calm down again and completely relax. If the spring sunshine makes people feel lazy, then the summer nights are long but full of leisure, with a bit of tranquility in the hustle and bustle. Soaking in the pool, feeling the changes in water flow caused by the slight swaying of my body, Huan Yue's body, or Yi Linger's body, this lazy feeling became even stronger. Almost instantly, Yi Linger and Huan Yue fell in love with this feeling. However, just as they were immersed in it, a slight wave suddenly came from Chu Xuan's body. Immediately afterwards, the spiritual power in Chu Xuan's body quickly surged out from the sea of qi. After circulating in the body for a circle, his spiritual power fluctuations increased from the mid-4th grade to the late 4th grade. Sensing Henry Chu's breakthrough, Yi Linger and Huan Yue opened their eyes, took a look and then closed them again. In their opinion, this is just a trivial matter. After all, with Chu Xuan's specialty, even Huan Yue has broken through, not to mention Chu Xuan, who drinks the largest amount of tea every day. If he were not too lazy and never took the initiative to use his spiritual power to refine the spiritual power in his body, according to Yi Linger and Huan Yue's view, even if Chu Xuan reached the 5th level, it would be a matter of course. Now he has only reached the late stage of the 4th grade, which obviously means that he has wasted a lot of good tea. Oh! It is really a big rich man. Thinking of this, Yi Linger curled her lips, adjusted her posture, and looked at the twinkling stars in the night sky. The smile on her lips became even sweeter and more enjoyable. Henry Chu, on the other hand, was feeling the changes in spiritual power in his body, with a smile on his lips. Finally reached the late stage of 4th grade. It has only been just over 2 months since he started practicing, and his realm has improved almost every once in a while. More importantly, Henry Chu has not experienced any hardships. Practice hard? It doesn't exist for him at all. The next morning, the sun had not yet become hot and the breeze was blowing, so the room did not feel stuffy. Henry Chu sat at the desk, gently holding the brush and writing on the paper. During this period, several story books were published in succession, each of which was very popular. Now the name, Gue Ren on a Bright Moon Night, has gradually become famous. According to the shopkeeper of Moxiang Pavilion, businessmen from Longyuan Kingdom and Lingxiao Empire even purchased his works for sale. The 3 books together brought Chu Xuan an income of nearly 100,000 spirit stones, which made his financial situation more comfortable. Huan Yue put down the freshly baked new book manuscript, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Yi Linger also slowly raised her head, trying not to let tears fall. She asked, "You write such great joys and sorrows in every book. Are you really not worried that people affected by your stories will come to settle accounts?" Henry Chu smiled proudly. "What are you afraid of? I'm using a pen name anyway. Who would know that I wrote these books?" However, Yi Linger sneered and retorted, "Others may not know it, but the shopkeeper of Moxiang Pavilion knows it very well. You said, what if someone threatens his life?" Henry Chu was speechless for a moment and scratched his head. I have to say that Yi Linger's worries do have some validity. Maybe, change a pen name and a place of publication. This idea suddenly appeared in Henry Chu's mind, but he immediately sighed again. Even if you do this, it will only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. And it's so strenuous. Henry Chu complained helplessly. He knew in his heart that trouble coming to his door was always inevitable. However, he comforted himself immediately. What are you afraid of? After all, these 2 girls are already at the 5th level. They may reach the 6th level in a while. They are already capable of protecting their own safety. In Henry Chu's opinion, people who have so much free time to read storybooks and even take the trouble to come to the door to find trouble are probably too idle. Such a person's realm and strength are probably not much higher. With the current strength of Yi Linger and Huan Yue, they should be more than enough to deal with these minor troubles. Therefore, he felt there was no need to worry too much.